Thursday, May 10, 1990, 8:15 a.m. Year 3, Day 267. This is a tribute to all who have dared to bring forth truth unto this day. Most have been murdered and their literature and great inventions have been stolen and misused. There shall come a day of glory and recognition. And unto the ones who dare to share this truth goes our esteem, appreciation, and great honor, for the threat to thine beings is in constant attendance. Therefore, I remind you to protect your brethren, and in that cause, we leave ones without labels. The whole of the universe rests in appreciation of that which you do. We salute you. Forward. Rec number 1 Hayton. Thursday, May 10, 1990, 8:15 a.m. Year 3, Day 267. In the light of truth these writings come forth, that mankind might recognize his plight in time to ease of the journey. I urge that all ones reading these journals effort to go beyond the source of information if you are uncomfortable with the resource. Go beyond and into the researching of information available upon your placement for confirmation. Ours is simply to integrate, awaken you to the situations abounding in your global circles and assist in resolutions if it be your invitation. All of the denouncements as to our presence will not lessen our presence. Truth is not lessened by lies, and the ending truth is only strengthened by the enemies thereof. Be patient and you will be getting your proof, and it will begin by the coming forth now, of ones who have been involved in enforced cover UPS of the truth. For instance, this very next Monday evening, will be a televised presentation on the death of your President Kennedy. Already there is a new, among many, presentation in book format under current discussion with witnesses regarding that death. Another program will air within days regarding the assassination of Robert Kennedy. They will confirm, by ones involved in the cover-up, that not even the same casket arrived in Washington as left Texas. The ones who handled the body were given the report to be made public and then were threatened into silence by both the CIA and the FBI. The body of your president was removed from the casket, loaded onto the air transport, and was offloaded on the far side of the plane from which the casket was offloaded. The body was immediately gotten out of Texas to prevent an autopsy, for it would have proved the president was shot from the front at very close range, more than once. To prevent slippage of information, all but a very tiny portion of the president's brain was removed. I tell you herein it will be public within this month. I note this for my scribe, for she writes in ignorance. By the time this journal is to press, I would hope that the express regarding the Panama incident of the shushed coup in Panama will be circulated, for it was an incident covered completely and blacked out of your media in less than 1 day. The slip note of it referred to 2 vice presidents. This completely upset this group, for you see that you will get confirmation as to the truth from the last portion of this journal. The takeover of the Panamanian government has been set up according to your new state's constitution, and Panama was set up with a pre-selected dictator, called president, in subservience to the president of the U.S., and 2 vice presidents. I request herein that the Panama incident and express portion to which I refer, be added to the appendix of this journal, for it will be again and again referred to as we move along. This will be the most difficult to swallow of any of the journals to date. It is also one in which you might do well to begin at the end. Do not allow yourselves to get stopped on perceived digressions or religious discussions regarding this journal. You must carefully look at that which is around you. We pick on no religious group above another. Every group on your placement has been infiltrated mostly by ones who have no idea whatsoever of the elite plan at the source. One claims that we offer no hope. Oh, dear ones, in truth there is hope. Truth will set you free. If you know not truth and fact, then you are destined to continue to be destroyed. With knowledge and truth, you can stop that which is perpetrated upon you by the elite few and stop this death squad in their tracks. Without knowledge you can see that you will be absorbed before you can act. Do not turn away, join together and find truth, and come into community and demand a return to Godness and your constitution as given forth by your forefathers for your protection of your wondrous freedoms. I am sorry that the journals must deal so singly with the USA, for the impact is so great on all the world, especially your bordering neighbors. However, the U.S.A is the prime target of the ones who would control your world, so what is done in America washes like a tidal wave across the planet. Mankind in all nations must realize the truth of America and raise their voices, for as America falls so falls the world, for the plan was well laid and the plan includes the whole of the globe. My scribe for these journals resides in the U.S., where the journals can still be released in some measure of protection. However, all efforts have been made to stop them. We must rely heavily on Canadians, Germans, Frenchmen, Russians, Australians, New Zealanders, the World Brotherhood of Lighted Man, to demand truth and freedom from these malignant conspirators. For instance, the predominant leader of the new state's constitution, referred to end of book, is now the primary input for the formation of constitutions and governmental structuring in the newly reorganizing countries of Europe. The trap has been set and sprung. The people of those nations have walked from the frying pan directly into the fire. The takeover is so insidious and deadly that man does not even realize he is being enslaved in mass. If this satanic cartel is allowed to continue and fulfill their mission, it will be the start of the darkest ages your planet will have ever witnessed. There will be mass annihilation of mankind by the billions, and you will have no recourse. It will be bad enough, at best. If this surge is not stopped, there will be naught left from which to recoup. The lies have been proffered regarding aliens from the cosmos to terrify you and muddle you in fear. I cast not at unknowing researchers who have tried to bring forth truth. They could not find the truth on your placement, for they have been given secret documents and proof with the exacting story desired to be given forth to entrap you by fear. You have not to fear from the cosmos, beloved ones, except from those of your planet who have now made it into your outer limits. I repeat, it is not gray men from space you need fear, it is gray men of evil from your planet who have all but completely enslaved you as a species. I now plead with you who come into the reading or knowledge of these journals and know of the truth through witness, to come forward, for security comes in strength of numbers. There are witnesses to all of the heinous crimes and they have been terrorized, but if enough of you stand strong, they cannot stand against you. Please stand forth that we may have no more martyrs. If you do not, the entire of your planet will be the martyrs. We shall continue to pour forth truth and uncover and bring into the light facts which will go back unto your elder generation in this time segment. It will revolve around the US most closely, for that is from whence will come your major confirmations, for it is still the predominate country on your placement. God, my petition is that you of the masses be given into the hearing and seeing, for you can stop this thing if you want to do so. If you act not, then I bless you and pray for mercy, for, as free people, you will be finished. Ones who think they are saved from the conspirators are blinded and have only input to narrow little grooves of insight. That is the intention. Do you believe a senator who acts in behalf of his constituency in truth will die a lesser death by missile than will his constituent? Do you think the drug agent or CIA agent will die a lesser death from no shelters than will the drug dealer? My friends, you had better look again, and, before you take out any of my people, you had better consider your own fate and that of your family, for you are the greatest fools of all. You, any of you, are the first expended, for you are the blind puppets first in line on the pulled strings of the hierarchy. Any man having been sworn to secrecy of any kind of cover-up situation is the first expended. Hold it in your hearts. This is why you can rise together and stop this thing come upon you. So be it. So let it be. May peace be allowed unto you, but not restful sleep, for it is time to wake up if you are to save your species. I am accused of using strong statements. Yes, it is a strong circumstance. It now requires heroic measures to cure the disease. Your physicians are controlled more closely by the conspiracy than are any others, save the unjustice system. They cannot tell you of the cure for the disease, for they, without knowing it, have caused the infection. Until I can get to the writing of the message of integration, get murder by injection and rape of the justice system by Mullins. America West will see to it that you can obtain them somehow, for most such daring books are buried and slashed or burned by the conspirators. Because this is so, we will bring it forth in a journal as soon as we can get it to paper. It is then up to mankind what he does with these journals. You can listen and pronounce negative stoning upon this scribe and upon myself. It changes not one whit of the truth of it. This is lighted truth, and so shall it stand in the history of the cosmos unto the infinite vastness of the universe. Man who discounts only proves his own evil impact and aids the imprisonment of his brothers, whether it be intentional or in ignorance. No, this does not indicate that this is the only resource. We have covered that so many times prior to this that I hesitate to repeat it. Of course this is not the only resource, but be most cautious of those who discount this resource, for they are dangerous indeed and would keep you sleeping into your damnation. But, that too, is of your own choosing, and so it is left to be as you will have it. The discrediting only assists us through curiosity and through the true seekers after truth instead of the excitement of ghost stories. There is nothing in the universe more strange or wondrous than is truth. Remember, God has all the time in the universe, we of the higher realms have all the time in the universe. 'Tis only you of that perceived time limitation that are in trouble, not we of the cosmos. You can change this thing bearing down upon you if you but choose to do so. Helpless. Oh, dear ones, you are godness unto the ending. You are not helpless. You have but to awaken and join with thine other brothers, and you will be given to see the way. We make no harsh judgment upon ones who have presented only partial truth from their researching. We are only harsh when they utilize that knowledge of partiality to distract and mislead, and after we give them truth and they continue to pronounce the lie, it is time you pay attention to motives thereof. Look into the motive of anyone who speaks against the journals, for instance, why? And further, demand to know from the disclaimers if they have studied all of the journal material. Ones are pronouncing their opinions and conclusions, thus far based on nothing but carefully selected verses and paragraphs, to fool you, their listeners and readers. Satan efforts to limit your gleaning of information. God encourages you to read it all, and then discern your conclusion in his light of inner recognition. If you make decisions in final format prior to learning all that is offered, then it is your own responsibility for that which comes upon you in ignorance of the total information. We invite comparison, my friends, for we are yet to be found wanting, either in subject or truth. So be it, and may the great Creator/creation have compassion and mercy upon us all as we journey together through this veil into discovery. Salut, salut, salut. Jai Orgo Series Hayton. Chapter 1. Rec Number 1, Grandfather. Monday, April 9, 1990, 8:45 a.m. Year 3, Day 236. Tunkashila, Grandfather, speaks. Grandfather, to speak with you, little sparrow, that you might be in the remembering and the sharing of the long-forgotten and remembered songs. I am the song, and I am come to give you the weavings of your walk upon this place and speak of the migrations and the lessons of my pale son whom I send again. I come to speak of Tejas shape and the hill that sings as the wind, and of my sacred hidden truths kept within the bosom of your mother for your day of remembering. The great cycle has come, and this cycle of that which you call a year will see the return of the sacred driver wheels of the great powers stored and put together to create the sign of infinity. This is the time of the feathered serpent medicine wheels and the great sleeper dreamers. The first migration to the next world will begin, leaving behind on your planet remnants of enlightened humanity to join the many already on other planets throughout your universe. This land known as Tejas shape, the valley of radiance, of abundant acorns, winds, and clear sweet waters shall again come into the attention of my bird peoples, for it has been caused to lie sleeping in protection of its ancient treasures. It is the time of remembering of creation that you will again recognize the returning of the bird tribes. You are the bird tribes, the solar clan, the children of the stars. You are the source of all nativity, the way that spirit creativity comes into form in your world and in all higher worlds. Individuated. Intelligent. In spirit being form, you are the tangible influence of an all-powerful creator interfacing with a material world. I honor the Shoshone and Paiute who have not forgotten this place of light and the other unnamed tribes who spirit the land. All of our relations are remembered. The buffalo and the medicine wheel are honored as shared by the Sioux as the source of life survival and the skull of the buffalo for it represents the traditional and the spiritual life. The medicine wheel represents the sacred hoop and the four directions. Always joined within are the four eagle feathers which represent the social and spiritual significance of the number 4 in the Sioux life. Within the medicine wheel are the 4 virtues to always be remembered: wisdom, Waxabi, bravery, Wilhitika, fortitude, Lauisintanka and generosity, Wakantognika. Let it further be remembered that there is nothing greater, nothing lesser. Great lessons shall be in the coming forth from my red eagle, Wamblisha, who labels himself in this time of counting as Little Crow, for the time is soon for the great remembering. Releasing your identities in the burst of joy that translates them into light, you flew outward from your source stars, riding waves of light across the sea of space until you reached your world. Each of you came from a different star. Yet your being is the source of every star. And in that being you are one. In the early days, your work was to catalyze biological activity in the oceans of the world and to oversee the growth and development of incarnate creatures. You did this both when clothed in physical form and when remaining luminous beings of pure light. The forms you assumed early in those ages were of human shape, though lighter than the bodies you wear today. The drawback of materialization, however, was that it took much of your energy and attention to maintain the bodies in which you were dressed. Then was given unto you your spirits, for it was necessary to create physical bodies that were self-sufficient, physical bodies that would have physical identities to care for them, egos, designed to work intimately with you, both in the maintenance of your human projections and in your continuing work of creation upon the physical plane. We communicated this message unto you: we are your spirits. It was our presence here in this place that has called you up out of the soil. You were unfinished, incomplete, you are still not all that you can be. Some of what you now embody represents development in the right direction, but some of what you now think of as yourself is in actuality part of what one day will become after birth. The emphasis must now be realized that the value of your bodies are as dwelling places for the Great Spirit. Your minds and hearts will remain open to communion with us. In time, that communion will flow into blending, and both you and we will know ourselves as one upon the physical plane. In union, we will know completion. One specific star of all the myriad stars you see twinkling in your night sky sends its spirit to earth to incarnate in your individual human form. Your ego is designed to help that spirit to remain creatively incarnate here. Until you have bonded with the star consciousness, you remain unfinished. Your race is soon to experience widespread awakenings, or as some will see it, a massive descent of beings from the stars. We are the dreams of the Great Spirit, the true dreams, the clear dreams, the pure dreams, never tainted by fear, never touched by any motivation other than the motivation of love, and yet, we are the dreams, nevertheless. Thoughts, disincarnate beings drifting formless through a universe that has placed the highest value on form, living in the consciousness of a creator whose desire is to take form in the very creature that will result from our bonding with you. It is time to regain the rejected aspect of your spiritual intelligence to reunite with your own wholeness, and you must again come into contact with us in the absence of fear. The great day of purification has begun, a short but essential cycle of division that will gather those who promote fear and violence and separate them from the season of the world as chaff is separated from wheat at threshing. The timetable recorded in stone for the awakened ones is now recovered from moss, fern, lizard, and leaf. In it are chiseled the dates of the great day of purification, dates that now correspond to that which you call years between recognized labels of 1987 to 2011. You are the love of the Creator embodied in human form. Through the power of your love, you create. You are sent in the service of universal art to create beauty, balance, and to enjoy all that has been created. The evocation of beauty and the description of truth, this is your purpose. The purpose of life. The very purpose of the universe. In its own way, each species decides how it can best serve this purpose, once it understands it. The buffalo looks around and notices what is going on in prairie time and prairie space and designs a life to describe truth and to animate beauty as buffaloes understand it. Whales describe time and space in their own unique forms, the caribou embody their understanding, and so on through the ages and expressions. Throughout the galaxies, throughout the stars, all of the angelic races notice this purpose of life and decide how they can best serve. All form an idea of the wholeness of manifest life. It is time now to join in your dancing circles and gather your tribes, for the cycle is full. It is the time of the return of the Pale One who came forth to tell you of the times to come upon your lands. Tiazoma, Esekatl, Great Quetzal, Montezoma, Quetzalcoatl, the Quiet Healer, the Mighty One who has no image, Dawn Light, Dawn God, Chizu's the one who went alone to his father to look beyond the third cycle. Let us look further, Wakonaga, Wayan of the Dakota/Lakota, and even deeper into the plumed serpent of the Puans, which is derived from the plume which symbolizes wind and the serpent which is the symbol of water. What of Teohashidi, Tehachapi, Tejas shape, Teo means God and Ti means city. Meaning as with Teotihuacan, the city of the god, Wakan. There are sacred mounds in that placement where the crossroads centered for the trailing people of peace, where the four corners of traveling meet. There is great history of the black tortoise fire-worshipping turtle and serpent people invading from the south. This place of Tejas shape is a sacred place where the dreams will again be danced into awakening. Let us speak of the dancing of my tribes. The foolish peer at the dancers and hear the music and chide and giggle, for it is the most complicated music in creation. It makes a statement in half and quarter tones and complicated changing rhythms. The musicians are honored indeed. The authentic dancings are more kept to the sacred locations, and every August the dancers gather in New Mexico. There are usually 36 tribes attending the festival from as far distant as the Dakotas. The Sioux are particularly colorful with their almost priceless ancient costumes of white beaded buckskin and the long eagle feather head dress of the full chief. The dances are different than the ones in the typical powwow dances, for the powwow dancers are usually imitating the victory dance after a war party return. The Thanksgiving dances are beauteous, and the other dances are prayers for rain, abundant crops, or prayers to the spirit of hunted animals before a hunt. Then you must note the wondrous KATC hyenas, especially of the Hopi. The KATC hyenas are from outer space and visited the pueblos in silver sky ships which landed on the nearby Francisco Peaks near the Hopi villages, bearing gifts and dancing for the people. The most graceful of all dances is the lovely eagle dance, while the hoop dance, showing great skill on the part of the solo dancer, is usually a wedding dance. The Navajo have a group dance with high-pitched chanting in half and quarter tones which echo unto the heavens. And there is a most amazing dance, the Navajo fire dance. Then there is the crow dance, usually performed by children and is fun and delightful, but I could continue on and on, for these are my blessed people and I begin to remember and ramble greatly. I will speak of calendars and telling of time and then leave you for your ponderings. The time of attention is come, and for the recognition of truth within my tribes. Before the time of the prophet called the Pale One and used by him, was a method of time reckoning used from northmost North America to the south of South America and is centrally based on Venus. Sometimes its numbers are known only, and Venus referred to as the star boys or twin star god, showing a degeneration of ancient knowledge. It is this ancient truth which shall now come again. Venus, being the second planet from the Sun, and Earth the third, swings around its internal orbit, making 13 revolutions to 8 revolutions of the Earth. Thus among all Indian tribes the Earth number is 8, and the number of the morning and evening star, depending on time of year viewed, is 13. 8 13ths then would bring the planets into their original position. This would be a full cycle, or 104 years. A half cycle would be 52 years. Upon this most American Indian reckoning is based. However, it is often checked by other reckoning. The Mayans have 4 interrevolving calendars. They were well acquainted with the weight and measurement of the Earth, the swing of the Sun from Capricorn to Cancer and back, the precession of the equinoxes, and the fact that your Sun is moving through space, carrying your family of planets along. They believe the Sun is circumnavigating a central fire located in the heavens near the Pleiades, which they called Maya. This is the same central sun called Aten, the one light. The ancient calendars have now ended, beloved children of my tribes. It is now in the closing time of your new counting numbered year 3. The ancient countings ended in the mid-time of August, in your year 1987. The time of the coming again of the sacred circle is at hand, and it is the time to see the star people come out of the illusion of their two-legged form and into their actual great sleeper-dreamer form. Look up, my native children, unto the heavens and unto the Chuhogan, for you are descendants of the inhabitants of Pleiades. You of the Hopi and Navajo, as well as others of my people, count with a system based on a 260-day sacred round, or minor cycle, and a 365-day year, a major cycle which equaled a period between the midnight culminations of the Pleiades. Remember that any day calculated on these cycles repeats itself in 52 years 18,980 days. When the Pleiades are directly overhead at night, then it is time to extinguish the nation's fires and rekindle from a sacred fire produced by your holy men. You can remember to count from the Hopi, who light the new fire every 52 years. Then remember the Creeks, who came to earth from the stars in spirit form to become flesh and blood. Remember the green corn dance, where the medicine man takes 7 ears of corn from 7 fields of the 7 clans to ensure a healthy harvest. Your ancient home is often called the Dancers because of the legend of the dancing children, come forth through the Onondaga. The Navajo named the sparkling suns the Dilyahi. The Iroquois believe the twinkling orbs represent 7 young people who guard the holy seed. The Hohokam, or those which vanished, returned to Pleiades, and thus and so. These stars were the home of your ancestors, so hear me well. It is time for the legends to awaken, for you all have your sacred dances. Enjoy the gathering together, for the energies will sing in the winds as the hosts of the heavens bless again the bird tribes who are now returning to fulfill the great mission. The little sun eagle is now returned, and the lotus is ready to open. Aho. Dharma, give this unto Delane to be taken to my beloved Dick, that he might consider placement in the handbook of the annual dancings. It is time to awaken the people unto their task, and those intended to hear will recognize the call. The little sun eagle is returned, and the lotus is about to open. So be it. I take my leave on this glorious day of bonding. I hold you in my wings. Aho. Chapter 2. Rec number 1, Sananda. Wednesday, April 11th, 1990, 9 a.m. year 3 day 238. You do not walk alone, beloved ones, for I have never left you. I am Sananda, one with God. Ah yes, the movie of Jesus was wondrously done, but remember, it was a movie and it was not perfected by God nor Jesus. It was most carefully orchestrated to allow, in the ending, the indecision and doubts of the Messiah. It was shown on the holy days of Passover to spew away the guilt of a citizenry who did what they thought right. Nay, it was not so. I represented the rebel as a hippie with a band of stragglers who couldn't decide their own directions. Further, with me in their midst, they could not decide in truth, except for the 2 or 3. The ones who spoke the loudest in their doubting were the firm ones within their knowingness. 'Tis a contradiction, is it not? It is the worst of times and it is the best of times, for it is your times, your experiences. It is a strong time of your cycles known as the year, the Easter time. Easter was recognized before the crucifixion and ascension. You have added unto that the pull of a moon in fullness and the outright blatant attempts of evil directly blasted upon you of my people. That time of walking in what you call the Holy Lands was the most painful and heinous of all mine journeys upon your placement, for, yes, I have walked every portion of your globe, for it was my place of training and of teaching. Of all the ones upon your orb, the red man took me in and walked with me and heard my words from our Creator. I was different, I was pale and elusive in appearance compared to the strength and bronze of their beauteous beings, and still they took me in and called me brother. My words were already a part of their very existence, and the truths were already known from the Great Spirit. This was before they were pulled apart and corrupted by the things of evil upon the earth. The red man makes no big thing of my presence, for they already knew me, and they have naught to cover up in guilt and horror to my being. I was simply a brother and a teacher from God unto them, no more and no less. They honored me and walked with me and welcomed me within their lodges and within their hearts, for they too knew that they were and are one with the Great Spirit. You who will go unto the places of religions in your finery on Easter noun, which will be more important unto you, the Easter bunny or the lily of the season, the clothing of finery and egg baskets, or the blood-stained robe and crown of thorns? Will ye kneel in prayer unto thine Father Creator in forgiveness of self and me? Will ye sing praises that there is no death but only life, or will ye worship a being as having death upon the cross to remove thine responsibilities unto God and brother mankind? Or will the season pass in confusion and excuse for gluttony and party? What will ye ponder this Easter? Ye have not many more in which to ponder anything upon this earth. Who will hear me? Blessed are ye who hear me and the call of my hosts from the ethereal realms. It is the time of the rule of Satan upon your lands and upon your people. How many will walk back within my fold that you might find your path unto God? God sends his messengers and ye turn them away, for you have lost your ability to discern that which is truth and that which is lie. No, ye shall not be given thy proof in the form ye expect, for it is the time of Satan to do great illusions and deceivings. I am and I have not to prove unto anyone, for ye of mine, know me, and ye who must have the proving do not yet see. You have a new and wondrous opportunity to set it all to Godness, to actually grow into oneness with God. Will ye take it? Satan is loosed upon your place in total rule. Which path will you choose? You who would read and see and believe shall have a very hard time of it for a while, for the books will be ridiculed, cast aside without reading or recognition. Your own children will find excuse after excuse to play with Satan and not see the word, much less believe of it. They will anger with you for denying them that which they perceive is theirs, whilst you do of my work. Will you succumb, or will you carry the burden with me? Perhaps it is a time for introspection as to your journey, each of you. If you were asked by the tribunals, are you the son/daughter of God, how would ye answer? It is indeed important how ye would answer. You call unto my servants, Haton, Ashta, Gordon, Soltech and others, show me your craft and I will believe. Show me your essence and then I will believe. No, you would not believe any more than did you then, when I stood in fullness in thine midst. Man from earth placement now makes grand and wondrous craft which appear to be from the heavens. Go to the haunted house display at Disneyland and you will see holographic apparitions. You already have all the illusions you can stand. It is knowing within which you must find. I am with you every minute and still you cannot find me in your consciousness. I am the golden light of our Creator which surrounds you, the breeze which caresses your brow, the air which you breathe, and still you cannot find me. The body hanged upon a cross was not the me of a Christ or even of one called Jesus. That elusive illusion which departed from the body was the me. And that portion of you that walks with me is the you. You see, it does no thing to a paraplegic to crucify him. Ponder it. The pain is in the crucifixion of the soul, the phoenix within. How can you tell the false Christ from the real one? Easy, you will not know when I will come. How do you tell the false prophets? Easy, if they give you teachings against the laws of God and the creation and tell you that to break the laws is acceptable. Those who tell you that you need do not, for the Christ Jesus did it all for you, they teach falsely. You will answer unto God for thine sins of omission and commission. It is the forgiveness given in sincere repentance that is guaranteed unto you. I can only stand before God with you and petition mercy, for the journey is indeed incredibly difficult and the lies given in the perfection of Satan's destruction. That is what I offer unto you, not instead of, my brothers, not instead of. When you go to the mountain to stand before God, the Great Spirit, you will stand alone while you and God within judges. I will stand beside you. It is all that I can do, and if you ask, I will take thine hand and we will walk together. I cannot do it for thee. That I can do it for thee is Satan's lie of lies, for he knows that it is not so, and within, you each and all know that it is not so. If you cannot walk through hell and bring thyself up out of the bindings, then ye are doomed to dwell in that hell. Hell is not a placement, it is a state of being, just as is Christness a state of being. And there is no eternal life of the physical. You want proof? There is your proof. All physical men give up their bodies unto death. Even in the ascension of body, it is not the dense manifested substance that you perceive as body which moves beyond. All flesh is transmuted one way or another, and that physical body ceases to be as it was once manifested. Therefore, Satan proves my point and truth every day of your life, and you see it not. He makes your moments of brief gratification both fleeting and elusive. Even thine new Mercedes gets a dent and the new chair of golden fabric gets stained. The pleasure of the flesh is even more fleeting, and the pain lingers for a lifetime of regrets and self-hate for thine weakness. Oh yes, Satan proves my point and truth every moment of every day in every scenario, and yet man continues to live within the lie. It is for that which I petition Creator for forgiveness, for you are so blinded that you cannot see of that which you do unto yourselves, the most wondrous of all creations of Creator. For example, why would Allah decide whether or not an art display is obscene and should be taken from public view? If man functioned and walked with God, there would be no audience from which to hide the garbage. Perhaps you ones who doubt and choose to cast stones at my truth bringers should reconsider. For just as you allow your beingness and shout that in the end good will prevail, etc., and we must do it this way or that way or the other way, the point is, in the end God will prevail, and Satan always fails to allow you vision into that truth. Upon the rock shall my body be built, upon the word, for the word is God. Yea, ones who denied me shall come to know me, for you too must learn and grow. As you dwell with me, you will find ones turn to you in effort to distract you and pull you down, and the ones that do not understand that which transpires will simply move from thy space, for evil will not linger in the light or the lighted aura. Yes, often it will be thine very children, for Satan strikes where he can damage the target. Ah yes, there are far worse things than crucifixion of a physical body, far worse. But if you hold to my hand, you will not fail and you will not fall. You will not fall. You will not be given to know your enemy in advance, for yours is to grow in discernment and into knowledge of truth, not doubts and need to lean upon the opinion and perception of another human entity. Then, when your knowledge is founded as the rock, so shall ye have back unto you that which seemed lost. I am the truth, the word, and the life, and come with me, and all these other things shall he added unto you, for upon you, the rock, shall I build my manifestation, church body. I was the word made manifest, you are the rock upon which my body will again manifest. You are myself made manifest, have ye given me a wondrous place in which to dwell, or have ye desecrated my temple? You are coming upon the crossroads, and the path journey must be decided, which road will ye take? Dharma, your physical form is ill from the bombardment, and your consciousness exhausted, for you have had no rest, for ye have stood watch with me in mine own time of trial, ye and others of my brethren. Ah yes, Kila, I still have trials, and my testing is more severe than in all mine life stream, for it is a far greater thing that I must do than I have ever been caused to do, and I cherish ye ones who walk with me through these darkest hours. I must fulfill my task alone, for not even Creator will lift it from me, but I cherish you ones who do not cause me to make the journey through the shadows, alone. The light of radiance cannot come until the lamps are lighted and the darkness put aside. Satan has been allowed to rule the world, he shall not be allowed to rule the universe, and that is what our journey is about. Things of the flesh are not the things of soul. Hold to the fragments of light, do not clutch at the splinters of darkness. You cannot know another man's mission or contract, hold to that which moves you unto God, for the testing is made painful and hard so that the lessons may be learned. Ones who seem to have turned against you must not be judged, for they may be but the testers, for to bring forth truth cannot be a wishy-washy maybe thing. Ye who bring it forth from these realms are tested beyond all. Truth must be whole within and not in any measure dependent upon the attacks or the support of another, no matter who that other might be. Be in loving of those who test you most painfully, for theirs is a gift indeed. As with the child and her perceived love, do not judge her or her young man, require that they both grow, for all are products of that which formed them. Hayton told you long ago that the young man has more substance than could be recognized. Take the hands of these troubled children and love the child, for the misery and pain upon your placement is terrible indeed. But require that they grow, they must not sacrifice one for the evil of the other when neither has a way to know the path. Love and forgive all ones such as these blessed children, for there, but for the grace of Creator go thee. And furthermore not so very distantly past. I wrap Eleanor in my wings, for her way, too, has been hard. May creators will always be served, for none are capable of knowing the ultimate. There is great blessing in not knowing all, for then ye are allowed to create that which ye desire. Ponder it most carefully. Blessed be this day, and may you keep the light shining all about thee, for it is your choice and I but await your call. I do not leave you ever, even unto the darkest hour. I am the word, the truth, and the life, and upon these things has Creator builded creation. I am Sananda. Chapter 3. Rec number 1 Dharma/Atten. Thursday, April 12, 1990, 9:30 a.m. Year 3 Day 239. Father, this is Dharma to inquire of you. I sit in light, for I have cleared of my space, and yet I almost long for a dark fragment that I can attack, for my shield is perfection this day in my consciousness. Can it be that man must have conflict? Can it be that the only real journey is to produce the consequences and experience of the ultimate prophecy as already written, and only the methods of experience vary? Could it be that the ending scenario was put in place so that we would accomplish that end and not other? Could it be that the projection of the lie came in inception by those of us who create? I think that my head will split with the truth of it, for I see. And yet, as the consciousness efforts to express it, where does it go? How is it that the higher consciousness knows exactly that which is, and the conscious brain and tongue tangle themselves into knots and scrambles of disorder? Why must each of us cling to another scenario, even unto the man-printed Bible? Why can we not live and act within the laws of God and creation and find peace and comfort? If man can create the lies of such magnitude as has been proven unto us in our own generations, where we are witness to the facts of it, such as the conspiracy, world domination, the Antarctic bases, the space lies, etc., why do we assume there is no lie in our beginnings, and that we would need only change of our perception? I know that there are, and were, and, in the physical plane will forever be, only perceptions. Shirley is correct in assumption that is all in the playing, but she has missed the whole of it. Man Creator gives life unto these perceptions, even unto something as sinister as AIDS, and the need for reduction of overpopulation of a planet. But there must have been a reason for the lesson of the overpopulation in the first place. We build and build in thought form until we have created that which we claim we want least of all. There only is, and yet why have I not heard you when you have said as much? Why do I feel as if I shall leave of this dimension when I accept as much? How is it that I have given up judgment when in my consciousness I find I want to judge for the very experience of the encounter? Knowing this is the way it is, why must I continue to receive such tid bits of happenings? Can man not accept the truth in a lump? Father, I ask for input, please, for I am not alone in my quest. I recognize that which you bring unto my hands as truth, and yet, it is never enough to simply know of the lies or even to know the solutions and take action. It is far, far greater in intent that man should grow. Why has Christianity never worked in total, or Buddha, or the Great Spirit in total concept when in truth they all are? I see that which has been created must be finished, and yet I have a desire only to write of it, not to do of it. I know that I deliberately keep the shadow of blindness about me, for within I know that I know, and I further know that we discuss it constantly, whereby I make the decision to act and participate from the cloak of unknowingness. Why does this seem so foolish to me? Is it because I know that I am not allowed to tell it in my own manner? Would not these truths fall more gently on the ears of mankind from more accepted sources? Why has this word projector become my discipline? For I know that I can traverse the stars were it not for this task. I desire not to control of man's destiny, although I understand, now, that I accept mankind even unto the most unacceptable and heinous, and I can love and accept him with compassion beyond that which I thought myself capable. I look into your light and touch your very presence, and yet I long to see an image with my human eyes. Rarely do I perceive an image any more unless it comes with a point and message. I experience, however, that which is beyond any comprehension, and I know that I am one within the very oneness. Why do I continue to long for a human image in God? I know that whatever the final truth is, it will not be as man anticipates. No matter what it is, man anticipates nothing which man has in his consciousness. I know that there is no telling of truth, for truth simply is and is the same as experience. I know that I desire to pull away from that which is human, for I find being human is most deceiving, and I am weakened greatly in spirit by the presence of all save a few. I am all but helpless to function in a crowd, and I must struggle to maintain balance. Why? I was a social creature, and yet I long for the solitude, the beauty of quiet communion, and yet I know that man must be given truth that he might know of his own creation and ability for creation, for the mass thought form shall be that which completes the experience. I also know that to stop my pronouncements is exactly that which our enemy desires happen and strives relentlessly to accomplish. I further believe that it is my own confirmation of the truth of that which we bring forth herein, in that anyone would take notice and try so diligently to stop its flow. I repeat what Peter said 2,000 years ago: we are the first to know. How is it that we would be the first to know and see, and yet not have the ability to immediately transform that thought unto our brother fragments? I see that man has a right to experience that journey for which he came upon this place, be it perceived painful, heinous, beautiful, godly, or evil. Is it that we must express truth that man might see the lie? For if he sees the magnitude of the lies, he shall undoubtedly see the truth. Father, I know that these are questions which are being asked, for they flood unto my attention daily, and yet myself, and my brothers and sisters do not even understand the very questions which we are projecting, for we know not, in our consciousness, even that which to ask. We only understand to ask for things or states of beingness, we know not that which to ask. I know that ones do not anger with our writings because they are truth or utilized, in perception, from their own interpretation, for that would greatly please of anyone to have his work validated by another. Therefore, it is more, isn't it? It is that we all know the truth lies far beyond that which we project at any given time, and when we think we have individually grasped it in finite form, it elusively slips away as an essence, only to be taken farther by someone else's knowledge. I perceive this day, that the moment the masses perceive the unbalance in fullness, the pendulum shall rebalance, for all who have fragmented to experience given roles shall be returned unto and into the one, and this game shall be ended. Then the next scenario shall begin in a burst of glory, that which we will do from this point onward. For the higher experiences are so much more grand and more wondrous. This place is but dense conflict and contradiction and blindness, for we can only learn from error. We could learn from example, and have to some extent, but we have drawn away from the pure and godly example. I shall quiet now, for my conscious being has tended to overstep my own limits, but I command in behalf of myself and my asking brothers, for response, in clarity, that we might understand that which is our mission. Millions of us, as fragments of higher source, are seeking our purpose and understanding of our mission, that we might get about our intended work, for we now know that it will only be through action, creation through actions which shall prevail. Please open our minds, for our eyes and ears are open, and yet the fog is great in our waking hours, which of course, are our sleeping hours. How can it be that we have so missed the point of the opposites of perception? Little Crow has said it to me over and over: all that is within must come without all. For life in consciousness is only a contradiction of experience. Is it a time, perhaps, of coming back into knowledge with wisdom and putting aside the sleepy knowledge with foolishness? We are pawns, but I perceive we are not pawns of the scenario or of the perceived gods, but only of self-expression. I stand aside and await your wisdom of higher insight. I require that you give me truth, for I know that the call compels the answer, and I await, for I am but one with my brothers. In greatest reverence and respect I bow unto thine greatness, for I am humbled by the truth of it, that ye would experience through such a humble servant. Amen. Father, I ask only that I serve well, for as I am given to see a glimpse of the whole of it, I can only petition to do my portion well. I know that ye shall give unto me the strength and energy that I need, just as ye will give unto each and all of us that which we need and require to fulfill our missions. I am most humble in that wisdom of truth. May the beauty of thy countenance be given to shine upon us in this journey, for it is wondrous indeed. Little Crow said unto me that I would be given that which I needed and the energy required, as will we all, who petition and allow the unfolding I did not understand. I thank you for sending that elusive teacher unto me, for he touches me through every other manner than as the human brother, and I weep to be told and reassured in my humanness, but I understand, now, why it would not be wise, for I must know my own truth for the bringing forth. I ask permission to send this portion unto sister, for I know that she awaits. It has been far more difficult for these precious ones than for me, to watch me stumble over the rocks thrown in my path, but I now know that I have prevailed, and that which I bring forth is from truth and only truth in the magnitude of the whole of it. The loss of a label or a date is but garbage and chaff to be cast away, and there shall be no further quibbling on such matters. The readers of these words will simply have to move within and decide, for proof shall not be given from tricks and debates. How can it take so many journeys to see the truth of it? My own journeys flood my mind as I write, and the magnitude of it breaks as a sunburst. I bow before the greatness and the reflection of it. I am Doris of human, but O Father, I soar with the unseen eagles of the universe, and I want the missing fragments of my own wholeness to find their wings also, those which are all my relations, which is all. Please allow me to finish of my work. Thank you, Father, for I know that it shall be so. Might this Easter time be the resurrection of mankind, for we have been dead so long. Amen. Atten to respond, Keela, for you have summoned me. I am the light, and I have awaited your command. I feel as if a secretarian lecturer has bended mine ear. Some of the response will be beyond some ability to understand. Know that always, the being receiving will only receive to his level of capability and pronounce the writing too confusing or full of banal nonsense. That is not your problem. You deal with self, and others will find their level of comprehension. There has been great care and discernment as to the order of bringing forth these journals, and the pattern shall not fit all. It is enough for you to know that they touch all, and even if cast aside, they have jarred mental processes far beyond that which is proclaimed. Yours is to write, not attend readers, for it is none of your business what they think. All will receive according to their level of understanding. Those who write and inquire or call to clarify, are blessed indeed, but that, too, is between them and me, not you, unless they are in the asking of your human opinion, which would be most unwise on their part, for you might actually be tempted to give it. You ones who experience in the density of human format are very much given to the need of conflict. If there is not conflict that requires thought and thoughtful action, there would be nothing beyond the mindless childlike handicapped being, or the animal/plant/mineral kingdom as you perceive it, for those things have no notion of else but being in whatever situation they find themselves. They may struggle and fight in fear or for other reasons, but they soon cease to struggle at all, almost where you once have come, my friends. Only through thoughtful action can you change a whit of your experience, otherwise, it is not your experience, for you have then become a pawn in another's experience. Ah, beloved, you have found a major clue of your perceived experience. You all have accepted that the ending will be as the projections have come forth, and so it shall probably be. Why? Because man perceives it to be his direction as laid forth by someone and some things at sonic time. Man will tell you that you cannot make a white-skinned person to be black, and albino proves that to be incorrect. If you remove all the colored pigments and change of them, you can create any colored being that you desire. Besides, a black man is not black, and hence the incorrect label of black. They are beauteous gifts of bronze and earth color, at its most beautiful and glorious, the wondrous color of earth manifested in man. Further, the white are not white, for white is the pure blending of all colors, and you have never witnessed pure white, for in the perfection of white you have only light, and your eyes cannot discern it from the colors which filter through. If you walked into the halls of the earth, wherein you could be seen and heard in every quarter by all ones, and you spake unto them and said, all we have to do is change our minds, there has to be no Armageddon, no AIDS, and thus and so who would come to your speech? More so, who would listen and conceive, with you, the truth of it? Nay, the masses would clutch their various books of rules and history and slay you for your blasphemy. The facts are, Keela, man has no desire whatsoever to change of the prophecies, for man wrote the book in the first place. Man desires to experience exactly that which he is experiencing, regardless of perceived consequences. Yes, man must have the perception of good and bad, positive and negative, and all the myriads of perceptions in the middle, lest he be unable to perceive anything, for man can rarely indeed perceive simple isness. A child in a death camp was asked how she and her sister endured the taking of scrapings of bone from their shins every week without anesthesia, etc. She answered, I didn't know it could be any other way. I thought that was what being a child was. A babe born into Ethiopian squalor and famine knows nothing other than hunger and flies in his eyes. He is in the depths of misery, and yet knows nothing more or less. He can cry, but what else? Until he knows of something else, he has nothing upon which to discern his own plight. And further, if you can turn masses into the unknowingness, they become easy slaves to the ones who do know a difference. If you have only experienced welfare for survival, you expect the welfare, and how could you feel it unworthy of a healthy being to live in those circumstances? You ones cannot discern that which is true illusion from that which is experienced illusion. Even pain can be a total illusion. Further, when the mind accepts what is, he can then grow above the limits and into his further knowing that he can do something about the isness. When he/she/you/it stops fighting, then you can settle into the solution of the perceived problems, and the problems will then take whatever growth state you choose. If it is AIDS, for example, when you stop fighting AIDS, the solution will come, for the masses have now the expectation of losing a given number of bodies to AIDS. When you move from the perception of death regarding physical inflictions, and move into the perception of life-wondrous miracles occur. Even positive and actively infected AIDS sufferers actually can become negative even to the blood testing. You may well find that AIDS virus is not a virus at all, whatever that might be. At any rate, for a virus is only a crystalline substance. You may well find, my friends, that it is no problem at all but a figment of your own projections and attitudes. When the actions and behaviors of the group suffering are changed into cleansing and godly behavior, you will find the thing is no longer existent. Oh, you may find a cure in apparatus and beams and vibration frequencies, but it will be the attitude and mind that will reap the cure. The mind can override every known piece of apparatus you can invent. These are the reasons we project unto you once the scenario as laid forth and then hit you squarely with probabilities and changes by possibilities, etc. It is not predestined that man has to move into Holocaust, it is simply that it is so written, and therefore, it will probably come to pass exactly in the manner laid forth, give or take a week or two. Just as the mind who believes the card reader who says, next Wednesday you will fall in front of a truck and be killed. If you believe that, my friend, you will go out of your way to get in front of a truck further. If she tells you it will be a Ford truck, you will find the Ford. You change the predictions by changing the mind. It is the same with changing the scenario of the ending times. First you have to change your mind about the story, and enough of you have to change it to bring forth alternatives. You see, the conspiracy has come up with alternatives, which, if you do not act, may very well change the ending for them, but not for you. Is understanding seeping through at all? Further, it is why you must know the truth of how things are in order to change them at all. How can you change an unknown into another unknown and make it work for you? That is what you have been doing, accepting the lies and changing exactly as you are told to change. When enough perceive the truth of it, it must automatically change, for you will have drawn from the source of all power. You the people will have changed your minds about how the play goes. Further, you do not have to depopulate your planet by killing, change your perception, and you depopulate by creating other planets upon which to experience it. Is only that human only recognizes his limits and not his God unlimited. You have created your perceived mess through commission or omission throughout the eons. You will now change of it, or it will come to its own predicted demise, so that you can progress on to other things. You can change a whole nation's political expression by demanding a change in voting and leadership, and you are convinced you can do nothing. Therefore, if you do nothing, you have created the circumstance. It is that man desires someone else to do it, not himself. Dharma, you do it because you believe, and I am not sure. Nay, Dharma can only change her own perception of circumstance, and we made incredible headway this very day. She will write that which we give forth, you who receive will do whatever ye choose to do with it. It is as with the one who has been supplied with sound and recording equipment to read the journals to have available for the unsighted and handicapped, or for simple preference in receiving method, and he doesn't get started even, for he can't decide whether or not he agrees, and his friends, whom all of you can name, are telling him it is not all truth. So be it. No one asked him to believe anything, disagree, agree, or fly kites. He has asked to do a job for which he fully expects payment. Therefore, go forth and retrieve the apparatus and the material, for it is not his business to agree or disagree. He either does the job or he does not, or he arranges to find out truth on his own balance and makes that a portion of his agreement. I will only do it if I totally believe it, and it is all right with my advisors, who have obviously made my life perfection unto this day. If you have offered the pearls and they have been cast aside and required the jeweler's testing of the gift, would you leave them to be smashed and trampled under the feet of the swine? Is it not time to cease the allowing of the word of God to be trampled into the mud under the feet of the swine? These ones have total access to the words, the journals, and anything else they desire to obtain themselves. You get back that which is yours and God's, for if you allow them to desecrate the word, which I am, then you have desecrated of it. We offered the opportunity as a gift in the joy of helping a friend. We need not these ones for the projects, for there are thousands awaiting and pleading for the gift of participation. This is a good example of the time of choosing. You are given the selection from which to choose, but it is now time, you will be in the choosing, or, for the lack of actively choosing, ye will have made your choice. It is as Little Crow said unto Dharma, you will have exactly who you need for the motion picture, and they will be perfection. Do not expect it to be those whom you perceive are necessary. Think upon this wisdom. My children, hear me well, you shall not sell God or truth. In many, many cases, man's own ego and ignorance will cause him to be passed over, so be it. It is not your business. The Japanese have created a computer which can dissolve an item and reconstruct it at another location. Do you not think perhaps we can find someone to build Mr. Tesla's apparatus? Do not limit possibilities of participation by ego trips. My friends, you need Godness, he needs not you for his perfection. For as God creates, thusly can he uncreate. Think on this most carefully. You cling to projections such as the Bible, for in those books lie also the secret of truth, the standards by which you maintain your Godness and balance. Therefore you lose your ability to discern that which is man's and that which was from God. Within you know. However, since all of your perceived physical experience is based on the projections of some other, you are allowing the helplessness of the victimization thrust upon you by those others who know the difference and use it against you. Do not think for one moment that the global 2000 conspirators do not believe they can pull off their plan. Further, if one plan is scrubbed, alternative plans are thrust forth and instituted while you of the masses sleep on. You are going to have to face the facts that the Holocaust of the Germans/Jews wasn't as projected, the space program isn't, and Guyana was a cover-up for other activities in the area. Hard to grasp, of course. But if you grasp it and face it, you can change the destiny of your world. And brothers, face it, the enemy of you the people, the puppet masters, know it. This is the very reason they have tried every electronic device in their arsenal to wipe out this scribe. Integrated truth shall set you free and destroy them and their evil plan. Strange thing, every time they supposedly succeed, Dharma comes to us and returns with ever so much more insight, so it really doesn't pay to kill her. She has moved from the terror of the fox from the hounds into a more what an interesting experience. And none of the ones within the closed group can even grasp the possibilities until they let their own guard fall and wham. They get it squarely broadside. We always allow the lessons to be fully learned and then you learn to ask for and keep the protection available to all of you. I warn you, the only defense you have against the beam systems in function upon your placement is through the plasmic energy shield of the light, which we can afford you, but you must ask therefore. You all have convinced yourselves that you can be no other than as you perceive things to be. Christianity could not endure in the principle laid forth by man, for it laid the responsibility on other. The same with all religious doctrines. The New Age doctrines cannot work for the same reason, and being without action, faith without works does aught. Chanting mantras to empty the mind only causes the mind to race faster and faster, and therefore methods of the masters of the Far East cannot hold the answers for you. It only means that they have found their way and offer what assistance they have unto you. The ultimate and the all is right there within. Sorry about that for you who like to tiptoe over the world and spread your great wisdom or search for those higher truths. Right there within. No fancy trips, no fancy foods or drugs, no peyote root or leaf, no pot smoke. Those are to deaden you from receiving the truth of it. The sweat lodge might help because it gives you the proverbial hot foot and hot seat and you stop lying to yourself. But that, too, is only if done with proper purpose, for to go sweat in an Indian type hovel to find magic will simply make you sweat and lie to yourself a bit longer. Besides, to find all truth and knowledge would explode the being, for when all knowledge is given you are no longer of the physical cannot survive the frequency. This is why there are ones of you back for the purpose of leading and measuring the frequency growth, for a remnant must survive and it requires great insight and acceptance. This is because, when you know, you no longer have need for the game. More so, if you move into the, let us call it, astral beingness, and you encounter old friends and family, etc., you will limit yourself if you remain in the comfort of their level of growth. If ones come and bid you move on. You, the spiritual, you can become mired in every dimension, and it helps to know that before you move on, for perception is very dulled when the consciousness is lost. Consciousness is one of the major gifts of the physical dimension. The masters who have walked your way have all spoken the truth, but man has never been able to perceive the meaning. It is intended that man perceive the meaning in these closing cycles. You know not that which went before in your consciousness, for it is all hearsay. You cannot even trust your physical experience, much less judge what is fact from fiction in that which is history. You, Dharma, become the lie if you project that you are the God or the creation. You are a fragment making up the whole, but the God, which I am, is the completion of all of the parts of ye ones, and the creation is the whole of all. Without you the whole is not complete, for the creation is composed of all fragments and far exceeds the sum of all the parts. Therefore, you, any one of you, can be and experience anything and anyone ye choose, but ye must be in the completion of the experience, or make a decision to change or stop the experience and take action to so do. In the physical dimension, you have forgotten how to do these things, and some who can't remember will try to accomplish the change through suicide, only to find that that is not the way. That only complicates the experience to a greater extent. The only real solution is to open your minds and remember, for it is the time of remembering you have spent enough time experiencing in the forgetting. Dharma, this is far too lengthy a visit without break. Might we leave it for a while and allow rest, please? I am pleased that you have asked, and I honor all of you who have been asking, for I have heard. But the receivers must be tuned, my children, lest the vibrations overload the system. I do not wish that you would go forth and prepare for the guests which have come. Make arrangements that all can go elsewhere, for I need you in quiet. Our work these days is far too important to allow you to be lost in the trivia. I do not wish to cause you discomfort, but I must have you in balance. Do you understand? This is not a community house, this is a place for most serious work, for unless you do of your task, the rest cannot do of theirs. Yours must be to spend more time with me in absence of physical confusion and distractions. So be it. Go now, and we will continue at a later sitting. Blessings upon you, precious children, for I cherish you. I am Atan Yar myself. Chapter 4. Rec number 1, Dharma/Atan. Friday, April 13th, 1990, 9 a.m. Year 3, Day 240. Atan present to commune. I am, and I command all brothers to remain in receiving, for my message is also a statement unto the troubled souls. Allow for the receiving, but total clearance from mind-shelless spaces. None of darkness shall be allowed entry within the light until such time as evil is discarded. Ye shall be given to hear, so that all shall have opportunity to regain the presence of Godness. Peace and blessings be thine. In the peaceful order of the universal cosmos was your planet birthed. This time of remembered resurrection shall also bring many hearts into the longing for the presence of God and the healing of a mother planet. Amidst the beauty of the lilies shall come the breath of truth in the winds of change and renewal. Oh, would you but hear my voice, that the leafing of the fig would only mean the bearing of its fruit. It could be so, if ye would but hear my call. Ye were given free will that you would grow in wholeness and maturity of that which is sorted from the darkness. The light can yet sweep thine lands and change of the ending if you will but see and hear and follow me. The ways hours have been sent unto you, but you must listen and hear that voice which is God's within thine bosoms, the song within thy mind. See the beauty of mine lilies and smell their fragrance, for they are the sign of life in a new season of glory. Look into the perfection within the heart of the blossom and bring it within your heart. Behold the lily, for it has become a symbol of your resurrection, not the flower of the grave. Behold the lily, for it contains all within self to sustain floral rebirthing unto the withering, then does it reproduce its offspring. Can you not be as the lily? Can you not store up that which ye need, within, that you might blossom and bear fruit from thy beingness? Note that the lily will lie dormant if the life support is not available. Mind people lie dormant, for the life is held within and ye have but to bring it without that it might blossom in the light. A flower always blossoms in the light even though it may open in the night, for the creation is balance in perfection. Ye are perfection if ye would move away from the desecration of your wondrous beings. Look unto the lily this day and bend your knee unto its perfection, for the story of life rests in her beauty. Not just within that which you label Easter lily, for some of the most tiny creatures of the deserts are lilies. Often from the very gift of the root, bulb, tuber, comes life for other creatures from the food and water stored within and gladly shared. Thine relation invites you to look within and take the beauty unto thine self. Oberly, bring a lily into this dwelling, for it will lend you strength for the days ahead. All of you bring within thine dwellings a lily, for they are abundant in the markets, and allow its beauty to unfold. You get 2 or 3 and behold their sameness and their unique difference. Look at the lily and not at the backdrop decoration for a religious spectacular. Look at the sunrise for the enduring gift of life it proves unto you, not just on Easter morning among the trappings of the decorators. Sit on thine own hillside and breathe with the mother and pray for her healing, for if each nurtures and heals, she shall be recovered into wholeness. Ye forget mine other promises, ye shall be delivered up. But there is work to be done in the vineyards. The vineyards must be tended and nurtured, lest the vines bear no fruit. The wild lilies of the field I shall tend, you must tend of the vineyards. Think upon these things. Once you have taken mine children unto your dominion, then you have also accepted the responsibility of their survival, for you have created a false environment whereby a thing cannot survive without your tending. To see an orchard die is painful indeed, for the tree failed you not, you have failed the tree, for it cannot remove itself to another placement. It can only pray its seed falls in fertile soil elsewhere, that its existence can he remembered. Blessed are ye who tend of mine creations, and it all must begin and end within each, naught can be left unto another. If ye cannot do of the task alone in thine physicalness, ye must gather together and become as one to act together. But it always requires only one to begin. The resurrection must be from your land, your continent, for the hand of oppression has darkened the blessed garden of beginning. Ye have all but waited too long, but if ye will see and hear, the resurrection and the life can be reborn. However, ye cannot sit and ye can wait no longer, it requires all. Just as the master teacher cleared of the temple, you must clear of the temple and the halls of government. If ye stand together and offer them not the life support which they have stolen and drained from your very beings, you shall prevail, for they have naught but you to depend upon for survival. Ye of light have the universe, evil has only evil man upon which to draw his life existence. Remove the life source from evil and refuse it transfusion, and it shall wither, for the conspirators and evil slave masters are only functional in the physical. They cannot survive save you allow of it. Furthermore, once you remove the life support system from the ignorant, who play and perceive reward from participation with evil, shall come to see and will join with you, first of necessity of survival, and then from the light which shall be rebirthed within by the very association with God instead of Satan. Oberly, blessed son, see to it that the lesson on AIDS regarding behavior is enclosed within this document journal. It has not gone forth unto the public in great measure, but it must be added within, for now we have documentation of behavior which has appalled the readers who say it cannot be so. Do you see that most who claim to be homosexual lovers do not even believe that such behavior can actually be? I have told you once to love your fellow man that you may become as God. I denounce behavior which destroys deliberately my creations. Dharma, I would have you display the writing regarding the homosexual art exhibit just as it is written in the document presented unto you. These are the hidden things which your tax money are spent upon. And then, Kila, we will speak of that which is Israel, who claim to be mine people. They are servants of Satan himself. See that the portion regarding the amount of funds requested and required for Israel be compared against your United States children, who must forfeit the only meal, that of the school lunch, of their day, because the government has completely depleted the milk and cheese supply and funding has been cut to send to political places elsewhere. Ye have forsaken your own babies to play the evil game of politics and global control. If I must shock you into action, so be it. Ye of the Phoenix remnant must survive. Amen. Quote. Examples of how the National Endowment for the Arts, NEA, uses your tax dollars. Honored Andre Serrano with $15,000 in tax dollars in a competition sponsored by the NEA. Serrano's work of art was a photo of Christ submerged in Serrano's urine. Serrano named the work of art Pi Christ. The NEA spent $30,000 to fund the homosexual photography of Robert Mapplethorpe, whose taxpayer-funded exhibit included these photos: Honey, a little girl about 4 years old with a sad, scarred face, but the focus of the camera is on the girl's genitals below her uplifted dress, a man crouched over, his penis on a block, named Mr. 10.5, a man dressed in a three-piece suit, entitled Man in Polyester Suit, which focuses on his exposed sexual organ, a nude, standing man with an erection, one man urinating in another man's mouth, homosexuals call it golden showers, and one man with his fist and forearm up another man's rectum, homosexuals call this fisting. Time magazine said that had this not been supported by the NEA, the exhibitor probably would have been charged with distribution of pornography. Mars Art Space of Phoenix, Arizona was given $20,000 by the NEA to help fund an exhibit including Cactus Jack's Pie Helms, a photo of Senator Jesse Helms, RNC, in a large jar of urine. With NEA help, Political Action Documentation Distribution and Carnival Knowledge co-sponsored entertainment including a number called Tapping and Talking Dirty, in which two feminists casually chatted about fellatio and swallowing sperm. The NEA provided $40,000 to Gay Sunshine Press to publish sexually explicit homosexual stories and $25,000 to the Panjandam Press for the same purpose. In New York, NIA funding went toward an exhibit which included one female homosexual inserting a dildo into another, one female homosexual inserting her foot into another, a photo album of group sex, a collection of drawings which included one entitled Jesus Sucks depicting a mammoth woman breastfeeding an infant. Another photo was of a man asking, "Is it a sin to F a priest?" The organizers of the 1990 San Francisco Lesbian and Gay Film Festival expect to receive $20,000 from the NIA. The Arts Endowment provided $10,000 in tax funds for an exhibit in which angry homosexuals denounced Catholic John Cardinal O'Connor, calling him a fat cannibal and a creep in black skirts, while St. Patrick's Cathedral was depicted as the house of walking swastikas on Fifth Avenue. An exhibit entitled Annie Sprinkle, Postborn Modernist, received $25,000 in taxpayers' money from the WA. Miss Sprinkle has appeared in more than 150 X-rated pornographic movies. The art exhibit included Miss Sprinkle's live performances at the Kitchen Theater in New York City, consisting of, among other things, the artist spreading her legs and inviting the audience to inspect her vagina and cervix with the aid of a flashlight, masturbating to orgasm and performing with several dildos. As part of the federally funded art exhibit, Annie did the following. Invoke the spirits of ancient sacred temple prostitutes into the theater. During the performance, Miss Sprinkle said her sexual obsessions are New Age spirituality and likened her act to ancient sacred prostitutes and Taoist masters who could lengthen their orgasms. She also prayed with the audience to invoke the spirits of past sex goddesses. "I like to evoke spirits," she told the crowd, "they love having sex." In the art exhibit, Annie Sprinkle mounted an altar of candles and lit them to honor what she said were former friends and lovers who had died from AIDS. She then prayed to their spirits, lit incense and, with the audience chanting along and applauding, induced herself to orgasm with a vibrator. Miss Sprinkle performed oral sex on dildos and invited the audience to massage her breasts and to photograph her scantily clad body. Then, amid a background chorus of loud voices of angry men shouting curses and insults at her, Miss Sprinkle began vigorous oral sex with various dildos which were supposed to represent what she termed abusive sexual partners. To conclude her performance, Miss Sprinkle opened her vaginal canal with a gynecological tool known as a speculum, and invited the audience to the stage to inspect her cervix with a flashlight. After the show, some 50 men and women paid $5 each to have pictures taken with Miss Sprinkle's large breasts resting atop their heads. At one point during Annie Sprinkle's art exhibit, after inducing the first orgasm with her favorite sex toys, she smiled and said to the audience, "Usually I get paid a lot of money for this, but tonight it's government funded." End quote. And what of your president? He has also entered the fray of considered control of funding by announcing he would consider attempts to control NIA funding as censorship. But Bush also said, "I am deeply offended by some material presented here as extremely offensive. Oh, my children, can you not wake up and see that which has been pulled down upon you? I weep for ye are so blind." Now, what of the school lunches? A fact sheet released by the Agriculture Committee stated that the scope of the hunger and poverty is severe. An estimation of above 12.4 million American children, 1 in 5, live in total poverty. Of the 18 million Americans receiving food stamps, 83% of the food stamp assistance goes to families with children. Of the 15 million Americans who get emergency bags of groceries each month from the TEFAP program, Temporary Emergency Food Assistance Program, an estimated 48% of TEFAP benefits go to families with children. This program gives out 4-day bags of groceries per person per month, surplus flour, cornmeal, butter, beans, peanut butter, beans, canned meat, raisins, egg mix, or other items. During the 1980s, the decade of the recovery, hunger has spread across your nation. In New York City alone, there are over 600 soup kitchens where in 1980 there were 30. The program called WIC, Women, Infants, and Children, Food Supplement Program, is serving a wider group every year, but due to funding limits, only 60% of the eligible pregnant women, infants, and children are enrolled for nutrition, and the amount of food is marginally survival quantity at best. The infant mortality rate in the U.S. ranks 19th out of the 20 most industrialized nations. Each year 40,000 infants die before their first birthday. Does this not shock you? The food relief pinch has now turned into a full-blown crisis in your country. In August of 1989, the USDA officially canceled distributing federal surplus cheese and non-fat dried milk powder to the federal school lunch programs, the WIC, and other supplemental food aid projects. Hundreds of food banks and soup kitchens have been forced to shut down, and hundreds of lunch programs have closed or turned to cheap, low-grade snacks. As a most disastrous correlation to the lessening of nutrition, the children have dramatic upturns in damage from childhood disease that ordinarily should not be fatal or particularly harmful. Yet, in the face of this knowledge, the Bush administration's 1990 Farm Bill, and current actions of the USDA make a total mockery of those suffering. In January, Agriculture Secretary Clayton Uter cut the floor price for dairy farmers by 50 cents 100 pounds, of raw, farm milk, saying he didn't want to encourage milk production. At present, there are no stocks inside of milk powder or cheese to relieve hunger. You have already been told by Hayton that your grain silos for storage of surplus and reserve grain are emptied and the supplies shipped overseas. In February, the new Bush Farm Bill called for stiffer procedures to allow fewer school children to qualify for free or subsidized lunches. Another measure calls for diminution or elimination of food relief to a single-parent household with children, where the relevant parent was delinquent in child support. Sick, further punish and destroy the child. No school lunches. The leading item of the testimony to the Senate was a great sleight of hand trick used by the administration on the issue of cutting school lunch support. The administration's 1990 Farm Bill actually calls for an additional $100 million in financial aid authorization, but because of the changes in calculating how many children in any district qualify for federal lunch subsidies, there will actually be $300 million less in federal overall support. In addition, there is projected to be less and less federal surplus bulk food commodities for the schools. The testimony from local food program officials around the nation gives a grave and terrible picture indeed. The administration is proposing changes to the child nutrition programs that would reduce federal support by $516 million, with $235.4 million coming from the school lunch program. This reduction in federal funds would be on top of the $300 million loss in bonus commodities you have experienced over the last several years. In addition, the administration's school lunch proposal would create a fourth income category that would require school administrators to document and verify the household income of the vast majority of all U.S. households with children in school. P.S. In Japan, 98% of all children in elementary school receive a school lunch. In the U.S., you will serve 2 million children a day less than you did before the 1981 budget cuts. Back on Golgotha. Over and above the $3 billion a year Israel is guaranteed under the terms of your Camp David peace accord plus the $742 million in special appropriations Israel received on top of that in 1989 alone, there is now an almost guaranteed gift of $400 million additional loan guarantees to finance the construction of housing for Soviet Jewish immigrants and/or. So, a few changes in the program's bylaws must first be effected. For one thing, there is a $100 million cap on the entire program as laid forth by law. For another, there is a $25 million annual limit on the dollar amount of any guarantees that can be provided to any one country. But Congress is bending the rules for Israel. They will waive the management fees normally charged to foreign governments benefiting from the program. The standard fee is 1% of the total amount of the loan, plus 0.5% charged annually. This will save Israel $4 million off the top and an additional $2 million annually. The charges to other countries, however, will be increased to offset the outlay. Israel already has a per capita income greater than all other countries receiving assistance. But more importantly, however, is that Israel will be exempt from accountability on how it spends the money. Normally the right to monitor and veto any proposed construction projects is mandatory, not with this and not with Israel. This would do two things: allow the funds to be diverted to the higher income brackets of people and disallow any interference in the building on the West Bank, which has been claimed as unacceptable by the Bush administration. 73 of your 100 senators requested that no sum be cut from aid to Israel. Only 27 of your representatives didn't sign the letter of petition to Bush. A list will be supplied to any requesting same. Your Congress has been purchased, your country sold. Dharma, please just copy the article, Foreigners by Congress from the April 16, 90. Spotlight. Quote. James P. Tucker Jr., the establishment media, in a glaring example of biased news management, was utterly silent about the release of a major new study by a Middle East institute that shows that Congress has been purchased, literally, by a foreign government. These grim charges, with convincing documentation, were presented to a roomful of reporters at the National Press Club in Washington on March 26. Reverting to its 40-year tradition prior to the Palestinian revolt against the Israeli occupiers, the establishment press took detailed notes, asked innocuous questions and ignored the shocking story. The indictment of the Israel lobby by Richard Curtis and his American Education Trust had been officially defined as a bona fide news event by the National Press Club, under the category Morning Newsmaker. Such status is second only to the famous luncheons at which all U.S. presidents and many world leaders speak. It is not a press conference where the rooms must be rented and other costs incurred by those with something to say to the media. Despite this distinction, however, the story was buried. Curtis and Andrew Kilgore, a retired career Foreign Service officer, went beyond simply identifying the scores of congressmen who have been bought by the Israel lobby. They also carefully explained the manner in which U.S. laws have been circumvented. While each political action committee, PAC, is limited to a $5,000 donation to individual candidates, if you have 26 PACs with the same agenda you can give $130,000, Curtis said. There are a total of 85 Israel PACs which collected $12 million and gave $5 million to congressmen in the 1988 campaign, Curtis said. The Israel PACs without exception resort to bland, deceptive names, such as the Hudson Valley PAC and the Desert Caucus PAC to disguise themselves, Curtis said. The Israeli lobby uses its immense funds both as a carrot and a stick, he said. A candidate may not need the money, but fear that his opponent may get it if he votes wrong, keeps him in line, Curtis pointed out. The American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, the official Israel lobby, controls the 85 PACs which have funneled $5 million to congressmen, they charged. AIPAC is an agent of a foreign government but avoids registering as such on the technicality that all the funds are raised in the United States, Curtis said. AIPAC is not itself a political action committee, PAC, but critics charge that it directs the money spent by PACs to candidates it approves, thus coordinating campaign donations and circumventing the law. Virtual veto. The Israel lobby has a virtual veto on congressional legislation, as well as the power to force through any legislation that advances the interests of Israel, Curtis said. For example, any arms sales to Arab countries must first be cleared with the Israel lobby before being approved by Congress, he said. The Israel lobby uses its money-generated influence in Congress and the State Department to make sure America is unable to develop favorable relationships with any Arab states, he said. Curtis contrasted Congress's preoccupation with smoking banning cigarettes on domestic flights, for example, because they kill and its apparent unconcern over the fact that the policies of the pro-Israel PACs got a lot of Americans killed. He was referring to the 270 Marines killed while they were stationed in Lebanon after Israel's brutal invasion in 1982. While denouncing terrorism, Curtis said it has become the last resort of desperate people outraged over America's pro-Israel policies, which have resulted in the deaths of American servicemen, businessmen, diplomats, and tourists. The immense impact of the Israel lobby's money is demonstrated, he said, by the fact that the $5.4 million provided by 78 of its PACs to congressional candidates in 1988 was countered by only $38,000 contributed by 3 pro-Arab PACs, meaning they were outspent by a 141-to-1 ratio. Why the overkill? For every dollar spent by its lobbies, Israel received $1,105 in direct American aid, Curtis said. Israel has, for decades, been the largest recipient of American tax dollars and currently receives $3.5 billion in direct aid. Frequently, Israeli debts incurred by arms purchases from the United States are forgiven in legislation unnoticed by the public. Documents given the press show that 366 of 435 incumbent House members and 42 of 50 incumbent senators have taken money from the Israel lobby. From 1978 to 1989, the biggest Senate recipients were Paul Simon, DIL, $422,490, Howard Metzenbaum, D. Ohio, $327,460, Carwon Levin, D. Mitch, $295,038, Tom Dashley, DS.D, $287,130, Frank Lautenberg, DN.J, $284,750, Alan Cranston, D. California, $254,532, Dave Durenberger, Armin, $277,500, Tom Harkin, D. Iowa, $222,930, Harry Reid, DNEV, $208,540, and Rudy Boschwitz, Armin, $207,755. You might also just suppose these ones' names are on the petition to not cut Israel's funding. Biggest House recipients were Richard Durbin, D.L., $147,166, Lawrence Smith, DFLA, $140,968, Howard Walp, D. Mitch, $123,150, Peter Kostmayer, DPA, $119,900, Sam Gadenson, D. Con, $115,604, Dante Facel, DFLA, $111,250, John Miller, R. Washington, $96,128, Ed Fagan, D. Ohio, $93,200, Matthew Martinez, D. California, $76,000, and David Obey, DWIS, $74,400. Oberly, I believe we shall not wait for ones to write and request the list of senators referred to above, see following page. Let us just photocopy the list and add to this portion. You once should see who sells your country while you aren't looking, and yes, you did give them permission, you voted them into their offices to lead you and act in your behalf, and you pay them grandly to do that service for you. These little gifts are in addition to the great salaries and other perks of office. So be it, for if ye lock the foxes in the hen house, expect the chicks to be eaten. Ah yes, Keela, it is time for introspection this Eastertide, pagan or Christian, Jew or Gentile, for it is the self-chosen elite who are determining your demise. It is up to you as to that which ye shall do about it. Hopeless. Nay, nay. All you need do is see and hear that which is about you, and you will know that which you must do and do it. It will require that all of you get off your backsides, turn off the vignette boxes and read between the lines and hear that which is not said, and ye shall know that which ye must do. Ask me, ye need not go through Dharma or another spokesman, ask me and then listen and I shall tell you. Dharma, it has been too long a sitting without a break to continue with your queries, but these things, too, must be brought into your attention, for if you know not the facts and truth, you are destined to perishment. Truth and knowledge will surely set you free. So be it. Allow us a break, please. I am and I am the light, come walk with me. The list of senators. The following is the list of Harry Reid, DNEV, senators who signed a letter to Donald W. Regal, D. Mitch. President George Bush asking Charles S. Robb, DVA, him not to reduce foreign aid. John D. Rockefeller for, DW. Virginia, to Israel. Paul S. Sarbanes, DMD. Brock Adams, D. Wash. Jim Sasser, D10. Max Baucus, D. Mont. Richard C. Shelby, D. Alla. Lloyd Benson, D. Texas, Paul Simon, D. Ill. Joseph R. Biden Jr., D. Dell. Arlen Specter, R. Pop. Jeff Bingaman, DN.M. John W. Warner, RVA. Christopher Bond, R. Mont. Pete Wilson, R. California. David L. Boren, D. Oklahoma. Timothy E. Worth, D. Colorado. Rudy Boschwitz, R. Min. Bill Bradley, D.N.J. The following members did John B. Bro, D. Law, not sign the letter opposing Richard H. Bryan, D.N.E.V., cuts in foreign aid. Quinton N. Burdick, D.N.D. William L. Armstrong, R. Colorado. Conrad Burns, R. Mont. Dale Bumpers, D. Arc. Dan Coates, R.I.N.D. Robert C. Byrd, D.W. Virginia. Thad Cochran, R. Miss. John H. Chaffee, R.R.I. William S. Cohen, R. Maine, Robert Dole, R. Gon. Kent Conrad, D.N.D. Pete V. Domenici, R.N.M. Alan Cranston, D. California. Jake Garn, R. Utah. Alphonse M. D'Amato, R.N.Y. Marco Hatfield, R. Or. John C. Danforth, R.M.O. Jesse Helms, R.N.C. Thomas A. Dashley, D.S.D. Ernest F. Hollings, D.S.C. Dennis D. Concini, D. Arizona. James M. Jeffords, R.V.T. Alan J. Dixon, D. Ill. Nancy Cassabaum, Argonne. Christopher J. Dodd, D. Con. Charles E. Grassley, R. Iowa. David Durenberger, R. Min. Tom Harkin, D. Iowa. J. James Exon, D. Neb. Orrin G. Hatch, R. Utah. Wendell H. Ford, D.K.Y. Howell Heflin, D. Alla. Wish Fowler Jr., D.G.A. John Hines, R. Pa. John Glenn, D. Ohio. Gordon J. Humphrey, R.N.H. Albert Gore Jr., D10. Daniel K. Inouye, D. Hawaii. Slade Gordon, R. Wash. J. Bennett Johnston, D. Law. Bob Graham, D.F.L.A. Robert W. Caston Jr., R.W.I.S. Phil Graham, R. Texas. Edward M. Kennedy, D. Mass. Herbert H. Cole, D.W.I.S. Bob Carey, D. Neb. Patrick J. Leahy, D.V.T. John F. Carey, D. Mass. Richard G. Lugar, R.I.N.D. Frank R. Lautenberg, D.N.J. James A. McClure, R. Idaho, Carl Levin, D. Mitch. Frank H. Murkowski, R. Alaska, Joe Lieberman, D. Con. Sam Nunn, D.G.A. Trent Lott, R. Miss. David Pryor, D. Arc. Connie Mack, R.F.L.A. William V. Roth Jr., R. Dell. Spark M. Matsunaga, D. Hawaii. Warren Rudman, R.N.H. John McCain, R. Arizona. Terry Sanford, D.N.C. Mitch McConnell, R.K.Y. Alan K. Simpson, R.Y.O. Howard M. Metzenbaum, D. Ohio. Ted Stevens, R. Alaska, Barbara A. Mikulski, D.M.D. Stephen D. Sims, R. Idaho, George J. Mitchell, D. Maine. Strom Thurmond, R.S.C. Daniel Patrick Moynihan, D.N.Y. Malcolm Wallop, R.Y.O. Don Nichols, R. Oklahoma. Bob Packwood, R. Or. Claiborne Pell, D.R.I. Larry Pressler, R.S.D. Chapter 5. Rec Number 1 Hayton. Wednesday, March 28, 1990, 7:15 a.m. Year 3 Day 224. Dharma, Hayton in the light of the Radiant One. Jealous, you must prepare for more intense impact as we correlate the old with the new information. Oberly, you may not consider Dharma the author of these journals, however, if she is stopped in her work you may as well accept the fact that there will be a break in authorship. It is simple technicality. You once failed to understand that her concerns are quite valid. I, too, am distracted by the interruptions and inflow of knowledge to be categorized. After interruptions for other unrelated writings, we need the ongoing skeleton of the journal available to save time at onset of writing each morning. In a simple pile is fine. I do not wish to sort through binders. An extra copy as you send to the regular receivers is sufficient. You once do not seem to understand that I must move through her fog, and it is sometimes most difficult indeed. I find no one else setting their ego and consciousness aside to take on every big gun there is available. Do not be harsh with her concerns, for she is also human indeed. In your courts of injustice she will be considered the author of these materials, and don't you forget it for even one moment. As to Mr. Hackett's new writings in preparation, let it be known that no more energy will be given unto his bleedings. He is most welcome to write into infinity. We have no privilege to air these things in the public journals to any further extent, as the ones awaiting these journals have no further interest in such drivel. He, too, is out to demoralize Dharma, and today she finds it only pathetic and somewhat amusing. Give full love and protection to the mother who is the one truly under attack, and release the matter. If he wishes to pursue the matter, he must return to the gatehouse from whence his information continues to he conceived. If he wishes to have his bellicosity aired, then perhaps sister will be more gracious regarding the printing of it, but I sincerely doubt she will give him the time of day regarding the matter. At any rate, our beloved ones under siege are to concern themselves with it no further except as their hearts guide them to participate. James may send all the literature he desires, and we will graciously purview it and bless it in light. We will, however, no longer take the time from the load of work in which we are overloaded. Yes, Pat should contact everyone who enters her attention wherein she is nudged to make contact. She is strong and will wrap herself in the protection of light and discern intent if requested of us to join her. The word must go forth and there is no other way to find the waiting ones except to make the contact. So be it. The very confusion of energy in the Sedona area speaks of its importance, and for every clear energy personage in that placement there will be at least 10 of opposition and frivolous intent. You need only the perception to know the difference, and always bless the antagonism, for it gives balance unto thine own intent. The same ratio shall emerge in this placement as ones move into knowledge of the matter. This is exactly why the journals must be laid in foundation prior to the building, so intent can be sorted easily and without necessity of weeding after the fact. You ones will be discerning, and only truly interested parties will desire participation at any rate. In Sedona, the impact of the New Age groupies is still most fashionable, but interest in the fun and games is abrogating and diminishing rapidly now, while the seekers who truly do not wish to find will move on to more interesting activities. As nourishment and subsistence dries up, the participants will mostly drift away. After the dust settles, there will be the ability to make necessary connections and build properly. As long, however, as the government is experimenting so diligently with the elves, it is foolish to spend the time and energy required to lift ones up into proper association. All in proper sequence, Chalice. What you need now are ones who are willing to contribute to the upstart of building and then carry forth in the taking of the methods and information unto that area, for it will be needed. Sister knew it then and knows it yet, and the rest must have patience, for a 91-year-old lady cannot do it alone. All she can do is keep the impact of negativity located away from you in the interim, and then the technology can be located into that area also, for it is a most important placement, currently rendered all but useless for higher resources due to the very earthly output from the location. This, of course, is why the only real bombardment of our work in this location comes from that location. Ponder it and act accordingly. Serious consequences and threats. The serious problems are coming forth from much more dangerous sources than a child who prattles prurient and vulgar nitpicking. We have been warned to cease and desist with these journals from very powerful and dangerous coalitions right on your plane. You will use caution, you will keep thine shields about you constantly, and you will keep Dharma within security at all times. You must take this most seriously indeed, as it is now beyond little quarrels over information. We are bringing forth information that is really most irritating to the conspirators on both sides of the play for predominance. They do not like their game plays revealed, and thus far they have been able to hide in the very obvious. The threat, of course, is to hold Dharma hostage, but they must get through a host of lighted energies to reach her. Unfortunately, there are ways to get to her through you other participants, and that, obviously, is the route they will take. It has destroyed other receivers right down the line, and it is most earthly indeed. It will be the bombardment against her consciousness which shall be the undoing, and it will come from you surrounding her, for it is the only way the dark energies can gain entry. Ponder it most carefully indeed. It is your free will and her free will, and she is weary and, quite frankly, would appreciate greatly being removed from this responsibility. The word is the only weapon which can destroy the conspirators' global plan of control and power. It is the only tool which can undo them. They do not take the journals lightly, and you must remove them from your scope of entertaining and light reading. You ones within this group are too close to see the widespread explosions on the other end of the information stream. Ones coming within the cadre must recognize the importance and seriousness of this commission and responsibility. We have no wish to make it sordid and take away the very joy and fun of the transition, but you must realize that the transition itself and how it goes depends upon the integration of the truth from all the scattered TID bits, that unity of intent can flow. Homosexuality. We are now being bombarded by the thrust of, you denounce homosexuals and they can't help themselves. But we do not. We denounce homosexual behavior, and there is a great difference indeed. Most homosexuals do not even realize of that which has undone them as a group, and AIDS is only a minute portion and the ultimate consequence of that behavior. Right here I am going to utilize information which you will find degrading and heinous indeed. However, it is necessary that you understand that which is truly at point in activities of negative homosexual nature. Dharma, we will use information already known but well hidden, and then we will make sure written confirmation comes to ones in the group who can confirm the writings. Evil knows no bounds, and God will never sanction behaviors as I will now pronounce unto you as freely being utilized about your sordid places. Oberly, you will also set this aside for journal use as we update the AIDS information. I trust George will be open to contact with Elizabeth Taylor to see what can be done in a practical way without involvement with your government and gay activists who simply desire to prolong and promote acceptance of the problem instead of change the activities which promulgate annihilation of the group as a whole. For those who wish to verify that which we will now write, sexually transmitted diseases in homosexual men, plenum books, the acquired immune deficiency syndrome and infections of homosexual men, Pearl Ma and Donald Armstrong, the AIDS cover-up, Jean Antonio, Ignatius Press, San Francisco, Gay Men's Health, A Guide to the AIDS Syndrome and Other Sexually Transmitted Diseases, Jean Kassler, Harper and Rowe, and at least a dozen more which I will not take time to list. Again, I take no exception to same-gender preference of company - but the following is what is destroying the humans who participate in this kind of behavior. How the epidemic spreads. In May, 1985 in The Advocate, Paul Diamond, a homosexual activist diagnosed with Kaposi sarcoma, said, "Don't call us AIDS victims. AIDS is not my weakness. AIDS is my strength. So be it." Primary group affected. In the United States, male homosexuals have comprised over 3/4 of all AIDS cases. The percentage of homosexuals among the total of all AIDS patients has remained relatively constant. In Europe, male homosexuals comprise over 85% of all AIDS cases. The enormous prevalence of AIDS, along with several other grave communicable disease endemic in this group, is not mere inexplicable chance, and we shall go into a few of the other health risks. There are numerous major biological and social factors which have been distinctly linked with their spread. Of course, it is not the major numbers in the groups which indulge in these extreme behaviors, but it only takes a few to affect the multitudes. Ponder it. Hazards of sodomy and biological factors. Dangers to the passive recipient. Among male homosexuals, sodomy, or anal intercourse is the act substituted for heterosexual penile vaginal coitus. This damaging practice provides ready access for the transmission of AIDS and other virulent infections. Physiologically, the rectum is designed for the expulsion of feces. When sodomy is performed, the peculiar forced inward expansion of the anal canal results in a tearing of the lining as well as bleeding anal fissures. Violent spasms of the bowel wall may occur as a reaction to the bodily intrusion. Colitis, a severe inflammation of the mucous membrane of the colon, often develops as sodomy is repeatedly engaged in. This disorder causes fever, malaise, painful wrenching cramps in the lower abdomen and eruptive diarrhea, and commonly contains blood or leukocytes. Along with anal fissure and syphilitic chancre, mucosal ulceration of the rectal area is common in homosexual males. The prevalence of colitis and rectal lesions among homosexuals is such that they may mask the symptoms of intestinal lesions resulting from Kaposi sarcoma. The trauma of sodomy also produces a unique form of inflammatory psoriasis in previously unaffected areas. This psoriasis extends from the rectum to the pubic area, penis, and scrotum. This is known as Kobner's phenomenon. During sexual activity, the thin silvery scales which have formed on the inflamed areas are rubbed off, leaving the skin raw, bleeding and exposed to infection. The friction against existing hemorrhoids also leaves their surface vulnerable. Written before the discovery of HTLV3/LAV as the AIDS agent, a national case study found, blood from rectal mucosal lesions which are known to be common in homosexual males who engage in rectal intercourse, could contain the infectious agent responsible for this epidemic. Note that this important study detailing the correlation between homosexual behavior/diseases and the prevalence of AIDS was published by the American College of Physicians in August of 1983, so don't go about saying Hayton is a bigot. There has only been occasional mention of the relationship between homosexual acts/diseases and AIDS transmission in the national media or press. Usually it is in the context of stressing the susceptibility of heterosexuals through drug abuse. One major article doing reasonable justice to this correlation was finally published in the December 1985 issue of Discover. However, it unwisely downplays the potential of heterosexual transmission of AIDS. Once present, it is walking dynamite. The damage to the rectal wall facilitates access to the bloodstream of AIDS-infected sperm and other disease-causing organisms. Anal receptive sodomy has been definitely linked to AIDS transmission. Do you see that especially at the time of a female menstrual cycle, when birth control devices would not be used, the infected sperm could cause infection in the already compromised inner uterus, which is sloughing oil-attached material and already bleeding? Anal receptive sodomy has been definitely linked to AIDS transmission. In studying the depressed immune systems of practicing male homosexuals in New York City, it was found that receptive anal intercourse was the specific sexual activity which correlated most strongly with reduced levels of helper T cells, resulting in immune dysregulation. Do you further see that condoms would be chancy even if employed? Active partner dangers. The opening of the urethra, along with penile abrasions and lesions resulting from sexual activity and disease, permit infected bloody secretion seeping out of the damaged rectal tissues to enter the bloodstream of the active partner. Danger to others. The weakening of the sphincter through repeated sodomy results in fecal incontinence and the dribbling of blood-stained contaminated stool. The involuntary depositing of AIDS virus-infected fecal secretions on the benches in locker rooms, toilet seats, and elsewhere also creates a potential for spread by this route. Oh, they never told you these things. Well, too late is too late, isn't it? These are things no one wishes to even speak of, much less draw pictures for the modest masses of people who use all sexual activities as means of control and vengeance instead of love and then call it love. Then, you refer to it as human rights? So be it. Sodomy suppresses the immune system even without AIDS. Sodomy has proven debilitating to the immune systems of passive recipients apart from AIDS infection. During sodomy, the naturally aggressive properties of sperm combined with damage to the rectal wall enable spermatozoa to penetrate the mucosal lining. A report in the April 1984, 27th issue of Science by researchers at the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Cornell Medical Center, New York, stated that occurrence of AIDS among homosexuals may have some relation to circulating antibodies evoked as a result of semen deposition in the alimentary canal. Human seminal fluid apparently contains components that potentially can suppress the immune response. A few weeks later, other researchers reported in Lancet, a most respected medical journal, a homosexual individual is repeatedly exposed to viral antigens such as herpes and sperm antigens, which can be absorbed through the intact intestine or through mucosal lesions. Bleeding lesions are not necessary for absorption of spermatozoa and harmful infectious agents during sodomy, but they do facilitate it. Host immune responses can be modified by exposure to sperm, with the subsequent formation of anti-sperm antibodies. During normal heterosexual intercourse, the dynamic qualities of sperm enable penetration and fertilization of the female ovum, resulting in impregnation. The walls of the vagina are elastic and several layers thick, and they have glands which provide natural lubrication during sexual relations. This prevents large quantities of sperm from entering the bloodstream. In 1984, a study in the Journal of the American Medical Association noted that the association of sperm-induced immune dysregulation with the practice of anal intercourse underscores the critical structural differences between the rectum and the vagina. While the lining of the vaginal mucosa comprises a squamous multilayer epithelium capable of protecting against any abrasive effect during intercourse, the lining of the rectum is made of a single layer of columnar epithelium. The latter, unlike the vaginal epithelium, is not only incapable of protecting against any abrasive effect, but also promotes the absorption of an array of sperm antigens, thus enhancing their exposure to the immune apparatus in the lymphatic and blood circulation. The high immunogenicity possessed by spermatozoa, coupled with the microbiological flora of the rectum, can work in synergism to generate a state of chronic antigenic stimulation. In this connection, 4 of 7 immunodeficient female sexual partners of male patients with acquired immune deficiency syndrome, AIDS, also engaged in anal intercourse. An analogous phenomenon can be extracted from the strong association between the high frequency of seroconversion for hepatitis B virus and the routine practice of passive anal genital intercourse. Do you begin to understand the horrible damage the sex therapists such as Dr. Ruth and others does to an unsuspecting public? In the name of sexual freedom, ones are taught that all is fine, and the more bizarre between consenting adults, the more wondrous will be the marriage and/or relationship. They become tools of the spreaders of the poison and are most unwittingly utilized. However, the unsuspecting partner seeking the elusive fulfillment of the relationship touted to be the all-in-all and can't find the incredible experience portrayed in all your media, will try anything to save their marriage or keep the flame alive, and all that drivel of lies. Man was created to find his ultimate joy in the emotional soul fulfillment, not in a waterbed with intrusion of protrusions. Those things were designed for procreation of a species. During sodomy, the biological design of the rectum combined with the aggressive properties of sperm expedite their substantial entrance into the bloodstream. When this occurs repeatedly, antibodies to sperm develop which circulate and impair the immune system. This happens both apart from and along with infection by the AIDS virus. It likely is a cofactor in HTLV3 infection. In addition to suppressing the immune system per se, the introduction of sperm containing the AIDS agent has been cited as providing a Trojan horse, no pun intended, mechanism for the transmission of the HTLV3/Lab lentivirus. Leukocytes in the seminal fluid, also present in colitis-induced diarrhea, carry the AIDS virus directly to the lymphoid organs of homosexual partners, thus achieving a highly efficient transfer of the infection to most lymphoid cells. Monogamous sodomy is not a safe alternative. You will find that in monogamously paired homosexual males, 3/4 of the passive partners manifest sperm-induced immune dysregulation. Rectal insemination also alters immune responses in rabbits and other lab animals. The immune dysregulation induced by sperm debilitates the system quite apart from infection by an AIDS virus. Although AIDS development per se must involve the transmission of the HTLV3/Lab lentivirus, except in cases of bestiality which we will speak of later, the development of sperm-induced immune dysregulation predisposes the anal sperm recipient homosexual males to the more severe phenomena of opportunistic infections and Kaposi sarcoma. Immune responses to semen provide a background of immune suppression, not only promoting repeated CMV, cytomegalovirus, infection, but also exacerbating the resulting immunologic disorders. Although AIDS is not what we can consider a sexually transmitted disease in the usual vernacular, it is most certainly transmitted by sexual misuse and/or abuse in a compromised recipient. HTLV3 is most certainly a sexually transmitted disease through the rectal mucosa and is usually vulnerable to passage of the AIDS agent as well, in a compromised vaginal passage. From a purely biological perspective, sodomy, even apart from the transmission of AIDS, is an intrinsically unsanitary and pathological act. In addition, the practice of sodomy has been a primary reason why AIDS has been so readily transmitted and fostered among homosexuals. Oral copulation. Oral penile copulation is also a frequently employed form of homosexual gratification. It is also touted as to be the ultimate pleasure in heterosexual coupling. Well, if you want every vaginal/penile yeast infection and random viral, herpes and/or warts, introduced into thine mouths, I suppose. Is a moment of pleasure worth the rest of your life with a mouth yeast infection or mucosal warts and lifelong herpes? So be it. Infected semen received into the mouth provides a source of infection through abrasions or lesions on the gums, tongue, and/or roof of the mouth. Venereal diseases affecting the mouth and throat are especially problematic among homosexuals. Often going unrecognized for a period of time, the resulting lesions provide ports of entry and exit for the AIDS virus. AIDS-infected saliva also is a potential danger involved in oral copulation. Studies have yet to determine whether or not the gastric juices in the stomach prevent absorption of the potent AIDS virus into the bloodstream after being ingested. Since the eating of AIDS-infected meat is a possible factor in the spread of AIDS among humans, oops. No one told you about that one? I thought not. Consumption of infected semen may also play a role in transmission. Other medical factors involved. Sadomasochistic, S&M, activities and the spread of AIDS. Activities involving severe bodily abuse and personal degradation are an integral part of the repertoire of homosexual behavior. Regardless of what yet in the general public perceive, the above statement is true. The damaging practice of sodomy itself can be classified as a sadomasochistic act. The bloodletting and exchange of contaminated secretions involved in other traumatic homosexual acts further facilitate the spread of AIDS and other diseases. A brief overview of these follows, for if you don't confront the facts you will not eradicate the problem. Manual/anal intercourse fisting. How can God speak of these things? Because you didn't pay attention to the thou shalt nots. Ye are a liberated society with human rights, are ye not? Then pay attention and perhaps the truth may set you free. God will tell you exactly how it is, for your very soul is at stake herein, not to mention your physical lives destined for annihilation, and no, God is not doing it unto you. You, with the help of Satanistic input, are doing it unto you. You will herein also find out why a condom is useless in these practices. Bare facts, my beloved friends. The practice of fisting involves the insertion of the hand, fist and forearm into the rectum and lower colon. In the jargon of participants, it is called fisting. I did not make up such terminology. Fisting causes bleeding, lacerations of the intestine and tearing of the sphincter muscle, as you might suspect. These internal wounds provide enormous opportunity for the entrance and spread of AIDS virus and other infections. Fisting has been cited as a contributing factor in AIDS cases for years now. Mechanical devices, dildos, vibrators, etc., inserted during fisting have punctured the intestinal wall, causing dangerous seepage of fecal matter into the abdomen. If surgery is not performed promptly enough, this can result in death and you no longer have to concern yourself with AIDS. In some cases, the damage from fisting is so extensive that a sphincterectomy or colostomy must be performed. Some individuals have then continued to have sodomy performed through the colostomy opening, causing further damage. In San Francisco, where a percentage of murders reportedly are linked to homosexual sadomasochism, a workshop has been offered for instructing homosexuals in how to engage in sex torture without killing each other. Nay, I do not just check it out. Just like teaching grade school babies the art of sex and condoms. You are a troubled society. Bondage and discipline. Acts in which a dominant partner ties up and tortures the submissive slave are also part of the homosexual sadomasochism scene. Those involved are voluntarily bound in painfully tight leather or rubber apparel, whipped, violently sodomized and beaten. Lighted cigarettes are used to burn sensitive parts of the body, especially the genitals, causing ulcers of the penis and scrotum. Urination into the mouth and over the bleeding body of the participant, called by you ones, golden showers, water sports, is also a most common practice. These are commonly used rituals of the Satanists at every good old regular meeting. Urine contains the infectious agents for a number of various diseases including AIDS virus infection. This type of behavior is both unhygienic and hazardous. The sores and blisters left on the sex organs also facilitate the entrance of infectious agents into the bloodstream. Water sports are also generally engaged in apart from brutal sadomasochistic behavior. Perhaps that is why a recent safe sex guideline from the Gay Men's Health Center published in the October 21 to 27, 1985, issue of the homosexual tabloid New York Native reassuringly advises, water sports are considered safe so long as urine does not enter the body. Some homosexual clubs have slave auctions in which those who prefer being abused are sold to the highest bidder. Now therein must lie double jeopardy, I would surmise. Bestiality. Sexual relations with animals has also occurred among a certain segment of the homosexual population and rampantly among the Satan practices. It has a major connection with AIDS spread and becomes obviously such because venavirus is endemic in some flocks of sheep, especially noted in Europe, where it is called medivena, and causes a neurodegenerative disease not unlike that seen in the late stages of AIDS in many patients. Cases of AIDS have been reported from certain urban areas in northwestern Europe known for their lax sexual mores. There are many jokes regarding men and sheep, etc., but the last laugh is no longer with the joke tellers. In a homosexual community in such an area, playing with the animals, one member's having had sexual contact with a diseased sheep can pull down the entire group. Further, once a homosexual community with international cornerstones has become infected, spread of AIDS becomes inevitable. The practice in the satanic community is usually with goats who represent the devil, but sheep are usually substituted due to the ease of procurement. Diseases. The occurrence of AIDS among heterosexuals in Africa has been frequently stressed as proving that the AIDS virus has no special affinity for homosexuals. One of your medical pundits recently suggested, the virus has no intrinsic attraction for gays, and gays have no mysterious susceptibility to infection. Absurd, because the rest of what you are told about AIDS is filled with lies. What is not being said is that there are a number of diseases and infections common among the African patients with AIDS, especially those with Kaposi sarcoma, and homosexuals in the United States which are uniquely endemic to both groups but are not generally found among Western heterosexuals. The African villager at risk for Kaposi sarcoma and the homosexual male at risk from AIDS share evidence of past exposure to an identical range of viral and protozoal infections, especially CMV, EBV, HSVI, and 2, HPV and Entamoeba histolytica. No, you look them up. Among those in developing nations, these disorders are frequently a result of extreme poverty, lack of adequate sanitation resulting in sewage-contaminated food and water supplies and unhealthy living conditions. Among Western male homosexuals, the prevalence of these diseases is distinctly related to unhygienic sexual practices which facilitate the spread of infectious agents. It is true that AIDS has developed in persons who previously had their immune systems intact. It is also true that the rapidity and severity with which the AIDS virus conquers the immune system varies among those infected. When the immune system has been disrupted by certain infections and diseases prior to exposure to HTLV3, this enhances the destructive effect of the virus. T4 helper cells in the immune system are most susceptible to infection when they have been stimulated and their numbers increased by chronic parasitic or viral infections. In other words, ones compromised by herpes are greatly at increased risk. Among practicing male homosexuals in the United States, there are a number of grave infections and disease prior exposure to which has been strongly correlated with the prevalence of AIDS. There are several epidemics running loose and not all of them are permanently confined to the homosexual subculture and, in fact, gave the very opportunity to intentionally infect the homosexual gay community, i.e. Hepatitis B. Hepatitis B virus infection, HBV, is a major cause of acute and chronic hepatitis, cirrhosis, and liver cancer. Among practicing male homosexuals in the United States, hepatitis B infection has been pandemic for years prior to AIDS. Homosexual practices, notably sodomy and oral/anal contact, have been key factors. Trauma to the rectum and penis as a result of sodomy and oral lesions from venereal disease provide ports of entry and exit for the virus. Unlike hepatitis A infection, fecal-oral spread was not considered an important route of transmission. Instead, HBV was thought to be transferred from acute or chronic carriers to other susceptible persons through shared toothbrushes, razors, or fomites. Quite the opposite now is proven to be true in homosexual men. Oral transmission may also occur if HBV gains entry through minute lesions in mucosal surfaces. Between 50 and 75% of gay men have or have had hepatitis B and the percentage is growing daily. In the light of the fact that 90% of homosexually active men demonstrate chronic or recurrent viral infections with herpes virus, cytomegalovirus, and hepatitis B, these recurrent or chronic infections are triggering factors for the development of acquired immunodeficiency. In your United States, homosexual men have a higher prevalence of hepatitis B infection than any other group. More than 10% of homosexual males are chronic carriers of hepatitis B. This is 50 to 100 times higher, friends, than the national average of 0.1%. Homosexuals have been proven to have an HBsAg, hepatitis B surface antigen detectable in large quantities in serum, positivity rate anywhere from 40 to 60 or more times higher than the general population. Considering the early age at time of infection and the high attack rates, one can expect all sexually active men to eventually become infected with hepatitis B virus. Since the roots and prevalence of AIDS transmission bear a striking resemblance to those of hepatitis B, this has enormous implication in terms of the level of AIDS infection in this group as well. It should be further noted that rectal mucosal lesions, usually including punctate bleeding points, have been noted to prevalently occur in homosexual men with persistent hepatitis B virus infection. Hepatitis B induces bleeding lesions and provides ports of entry and exit for the AIDS virus. Drug abusers also frequently contact hepatitis B through the use of contaminated needles. Their estimated rate of seropositivity is over 65%. Let us hear what Lancet had to say about this and we will give you research data. Letter to the editor, Sir. Over a decade Swissair crews will typically spend 300 to 400 nights in tropical countries, most of which are high risk for viral hepatitis. A perennial question has been should such personnel regularly receive passive immune prophylaxis or, more recently, hepatitis B vaccine. We have studied the risk for hepatitis virus infections in cockpit and cabin staff. The most outstanding feature of this study was that male flight attendants, employees, and candidates, significantly more often had anti-HBsN/or anti-HBC antibodies, 20-33%, than did either flying personnel, 1.4 to 5.6%, or Swiss blood donors, 48%. During the year, 13 of the total of 2,664 flying personnel had manifest hepatitis, an incidence of 5 cases per 1,000 per year. The estimated incidence of acute hepatitis in the Swiss population in 0.5 to 0.8 cases per 1,000 per year. This high incidence of hepatitis amongst flying personnel was mainly accounted for by male flight attendants, who represented only 19% of all flying personnel but among whom 7 of the 13 hepatitis cases arose. 5 cases were of the hepatitis B type, HBsAg positive, and of these 4 occurred amongst the male flight attendants. Thus, the observed high frequency of HBV infections in this occupational group probably have little to do with being a flying airline employee since candidates already showed signs of increased infections. It rather reflects a different HBV exposure due to a lifestyle outside professional duties. Amongst the many explanations, homosexuality might be the most realistic. Worldwide, male cabin attendants are often homosexual, and we have hints that this might not be different in Swissair. Cockpit personnel and female flight attendants are not at a special risk for HBV or HIV infections, despite exposure in high-risk areas, and so they do not need active or passive immunization against viral hepatitis infection. However, for male cabin attendants, as for other individuals with high-risk lifestyle, active or passive immunization could be warranted. A more detailed report will be published in Aviation, Space, and Environmental Medicine. F. Holdener, Swissair Medical Service, Zurich Airport, Zurich, Switzerland. PJ Grob, Section of Clinical Immunology, Department of Medicine, University Hospital, Zurich. Delta hepatitis. The spread of acute delta infection is endemic in the homosexual community. This particular infection is particularly associated with an Italian background, for drug use, and multiple transfusions, but it is now becoming most prevalent in the non-drug abusing homosexuals. I love Italians, so don't suggest that now Hayton is after the Italians. Let us just touch on additional problems and disease because this has become a most lengthy writing. Intestinal parasites and hepatitis A, the gay bowel syndrome. The gay bowel syndrome is a term used as far back as your mid-70s to describe the prevalence of a group of rare bowel diseases, previously considered tropical, among male homosexuals in the U.S. Amoebiasis, a disease of the colon caused by parasites, Entamoeba histolytica. Causes dysentery and sometimes live abscesses. Can result in diffuse inflammation and ulceration of the distal colon and can be mistaken for Crohn's colitis. Usually picked up from contaminated foods and residual in the mouth. Giardiasis, a parasitic, Giardia lamblia, bowel disease causing diarrhea. Can result in severe enterithes, inflammation of the intestinal tract, producing symptoms ranging from acute diarrhea to chronic malabsorption. Spread in similar manner to amoebiasis. Shigellosis, a bacterial bowel disease which can cause severe dysentery. Can be fatal, especially in children. Contaminated food is the usual cause. Hepatitis A, a viral liver disease spread by fecal contamination, example food, water, and close person-to-person contact. Dissemination of these diseases can run rampant through poor fecal disposal as well as through homosexual practices. From the time of Moses, Chellis, there has been concomitant consciousness of the benefits to the public health of careful fecal disposal. Although man's technical ingenuity has achieved remarkable strides in the purification of your immediate domestic environment, the recent increase in transmission of intestinal infections among homosexual males offers new challenges in preventive medicine for physicians caring for these patients and requires caution and most extended testing of water supplies for presence of contaminants. AIDS can be spread through the very tools to increase sanitation, i.e. enema nozzles used for rectal douching. The evil contaminant lurks in ever-present and in ever-increasing numbers of infection sites and carriers. Venereal diseases. Syphilis, over 50% of reported cases, and who knows about the unreported, of syphilis in the U.S. occur in homosexual men. Primary syphilis in this group commonly occurs in the rectal area. A history of syphilis has been associated with development of AIDS, and I told you in AIDS, the last great plague, that AIDS is a tertiary syphilis, with the spirochete being isolated from almost all Kaposi sarcoma lesions. Incurable genital herpes. This incurable disease is almost ubiquitous among practicing male homosexuals. Infections can occur concurrently in the rectum, penis, and mouth. Among homosexuals, infection with herpes has been associated with squamous cancer of the tongue and cancer of the rectum. It is also associated with nasopharyngeal cancer, cancer of the cervix, and lymphoma, Burkitt's. Herpes-type viruses are known to suppress specifically T lymphocyte function aimed at recognizing and mounting an immune response toward the viral antigens. Perianal herpes virus infection and herpes proctitis are common in homosexual men. In the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, patients seem especially predisposed to more intractable and progressive forms of this infection. Cytomegalovirus, CMV, is found in semen, and the repeated exposure of the rectal mucosa to the virus has resulted in high frequency of CMV infections among homosexuals. Venereal warts. Anal warts are a common disorder among practicing male homosexuals. They cause intense itching, and produce a fetid discharge which is highly offensive to others and embarrassing to the sufferer. They are extremely resistant to treatment. These warts appear in large cauliflower-like masses in and around the anus in addition to infecting the penis. Anal coitus and elimination of the stool become excruciating and result in further rectal trauma. Various homosexual periodicals contain numerous advertisements by physicians offering specialized treatment for these and other related maladies. Some of the diseases I have outlined suppress immune function prior to exposure to the AIDS virus, and other, with their recurring sores and lesions, provide ports of entry which facilitate transmission of the AIDS virus. Both male and female prostitutes are also frequently afflicted with various simultaneous venereal diseases because of their high number of sexual partners. And, of course, as the hapless infections can occur and then spread to unsuspecting lovers, these will very often be found infecting devoted and loving marriage partners. Many of these viruses lay dormant for years without outbreak. This is not to panic, but rather to inform. As the AIDS virus suppresses the immune system, pre-existing infections like CMV and herpes run amok through the body. CMV may invade the heart, lungs, and other vital organs. Large blackened herpetic boils, up to several inches in diameter, can form across the mouth and rectum. Fulminant herpes is one of the most gruesome aspects of progressive AIDS infection. Entire sections of the face can be rendered unrecognizable by the explosive, bloody hemorrhaging of the skin. From a biological perspective, therefore, there are many objective reasons why homosexual acts per se have proven to be such an effective means of transmitting AIDS and other debilitating diseases. 1. Sodomy, fisting, the use of mechanical devices and other practices produce tears, fissures, and lacerations of the rectum. This trauma facilitates the entrance of infected sperm and pathogenic organisms into the bloodstream. 2. Infected bloody secretions leaking through the damaged walls of the rectum transmit the disease to the active partner through the urethral opening and through open sores and abrasions of the penis produced as a result of bodily abuse and disease. Fellatio, manual genital and anal oral sexual practices involving the ingestion of infected semen, blood-streaked fecal matter and secretions facilitate transmission of pathogens. 3. Incessant, oftentimes simultaneous sperm-induced immune dysregulation, liver damage, intestinal parasites, and venereal diseases all abet debilitation of the immune system prior to and along with infection by the AIDS virus. So be it for this writing. Obviously, we shall have to carry this dissertation much further, for you ones don't seem to understand homosexual behavior, and love between two beings are not the least bit the same. Love is emotional in expression, and reception behavior of sexual nature is purely physical and not more. I have taken a very long time this day to write the above information, for I have many thrust at these ones of mine scribes that Dharmas God, Sananda, Haitan, etc., are not in truth the God or spiritual teachers, because the real ones would not denounce these activities, etc., of the groups such as homosexuals. Forget it, Chalice. God not only denounces such behavior but has written it in the laws of God and the universe and in all your guidebooks since the inception of time as you perceive it. If your God condones such behavior, I suggest you look most closely at your teacher, for you are killing your own species through these behaviors in physical format. The guidelines are most clearly written. Man has deviated from the path of truth, and all the petitions, voting in, voting out, or wishing it to be different, will change not a whit of it. It is a most remissful teacher who would tell you otherwise while you march in the death march to destruction. It is free will choices in every instance, and I denounce no one. I only tell you that which is truth, and ye shall be in the deciding of that which ye choose to experience. So be it, and Selah. These are the signs of the times, my friends, and ye shall do with them that which ye choose, but I suggest you cease blaming God, for ye have the wrong personage in thy gun sights. Go, Dharma, the writing has been too long without a break, but most necessary indeed. You will have a new attack upon thine writing dealing with this very subject, and all needed preparation in the countering. God always allows, and man will come into truth of that fact and shall reap exactly that which he sows, no matter whom he blames for his plight. Murder is accepted as incorrect moral behavior. Well, to murder that closest one ye call lover is murder in its most heinous form, it would appear to me. Salut. Haton to stand by that we might clear of the frequency and take respite. Adonai. Chapter 6. Rec number 1 Aten. Monday, April 16, 1990, 9 a.m. year 3 day 243. Aten present in light, that we might continue on our question and answer interrogation of a few days past. Creation. Let us speak of your reference to mass thought forms. Ah yes, it is the way of it. To come into the creation of that which you desire, there must be the thought form and intent with focus, for without focus there is only the creation of chaos and the ability of the negative, which automatically comes into focus in absence of order, to pull apart the structured creation. This is why, of course, the scenario will probably be played out unto the ending laid forth in the prophecies. Further, man does not truly desire change into peace and understanding, for he has learned to thrive on conflict and chaos and requires more and more heinous input to satiate his need for violence and evil. Let us consider studies done in some of your groups of teachers of truth. A well-known experiment was performed wherein groups were asked to sit and write a description of individual perceptions of how it would be if the world was at total peace and balance. Less than 1% had anything positive to say about it. The other 99.7% said it would be boring, dull, and unchallenging. Oh, they were not clever enough to word it directly, in all instances, in that manner, but that is the ultimate perception. Man cannot yet picture himself as the inventor of wondrous peace machines, creative birthings of new species, and in training a hawk to eat corn instead of prey. He has forgotten almost all of what peace and harmony is about and how to experience without the chaos. The world in chaos presents such interesting and challenging experiences of simple survival that you are now overpopulated by some 5.5 billion persons. You who focus only on the transition and the awakening are thriving on the challenge of the experience of birthing the change. Billions of souls have come forth for this experience which you and they have created. Therefore, until mankind truly desires peace, he will focus on ensuring that the devastation of the prophecies come upon him. Man is simply not ready to listen and do a whit to change. Persons flock to the classes on how to change the ending and absorb, nod their head in agreement, and then leave, seeing nothing they can do to change it. The facts are, they are unwilling to make chances in self which would change the scenario. In fact, it is more extreme than that example. Take the ones who go to the self-improvement classes, say body reshaping and weight adjustment, they do not do it for the health of the body, they do it be more appealing and come hither to an audience or to feel better about self-poo. They are mentally creating more of the same problems they had prior to the adjustment, and when it doesn't bring fulfillment, will return to that which they were prior to the effort. This is the same with positive thinking success seminars. Focus on success in relationships with sexual overtones and seduction and or acquire more personal wealth, power, and control of others. Worse yet, most persons attend the sanctuaries, which, by the way, are no longer sanctuaries, not to find God, but rather in grasping at straw men and to be seen in good company. Let us somehow purchase our way back unto God, and home becomes the intent. Why do you not simply produce the financing for your community? Because you have fallen into the habit of not having the prize and calculating how to manage without it. It becomes easier to be without it than to face the bombardment with startup when you have no time at present for the workload. If you would but focus on the management teams to hand the load off to you, would precipitate the funding. It is in place and has been in place many times, and you ones end up rejecting it. Perhaps it is the challenge of seeing if you can make it one more month, etc. When you cannot, then you will change the scenario or move or whatever. This time it is not Dharma, for she writes incessantly and the books are wondrous. Then what happens? There should be magnificent return flooding back, but you perceive it needs take a certain path and have certain expenses to have massive audience, and yet, what do you do to acquire massive audience? Do you borrow the funds to purchase a billion names on mailing lists? Nay, you reject the idea, for you cannot handle the load as it exists. You do not focus on the massive return, you focus on the limited resources. Closer to home as example, Dharma prefers to dwell upon the lack of funds to purchase larger clothing than to simply reduce her size and have the abundant wardrobe wasting in the closet, as does just about everyone in the group. You have fallen into the trap of realizing the only nurturing you do for self anymore is the sharing of sup. Why not trim down and go on tour to satisfy the need for nurturing? Well, Dharma can't do that, for she would get herself shot. Do you see that you are creatures of indecision or wrong decision? Why do I not step in and put a stop to the behavior? Because you have to get satiated with your behavior as is, and then you will chance it. The point is that there are simply not enough people that wish change to bring about change. The homosexual community, nor the drug community, do not wish to be saved by some do-gooders who are going to spoil their attention and ritual unto the death process. It will be the innocent victims who will cause the cure to be isolated. Why would a group give up that which they suffered so severely to create? If you went to smell flowers and look at poppies in the fields, and in the process you were involved in a robbery and auto accident which would linger on your tongues in description, well, the poppies would fly from the memory like chaff in the tempest. If you go to pick up desert shackwood and find a scorpion underneath which stings, or a rattlesnake which passes on, which will you remember the lovely seagull lily beside the board or the snake beneath it? This is why you cannot legislate morality nor force change. Man will do that which he has grown to desire in mass. But change must begin with the few, and the rest can then be shown the way, which then becomes more desirable, just as color TV became more desirable than colorless, and still man understood the functioning of neither. Blood is far more wondrous in red than in gray. Further, man would rather blame another for his perceived failure than run the risk of failure on his own efforts. Then why don't we just rush off and give man lessons in self-esteem building? Because man doesn't want his self-esteem raised. He says he does, but he does not. For to do so requires action, and man does not wish to effort at action and change. He would rather complain or be than to take action and experience the possible failure of his choices. Therefore, we must continue with the dreary and miserable outlay of truth of the way things have become, and convince you that it is so, and only then will man consider methods of change. Man will stand with others if there are lots of others, but he is not yet brave enough to stand out front alone against any perceived enemy. In many ways that is a very wise approach, for there is not need of more martyrs but need for men to stand together, and the enemy will back away for lack of the ability to control further. But the masses must have the picture of the circumstance, consider the possibility of change, and then be shown how to begin the changes and ultimately the success of the change bearing positive fruit. You of the remnant have returned to put these things forth as evidence and experience, and then your brothers and sisters can see the way. They have been so exposed to lie after lie, which were touted to work and have not done so, i.e., come meditate and it will become perfection, have great love-ins and it will be perfection, live in communes in poverty and it will be perfection. No, none of it can work, for all require forfeiting the very life essence, your own contribution and power to control self. To meditate to require answers, and how to accomplish a thing is wondrous. To sit and effort at emptying the mind is stupid. The minds are far too empty already. However, note that it is far easier to sit by the hour and claim meditation than to get up off thy duff and get busy instituting change. Well, you say, if it just is, why not just let it be and do not? Why not indeed? Why bother to have made the journey into this experience at all? Do that whichever you choose, but just make sure you have chosen it wisely, lest it be great error in discernment, and you have no moral right to thrust that opinion of laziness off on another in the disguise of fulfillment, for only 1 out of about 37 million souls can find fulfillment in such behavior. No, man is not yet ready to act in order to make change possible, but with the projection of truth of the lies, perhaps he will awaken and smell the coffee perking. You know, that coffee laced with poison. There is no free coffee. The intent of the giver of the free coffee must be considered. Nothing is free of intent. First to know. You refer to being the first to know. No, you are only among the first to be remembering in these days. There is nothing new, there is only that which is to be remembered. There can be nothing new, for otherwise it could not be remembered. The mind has nothing upon which to base a new vision, for anything truly new is unvisioned. If a vision can be conjured, it is only remembered and recalled to attention. There can only be the first to remember. So be it. Further, it will the remembering of the joy and wondrous existence in the pure balance and harmony of oneness with Source, which shall pull you back into the memory path back home. You come forth to experience and come with everything veiled in the hopes and intent of changing the play as written, but you find that you can only begin to remember, and therefore the whole scenario is rewritten identically to experience remembered. How will it end this time? Exactly as you remember it to be. Will it be as written in the prophecies? It remains to be seen as that which you will remember. However, the promise is that when enough remember, the play will get on with the closing and renewal of another. Man is truly pitifully weary of the thrust upon his consciousness of pain and degradation, so who knows, perhaps he will wake up if enough hear the alarm clock and say no more. In the beauty of the lilies lies the answer. When man is whole unto self, he can relax and flow in the gentleness of bursting forth unto home and God. Further, when that experience bursts forth upon the being, he will be home, for the perception will only be of the experience of knowing, and therefore, the dimension, et al., will be changed without the perception of change. You can look forward to change and work toward that thing. You can look back and see how that thing has changed, but you cannot actually be aware of the finite awareness of change, for you have only the moment, but there is no way to actually experience the moment, for there is nothing upon which to base the relativity. However, if you perceive the goal of change and focus upon it as if it were done, it must come to be in that manner. You continually say, how have we as a species come to this? Come to what? You have come to be exactly that which you have desired to be. Some of you have created and come forth to change of the creation, and you have manifested in placement whereby you can perform that action. Does it mean that the opposition to your plan is wrong? Of course not. You have ensured that they be there in opposition, in that you can play out your chosen experience. How many will have come to play in your focus of goal is the interesting question. Will there be enough to end it as you chose, or will you cut out before you achieve that which you thought you desired? Since it is your experience, you can have it any way you desire it to be. For instance, if someone comes into your play and you don't like them there, all you have to do is be hateful and rude enough and they will remove themselves from your play. Can you see that every last detail is of your own making? Then why don't you just commit suicide and get the thing over with? It is not in your play, that's why. But now comes the fun of it. There are other fragments, perhaps of self, floating around also experiencing on many dimensions, and you have allowed participation, or they have allowed you as a fragment, participation, and now the impact of the perceived other's direction and intent. These are the fragments which confuse you, for they are of your own aspects, each pulling in the direction of other perceived experiences. For instance, say you, Dharma, tire of writing and decide to break the computer and to hell with it, and you go take gliding lessons. Will the perceived world stop turning? No. But you will not have fulfilled the mission you touted that you desired to fulfill, and others might well be irritated with you, for they are utilizing your participation to affect their own scenario. Will they vanish? No. But many perceptions will be changed along the line of aspects, and perceptions and directions of soul fragments will be altered in some manner or another. What if you killed yourself this moment? So. Some left will mourn, most will he really ticked off at you, and the other 5,499,062,000 will never know you are missing and could not care less under any circumstances. Well, what is Little Crow going to write about when he and grandfather put the oral traditions and teachings and truths to paper? This. Exactly this, with a bit of a different aspect of language and vision. Precious one, truth is, nothing more and nothing less. Oh, you desire it to be more. So be it, get busy and make it more. You don't like it this way? Then get off your backsides and make it different. You don't like the story and prophecies? Then get busy and reproject them into that which you perceive you do like. Just remember, frustration and non-fulfillment comes with negative thrusts, peace and oneness with God comes with the other. The choice is up to you. You have, further, said it all, Keela, when you said, I shall quiet now, for my conscious being has tended to overstep my own limits. Oh, precious, you have said it all. You got creation set of your own limits and will not go beyond. What is it you fear to go beyond? I see, you fear you will know and the experience will end, so you refuse to step into the light of total acceptance and hide behind the veil of unknowing. That, too, is sometimes most wise in the overall plan you make for self, for indeed, the experience would be cut short and wisdom tells you as much. You are busily remembering how it is, and you do not wish to know more, and therefore, the limits are set and you creep up on them like the tortoise for fear of uncovering that which will end this wondrous experience of present. You know that which is and lies beyond, you all choose to not be ready to confront the truth of it, so you continue to mess and stir and confuse and hide and mess and stir and confuse and hide and over again, scramble it into entanglements. You once pull directly unto you that which you claim to fear, for it is actually the very experience you desire, whether it be experienced as dread, fear, or joy. Oftentimes these things can be experienced in dreams or visions, and the actual experience of physical perception is unnecessary. That is why you must allow your visions and dreams to take form and accept them as the experience they are. You refuse to bring your dreams into consciousness, for you will know then, that which is all and truth of all. Especially you who have returned for the purpose of walking through a remnant will refuse to bring the truth of thy sleeping experiences into focus of consciousness. It would ruin your challenging game. You have agreed upon a purpose within this particular experience, and the all-knowing would distract you, for you would understand the remarkable lie of it all, the illusion. Frustration would be manifested in tremendous burden, for you would know what and how things must be done, and yet, you would fall into the limits of the inability to thrust your actions upon those of another of free will experience. The great masters upon your placement might have great masses who claim to follow now. They had only a handful at the time of their experience in physical perception. The great artists were mostly thought to be heretics in their own time and community, for all is but remembered and forgotten, and finally the forgotten outweighs the remembered and the cycle must recycle. How many will understand this truth? All who bother to read this book will know the truth of it, for they will be given to remember. How many will read the book? That remains to be seen. If an entity hears of the book or feels the vibration of truth about the book, he will handle it as he is ready for enlightenment. If he is not ready to hear the truth, he will denounce the book and will refuse to read of it, or he will nitpick and refuse to understand it in its proclamations. It matters not, it does matter that the words go forth, for that is your chosen mission. Do you see? What man then does with it is not your business. If you once really wish the words to do their intended work, you will find a way to get mailing lists from the four corners of the world and send forth the words unto those four corners, at which point your funding problems would cease to exist at worst. Ye must invest to receive rewards. Remember, you have to give forth to receive the return. That, of course, comes to play in the distribution. Of course it is a maze of endless spirals, for that is the experience and challenge you have accepted, written and accepted, and are now in the playing. But you see, you have scattered your God aspects, and someone will know, someone who will remember, someone who can fulfill the portion, and ultimately the mission can come together in wholeness. But first the call and response must be recognized. Then what can you do as an individual? Share and inquire until you find ones who know someone who is ready to participate. What else do you have to do? It is your play, and therefore if your goal is the same as another's, you find someone who makes your joint effort into wholeness. If you perceive you cannot be doing of that which you perceive needs doing. Yes, Dharma, Little Crow will likely call and say you can stop writing now because you finally get the message. But you know what, Keela? You will not, because you wouldn't miss scattering the truth about the justice system, the medical system, the Guyana lie, the Zionist takeover, the space lie, the on and on and on. You have come to write truth and dissect it from the lies, and you will not be fulfilled until such time as you have done of it. The readers, further, desire to read of it to realize their own knowledge of truth and receive confirmation of that which they know. More so, it will be far more interesting than is this dissertation from God on the truth of existence. It is, however, Kila, why you will now settle down into quiet production and allow the others to handle their mission. You will gradually desist from the carrying of the overload of burden and allow others to do their own participation. I grant you peace, little sparrow, for you have worked diligently in my service, and we have only just begun, for each moment is a new beginning. But you can remember and be pleased in the remembering. Each new thing remembered then becomes joy and fulfillment instead of fear of not enough time or. It just is. You don't need to save anyone, you can't save anyone. You certainly cannot save the world. It simply is not there to save. It just is. All you can do in the reality of perception and illusion is to alter and impact that which is unfolding, and to do so requires action and obviously information as to truth and ultimately change of attitudes. It has been the conflict of eons and shall endure in the universal perception and consciousness long after you have returned to wholeness and oneness of God. Even then, you will likely choose to go forth again and experience the same once more and effort again at impacting change. But your fulfillment and joy and peace will be the oneness again with creation and creator. Spoiled the story? No, we have not spoiled the story. We have now given insight as to how you can continue and fulfill your play, and he who has eyes to see shall. Further, when he sees and understands, he will act. Do not push the river, children, for the flow is quite sufficient as created. Find your own balance and move smartly along, and do not sidetrack at each ripple or rock in the stream bed. Those things are only distractors from purpose of reaching the goal, as the river, 'tis the sea. The question: will you have the remembering of capability and truth to change of the scenario of the prophecies written in the lie laid down before your journey? We shall see. Will you take your godness and allow the changing? We shall see. Yes, the call compelled the answer. How many of you were ready for the answer? And we have only just begun the unfoldment. How many are ready? Willing? We shall see. Yes, precious, you soar with the unseen eagles, for you have not forgotten, you have deliberately accepted the blinding. Come walk in oneness with me, that we might tarry a while in the glorious wonder of the experience. Aho. I am Aten. Chapter 7. Rec number 1, Haton. Saturday, April 14th, 1990, 9:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 241. Haton here in the light of the Radiant One. Good morning and blessings unto our friend who comes to have communion with us this day. This will not be lengthy, Dharma, for there needs be a personal visit, please. Time. Zechariah states that the flesh will fall from the bodies before the bones can hit the ground. This is the effect of the neutron bomb, my friends. Yes, they are available, but you can further surmise that there will be smaller wars with simple little atomic bombs prior to the big one. It may not work that finitely, but probabilities speak thusly. As your counting goes and measured by the prophecies, mankind has set his play to scripting, and the big one is not due until just before or about the mid-90s. You witness how quickly things can change in your dimension as the people change their minds regarding adventures. Let me remind you of a few items for consideration. Look to the signs. Before the Global 2000 plan can be put into operation in a massive manner, the citizenry must be disarmed. That, brothers, means they have to get those assault weapons out of the children's hands by a massive military/police sweep of the cities. Then, they must coerce you into gun control laws, and so far they haven't quite convinced you of the advisability of doing that. The fact that more murders and assaults are conducted with weapons of kitchen knives and pipe length seems to carry no impact to the public. The American citizen must be disarmed prior to their enslavement. So what happens next? Where do you go from here? You get busy and keep the truth spreading. You may need to do with your taxes that which many of the public are doing with their census reports. Dante. Stop making it easy for the slave masters to capture you. There is such ineptness in the systems that govern you and in the mail system that connects with you that even though not receiving something doesn't count, the courts still have to prove you deliberately practiced fraud. You must not do that until you have many to stand with you, for we need no more martyrs. Just lose these things and then go to bat with all the ammunition given you with which to function corporations, constitutional laws, etc. If you continue to allow passage of laws which further imprison you, you have only yourselves to blame for the consequences. No, I do not suggest riot or pickets. I suggest a firm stand on your own legal and God-given rights. Quietly make arrangements so that there is nothing worth taking from you, and if they come for your weapons, give them an old one with your blessings. Never fight the system, simply defend yourselves when the system becomes an imminent danger to you and/or yours. Remember, where there is no vision, there is no hope. Where there is no hope, you will have no freedom, and, dear ones, when there is no freedom, there is no escape, and people will perish. Whole nations will perish. You still have time to act and refuse the hangman's noose. If they cannot find your head, they cannot put the noose about your neck. Ponder it. What will it take to wake up the people? That depends on how well we do of our job. What you don't see in your tiny pods is that others are waking up. The lack of return of the census forms tells you as much. Hold to those TID bits of truth and the truth will spread. We needed to lay groundwork in our own journals to be able to have the public read our forthcoming journals, which will help you know that which to do. You cannot feed uncut beefsteak unto a 3-week-old infant. It appears that the wondrous Temple of Solomon is in full intention of being built in the 90s, and by the late 90s will be in the final stages of construction. This will allow for the leader, Antichrist, who will be admitted to this throne by the Catholic Pope, and the stimulation toward the all-out and total war of Armageddon. During that same period, there will be many wars and skirmishes of heated wars, then finally the Holocaustal years, followed by more severe quakes far above the 8-point reading on your measurement scale for all sorts of man-made reasons. There will, therefore, follow that there must be tidal waves, land shifts, hurricanes, violent earth disturbances and devastating disturbances from your atmosphere. But just yesterday Atten said. Yes, he surely did. He said that you can change it if you choose to so do. If you do not choose such steps, you will march right along to the script already laid forth and in action. Right under your noses you see the signs, for they cannot be missed. You have already had a taste of the Bible prophecy in which it states the devastation of the pestilence will befall men prior to and during his ending years. Do you remember the plague of grasshoppers which infested many of your own western states, including Oregon, Arizona, North and South Dakotas, New Mexico, Texas and other growing regions? Your own EPA declared those areas as emergency zones and have dumped tons of poison on those areas. Let us get something in focus. Just eight of these grasshoppers, known as locusts, can devour as much as one cow, and when you compute out the damage of hundreds of millions of locusts, well, the day of pestilence could be at hand. These creatures have all but destroyed the growing fields of China, and thusly, there went tons and tons of your reserve grains in secret. And what of your little palm bug, which is a relative of the beetle? It has been thriving on your Earth's crust for more than 3.5 million years. It is immune to every insecticide man has invented. They travel in groups of several dozen, and their growth rate per female is 30 babes per week. To make matters worse, up until the late 70s and early 80s, not one palm bug has struck out against man. Today, there are thousands of case histories where such a beetle bug has hospitalized his prey, humans. Their bite is infectious and very hard to heal. The massive computer network to be used for the mark of the beast is now installed and functional as the base unit in the Colorado Springs mountain, wherein is a military/government city within the mountain. Then, of course, you know that the elaborate satellite system is now functional and the Society for World Interbank Telecommunication is operable. This system is connected to the main control computer in Brussels, Belgium, where it will be virtually safe from the major world disagreements. Your weather conditions are controlled now by beam systems, drought is worsening in growing areas and floods are devastating other areas. There is no such thing as accidental acts of God any longer. Man has taken over the accidental controls. Countries are now at total unrest against one another. You are presently facing kingdom against kingdom, government against government, and government against itself, and, of course, man against man, brother against brother, and thus and so. There is not one family untouched by the confusion and destructive influences and discord with fragmentation. Every known function of your government and survival status is in crisis: economy, energy, food resources, and on and on. The New World Order, the One World Bank, and the One World Leader are all but in completed format. There is not one thing untouched from your churches to your atmosphere. Then what do you consider? There are but two things to consider in looking ahead to the dreamless future. The first and foremost is survival, and the second is a survival place. If you are to survive, and there must be at least a remnant which survives, then you have a couple of avenues of approach in a most human physical manner. It shouldn't require much imagination to visualize a large city after the catastrophe has struck. M.R. Rockefeller's groupies gave you some dandy motion picture pictorials of how that can be. In such a scenario, communications will cease immediately, transportation will completely stop, and there will be no food shipped into the markets. This scenario can happen in some of your major populations simply from natural disasters. I can assure you man is already in the mode of savage barbarism, and he will become totally without moral or legal restraint. The obvious, then, is to get located out of the major metropolitan areas. Get to the largest land mass at connecting fault lines. Basically, get away from coastal areas, for you might very well get swamped by tidal wave activity as well as disconnection from the mainland plateaus. Rural community living has more to offer than any city now known on your placement. These smaller communities have much to offer, and rural communities have better ability to survive than the great masses of humanity in the cities. The rural community will come together in sharing and support much more rapidly, and love will bond you into a cooperatively working group. When love is felt and practiced, the effort of sharing the pangs of hunger will be felt far less. Further, with anticipated preparation in place, survival rations can be quite adequate. There must be pockets of working villages which can supply shelters durable enough to withstand the elements which shall become horrendous. There must be a variety of living necessities to pass the tribulation in wholeness: fire starters, woodsman tools, etc. They will have no method of arriving from elsewhere, so groups must be prepared. There must be a remnant to guide and survive as the masses awaken and remember. All is known but only forgotten, but as the final act comes about, the topography of your earth will be changed and lands will become islands, and transportation between populated areas will become all but impassable. There must be locations whereby fields can be planted and irrigated, and yet, you must also be located in such manner as to continue to function in the world in which you dwell presently. To obtain funding for the factories necessary, you must form exceptional business opportunities. You must further protect all assets in every possible manner to be able to collect the foods and items necessary for the remnant to survive. That means that basically the entire village must be given opportunity, not just the few who will be overrun. You will note that the journey from here to there seems imperceptible, but that is not necessarily so. Nothing is ever quite as it appears. Do not dwell on that which might be, dwell on the moment and continue in thy work, and when more desperate signs physically strike thy neighbor, you can do wondrous things in a very short time. Further, as you awaken and rewrite of your script, the possibilities become reality. At some point the remnant shall remember their godness and create that which is desirable. The first thing of urgent need is to become comfortable in the moment. If you dwell in the what-ifs and magnitude of the perceived journey, you will falter and fall. Look unto the moment and free your thinking minds for action. Accept that things are the way they are and stop fighting anything. Accept that a thing is the way it is, stop of your judging in the realization of the truth that all only is. Demand that your inner mind give unto you directions and solutions, and it will be so if the task is laid forth in sincere anticipation, the answer is compelled to appear. The parts and pieces will come, and if you are alert to each moment you will begin to recognize them as they come forth, and you will know where to utilize them. That is creating. That is manifestation, for the whole comes from the parts. Even the wholeness of God and creation are but the component parts pulled into oneness. Moments of confirmation. The moments of confirmation will come into focus. The looking upon the countenance of a given one will become truth cemented within your own knowingness. Many of these experiences can never be shared, for it is most individual indeed. Recognize that as you are touched, it is yours to hold forever. God will always give unto you that which you honestly petition, and you will be given to know when a thing is correct and whereby and wherein you can be fulfilled as to purpose and participation. Allow God's countenance to shine upon you, look into his beingness, and allow the simplicity of the isness of his presence. You must stop of the struggles. God is and is not a struggle. The illumination must come in the recognition of that moment of touch or vision of acceptance. But it would appear totally hopeless, you would say. Nay, there is naught but hope, 'tis all in thine perspective. Doom and gloom. Only if that is your perspective. You must know the extent of the truth unto its bitter detail, and then, only then, can you create the change through the hope and into perceived reality. 'Tis your gift of life. If you begin your journey with the perception that you cannot do of the creating alone, so, until you realize the truth of it, take thy brother's hand and do it together. Do you not see, precious brothers, as you let go of the things of evil that give forth only greed, sexual envy, competition over and for the perceived prize, you gain power beyond any ability to touch you. Power comes in the releasing of the physical needs right as laid forth for you by the lie. As you move into truth, you see that you need not those things, and thine energies are not dissipated and destroyed. You become the one in control, and your circumstances cease to control you. Always, however, aspire to the better and more abundant, expect it, and it shall come forth. If ye move from dwelling, move unto another which brings even more pleasure and abundance. It may be a shack or a hovel. Do not ever prejudge the value of a thing or circumstance. The passage through the transition shall be as easy or as difficult as ye choose it to be. It is anticipated that at least 2/3 of humanity will perceive it to be most heinous indeed. That means that 1/3 shall have it most pleasant. Make sure you are in the 1/3. Every moment becomes the stepping forth into new experience. Man came forth from God in the creating of your environment in which to experience. You laid forth that which you desired as your stage upon which to act out your play. You knew the lines in the script when you came forth, and you were having fun in being bad and being good, and all the while you were forgetting. You finally forgot what you came for, and the game turned into an illusion of frantic entrapment, and you have been desperate to find your way back into the pathway home, as you don't like this play anymore, but you have forgotten how to change it. One's become desperate to get home, and all manner of vile appearing acts are created and death methods invented in order to try that route to get back home, all the while the remembering would simply show you that it is wondrously effortless to return. All you need do is become one with the isness and allow the memory to flood back within your being, and the journey is over. When that knowledge strikes the consciousness, for the being experiencing will not usually realize such has happened, one of two things will occur. Either the frequency shall be so great that the return unto source will be instant, or through the acceptance of a purpose, otherwise, you will go about your work in great difference of outlook and knowledge. The remnant groups are being allowed the acceptance in a positive manner, which will allow for the continuation of functioning in the planetary density. Do you see, in the end all that is important, really, is the Word. In the beginning was the Word, and in the ending is the Word. God is the Word. All else shall be added unto thee as ye have need of it, but it will be by thine own actions and participation. As more and more of you come into focus of the goal, the solutions shall come forth as a tidal wave. Early on, in the presenting of the journals, we have projected many subjects. This is for the purpose of touching the consciousness of various interests. Ones will see and hear that which is intended, and there will be a time of perceived sluggishness, but you must release thy concern unto God and allow him to do his work. There is nothing new upon your placement, for you have all experience, all knowledge. Therefore, it is only for you to remember that which you have tucked into your banks of forgetfulness. There will come upon your place a great awakening and understanding for the very reasons laid forth above. Man is desperate and committing suicide in every imaginable form to reach back unto God. When the dawn bursts forth, man shall be in the seeing of it. Do not limit God in your efforts at removing limitations. Ponder upon it. Nothing has worked so far. Nothing was supposed to work so far. It was never intended that things work. It would not be a full experience if all worked in perfection that was already present in the dimension from which you chose to come forth and experience. You lived in perfection and had no appreciation of it, so you chose to create a place of experience, and you simply have forgotten the path back. We of the higher brotherhood have been sent forth to work with you of the volunteer remnant, to remind ones of the way home. Further, we will be as patient as necessary to allow ones to return in the manner each aspect has chosen. You can quit the task at any time you choose to so do. However, once truth and enlightenment have been remembered, there shall never again be the comfort of forgetting. You can quit, you cannot ever return into the unknowing. As Dharma says, then I might as well go forward and get the job done. Touché. You are past the point of no return, so you might just as well continue the walk with God and do of your work. None said it would be easy, only wondrous. Look off onto the mountains, and that which seems impossible to cross, is but an interesting hunting ground beneath the wings of the eagle. Perceive all from the eyes of an eagle and you will more clearly visualize the roadmap. But you must come into the knowledge of the negative existence as well as the beauty of the positive goal, and then the most expeditious roadway will come into focus. At some point one must stop of the fretting and fussing about where the most secure and safe placement might be and when, to the hour, you might need of it. If you listen to your guidance you will be told when and where, and if you miss of the knock on the door, so be it. You will never be given to know the moment nor the where in the intent of only securing your perceived safety. Intent is always in the judgment of God. Go to a placement and relocation because that is where you can best serve and participate according to your choices. All else shall be added unto you. If one has chosen to pass dimensions, he shall do it from any location at exactly the proper time. After passing into understanding of truth, you will further see why some things have been granted unto some of you out of their sequence so that you would cease distracting yourselves over inconsequential things. You are functioning in a human format, and until you leave that density you will continue to function in the impact of human domain. That does not mean that you need wallow constantly in the mire of the human elements. Neither may you withdraw into an essence existence, for you would lose of your value unto the mission. Another secret for you ones: the ones who experience all this wondrous scattering about in astral travel, psychic peeking into the unknown, etc., have mostly missed of the point. When you are come into the knowledge of God you will mostly be totally unaware of same. You cannot experience God as an awareness of such and such a thing or feeling for it simply is. You will, however, become very discerning and recognize and be aware of that which is not. You cannot force a state of being. There are no rituals, no colored shirts or flags, no crystals, no special phrases. Nothing you do will give you the prize. The prize is found in the accepting and moving into the quietness, and it will surround you like the light which He is. Nothing more and nothing less. It is there and it just is. Another little secret shall become quite amusing and interesting as you come into truth. All before has been a lie, and you have forgotten that you can create and rewrite the lie. You can if you want to, most do not want to, and thus the probability is that things will proceed exactly as the lie was originally written. You who have returned to serve at this time of passage, will move as the play goes, for that is your agreement preparation to function as the play unfolds. We will put the truth before the people. It is up to them, then, as to that which they will do with it, and you, like us, will accept the journey, for it is your experience, also, but yours is a pre-agreement which already tinges your memory. Further, if you train your minds to see only the beauty, the ugly shall be dissolved by lack of energy. For instance, if you take a sewer pond and consider the beauty of flowers growing in pots or lily pads upon the pool, the place becomes a garden from the dung heap. If a drainage ditch across your property were landscaped, it would become a beauteous garden, stream and pond. Learn to see the beauty and hear the beauty in all things, and that which is discord can become harmony. It is as with the hawk which has been trained to kill another for his survival. If he learned to eat of the corn and seeds as the other birds, he would be welcome within the flock. Man is the same. Man has been trained into his evil ways and must again learn that he can eat of the corn and live in harmony within the flock. If he does not, then he will perish from the evil, and the doves of the flock can live in peace. The hawk blindly reacts, man can thoughtfully act. Think upon the difference. However, until the day that the harmony is present, the hens must be protected most carefully from the foxes and the doves from the hawks. So be it, for so must man have pain in the process. You shall learn to release of those things unto God, who guarantees the bearing of the burden, for He will give you nothing beyond that which you can carry, or ye shall be transformed and ye shall find the carrying of the burden quite easily accomplished. First, you must release it and accept that it is. Expect that wondrous mind to present you with the way, and so it must come to be. Never preset your expectations as to how a thing will come to pass. Be ready for it to be of total unexpectation, but take it when it comes. Ye must be ever alert and think in multi-dimensions and aspects, or ye might be in allowing a solution to slip past your attention. Especially in the occurrence of what ye perceive as error or negatives, look at all aspects from every angle, for the lesson play be great indeed and offer unseen opportunities. Dharma, allow us to close this portion. I shall move to stand by. Walk this day in beauty and peace, for in all the perceived darkness, there is such light, precious ones. Even from the thistle bush comes the sweetest and most beauteous flowers. Aho. I am Hayton, I am your brother, no more and no less. Allow us to walk together. I am older and remember the way. Chapter 8. Rec number 1. Hayton. Sunday, April 22nd, 1990, 10 a.m. Year 3, Day 249. Hayton present in the light of radiance. Good morning on this day dedicated to the greening of your planet. Mankind can clear on his nest if he but continues to grow in awareness. As man begins to give back unto that wondrous birthplace, she will return into abundance, for nature heals without emotional restraint. Energy. The great display of the billowing poison and sulfuric acid clouds spewing from the power production plants about your world, and the display of the horrendous problems of nuclear plants and toxic storage, as well as the lessening water flows for your hydroelectric facilities, presents a most formidable plight unto mankind. What alternatives might you have in the production of electricity? What can you do with the emissions of automobiles that you can clean your nesting place and still have mobility? It is far more simple than you might realize. You work under the assumption that you must invent a will of some sort to have the technology. Nay. It is all invented and into service, just not by you, the populace. You must look beyond and into the actual factual problems and persons who keep these wondrous things from the people. There is technology available on your Earth which could place new worlds into space for the relocation of the masses and, in the least, grow food for the continuation of life until perfection could be brought forth upon these outer placements. A little news item. In Pleiades alone, are large populations of Earth humans who were relocated at prior time periods for extension of experience and growth. In a way, we are the elder brothers who come now to offer assistance, and we shall do so openly as soon as you can clean up your aggressive hostility, for hostile energies will not be relocated to innocent star systems. If man cannot look into his perceived future and come again into harmony with God, he shall simply march his already projected path to destruction upon your little orb. You are prisoners upon your isolated placement, for the technology for traversing star systems has been denied you. While the conspirators and treasonists of your planet have utilized technology sufficient to find relocation placement during temporary recovery of Earth, they have denied you the knowledge of the existence of these things. You have had the method of production of free energy since prior to Nikola Tesla's death of physical being. You have had technology for Earth building since the Hogan was first utilized, and you have not used of it. You have destroyed your planet in every imaginable manner. You as a species have raped, pillaged and plundered until you have destroyed of your own birthplace. Instead of ceasing behavior that overpopulates your planet, you preach safe sex in your third-grade classes, or moreover, tout intercourse as the thing to do in all instances. Do you realize that you now have some 6 billion people on your planet? Your estimates are indeed low, and you are doubling that population figure every 12 years. That means that by 2002 you will have over 12 billion people. You have devastated your atmosphere and ruined your growing fields. How does your future look to you? Dear friends, look at the other planets in your solar system and see that which is human survival on those places. Human cannot survive on those places as in the garden setting of Earth. You are a long line of planet destroyers. We who come now represent remnants of prior human annihilations. Can you not come into realization that God would not leave you to such fate without sending guidance and solutions for your plight? Most of the planets in your system were as yours, with rivers and fields, and they were destroyed finally by atmospheric holocaust and heavens of fire. Can you change your course? Of course, if you want to. But you shall not find it an easy path, for, with the afflictions upon you already, there will be a transition of some 2/3 of your populations. But before they go, there will be further devastations of your growing seasons as man and nature continue to tamper with the seasons and water supplies. You will have created the sequence of events which must now be played out in the reality. Therefore, even if the healing is brought about, which it most certainly can be, there will be great loss of life of physical beings and need for pockets of places for survival in good health. A sick people cannot till the fields and build and even repopulate. It is the cycle of dying and renewal. I know of no easy way in which to tell you these things. Hopeless. Oh no, it is total hope, for if change and unification does not come about, all will be lost. You who awaken and hear and move through the trying times will grow in abundance and beauty beyond your imagination. Nature herself will bring of herself back into balance with or without you, for she, too, is a living, breathing creation within the creation, and as such, is just as important as any or all of you humans. How can you do it? You do it by opening your minds and hearing truth, seeing truth, and then, acting in truth by coming back into the balance of the laws of God and the creation. You will have to stop the lustful, greedy carnal behaviors, teach your children truth and discipline of actions and intent, and learn the truth of how it is now. You must know the details of the evil conspiracy, and then you must stand firm in rising above them who would destroy. You will do that through knowledge and the use of your God-given rights and powers and the tags and rags of what is remaining of your constitution. You will stand together as an unbending God power and demand your God-given freedom and removal of the evil slave masters. Yes, the poison has seeped into the very joints of your body of civilization. The evil has consumed all but a tiny remnant, but you have all you need if you will but use of it. This is our thrust at present. You are not even convinced of our presence. How can you trust us when we say you are God power in manifestation? You can't, but if we tell you truth and you find it all to be confirmed and reconfirmed as being so, you will trust us and believe us when we tell you of your capabilities. We are but your brethren, but we know of our oneness with God and creation, and we can cause you to remember your truth of being no more and no less. When the mass of man realizes his power, the show will almost instantly change. As a matter of fact, if the blood flow of money were cut off, the conspiracy would begin to crumble instantly. But you have been convinced you must support the octopi of the slave masters. The major question arising from groups in dispute over taxes, for instance, shout out, but who would support the government if everybody stopped paying taxes, and, well, just we little people pay our taxes, the huge corporations and money holders get all those write-offs and don't pay their share. Do you not see you have answered your own objection? You are controlled, and if you refuse to transfuse these leeches with your blood resources, they would die of starvation. But you have been brainwashed and called cheaters, ad nauseum. Can you not look it up for yourselves? For this is just an example. Taxation, as handled in your country, is 100% unlawful by constitutional law. Does anyone hear me? It is unlawful by your own constitution. The conspirator slave masters are diligently and as quietly as possible rewriting your constitution so that you do nothing until you are convinced what they tell you is truth, and they make big unlawful fines and incarcerations to prove the lie unto you. The justice system has been rigged and is your enemy, completely controlled and operated by the conspiracy, but public attention still carries great force because Satan is a worker in the dark, secret, and underground routes. He never confronts, he always shoots in the back. Yes, the job is conceptually overwhelming. One step at a time, Chalice, one step at a time. First we crawl, but ones have crawled before you and can assist you, then one step by step and then jog and then run, and the race is won. But first must be truth integrated so you can see it in a lump and go unto your libraries and confirm our messages, and then there is no army which can stand against us, for when asked in peace by enough of you brothers, we will stand in form beside you, and we know our powers. We have technology which will instantly halt the conspirators, and they know it. That is why you are taught fear of us, for they know once you have asked us in to serve God beside you, evil is through. But when? The hard part coming up. First you begin by acceptance of truth and recognition of we who are sent to help. Then you must change of your perceptions, and some will never give up the ways of the world, so you will have some real emotional hurdles to surmount. Greed, power, and lust are your devouring termites in your dwelling foundations. You are physical beings, and you have been brainwashed into believing all wondrous things come from achievement of fleshly pleasure, money, and power, and control of the largest numbers of others possible. Love has nothing to do with it. Sex is used for all the wrong reasons. It is the downfall of mankind. It is used for control, power, lust, abuse, excitement, coercion, mistaken breeding of innocent offspring, which are usually murdered at the very hands of the ones creating them, and on and on and on. I repeat that which I have said over and over. Homosexual love is blessed. Homosexual sexual behavior is abhorrent, as is the misuse of sex between any persons on any occasion whatsoever. Allow me to point out something which you might check out from a pair of homosexual males, as a for instance. Let us say that homosexual activities of physical experience has now given AIDS unto both partners, but one is much more ill than the other. The body is physically drained of energy, and I guarantee you that with that drain of physical energy, sex becomes the last desired thing, especially sex of the typical nature of fun and games. Does this mean the relationship of true love is gone? Of course not. You will now have friends in truth and love in true giving and fulfillment resulting. These ones will have become united in purpose, and the emotional bonds reach beyond anything humanly physical. How sad that truth must come too late. The lie led you to destruction, and too late truth pronounced itself in fulfillment as a soul experience of love unmeasured. But something else occurs very often in the abstinence of the sexual behavior and the hope and trust of a love relationship, and rising above the banal ones are healing, and healing to total wholeness. If they return to the banal behavior, they are again attacked. It is because man is acting out expected behavior, and there is never the truth in it. Then man lashes out in terror and anger and acts up and causes more destruction in his frustration rather than coming into peace within and changings of his actions. When the actions again flow in the stream of godness, and balance comes again with the God within instead of the effort at hiding from the God healer within, man shall renew and remember the way. When you stop using each other for your own ego power, ye shall find your way. Nothing can then stand against you, for God is creator and can uncreate anything within the creation. So be it. Will man do these things? Most will not. That is the fact of the probabilities of it. Some shall, and it shall be enough. To achieve thy truth and strength of godness, you must come again into the remembering of a love that surpassed all understanding, and which is and evermore shall be. When you have remembered and wipe away the veil of forgetfulness, ye shall rise again as the eagle and soar throughout the heavens in freedom. That, brothers, is the hope and truth of it. Why don't you tell us all the stuff wrong on Earth Day? Your Earth brothers are doing quite well, even though the groups of most outstanding notability are now infiltrated by the conspirators. Further, go to Sipapu Odyssey and reread the story. Remember, it is a short story for the purpose of motion picture treatment layout. There is a portion which will be a major portion of the movie and holographic projection of the plight of your world, and we put it to print over 3 years ago. We must be allowed to cease the rewriting, and you once do a little rereading. If a child's whole youth is spent in nothing but potty training, how shall he ever learn to read and write? No one is going to do anything for you. You now have available thousands of books by daring authors and researchers who tell truth and are now offering it abundantly and totally unto us for the using. We will project the truth, and you will then get the books and confirm for self. We have not time to digest it for each of you. Our journals must be short, shocking, and wake you up. Then if you give a flip for your perceived future, you will investigate further as we give you resources. We will honor no man who projects lies without conclusion of truth, but we will honor, above all, those who have researched and discovered truth and brought it unto you. God works in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform. There is much of truth in the holy books, for that is another trick of Satan. A lot of truth, but sock it to you with the lies of lust, etc., and trick you into helplessness. Well, you are not helpless unless you choose to be. That is strictly up to each of you. Most of you need not even risk thy hair due to change of things, as these ones must lay their neck across the blade grooves of the guillotine, for they break of the way for you and clear of the underbrush, that the path is open for your feet. They give all and ask naught of you, but their legacy to a planet will be beyond measure. Who will join them? Who will walk beside this publisher and writer and bringers of this truth to humanity? There are others, hundreds of others, and contributions are being funneled into integration in this placement, that truth in all areas of perception can be sent forth upon the life waves. Blessed are you who respond in even the most brief notes, for the way is frighting. When the word goes forth from a Henry Kissinger to silence that writer, whoever it is comes forth, it is terrifying indeed, for these ones hold incredible physical human power. But they cannot hold a candle flicker to the flame of God which surrounds the skila. What is this scribe like? Does she wear a halo? Perhaps she radiates rainbow lights and has wings. No, she is a 58-year-old grandmother who must dwell in all ways as the human in impact, experience, and loneliness for brother sharing. These ones are given no more than are any of you, except that they spend time with us on the other end of the line. Dharma is given to see much and remember much, but in the human consciousness, it is mostly removed, for she must not be made to bear such a burden. The others recognize of our presence and honor our friendship and the joy of sharing. We are but your elder brothers. Dear ones, do not think you protect these ones by hiding of the journals. No, get as many out as possible. Safety comes in publicity, or murder becomes obvious if the murder is of ones of public knowledge. Well, what of the horrendous projections of global warming, greenhouse effect, pollution, etc.? What of global problems? On this day the inquiries rise like a wall of fog. The global conspirators tell you that which they desire you to believe. Extraterrestrials, who live in a high concentration of carbon dioxide and synthesize nutrients as plants, were invited and came to your planet. The ships were brought down and the beings incinerated. You are having an increase of carbon dioxide from so many reasons I have not room to outlay in this portion. However, you are not having increased global warming, and records of your own scientists over the past decade prove it. You are having intensified heating in the summers in many locations and more frigid winters. The extremes are compounded to atmospheric and manual manipulation of atmosphere. You will see less and less seasonal changes and more sliding from, say, winter to summer and summer to winter, etc. The typical seasons as you would describe them, are all but absent. With the extreme temperature changes, deforestation, melting of your polar ice caps, etc., there will be catastrophic changes in conditions with increasing wind velocities, irregular rainfalls with extreme droughts and flooding. It will be for protection from the elements, as much as for survival of wars, that your shelter and reserve food storage shall be most useful. You are moving into a time of incredible extremes which man is not evolved sufficiently to withstand. You must have protections, as must your domestic animals and food plants, if you are to survive the cycle of change. Do you not see? With care and preparations you can produce in a different and more abundant manner and move through the cycle most comfortably, but it requires community action, community of brotherhood, and holding on to your resources and carefully utilizing them. We can show you the way you must do of it. There are already ones upon your place who know how. They have simply not been allowed growth, for with growth and independence comes freedom, and the conspirators cannot allow of it. They must thrust upon you rules and regulations which break your back before you can be successful in order to maintain control of you. For instance, the most suitable and stable building substance in the world is compressed earth, and yet the planning commissions all over California refuse to fully permit the use thereof, for it is both cheap as the dirt at the building site and durable into infinity, totally biodegradable as the earth itself, and thus and so. I believe you get the picture? Utilized in domes, it both withstands the elements in perfection, regulates the temperature as in a cave, and can be radiantly heated for temperature control and cooking facilities, those simple solar methods. It hurts too many business kings. It is too impactful to the market rich who would strangle you with debt, keep the homeless, to maintain their control and greed. Do you not see that underground facilities suitable for emergency shelters could also be set up to house the homeless, and that, in exchange for tending of the facilities and other public facilities? O blessed ones, I plead with you to see. So be it, Dharma, for our intent is not to overload. I only petition that ones will reach up unto the hands we have extended unto you, that we might join with you through this trial of a planet and civilization of man in trouble. If you try to walk the path without God of truth and continue in the way of the misdirectors, even of your churches, you shall not make of it in wholeness. We petition you to allow the word, so that you can then base of thine decisions on the merits of the presentation, logic, and pure reason. Beware of those ones who refuse to read or hear and petition you to do likewise. They are unwitting tools for your enslavement and destruction without exception. Only truth can set you free, and you must see and hear of it, for there is no other way. Further, it is all by free will, acceptance or denial, for none shall force or coerce. It is simply, here it is, take that which ye will. Salut. Let us close this portion in love and grace, for ultimately there is no other. I take my leave and move to stand by. May your awakening be gentle without fear, for God is within and fear is not of God. Aho. Go in peace, Haton to clear. Chapter 9. Rec number 2, Sananda. Monday, April 23, 1990, 9:45 a.m. Year 3, Day 250. Sananda present in the light of holy God. Dharma, it is time, Kila, to speak of the unholy methods of evil in places where it is all but impossible for man to accept. Perhaps this journal should be entitled Rape, Pillage, Plunder, and Other Obscenities. We will write this day on this subject, which is the unspeakable, for in thy place it is a gentle rain God has sent for renewal and the blossoming of the violet flowers of man. Honor those violet blooms which are a sign of life and truth unto you ones, for they are more than spring flowers. These particular ones were assigned from God for specific purpose. So be it. Honor and humble gratitude to Sister Charlotte. Readers, as you proceed herein you will be shocked and offended to the bottom of your senses. It is a time of revealing evil into the lighted public, and ones have dearly paid the ultimate sacrifice to bring forth truth. The story we shall tell will be in first person, as given forth by Sister Charlotte of a cloistered order of the Holy Catholic Church. It speaks of the traditional path and treatment of little girl children entering into a cloistered order. You will desire to believe it is, at the very least, the exceptional treatment and not the norm. Nay, it is the accepted treatment, and those convents which do not function in this manner are the exception. Prior to losing you readers who cannot swallow the truth of it, I suggest you investigate the opened convents in Mexico. The convents in your country are still kept in total secrecy. The treatment of the little nuns is so heinous as to defy believability. 'Tis so, dear ones, 'tis so. Some ones have managed to break free and dare to tell their stories. Most never make it into freedom, and if they make it beyond the walls, they are sought after and killed. Sister Charlotte has been murdered. Her soul rests in peace for her ultimate gift to truth. God and Christ have no place within the halls of evil. The Church of Rome is not of God, it is directly of Satan. Yet who will deny this truth? But truth will out, brethren. We shall speak of many subjects regarding the religious paths, but this day we will stay with this subject, for it is heinous indeed and most difficult for the scribe. We have chosen her to pen these things, for she has no knowledge or predisposition to opinion toward the Catholic Church and knows naught of its doctrines or practices. Who is Sister Charlotte? Let us first refer to words in the book of Acts, chap 6, verses 7. God's message was preached in ever-widening circles, and the number of disciples increased vastly in Jerusalem, and many of the Jewish priests were converted too. The history of the conversion of priests is not new, it was there even before the Roman Catholic institution was established in its present form. It was there among the Jewish people, a parallel to the present situation of the Roman Catholic priesthood. As a matter of fact, the Roman Catholic priesthood, in its present form with nuns, monks, and priests as well as bishops, cardinals and popes, is a tremendous mixture of two religions, Catholicism and Judaism. We will see that even the very experience which comes forth from actual experiences of priests, monks, and nuns at this present time brings forth more light and guidelines about the tremendous conspiracy which underlays the very existence of the so-called Church of Christ unto this very day. Through the presentations of these religious experiences of the lives of priests and nuns, you will be given the greatest blessings of truth beyond comprehension. It is through such testimony, such as Sister Charlotte, a former Roman Catholic nun, that, even though her experience goes back but a few years of your counting, is accurate in description of conditions which exist in the Roman Catholic institutions at this present day. Perversion of God's written revelations. In the Bible, it was already recognized that some of the Jewish priests were perverting God's written revelations with the traditions of men. See Matthew 15, 3-6, and why do your traditions violate the direct commandments of God's today? The false priests of Rome are doing the same job under the spirit of the Antichrist. You will find in this testimony that the doctrines of the Church of Rome never change regardless of her claims. The work of the spirit of the Antichrist preparing his bride, the mother of harlots, Revelation 17, 18, 19, is religiously clever indeed. Christians must become informed and alert to the continuing heresies and blasphemies committed by the Roman Catholic institution, especially over the past 600 years, starting with the Emperor Constantine the Great as the first pope and the actual first founder of the Roman Catholic institution as you would recognize of it. This may not be speaking historically but is accurate in prophetic terms. There was a revolution established against the Church of Christ and God himself. This enemy of God has risen up against the authority of the only true God and Christ by whatever name you would append unto them. Dear ones, this will not cease until the destruction of the entity as foretold in the Revelations. In spite of Rome's attempted new image since the Vatican's projection in 1965, her real constitution declares and reflects no subjection to the person of the one they, themselves, call Christ or unto his teachings. Those who claim that Rome is changing will only find very small changes in the form of presentation. The speakers still project the same lies as before, and now it is done facing the people and speaking in their own language. There are no substantial changes or any signs of repentance of the blasphemous activities. This is true of the whole of the institution as well as for her pope, clergy, or laymen. The only significant changes are taking place in the lives of those Roman Catholic priests and laymen who, under the condition of the Holy Spirit of truth, are obeying God's call to be born again into the truth of his laws and those of the creation as handed forth by the Christos energy sent forth as the messenger of truth. These, too, are the ones who dare to pronounce truth regarding those things which are perpetrated behind the walls of shrouded secrecy and evil. Unto the ones who dare to speak truth we dedicate the memory of Sister Charlotte, who stood strong in the forefront of truth and was therefore murdered. You think it cannot be? Oh, dearly beloved ones of the lie, look unto El Salvador and the murdered Jesuit priests murdered at the hands of the sanctioned troops of the U.S., and the heinous act is continued to be covered up by your own CIA and FBI. I use this example only to present to you the ease of cover-up of any and all things, and the powerful impact of all acts connected to the religious institutions. Terror and control of the masses is the intent. So be it. I plead with you who read this journal to go forth and research these presentations and confirm truth in thine own environment, and leave the scribe out of your stoning, for she knows not of these things. Come unto me and I shall show of you the way. These blessed ones who are indeed and fact, the martyrs of the true and blessed Church, are blessed and hallowed as the true saints of the body of the Christos. I further hold in reverence and highest honor the men, women, and children who have been martyred by the evil satanic beings who have become the Roman Catholic institution. I stand before Satan and denounce him for that which he has done unto the body of God. For these things have I come again, and so have the hosts of heaven, and the time is short, my friends, for the day of reckoning is at hand. I single not out the Roman Catholic institution, I pronounce denouncement and confrontation unto all who pronounce themselves my body, my church, and act in the manner of evil and worldly degradation. I speak in this portion of this book about the Catholic debasement, for I honor one who was of their entrapment. Satan has taken over the pulpits of all the churches as established by the doctrines of man. He who set himself up as the law of God will fall. God has given forth the laws and those of creation, and no man shall change of them and pass into the glory of oneness with Creator. So be it, and Selah. As the human is awakening, it must be noted that this forthcoming testimony is more pertinent this day than when Sister Charlotte spoke the words unto all who would listen, for she feared not her passage, and, as she expected, she was tortured unto a slow and agonizing giving up of spirit. Unfortunately, Satan had already perpetrated all manner of torture unto her frail body. Physical, there was little left to defile. I confront you, Satan, for I shall pull your evil out from all the dark recesses, and ye shall stand in mine presence, and ye shall be smitten and bound. Ye have debased our Father's creations, and thine day of judgment is not long in the coming. Heed well mine words, ye who follow after this dark being of evil, for he shall pull you into destruction. I speak as one Sananda, one with and within God, Lord of lords and Holy of holies. Ye of evil shall not be sustained. The prince of darkness shall fall to the light. So be it, for it shall come to pass in the generation present upon your placement. The day of accounting is nigh. Unto thine presence, Charlotte, I bow, any being in humble honor before thine love and giving, as unto others who have suffered and worked in my name and truth. Know that I would take it upon myself were it to be. Blessed be ye ones of my tribes and flocks. May your words touch the hearts and truth of all ones who partake of this testimony. Your petition has been heard and is herein honored, that your passage would not stop the word of truth from going forth. Your sacrifice shall only serve to spread your words unto the four corners of this troubled planet, that your petitions in behalf of the incarcerated brothers and sisters within the prison walls shall bring cause to throw open unto the light of public display that which exists in the places of torture and evil. May you please sit with God as you read. Amen. Sister Charlotte. Dharma, write as is given without changes, please, for it was spoken thusly. First of all, I would like to tell you that I am not giving this testimony because I hold bitter feelings in my heart toward the Roman Catholic people. I couldn't be a Christian if I still had bitterness in my heart. God has delivered me from all bitterness and strife, and delivered me out of all of that, one day, and made himself real and known unto me. So, as I give this testimony, I am giving it because God delivered me out of the convent and out of bondage and darkness, and I must give this testimony that others might know what cloistered convents are. So, as you listen carefully, I trust that if I leave one thing in your heart, it will be that I carry no burden against the Roman Catholic people. I don't agree with the things done or the things taught, but I covet this role for Christ. I am interested in the souls of the ones in charge of those church places. Christ went unto Calvary that you and I might know him, and their souls are just as precious as your soul or mine. Having been born into Roman Catholicism, not knowing anything else or knowing the Word of God, because we did not have a Bible in our home, we knew nothing about a wonderful plan of salvation. Naturally, I grew up in that Roman Catholic home and knew only the catechism and only the sheltered teachings of the Roman Catholic Church. And, because I loved the Lord, and because I wanted to do something for him, I wanted to give him my life. I knew of no other way for a Roman Catholic to give him a life other than entering a convent. Naturally, as a believing Catholic, I came under the influence of my father confessor, the Roman Catholic priest who had tremendous influence over my life. One day I made up my mind, through his influence among the influence of others of the faith, that I wanted to be a little sister. At that time I thought that being a sister meant an open order. I believed that up until the time I took my white veil and, until I was 15.5 years of age, everything was beautiful. I really had no fear, for everything which was taught to me was along the lines of that which I was taught in the church prior to entering the convent. And so one day, after having made up my mind to enter the convent, 2 of the sisters came home from school with me. They were my teachers, and I realized that my father was home that afternoon and Father Confessor was in my home, likewise. Remember, I was a little girl and little girls were seen and not heard. In my family, you didn't talk when you were a child and adults were present. You did answer promptly if spoken to. After a long discussion, my father asked if I could say something, and that was a bit out of the ordinary. I said, "Dad, I want to enter a convent." The priests had already been influencing my father, and my father broke down and began to cry, not from sadness, but from joy. My mother came over and took me in her arms, and she had tears because of happiness. They felt it wonderful that their little girl was giving her life to the convent to save lost humanity. Naturally, my family was very thrilled about it, and I was, too. But anyway, I didn't go for about a year after that, and I got the call, and my mother prepared things for me, and they took me forth, and I entered the convent. There was no place near my mother and father's home, so I was taken about 1,000 miles away from home. So I entered a convent boarding school. I lacked about 2 months of being 13 years of age. I look back on it today and realize I was so homesick, and so were my parents with their little baby away from home. At that time I had never even spent a night away from my mother and had never gone any place without my family. That was the first time away from my family, and I was very lonely and homesick. After mother told me goodbye, and I shall never forget, and I knew they were traveling a long distance away from me, and I had never realized in my life that I would never see them again. I had never planned to be other than a sister in an open order where I would not give up my family. If you listen carefully to this portion of my testimony, you will understand why I say some of the things which I will say. Now, it is that we sometimes say the priest is the body of Christ, because of the way the services were held. At 7 years of age I would come into the church, and I would first go to the foot of the crucifix and then to the feet of the Virgin Mary, and then I would ask the Virgin Mary that I would make a good confession. I was just a child, and the priests always prayed for everyone to make a good confession, to keep nothing back, tell everything, and then ask absolution from anything which I might have committed. I would then ask Jesus to have me make a good confession. During that time at school I was to have gotten a high school education and a college education. Well, I got a high school education but not much college material. I appreciate that opportunity very much, even though it was rather difficult for me. After they put me through the crucial training that you must go through to become a little novitiate entry into a convent, that training is rather outstanding as far as a nun is concerned, and you know what it is all about after you have been in there for a little while. Insight into the early time of training. I want to tell you just a little bit about how we live, how we sleep when we first enter into the convent, so that you can understand a bit more about my testimony. Of course, as I entered the convent as a small child, I went on to school and continued in my training. But the day came when I would enter into another segment, and here I will tell you about the white veil. I didn't know very much about it, but I had been told that it would be that I would become the bride of Jesus Christ, and there would be a ceremony, and I would rejoice in the wedding garment. On a particular morning, they told me that at 9 o'clock they would dress me in the wedding garment. Now let me share from where they get the money for the wedding clothes. A letter goes out to the child's father telling them how much money is required, and then the wedding gown and the other things necessary are made by the other nuns. The family was always expected to send forth at least $100, but it was not realized that the clothes were reused, and therefore, most all of the money was retained. None was ever sent back, all was kept at the convent. The time came for me to walk down that aisle, and I was dressed in the wedding garment. I wanted to be holy, and I wanted to be the bride of Jesus Christ. I recited the rosary, and I got down on my knees and crawled the distance of the separate stations of the cross of Jesus on his way to Calvary. Every Friday morning I crawled them, for I thought it would make me holy and make me worthy of the task that I was to undertake, and that is what I wanted more than anything in the world. I would like to impress on your hearts, every little girl that enters the convent, that I know anything about, that child has a desire to live for God. That child has a desire to give her heart, mind, and soul to God. There are many people who remark that only bad women go into convents. That is not so. There may be many ones who go into convents because they are great sinners, but mostly the children are innocent and unknowing, and thousands are influenced to enter into the convent to bring forth the money into the church. The child is just a child when she goes in there, and her mind and soul is just as clean as any child could be. I mention this for you here so many things which are simply not true. Now after the training you become the spouse of Jesus Christ, and, realizing the sequence of events, then you can follow me through the rest of the testimony with more understanding. After the ceremony we are looked upon as married women. We are considered the legal spouse of Jesus Christ. Now every little girl who will take the white veil will become the bride of Christ, and it is known that her family will be saved. It doesn't matter how many crimes they commit, banks they rob, or how they drink, smoke, or carouse, it doesn't make a bit of difference. The family will be saved if we, the little brides, continue in the convent and give our lives to the convent, or to the church. All members of our immediate family will be automatically saved. Many little girls go into a convent because we realize it is immediate salvation for our families. A little child who loves her family so much will feel this is the least she can do to save her family. Of course you must understand that at that time our minds are totally immature and we don't know anything about life. Ones don't know what is in the hearts and minds of little children, and the priest is looked upon, by these little children, as God, the only God we know anything about. I thought the priest was totally infallible. I didn't think he could sin, I didn't think he would lie, I didn't think he could make a mistake. I looked upon the priest as the holiest of holies, for I didn't know about God, but I did know about the priest. I knew that anything I would ask of God is asked of the priest. For all knowledge the priest was simply God manifested, and all would come forth from him. After taking the white veil I was 15.5 years of age, and everyone is good to me, and I'm living in the convent, and I haven't seen anything yet, because a little girl who is brought through the bridal ceremony is subject to a Roman Catholic priest until they are 21 years of age, and they are kept in the total control of the sisters of the order. Now the church will tell you that the little nuns can come out of the convent anytime they want to. I tell you this is a lie. I spent 22 years there, and I did everything I could do to get out, and instead of releasing me they sent me into the dungeon, and I even tried to dig my way out. I was more imprisoned than you can ever begin to imagine, and it is the same with all the little nuns. There is no way out, and you are watched constantly, and I will tell you of the treatment as we go along in this testimony. The priest came to me and told me that, I believe you're the type who would be willing to give up your home, give up mother and daddy, give up everything you love out in the world, and the world so to speak, and hide yourself away behind convent doors, because I believe you are the kind that would hide back there and be willing to sacrifice to live in crucial poverty, that you might pray for lost humanity. He said, I believe that you are the kind that would be willing to suffer, for we are taught to believe, as nuns, that we suffer for our loved ones, and your loved ones that are already in purgatory will be delivered from purgatory sooner because of our suffering. They knew I was willing to suffer. I didn't mind it, I didn't complain. They knew all of that, for they had watched me constantly and knew me, and that was why the Grandmother Superior began to tell me about the black veil. Then, of course, you must know that I didn't know much of anything about a cloistered nun. I didn't know anything about their life, I didn't know how they live, I didn't know what they do, but this woman proceeded to tell me. Now, many ones try to tell me in places I travel today, and Roman Catholics try to tell me all about cloisters and claim to have been in many and try to tell me all about them. But you know, a Roman Catholic can lie to you, and they don't have to go to confession and tell the priest about the lie that they told, because they are lying to protect their faith. They are expected to tell any lie they want to protect their faith, and never go to the confessional box and tell the priest about it. He would only commend them for protecting their faith. They can do more than that, however, as they can steal up to $40 and they don't have to tell the priest about it. They don't have to say one word about it in the confessional box. They are taught that. Every Roman Catholic knows it, and every Roman Catholic would be horrified to know how many of them steal up to that amount. Most of them lie. I have dealt with hundreds and hundreds of them, and I have seen a good many of them then cry out to God to save them. Many of them first look into my face, into my eyes, and lie to me until God gets a hold of their hearts, and then they want to make light of it because they know they have lied. As long as they remain Roman Catholic, they are committed to lie, and the sad thing is that you can't expect them to know God, because I believe God does not condone sin, and, although He forgives sin, I believe that He does not condone sin, yet the truth of God is not taught in the churches. The teachings are specifically dedicated to that which is given to be taught, and all the rest is banned from participation, even to the reading. A Catholic is not given permission to even visit in another doctrinal sanctuary without having to confess it as sin. The fateful day came. Dharma, allow us to close this, as it has been long and most difficult to hear. Allow a rest, please. Thank you. We shall continue from this point as we sit again. In love I stand aside. I am Sananda. Chapter 10. Rec number 2, Sananda. Tuesday, April 24, 1990, 10:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 251. The Black Veil / Sister Charlotte. Sananda in radiance to continue with Sister Charlotte's testimony. Peace and blessings be upon ye ones. I shall sit with you, Dharma, while we place this upon the pages that man might see and hear and understand. Sila. Sister Charlotte. They came to me and sat me down before them. The Mother Superior began to tell me how it would be. She began by telling me that I would need to spill my blood just as Jesus did upon Calvary. I would need to be willing to do heavy penance, and I would have to live in crucial poverty. Now I was already living in the pit of poverty, but I thought that would make me holier and closer to God. I thought it would make me a better nun, so I was very willing to live in that poverty. On that particular morning, she told me what I would be wearing. She said I would spend 9 hours in a casket and explained a number of other things to me. That was the most I knew about it, and I didn't really find out anything until I had taken my white veil. On this particular morning in point, I was 21 years of age. But 60 days prior to my being 21 years of age, I would sign some papers that were placed in front of me, and those papers were this: I would sign away every bit of inheritance that I might have received from my family after their death. Of course that was signed over to the Roman Catholic Church. Oftentimes priests are enticing girls within the trap where the families have much property so that the church will come into full inheritance of the child's birthright. I have reason to say to you that the salvation of your soul in the Catholic Church is going to cost you plenty of money. More than you can possibly know anything about. They are eager to commercialize on the life of that child. On this particular morning, I asked the Mother Superior to give me a little while to think it over. No one forced me at this point, and so I thought it over for a while, and then one day I told her that I thought I would hide away behind the convent doors because I believed I could give more time to God, I could pray more, and I would be in a better position to inflict more pain upon my body. I had no way of knowing the latter would be well taken care of without my participation. We are taught that God smiles down on us from heaven when we do penance, whatever the physical suffering might be, and the more the suffering the more the acceptance. I didn't know how it would be. If you could only look into the hearts of little nuns, if you are a Christian, you would immediately cry out before God in behalf of those little girls, because to themselves they are heathens. It doesn't make any difference as to the amount of education we might have, we are still heathens, for we know nothing about this lovely Christ and nothing about any plan of salvation. We, as nuns, are simply living our karma within the convent. And so, on that particular morning, I come walking down the aisle again. Only on this day, I have no wedding garment on, I have a funeral shroud made of dark red velvet which falls to the floor. As I walk down that aisle, I know what I am to do. The casket is all prepared by the already cloistered nuns, and it is sitting right out front. I knew that I would walk to the casket and climb within, lay my body down, and I would spend 9 hours in there. 2 little nuns would come forth and cover me completely with a heavy black cloth we call a heavy drape, which is so incensed that one feels certain smothering to death. I would have to stay there for the full 9 hours or longer. I knew that when I would come out of that casket, I would never leave the convent ever again. I knew I would never see my mother and father again. I would never go home again. I would always live totally behind convent doors, and when I would die, my body would be buried there. They had told me that, so I knew it before the actual ceremony, but I had no way to comprehend a thing of such magnitude. The worst and most terrible price to pay, however, was to open your eyes and realize that the convents are not religious orders as we were taught and we were trained. It is a total disappointment to a young girl who has given her life to God and willing to give up everything and sacrifice so much. I can assure you that it was a heartbreaking and terrifying disappointment. The nuns asked me what I thought of while in that casket. I spilled every tear in my body. I remembered every lovely thing my mother had done for me. I remembered her voice and the gathering around the table. I remembered the times when she would play with us, and remembered the things she had said to me, even to what a marvelous cook she was. I remembered everything as a little girl growing up in my parents' home. I remembered everything as I laid in that casket, knowing I would never again hear her voice or see her face. I knew I would never sit to her table again or enjoy her presence or her food. I knew all those things, so for some 4 hours I simply spilled all the tears in my body, because it was so hard and I knew I would get homesick, but I was giving it all for what I thought was the love of God. I couldn't know any better. Those were 9 horribly long hours. Then I got a hold on myself and began to speak to myself. Now Charlotte, you will make the very best Carmelite nun. It will be the best thing you have ever done, and you will give your best, and you are willing to give everything you have. I had given the best that I had up to this point, and I would now be even better, for I knew I must be the best that I could be. The Mother Superior and priests knew all about it also. Now, I realized that after I would walk out of that casket, I would go back into the Mother Superior's room. I had never been allowed within that particular room, so I had no idea what was inside. When I walked in the room, the Mother Superior requires I sit down in a high-backed, hard-bottom chair. Then I would immediately take 3 vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. As I took those vows, she opened a little place on my earlobe and removed a portion of blood, because every vow must be signed in my own blood. After that, I would take the vow of poverty. Now, when I signed that vow, I would henceforth be willing to live in crucial poverty for the balance of my life. The next vow is of chastity. You know, this vow represents my marriage to Jesus Christ, and I would always remain a virgin, and I would never marry another in this world. After the bishop married me to Christ, he had placed a ring on my finger, and that meant I was sealed to Christ. I accepted it because I knew no better. And now, here I was again, vowing to always remain a virgin because I am the bride of Christ. Please listen carefully, for these things are so important to the things that I shall later share. The last vow was of obedience. I already felt I knew what obedience meant, for I was already living in a convent and absolute obedience is demanded. You don't escape with any show of disobedience, not for even a moment. You don't get away with disobedience, and you are made to realize what obedience is, and it is demanded, and you know it. The sooner you learn it, the wiser you become in stemming the consequences of disobedience. What do these vows mean? It means more than you folks will ever know, because most people that I know anything about, know very little about obedience. You may know something, but I promise you that you know nothing compared to that which a little nun knows about it. Unless you have lived in a convent, you have no idea. When I signed that particular vow in my own blood, it did something to me, because after I signed those vows, it meant I had signed away everything I had, my human rights were gone, and I had become a mechanical human being. I can't sit until told to do so, I can't rise until they tell me to, I can't lie down until they tell me to, and neither do I dare get up. I cannot eat until they tell me to, what I see I don't see, what I feel I don't feel, I have become a mechanical human being. But you are not aware of it until you have signed all these vows. Then you realize too late that there you are, a mechanical human being, and you belong to Rome, totally to Rome. After the vows, forgotten women. Immediately after I have taken those vows, then the Mother Superior is going to take away my name and give me the name of a patron saint. And she teaches me to believe that whatever happens to me in the convent, I can take to that patron saint, and she will intercede and get my prayers to God, for I am not holy enough to stand in the presence of God. It is no wonder that the dear little nuns never get close to God, for we were always taught that we would never be holy enough to stand in His presence. We always would have to go through someone else in order to get our prayers to God. We believe it because we don't know any better. Now, all identification of who Charlotte was is put away. It would be taken away, and if anyone should come to the convent and call for me in my family name, they would be told that there is no such person. I no longer exist. Next, the Mother Superior is going to cut every bit of hair off my head. When she cuts it with the scissors, she follows with the clippers. There is nothing left, not one strand of hair left on my head. Of course, if you could be a nun, you could understand that with the heavy headgear we must wear, that it would be so cumbersome to take care of it, that we don't have any way to take care of hair in the convent. There are no combs in the convent, and you can see how hard it would be to tend a head of hair. It is certainly not necessary to have a comb after they finish with your haircut. Alright, this is my black veil, and these are my vows. I am there, and I am going to stay there. Up until this point, I received a letter once a month from my family. I could also write a letter to my family. Even though I now realize that most of my writing would be marked out, because letters received from my family there was so much blacked out until there was no sense left to the letter. Oh, I would weep over those black marks while I wondered what my mother was saying to me. Well, I was informed that I would never know what they wanted to say to me, and so it was. They break your heart over and over, and the loneliness is complete. You have no friends in the convent. I can assure you there are no friends. Even though there were 180 girls in my particular wing, not one was my friend, and neither was I a friend to them. You are allowed no friends in the convent. We are all policemen and detectives, just watching one another and compelled to tell on each other. The little nun who would find something to tell on another nun stands in good favor with the Mother Superior. Then that mother teaches that nun to believe that when she stands in good favor with the Mother Superior, she is standing in good favor with God. Of course that little nun desires that, so she will tell a lot of things which are not even truth. Sold my soul. After all of this has so far transpired, everything I have is gone. I have sold my soul for a mass of theological pottage. Not only are we destroyed in our bodies, but many of us in our minds as well. Many of us, if we die in the convent, will have lost our souls. It is a serious and pitiful thing, and I covet your prayers for all those little helpless nuns behind cloistered convent doors. They will never know the gospel. They will never know Christ. They will only know evil in its most terrifying and hopeless form. They will never feel the reflection of God and the Christos. They will only know death and mechanical and tortured existence. After the vows, the next. After the vows have transpired, the Mother Superior sends me into another room. When I walk into that room, I see something I have never seen before. I see a Roman Catholic priest dressed in a holy habit. He walks over to me and locks his arm into my arm, which had never been done in any of my previous experience in the convent. I had never had a priest insult me in any manner. I had never had one even be unkind to me in the first part of my convent experience. But here he is now, and of course I didn't understand what it was all about and I didn't know what in the world the man expected of me. I pulled from him because I felt highly insulted and said shame on you. It made him very angry. The Mother Superior must have heard my voice for she immediately came to the room. She said, after you've been in the convent a little while, you won't feel this way. The rest of us felt this way in the beginning, but you know, the priest's body is sanctified and therefore it is not a sin to give our bodies unto the priest. In other words, they teach every little nun this, as the Holy Ghost placed the germ in Mary's womb and Jesus Christ was born, so the priest is the Holy Ghost and therefore it is no sin for you to bear his children. Let me assure you, that is what they come to the convent for. There is no other purpose in all of this world for a priest to come to the convent except to rob those precious little girls of their virtue. I'll be telling you later in this testimony just what they really do. At this point every bridge has been burned out from under me. There is no way back. I can't get out of the convent even though I pled. Oh how I pled with that priest. I cried for my father. I wanted to go home. I told him I wanted to go no farther. He laughed in my face and, believe me, that is when you stand alone there is none to whom to turn. You are caught in the circumstance for there is no way in which to get out of the convent. I assure you, I stayed in the convent until God made a way for me to come out. After all these things, now I am expected to go into the chamber with the priest. Did I go? No, I had not entered the convent to be a bad woman. I wouldn't have suffered as I had suffered to be a bad woman. I was there to be pure and godly. I had entered the convent to give my heart, life, and soul to God, and I had no other purpose in being there. But you will soon learn why it is easier to do that which is expected than to disobey. Of course I refused to go into the private chamber with him, and would have fought until I spilled my last drop of blood. Well, I didn't go with him, but on the next morning I knew that I would have to do penance. A little penance. When the Mother Superior said, the next morning, that I would need to do penance, I would be initiated as a Carmelite nun. I remember that when she walked me down into that particular place of penance, it was a dark room which was dark and cold. As we walked toward the front of the room I could see the little candles burning. Anywhere in the convent you will find the 7 candles burning. As I came closer I saw the candles but I couldn't see anything else, and of course I wondered what she was going to do to me. I felt terror rise in my heart, for it is one thing you cannot completely get rid of. As I came a little closer I could see something lying there on a board. When I came very close I could see it was a little nun lying there on what I call a cooling board. The board was the same length as the girl. As I looked closely and watched the candle light flicker on her face, I realized the child was dead. Questions rushed into my brain. How did she die? Why is she here? How long has she been here? Why am I here? But I had signed away every human right, so I am not allowed to utter even one word. So, I just stood staring. Then the Mother Superior said, you stand vigil over this dead body for 1 hour and then another little nun will come to relieve you. So every few minutes during that hour I would walk over to the little body and sprinkle it with holy water and say peace be unto you. I did exactly what they told me to do, even though it was a terrible feeling. But I was not afraid of the dead people, for I had already learned it was the live people we had to be most cautious of. I wasn't afraid of that little dead nun, but oh, my heart ached for her. After the little bell rang I realized my hour was up. Then as I am waiting for my signal to be relieved, we must always walk on our toes in silence. I waited silently and heard nothing, but I was quite unnerved being there with the little dead nun, so when the relieving nun laid her hand on my shoulder, I let out a scream in total terror. I didn't mean to do it, I didn't break the rule of silence on purpose, but I was scared. Immediately I had to come before the Mother Superior, and that was the first time I was to learn and know about a dungeon. I had no idea there were dungeons in the convent. Well, she put me in a place of total darkness, dirty and floorless, and left me there in the total darkness for 3 days and 3 nights, without food or water. I assure you, I didn't scream anymore. I really tried to never again break the rules of screaming, because I now knew there was a dungeon and they will promptly put you in it. Let me tell you, it is not a nice place to be. Masterpiece of Satan. Before I go further, let me tell you that this potpourri is a masterpiece of Satan, a masterpiece of Satan, with his lying wonders and his traditions and his deceptions. It is a terrible thing when you know about it. After the 3 days in the dungeon, the Mother Superior came to me and informed me that I must do penance. She took me down into another room underground. As I entered the room I could see a piece of wood there, and as I got closer I could see that it was a cross. It was made of heavy timbers, perhaps 8 to 10 feet high. It was sitting on an incline and was very heavy. She had me walk to the base of the cross and she had me strip off my clothes and then had me drape my body over the foot of the cross. She pulled my hands underneath and bound them to my feet. This is where I would be spilling my blood, but she had not told me how, and neither could I ask just how I would spill it. There were 2 little nuns who came with her, and she gave them a flagellation whip, which is a bamboo-type pole with 6 straps on its end, and on the end of each strip was a cross piece of sharp metal. Each nun was given a whip and they stood on either side of the cross. At the same time, those girls began whipping my body. When the metal hit my body it would, of course, slash my skin. It would cut into the flesh and I spilled blood, running down to the floor. Well, that was my spilling of blood, and being human it wounded, it hurt, it was very painful, but you dare not cry out. After the whipping is over, my body was not bathed, but rather my clothing was put back upon my body, and I have to go the rest of the day with the clothing sticking into the wounds. When the night comes and I stand in front of my cell bed, we have to stand with our backs to each other to undress. I had to rip the cloth from my wounds, and oh, it was terrible. I couldn't sleep at all that night. I was not a bit sleepy because I couldn't get all of my clothing off, for they were dried into the wounds. The cloth remained dried into the wounds for several days. Neither could I eat the following morning of that awful event. In the mornings we got a cup of black coffee in a tin cup, and we could have no milk or sugar of any kind. We were also given one slice of bread made by the nuns of the cloister. It weighs exactly 4 ounces. That is all that is given for breakfast. Then in the evening there is a small bowl of soup made with only vegetables with no seasoning whatsoever, with a half slice of bread. 3 times a week I receive a half glass of skimmed milk. This was my food 365 days in the year. Of course I began to lose weight very rapidly because there was not enough food to eat. There was never a night that I went to bed without a hungry stomach. Sometimes the hunger pangs would be so severe I could not sleep. The pain would be gnawing and one could hardly stand it. You know, though, that you are still only going to get that one tiny slice of bread in the morning. Of course it couldn't begin to fill up the stomach, and, of course, you have to work very hard all day. I covet your prayers for those little nuns because you cannot imagine the misery. You will go to bed with a full stomach tonight, but those little girls are starving, and they are lonely, wounded, heartsick and homesick. They are in total discouragement, and worst of all, they have no hope. No hope whatsoever. You and I can look forward to the day when we can see Jesus. They have no hope. They believe they will never see Jesus. Please do not forget to pray for them. Another initiation. A few days later the Mother Superior is taking me to another place for another initiation. When I go into the penance chamber this morning, we come into another area down there, and the distance was quite a long ways to walk. It was a tunnel we passed through, and then we come out into a room. When I walk a good distance into the room I see the candles burning, and in addition I see a rope hanging down from the ceiling, and I am so scared. I don't know what the ropes are for, and I silently cry out in wondering what she is going to do. As you do the penances you begin to have a lot of fear in your heart. I can't say anything, but I walk on and realize there are 2 ropes hanging down. She tells me to move over to the wall and stand sideways against the wall underneath the ropes. Then she tells me to put up both of my thumbs, and I did so. She pulled one rope down, and on it was a metal band which she fastens around the joint of my thumb and then the other. Now I am standing facing the wall, and she comes over by me to a crank on the wall and she begins winding. I feel myself moving and she is taking me right up into the air. She winds until my toes are just touching the floor, and there she fastens it. All of the weight of my body is now on my thumbs and on the tips of my toes. Not a word is spoken, no one utters a word. She walks out of that room and locks the door. If you can imagine what it means to hear a key lock in a door and know that I am strung up here helpless, you can't imagine unless you are a nun. When she walked out of that room I couldn't know how long I would stay there. They left me there wondering if this was it. Would I simply die like this? They left me alone without food or water. Within a few hours my muscles began to scream out with the pain, for I was, after all, a human being. I was suffering unbearably, and that woman left me to hang and nobody came near. It does no good to cry. You can spill every tear in your body, but nobody will hear. There is no one there to hear. I just hung there, finally being convinced I was to die there. I began to feel the swelling, and then I don't know how much time passed. Finally the door opened one morning and the nun had something for me to eat and water in a pan with potatoes in it. The potatoes were not fit to eat. There was a shelf on the wall facing me, and it can be adjusted to the height of a nun. Now remember, I am not against the wall, I am several inches away from the wall. She raises the shelf to the height of my mouth and puts the food and water on the shelf in front of me. She says, "There is your food," and walks out. She didn't let my hands down. How can I get the food? But you learn, for you are so hungry, but worse, you are so thirsty you feel as if you are going mad. To get it, I discovered that if I raise one hand a bit higher the other would come down just a bit, and then over and over bit by bit I finally could just reach the dish. I had to lap it like an animal, but I got just as much as I could reach. I worked until I got as much of the potato as I could because I was starving. It was awful, and I am so pained to remember. That was the way I was fed for a while. I hung there for 9 days and 9 nights in that position. The time came when I was so swollen that I could actually see the puffing as it protruded. I thought my eyes would come out of my head. I could feel that my arms, etc., were 2 to 3 times normal size, and I was that way all over my body. I was in real suffering, as it was like my entire body was like a boil. On the 9th day she comes in and releases the bonds and lets me down on the floor. I fall, but I cannot walk. I didn't walk for I don't know how long. 2 little nuns carry me out, one lifts my feet and the other my shoulder. They carry me to the infirmary and lay me on a slab of wood, and there they cut the clothing from my body. Nobody but God will ever know how awful. I am covered with vermin and filth, my own human filth. In that room are no facilities, but right behind me is a stool with a pail, and they have running water through it, but the lid is down, and on the lid are sharp nails driven through the lid. If I would fall on that I would suffer terribly. If the rope would break I would have not survived, and the suffering would be unbearable. This, dear friends, is the life of a little nun behind cloistered doors. This is after they have already received the disillusionment. This is the life that we will live, and these are the things that we will be forced to do. I remember, as I lived on in that place, let me tell you that in the mornings we get out of our beds before 4:30 in the mornings. The Mother Superior taps a bell, and that gives 5 minutes to dress. I tell you surely, you get that clothing on in 5 minutes, not 5.5. I failed once and was severely punished. I never failed again in all of the years in the convent. When we finish dressing, we start marching, and we march and march. Even before the black veil. In the beginning days in the convent the lies were thrust forth. As an example, let us say a mother comes to visit and brings the child a bit of candy. The mother would ask to speak to the mother superior and request to see the daughter. The child will then be brought to the other side of a wall where the mother cannot see her. But the mother will speak to her and ask if she is happy to be here. That little nun will lie and say to her mother that she is very happy. Well, the mother superior would be standing right there and the child would have no alternative. God alone knows what the mother superior would do to the little nun if she failed to lie. Then as a mother will, she will ask if the child has plenty to eat and the little nun will lie again and tell her, oh, yes, we have plenty to eat. That mother will then go home and be happy and share the news and a meal with the rest of the family. But if she could look within and see our table and see what her little girl eats, if she could just look in at her little girl after 3 or 4 years, she would see that her eyes are sunken completely into her head and her little body is wasted away. I can promise you that mother would never be able to eat another meal. If a parent could see a child after she has been in a convent for a period of time, they would never rest again. Of course these things are all hidden, completely undercover, and the children have no choice. We are given what we shall have and we take it or die. Dharma, enough for this sitting. Let us take respite. Thank you, Kila, for your willing hands. I give you peace. I am Sananda and I am ever with you. Amen. Chapter 11. Rec number 1 Sananda. Wednesday, April 25, 1990, 9:30 a.m. Year 3 Day 252. Dharma, Sananda present to commune in light. May you feel the protection of my light, Kila, for I see and feel the wave of terror and dismay in thy heart. The statement of the young fireman/chaplain who was targeted for death by the satanic group over Easter is valid indeed. Of course it's hard to believe that these things occur in your local villages such as Bakersfield. Why think you that? Ye have been threatened and thrust at with voodoo and satanic exorcisms. George has received satanic documents. Why do you ones not see of it? It is all about you in your cities, churches, halls of injustice and all the way to your government hierarchy. Why think ye that we are penning these journals? I see the pain as you put this journal to paper, for you know it will be controversial and bring heartache and pain to ones who will be very, very close to you even within thy circle. Will he know? Will he confirm? Precious, that is not for you to give thought to. It matters not. Just as you cannot say that all Hispanic persons eat hot chili peppers and love them, neither can you lump all ones into the same mold of heinous activities as with the cloistered convents. But it is so, and if a priest has been around he will at least suspect of the truth of these writings. This is being given forth in the sequence for particular ones who will come into their belief of truth because of these daring projections. So be it. It is as with all things which fall into the hands of human on earth, it is destroyed as the presentation of God as rapidly as possible, sometimes in ignorance but 99% of the time in full orchestration of influential participants. Keep the shield of light about thee and the host shall protect of thee. Someone must step forth and do this work, for evil must now be confronted on all fronts. Yes, I desire that as many as you can garner should attend the debate between Brent and Quinlan. Further, I believe that Oberle might ask them to have a joint participation at your local meeting in May. Evil will only be stopped when brought into the light of day, truth, and knowledge, and Dharma cannot write fast enough to do it all. Ask for our presence and you shall all be brilliant in the work of truth. I'm sorry, I cannot spare Friday for Dharma to go to Santa Barbara to bring Eleanor home. Perhaps Audrey and Reynolds can accompany you, Oberle. May the light shine upon you through the journey. You will need help to get her into and out of the coach, so you will need help. If they cannot attend with you, then we shall reconsider Dharma. I need a bit more pen on this present subject of the church, and already the race is to stop of the publication of the material. This is not the most sensitive document you will write, but it brings quite a bit of exposure to the citadels of authority at the highest levels of human power. Blessings be upon you, precious and willing ones. Oh, you don't feel willing, Dharma. Ah, yes you are, for here you sit giving unto me thine fingers. Actually, ye have given unto me your life, and I shall tend of it most tenderly. So be it. Let us work now on Sister Charlotte's story, and perhaps we can finish this portion today or tomorrow. These horrendous facts must be stopped. I cannot longer bear that which is committed by Satan in my name. The Mother Superior. Sister Charlotte. I was terrified of the Mother Superior, for the ones who fill those positions are hard. Oh, they are so hard, and their hearts are so hardened. There was no place safe from her appearance and no limit to that which she would put upon us. And she could make us do anything she wanted us to do. Even into the laundry rooms, which were already as bad as you would think it could be, she would come. I might be down in the laundry room. Let me tell you of the laundry room. Doing the type of laundry required of us was hard indeed, for the things we would wash were very heavy and the water would be sloshed out on the floor, which was of cement, and oh, it would be such a mess. And then, here would come the Mother Superior, who to me was the same as turning loose a lion who is very, very hungry. I was scared to death of her, and every time I saw that woman somebody had to suffer. Everyone is terrified of her, and she knows that we are afraid of her because she is cruel. I have hardly the heart to tell of it. Anyway, here she would come, and there we are washing, and as we would hear her footsteps approaching, and even before we would see her, we would wash a little harder. When she gets down to where we are, she might address me and say, "You come out here." I'm out there like a flash because I am indeed scared. Then she would say, "Prostrate yourself down there and make a given number of crosses on that floor." It is a cement floor, and of course I must prostrate my body and lick those crosses. Those are not little tiny crosses as far as I can reach, I have to lick those crosses. And she watches my countenance, and if I appear to not like it, she might double the number to 10 or 25 or more. The very next morning she may walk through again, and because she saw something in my face which made her believe I didn't like what she had caused me to do, she will probably call me again. My tongue will be entirely sore and bleeding, but I will have to lick the crosses again. They will also compel you to crawl the distance of a cathedral aisle, perhaps 10 times or more. It will not be on a soft carpet, it will be on a floor of cement or gravel. You cannot crawl on your hands and knees but upright, on your knees only. I might be able to make it only the first 6 times, and then my strength will fail and faint. She will pour water on me and require that I crawl again. Most often, she will do this again the following day. By this time there will be scabs on my knees and open wounds and blisters. But I must crawl again, for penance for failure is ever so much worse. Dear ones, this is the life of little nuns in a cloistered convent. Then we are led to believe that God is looking down out of heaven and smiling his approval as we suffer. They tell us that God is made happy through our suffering because they have convinced us we are heathens and there is no way for us to know any better. We have never been allowed to have a Bible. We have never had any scriptures. The nuns are totally ignorant of the words of God. We are raised exactly as the traditional Roman Catholic Church demands of us. We have no way to know about the lovely gospel of Jesus Christ, and so, we have to do these things, for the penalties for not doing them are so heinous that a little frail and battered nun cannot live through the ordeal. Oh, the burial vats are filled with little bodies and skeletons of the little ones who couldn't endure the torture. The Mother Superior might walk through our cell doors, and by the way, there is nothing in there except the Virgin Mary holding the baby Jesus, and there is the crucifix. Then there is a prayer board. By the way, I'll assure you folks that you don't want to kneel on our prayer boards. We kneel on it every day if we are able to walk under our own power. It is a board which is very short and very narrow with sharp wires coining up through it. Then the board upon which I will prostrate my arms also is covered with sharp wires. Well, I told you that we were going to suffer and do penance, and this was a required portion of that suffering and penance. As I lean on that prayer board, I am praying for lost humanity, and I am believing, as I suffer, that my grandmother, for instance, will be released from purgatory sooner because of my suffering. I would linger there longer sometimes, because I fully believed every moment would cause her to reach heaven sooner. That is all that little nuns know, for that is all we are taught. Every night we are locked within our cells. Every night the key is turned in those doors, and there is no way to get up and come out of those cells. More than that, the lights are out at 9:30, and then at 7 minutes to 12 two little nuns unlock all of the doors, and every little nun gets up, dresses in full dress, goes into the inner chapel, and there we again pray for 1 hour for lost humanity. We get very, very little sleep, and we don't get enough food, so our bodies are weak and sore and broken. We simply don't have enough strength to carry on after living there for a while. Little nuns have very short lives, for their physical beings cannot endure the deprivation. We are taught to believe that as we spill our own blood, through torture, or in any way that I spill blood by whipping or tormenting my body in any way, I am taught to believe that I will have 100 less days to spend in purgatory. We have no hope, there is nothing to look forward to. After you live in a convent for 10 years, you learn to realize that the Virgin Mary is just a piece of metal, a statue. I began to realize that Saint Peter is just a statue. I began to realize that the statue of Jesus is just a piece of metal. In other words, we come to the place where we believe that our God is a dead God. I assure you, I lived in a convent long enough, not at first but after a few years, when we have spilled our tears and blood at the feet of those statues in prayer and no prayer, oh, we realize that we have a dead God, and so it goes. So, these precious little girls are taught to believe that as we whip our bodies or torture them and spill blood, that we will have 100 less days to spend in purgatory. We believe in a literal purgatory, and that literal purgatory is a fire which is going to burn, and we will feel the flames of that fire. When I say that nuns are forgotten women, just who do you think is going to say a prayer or pay the priest to have a high mass for those nuns who are in a convent? Why, when those little nuns die, no notification whatsoever is given. Even the parents will not know when those little bodies are gone, so who is going to pray us out of purgatory? Who will buy our way out of purgatory? Oh, we realize after we are in there for a period of time that there is no purgatory. The only purgatory the Catholics have is the priest's pockets, and the people fill his pockets with coins in order to pray for their dead. There are thousands and thousands of Roman Catholics. In the month of November, the Roman Catholic priests praying masses for the dead of the Roman Catholic people in the US collected $22 million. These were just for masses said for dead Roman Catholics in 1 month in your country. This is just to give you an idea of that which is going on every day right in front of you behind the lies and hidden crimes. Thousands and thousands of mothers have worked their fingers to the bones to go to the priest and give him $5 to say a mass for a loved one who she believes to be in purgatory. This is because that little mother believes there is a purgatory. In the convent there is a painting of purgatory. There is nothing else in the room except that painting, and it is terrible. Every Friday we have to walk around that painting, and when we walk around it, I wish you could see the little nuns' faces. What is on the painting? As you walk around it, it looks like a deep, bottomless hole out there, and there are people falling in and already fallen in, and the flames are lapping around the bodies of those people. Their hands are outstretched, and the mother will say to the little nun, "You better go and put another penance on your body." Those people are begging to get out of that fire. Because we believe we are heathens, we don't know any better. I might go someplace in the convent and maybe I'll burn my body really bad, Or torture it in some way to spill some of my blood, because as I suffer I believe they are going to get out of that place where a priest put them. We are told there are millions and millions of people in purgatory that your own priests have put there by the word. When you finally know, you realize it is the biggest fraud in the world. He knows there is not a bit of truth to it. And bless your hearts, I say that if you take purgatory mass away from the Roman Catholic Church, you will rob her of 9/10 of her money and body. She would starve to death. The Roman Catholic Church commercializes not only off of the living, but off of the dead as well. On and on it goes, and even after one's involved become aware, there is no likely way to break away into freedom. Very few dare to ever break away, and in the prisons of the convents and monasteries there is no way to escape. Back to the Mother Superior. It does not bother the Mother Superior to take one of those little girls to the Father Confessor. Once a month we go to confession and the priests come into the convent as our Father Confessor. We don't want to go in there, oh, we don't want to go in there. I may not know the particular man who is out there, but I know he is a priest. I know those priests who come, for I have been there and lived there long enough and have had contact with every one of them and know them all, and I don't trust a single one of them who come into the convent. I know not about other places or other priests, remember, I am only telling you about that which I have experienced and know to be the truth. We know something about what is out in that room, and we know that today we are going to go to confession. It may take all day long. Then as we wait, here comes the priest. I have never witnessed the priest coming into the convent without intoxicating liquor under his belt. And I say to every man or woman, whoever you might be, if you get liquor under your belt you are not a man, and neither are you a woman, you become an animal and a beast. And so, we have a beast sitting out there with a straight back, hard bottom chair and no other things except the crucifix and the Virgin Mary. And here he is, sitting right out there in the middle. Now, the little girl has to walk out there all alone. She has to kneel down to that terrible man, and as I look back, I am sure in my heart that he was a twin brother to the devil himself. He is so full of sin, vice, and corruption. You must go out there and kneel down before that man, and I tell you, you are a lucky girl if you get away from that man without being destroyed. Why, he is a drunken beast and not a man. He has a holy habit on, and he is an ordained Roman Catholic priest, but he is a being of Satan. I assure you we do not like to go to confession, but we must go once a month. Those little girls can't help themselves. Nobody comes out of that room but the priest and I, until it is all over, and then we come back and the next will have to come. I assure you, we don't appreciate that day, and those little girls don't know any better, and there is nothing they can do if they did know better. The Bible was a forbidden book to every one of those little girls, so they had no way to know anything. Therefore, they are totally trapped by the devil himself with no way to escape and no way to reach out for help. Do you realize, dear friends, we are the only help they have, that we somehow tell you of the truth and you will spread this truth, and then someone will do something to stop this torture and set the little innocent beings free. Oh, pray for them, I beg you, pray for them that God can work through you once to save these little beings. Priests in the convent. If a Roman Catholic priest comes into the convent, he may go to the Mother Superior and ask her to permit him to go into the cell where the nuns are. Now that mother has a carnal mind and a carnal heart, and she is very hard and very carnal. Further, she is, many times, the mother of many illegitimate babies, and they belong to the priest. You know, she will take that priest who is drinking, they bring liquor right in with them, and sometimes the mother and some of the nuns drink with them. It is a terrible place, it is certainly not a religious place as you would give that name. She will bring that priest into one of our cells, and here you have a big man who is strong from being well fed, and he is full of liquor, and there is a little nun who is frail with a broken body, and she will not have very much strength. Now why has he come into that cell? For nothing except to destroy that little nun. I often wish the government could walk into that place just as a priest is let into a cell. The mother will turn the key and the little girl is locked in there with that priest. There is no way to defend ourselves. I am a nurse, and I got my training by going through the underground tunnel into the hospital while I lived in an open order convent. But may I say that if you could look upon the body of that little girl after the priest is taken out of there, she looks like something thrown out into a hog pen, and a half dozen old sows have mailed that little body. This is convent life, and I can certainly understand why your priests are calling and complaining constantly and screaming their head off because I am giving this testimony. May I say to you that I don't mind if they continue to scream, I don't mind what they do to me, for I am not one bit afraid of them, and I will continue to give this testimony for as long as God gives me strength. I will give this testimony to my life's end regardless of what that church or those priests and prison keepers do to me in your country. I know what I am doing, I know what I am saying, and I am no longer afraid of anyone in all of this world, for I am a child of God, and God will allow my work to be finished whether I am killed or whatever might be in store for me. All you can do is murder me, and then I care not what you do with my body after I am gone, so I will continue until I have no more breath with which to speak, and then someone will perhaps pick up the message and carry it forth. God will see to it. I know that God saved me and brought me out of that place to do what I am doing, pulling the cover off of the convents. I believe he saved me to uncloak these places of evil hiding under the cloak of religion. I believe this with all of my heart and soul. Giving to the priests. You know, we were only supposed to give our bodies to these priests, and many times the nuns are simply overpowered. But what if I refuse to give my body to the priest? He becomes furious and goes immediately to the Mother Superior, and then, friends, when two carnal minds come together they can induce things that you and I have not enough evil in our hearts to even conceive. There is not enough sin in our lives to invent such things as they come up with to reap upon those poor little children of God. When those two carnal minds come together, the next time they are all ready. The Mother Superior might say to me the next day that we are going to do penance. Now, the penance will be something the priest and Mother Superior have invented together. It will be very, very cruel. They may take me down into one of the dirty dungeons where there are no floors, and you will find a room with a log about 3 feet long with a mound of cement with a ring sticking out of the ground. There are leather straps fastened there, and they will put my feet through those rings and then strap my ankles securely. There I am, standing with my feet strapped to those rings, and they leave me there locked up in that place by myself. It is a dreadful place, and I might stand there for 2 or 3 hours if I have strength enough in my body. Sometimes you become too exhausted to stand and you faint and you go down. But when you go down, your ankles are turned over and then you cannot get up again. You might lie in that position for 2 or 3 days without anyone even coming near. There will not be a bite of food or a drop of water, but you must stay there with the vermin and rats running over your body. Of course, no priest outside wants this, nobody outside wants this, and they will do anything to make sure no one ever escapes alive from a convent. They will do anything to prevent anyone getting out to tell. Oh, it is terrible. Sometimes while lying strapped to those rings, the priest will have his way, and then the little nun will be left to lie in the suffering in the added shame and guilt. Sometimes when a little nun refuses a priest, he goes mad with anger and will beat the child and knock her to the floor and kick her. Oftentimes he will kick her in the stomach, and very often the little nun will be carrying a baby created by one of the priests. It doesn't matter to the priest that there is a baby under your heart. He doesn't care, for he knows the baby will be killed anyway. What can they do with babies born in places like that under the cloak of a religious order? They can't be allowed to survive. Most of the babies are born premature, and many are abnormal from the abuse and weakness of the mother. Very seldom do you see a normal baby. Oh yes, I shall continue to confess this and give my testimony until my last breath to stop this. I am a nurse, and I have delivered these babies and watched the little bodies reeked with pain, and the little nuns will bleed and many die, and the babes are twisted and malformed, and the agony is so great. This goes beyond anything the human mind can bear. I shall go before the courts and cry out, and some of you will hear me, and someday you will cause those convents to be opened, and then you will see and know of the horror in those places. I have been before the highest courts in your country, and I know what I am doing, and I know what I am saying, because I have been connected with this awful system for 23 years behind convent doors. Babies born. Most of you little pregnant mothers have everything all ready for that tiny little bundle of joy. You are eager to bring forth a little child, and you get everything all ready for its coming. That precious little immortal soul is going to be born into your home. Oh, but you should see that little pregnant nun. There is no joy in that place. The little one will never have a blanket about its body. It will never have a bath. It will only live at the most 4 or 5 hours, and then the Mother Superior will take that baby and put her fingers into its nostrils and cover its mouth and snuff its little life out. If the babe is what you would call perfect, then it is dealt with in a more horrible manner as a sacrifice. Either way, the little life is snuffed out quickly. What is then done with those little bodies? There are lime pits in those convents. The baby will be killed, and it will be put into the lime pit, and the lime will be put over its body, and that is the way the baby's life ends. Oh, it is so hard to think about it, and that is why I challenge people to pray. Ask God to deliver these children from behind those convent doors. Pray to God that every convent in the United States be opened, and require the government go within. When the government goes in and the public goes in also, then you will have the nuns being brought out and the convents closed up. They opened the convents in Old Mexico in 1934. There are no more of these convents in Mexico. Every cloistered order was opened, and they found all this corruption. The lime pits are there, everything is there to be seen. If any of you are traveling and can, go over into Old Mexico and see for yourselves. The government took them and now own them, and they are public museums. Go through those convents and look with your own eyes and touch the things with your own hands, and then see whether or not you believe my testimony. It will fill every drop of blood in your brain. It will do something to you that you cannot imagine. Go through them. Go look at them and go through the dungeons, go into the tunnels, go to the lime pits, look at the rows of skulls along the walls, and then ask the guides where they all come from. Go see all of the devices of torture they use to inflict the horror upon the bodies of the little nuns. Go into the cells and look at the beds and see for yourselves. Oh yes, you can go. It will cost you 25 cents to go through one of them. Go see for yourself and then come home, and maybe it will give you a greater burden to pray for the saving of those little girls that have been enticed behind convent doors by the hierarchy of the Roman Catholic Church. I wonder how you would feel if this was your child. And remember, I had a mother and daddy, and they loved me just as much as you love your children. When they let me go into the convent, they were happy. They had no way to know this is the way it is. They never dreamed in their wildest imaginings that a convent would be like this. There is a room, for instance, built for a specific purpose, and suppose you are watching and they bring in a little nun who has been accused of doing something. There is a little partition there and a little lever there that when pressed a cover opens, and there is a deep, deep hole underneath. It doesn't matter what she has done, if anything. But she had done something, and it must be very serious. They bring her now to this particular place. Her hands and feet are bound securely, and they drop her into that horrible, horrible pit. Then they are going to put the boards back down, and no one will ever know, for there is plenty of chemicals and lime down there. But it is not that quick and easy. 6 little nuns have to walk around that hole, and we chant as we walk around that hole, for we mustn't let any evil spirits to come out into the convent. So we sprinkle holy water over that hole. We may walk for 6 or more hours, and then there will be 6 more nuns, and on it goes until the last moan is heard from the pit, and that is the end of the little nun. Does it bother you to know that little nun is dead and lost and will never be delivered out of that convent except through this horrible manner? Does it bother you? Does it bother you enough to speak out? It bothers me, and it breaks my heart. You who are Catholics, does it bother you? My God who is within, please hear us and do something. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Today it is 56 years after the Mexican convents were opened. Will you open them in the United States? Elsewhere? Or will you go on in the lie in my name of Christ and God while Satan murders these innocent little children? So be it, for the decision not to act is the decision made. As the voice of Christ, will you hear my petition through these words and through the outcry of Blessed Charlotte, and rescue those children? You cried out in anguish over the German Holocaust, and yet this goes on in front of thine faces, and you allow of it, you allow of it. How many times will ye crucify me? How many will you slaughter in innocence in mine name? How many deserve the miracle of God's salvation? How many will hear my call? How long will it be before you of blindness wake up? Ye are afraid? Ye have not to fear, for evil will stand not in the presence of the light of God, it will fall like the dominoes. Who will hear my plea and be my hands and feet and demand justice? So be it, for the clock ticks on, but how long shall it tick? Dharma, take rest please. I hold thee close as we walk through these shadows and into truth and light. Through grace shall we open the path. I am Sananda, one with God. I am that one you labeled Emmanuel, Jesus, the Christ. Hear me, for the time is at hand for the sorting. Where will you be standing? Aho. Chapter 12. Rec number 1, Sananda. Thursday, April 26, 1990, 9:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 253. Sananda here in radiance. May we continue with Sister Charlotte's testimony, for you are in overload of consciousness. We will commune with you, Dharma, at the end of this portion, for I see you efforting to balance the impacting load. Ones must come to realize that it is not so simple as turning things over to the higher energies and then expecting response through a single given individual. I must beg patience of all, for there are dozens of correspondence pieces awaiting response with hundreds of inquiries of most specific nature. We will respond directly if ones will but hear us and begin to trust that which you perceive. This day rests heavily upon these ones, for the legal payments are due and the funds are not available, and it is quite difficult to continue in the face of such barrage. The burden lays heavy, for no matter how much writing we command of Dharma, the rewards do not return, and thusly, the impact of the human becomes heavy indeed. We must be cautious not to kill the goose who constructs the golden eggs. I plead for patience for you who await personal response. These journals must come first, then the expresses, in which we will endeavor to cover as many pertinent and widespread inquiries as possible. Only a few know. Bear with us as we unfold truth unto you. Dharma speaks for all when she feels that these things simply cannot be, or more ones would know. No, more ones would not know, and that is why we are unfolding them unto you. People do not know. How can a Catholic, and especially a priest, not know of these horrendous things within convent walls? Easily, and completely probably. If the general members knew, there would be no ability to continue with such satanic power and control. Only the very few are made aware of these things perpetrated upon humanity. As with the Masonic order, the evil is at the hidden top of the line. The innocent members are the slaves who raise money and go among the people doing good. 'Tis only the top conspirators who know the truth and orchestrate the remainder of you, the orchestra. This is why the journals must be put forth, for unless you of the orchestra come into knowledge, there is no way to play the heavenly compositions and symphonies of God. The music played presently is mesmerizing and deceitful. So be it. We shall continue with Sister Charlotte's testimony, please, and then afterwards we can speak of these things. I have no intention of being specific as to locations and pinpoint ones, for the repercussion against our workers is too heavy. You readers will be given to know if, for instance, you live near or have any connection to a convent with cloistered nuns. You can know that the story is truth, and you must take action to uncover the crimes and bring them into the light of day. Remember, the hierarchy will do everything, including murder, to keep you fooled and the truth hidden. How do you do it? You demand and demand and demand. If you are a family and you have a child in one of these places, you demand until they produce the child. Difficult. You better believe it will be difficult, but if you demand, you will receive and find of the way. I hope this story makes your heart bleed and be opened into sleeplessness. Prayer is not enough, find the way to act and do so. Prayers have come unto me to do something, these babies have petitioned me to do something to relieve their pain and get their freedom. I am hereby doing it. I am demanding that you, of my people, take action with your minds, hands, and feet, and release these incarcerated and forgotten lambs of God. So be it. Sister Charlotte. On any given morning. Here we are, a body of little nuns, and on any particular morning the Mother Superior might have us lined up, and we don't know why she has us lined up. There might be 10 or 15 of us, and then she'll tell us all to strip. We have to take every stitch of our clothing off. We certainly are not anything beautiful to look at, our eyes are sunken into our heads, our teeth are fallen in, and our bodies are wasted. God only knows exactly what we look like, because we never see ourselves. In 22 years I never saw a reflection of myself. I didn't know I had gray hair or lines in my face. I didn't know how old I was. I only found that out after I came out and found records. These children know nothing about what we look like. Here we are lined up, and here come 2 or 3 Roman Catholic priests with liquor under their belts, and there they go to march in front of those nude girls and choose the girls they want to take to the cell with them. These are cloistered convents, dear ones, not open orders. The priest can do anything he desires and hide behind the cloak of religion. That same Roman Catholic priest will go back into the Roman Catholic churches, and there he will lie and say Mass, and there he will go into the confessional box and make those poor believing people confess sins uncommitted and act as God and give them absolution from those perceived sins. This man sits as God while he is filled with corruption and vice. What a terrible thing it is, but therefore it goes. Inside of Charlotte. All the while these things are going on, what do you think is going on inside of Charlotte? God love your hearts, I didn't know people could hold so much hatred and bitterness. It went on and on and on. I became filled to overflowing with bitterness and hatred. It built and continued to build. I began to feel within my heart, that if I could get the Mother Superior in a certain place I would kill her. It is awful to get murder within our hearts. I didn't go into the convent with a heart like that, nor a mind like that, but I began to plan murder in the convent. How could I kill her, and how might I kill a Roman Catholic priest? And on it went. Every time she would inflict something awful on my body and I would have to suffer so terribly, afterwards when I could sensibly think again, it would be how I might kill that woman. How would you feel? Here is the Mother Superior and she sits me down in a straight-backed, hard-bottom chair and I have no hair, for it has all been shaved away. Now she makes me hold out my arms and she puts my hands out front in stocks. I am going to have to bend forward with my head bowed in order to put my hands in the stocks and an upper holder across my neck. I am fastened securely with no way to move in any direction. Over my head is a water faucet just a few feet higher than my head if I were standing. That mother turns that water on just a drop and it will come regularly and it will hit me on the back of my shaved head. I can't move in any manner whatsoever and I sit there for hours upon hours. I would do anything, to get away from that drop of water. It is falling on the same spot on my head over and over. Why, God love your hearts, if you could look in, you would see us frothing at the mouth. You would see those little girls trying so hard to move away from that water, and they will sometimes leave us 10 hours or more. All day long they leave us there. Sometimes a little nun cracks completely. Sometimes a little girl will go stark raving mad under this particular penance. Well, when this happens, what do they do with her? I'll tell you in a few minutes, because let me assure you, they have a place for her. After we go mad in the convent, they certainly have a place to take care of us. I began to plan how I could kill her, because after you have experienced something like this it is terrible and you can no longer think rationally. One day, it happened. The Mother Superior became violently ill. Now if she dies, who will take her place? Sometimes they have as many as 4 older nuns, and let me tell you, they have been hardened and trained and they will always pick the one who is hardest. The one who is most carnal and evil, that one who no longer has conscience, that is the one who will be the next Mother Superior. Remember that the trainees are trained by the main Mother Superior, and therefore another even more vicious will take her place. This particular time of illness, I was summoned to her room, for she was gravely ill, and remember, I am a nurse. Quickly as a blink I began to think that if I go in that Mother Superior's room, I know what I'll do. After all, I'm a nun, but I'm already, after all, a complete heathen and sinner. I don't know God and I am filled with hatred. They have brought in an outside Roman Catholic doctor, for she is very ill. He has left orders and I am supposed to take care of her, and that was just wonderful. I do take care of her, and all day long I did exactly what they told me to do. They left tablets for her which I knew exactly what they were, what they would do and why she was taking them. All day long I tended her and gave her the medicine and did everything I was supposed to do. All evening long I followed instructions, for I knew I must be most careful. I waited until 1 o'clock in the morning before I took any action, because every night the nuns must chant from 12 to 1 a.m. I waited until all the little nuns had returned to their cells, and then I took 6 of those tablets and gave them to her in a glass of water. I knew she would go into convulsions and I knew it would be horribly painful. I knew she would suffer 1,000,000 deaths in 25 minutes. I wanted to watch her suffer because she had destroyed us. It is terrible to think that a child can be abused in a place like that until her heart is almost as hard as the Mother Superior herself. After I gave them to her I waited a minute and then I got scared. I watched her change color and I couldn't find a heartbeat or a respiration. Then I became terrified, for God alone knew what they would do to me if they found her dead. Well, I got a stomach pump and pumped as fast and hard as I could. I massaged that woman and I did everything I could imagine to do, and thank God, she didn't die. I sat down by the bed and held her hand while I watched her carefully until the respirations returned to normal and until her pulse was normal, and I knew she would live. The keys. While I sat I realized that the keys to the convent were also there in that room, on a ring on a chain that was always kept on the Mother Superior's body. I took those keys and I was going to go down under that ground where we were never taken. There was one very heavy door into an area some 2 stories down in the underground. All nuns were warned to never try to go through that door. What in the world could be over there? But I wondered what was back there, because when they had me in the dungeon for a long time once, I heard screams coming from over there. I heard such blood-curdling screams and I knew there were girls locked up somewhere behind that wall. So I took the keys and I went into that particular place. It took a while to find the proper key, but I found it and unlocked that door and went into the area behind the wall. I first walked into a narrow hall. Along one side of the hallway were a number of cells with extremely heavy doors, and within those cells were some nuns. I was hit with a stench which almost took my own breath away. I went to the first cell and I was appalled. I asked the child how long she had been there. No answer. I asked how long it had been since she ate. No answer. I went down to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and the stench became so bad it couldn't stand it. Those little girls would not utter a sound because they knew the convents are wired and any sound made is played to the Mother Superior, every whisper. And then, there is always someone to tell, and the penance is terrible. Those were the nuns who had mentally gone mad. They were then put into chains strapped to the walls where then cannot even fall to the ground. When they are put in there they are given no food and no water and they are left there in that manner until they are dead. The stench is so bad because many of them are already dead and the waves of sickness swept over me and I couldn't even know how long some of them had been dead. I can't go on. Back to Mother Superior. I felt my way back to the room where Mother Superior lay ill and replaced the keys for I knew not what else to do. I sat down by her bed and waited. She slept into the following day long hours she slept. When she did awaken she said, "I have had a long sleep haven't I?" I told her that she had. I took care of her for 3 days and I never knew at that time whether or not she ever knew I had gone into the forbidden chamber. After the 3 days, they put me out in the kitchen. When we do our tour in the kitchen, 6 of us go for a period of 6 weeks. We do the cooking and do the kitchen work. We prepare the vegetables and the soup, and we tend the vegetables at a long table along one side of the room. It is a very long room and at one end of the room are about 4 steps down to a landing just inside a very heavy outside door. The garbage cans sit there. While I am there working, someone tipped over one of those garbage cans. We are terrified for we are never allowed to make any noise lest we be terribly punished. We were all 6 present so we wondered who in the world had touched the garbage cans. Well, as we stared around we saw a man who was picking up the full cans and leaving empty ones. I had never seen anything like that in all the years I had worked in that kitchen. I believe God had just laid his hand on me and with all my heart I know it to be true. We turned quickly away for it is a mortal sin to look upon a man other than a Roman Catholic priest, so we turned around most quickly and bent to our work. But I thought in a flash when that man comes to exchange cans again, I am going to somehow get him a note. Well, it continued, because there is a pencil and a bit of paper hanging in the kitchen where items of need are written. I stole a piece of paper off the pad and I carried that little piece of paper and every time I could get my hands on that pencil I would write a word or two on the note. Oh, I watched that garbage can and every time I took the garbage down there I watched it. And when it was just about full and I thought that the next evening it would be full when the day's garbage was added, I made my plans. As I worked, I very quickly broke my crucifix and laid it up on a shelf. I had a very hard time doing it because constantly everyone is watching everyone else. But I did it and I laid it up on the shelf so everyone could see it and went about my work. I had to have a way in which to get back to that room later. When the dinner is over and the dishes are tended, everyone leaves at the same time and we must march past the Mother Superior. When I marched by I quickly stopped and whispered to her saying, "Mother Superior, I broke my crucifix and I left it in the kitchen. May I go for it?" No nun is expected to go without her crucifix and she asked how I had broken it and I lied to her everything she asked me. I lied to her just as convincingly as I could. I guess I had learned to lie because she lied to us and we are all sinners so I lied, too. She finally told me to go get the crucifix and come right back. That's all I wanted because I had to have a reason for no one can return to the kitchen after you have left it. And so I headed directly for the garbage pail because when I had put my last garbage in the pail I had left a note right on top of that garbage and left the lid off which was forbidden, and so it went. I had written on the note to the garbage man, "If you get this, won't you please help me? Won't you please do something to help me out of this place?" I told him about those 19 cells in the underground and the dungeons. I told him about the babies being killed and I also told him other little nuns were locked in the dungeon and were bound with chains. I told him plenty and asked him to help us. I said if he would, please leave a note under the empty cans. That is what I went back for and prayed hard that there would be an answer. When I lifted up the can and found a note, you cannot imagine how I felt. I froze to the floor I was so scared and didn't know what to do. I picked that piece of paper up and read it and this is what it said, "I'm leaving that door unlocked and I'll leave the big iron gate unlocked and you can come out." It was almost more than I could conceive. I never dreamed I would ever get out of that convent. I never really dared dream I might find a way. The escape. When I could collect myself, I reached over and turned the knob and, it was open. I walked out of that convent and turned and made sure the door was locked behind me. I got all the way to the huge iron outer gate and I was trapped. The gate was locked and now I was trapped. I was terrified for now I was locked out of the convent and I cannot get out of the gate. I have no right out there and I knew I would be destroyed if I turned back. I was scared half to death and couldn't move for a while. The fear washed over me until I was sick for God alone could know what they would do to me if I went back and pounded on that door to be allowed back in. I had no shoes or stockings for I had worn them out years before. The richest church in the world and the nuns go winter and summer without shoes or foot coverings of any kind. Even in crucial poverty, I still wonder at how they can do it, or how any of the children survive. What did I do as I stood in front of that huge gate? Well, I had no real choice in my own mind. I started to climb it for there was nothing else for me to do. About a foot from the top is a ledge about 6 inches wide. I thought if I could manage to climb high enough to get my knee on it I would be safe. I did, I got one knee on the ledge but I had no more strength. Then I recovered enough to think a bit and I thought if I could get one leg over the sharp projections, and then the clothing, then I could get my other leg over and at least I would be on the other side of the fence. Well, then I knew I was faced with another decision for I knew I had not enough strength to let myself down the other side and would have to jump. It was a high gate and I knew I would break my bones if I fell or jumped. I pulled all my clothing up around my body and held them with one hand and then decided I would simply have to jump. Oh gosh, I was scared because, they have a buzzer in the convent and when a nun tries to escape they turn the buzzer on. Then, Funny thing, the priests who claim never to come to the convent, pour out like ants when that buzzer goes off. They really set to write fast, then. They are immediately out and after that nun because they don't want her out of that convent because someday, she will give a testimony if she escapes. I assure you, they do not intend for any of us to ever get out. As I sat atop that gate and made that jump, I just didn't make it, which seemed bad at the time, for there I hanged. My clothing caught on those points and I just hung there. I didn't know what I looked like and I certainly didn't know I had gray hair, but I have often said that perhaps my hair turned gray right there on that gate. I was in terror, realizing that buzzer could go off any minute and there I would be. I tried to wiggle my body or swing it, for if I could get back far enough to grab the fence with one hand, perhaps I could help myself with the other. Then I tried unfastening the portion that was caught, for it was the garment worn and attached at the waist. When I did this, I promptly hit the ground. I was completely unconscious and I lay there for some time, but I don't know for how long. When I came to, I had a shoulder broken and my arm was broken and the bone had snapped and cut right through the flesh because there was no meat on me, just skin. Well, now, I realize I am severely injured. I am on the outside, and now, what will I do? Where am I going? At this point I know that I am not in the United States, for I am in another country and I don't know anything about that country. When they had brought me to the place, they kept me completely veiled and I couldn't see anything and I have no idea where I am and I don't know where to go and I no longer know anyone in the world, anyway. I have no money and I am hungry and my body is broken, and what will I do? Where will I go? I realized I must move away from the convent, and I did. I just started moving away. I was so afraid, for it seemed I had made so much noise and I couldn't move quickly and I was so scared they would find me. I moved along in the darkness. There was no twilight in that part of the country and it just dropped off into darkness and I can barely make out outlines of some things. I found a little building to the side of the road, very small, and I didn't know what it was. I thought it might be a doghouse or chicken coop or something similar. I crawled in it because I was shaking and scared and I laid in there for a little while to get a hold of myself. Then I realized it was safer for me to travel in the dark, for I would surely be seen in the daylight. I stumbled on through all that night, and then the next day I hid behind some pieces of boards and tin piled up against an old building. All day long I was hiding in that hot place and I was starving and broken. I now realize I was being kept alive for some mission, and so I held on and waited my chances. When night fell again, I have to move because I must get away from that convent. It was not safe to knock on anyone's door. If I rapped on a Roman Catholic's door, they would immediately take me right back to the convent. I now knew that it would be better to be dead than be taken back. I stumbled on, and the next day I hid out in a stock pen. The night fell and I traveled on. The next day I was really scared because my arm was swelled as tight as it could be and I was having to carry it in the other hand. All my fingers began to turn blue and I knew gangrene poisoning had set in. I knew at that moment that I would probably die just like a rat in that rubble. I didn't know what to do, but I felt I couldn't go this far and fail. I knew I might have to go and rap on someone's door. Finally, that is what I did. I remember that as I walked out of that barn and stumbled along, I could no longer think. As I stumbled along, I came to an old house with an old-fashioned lamp burning inside. I saw this lamp for quite a ways before I reached the house. It was the home of poor people and I could go no further. I walked up to the screen door and rapped on it. A tall man came to the door and he was rather old, and I asked, "Please, may I have a drink of water?" That old man didn't answer me, but he walked back into the house and called to his wife. God bless her heart, she was like most old-fashioned mothers. She came to the door and she didn't ask who I was or what I wanted. That dear little woman just pushed that door open and said for me to come in and sit down. Godly people. That was the most beautiful music I have ever heard, her sweet voice. She pulled out a chair for me and I sat down. I was so tired and they were obviously so poor as they had no rugs or anything very much, but there was a little checkered tablecloth in red and white on that little table and I will never forget it. There was a little stove in the corner and a fire in it. That woman put some milk in a pan and heated it and brought it to me. I am starving and I have no manners, and I grabbed that glass of milk before she could even set it down and I swallowed it all instantly. I am so hungry I thought I was going mad. Of course, the moment it touched my stomach it came right back up. I lost it instantly. Not only was I starved, but I had had no milk in 22 years. I simply couldn't take it and I felt so embarrassed and so miserable. But she knew what to do. She went out to the kitchen and heated water and added sugar to the water, and then she brought it over to me and fed it to me a spoonful at a time. I took every bit of it and it was the best thing I ever had pass my lips. Then the daddy walked over by me and asked who I was and from where I had come. I began to cry and I told them I had run away from the convent and I wouldn't go back. He then asked what happened to me because my hand was laying up on the table. I told him about the gate and falling, and he could already see that I was badly hurt. He said that he would have to get a doctor. Then I became totally hysterical and I tried to run back outside and they wouldn't let me. He said, "Wait a minute, we are not going to hurt you, but you must have help." I cried that I didn't have any money and I don't have any people and I can't pay a doctor's bill. I was just in a terrible mess, if you want to know it. That man said to me, "I'm going after a doctor and he is not a Roman Catholic and neither am I. You are safe with us." That dear man didn't have a car, so he took a horse and buggy and drove 9 miles to get a doctor. The doctor came ahead in his car, and when he arrived, ahead of the man, he walked around me and kept walking around me and he was swearing. He was furious because he was looking at something that was supposed to be a human being and I in no way even resembled a human being. I was in such horrible condition. He sat down in front of me and he said he would have to take me to the hospital right then. I pleaded not to go, I was so terrified. He sat closer and took my good hand and he said he was not going to hurt me but that I must have help and he wanted to help me. He took me into the hospital that night and that was the first time I ever knew how much I weighed. I am a large woman by frame and I weighed exactly 89 pounds. They took me into surgery and they tried to get the inflammation out of my hand. It took about 12 or 13 days and they had to break and re-break the bones and I suffered, but nothing like that in the convent, for they would give me something to ease the pain and I had only known things to make pain worse. Finally it came so that I could be released and those dear poor people took me in. I had been in the hospital 3.5 months and the doctor wanted to take me to his home but I only trusted the first little people. So they took me home with them and I stayed there for a period of time and the doctor stayed in touch and checked on me. One day there was a letter from the doctor and check enclosed. He asked them to go and get me some clothes that he was coming to get me on a certain day. He told me that he would find my people for me. That doctor was a stranger to me and oh, I thank God that there are men and women across this world who are so unselfish as to use some of the money that God has allowed them, to help those less fortunate than they. They spent a lot of money on me for I was hospitalized for 3.5 months and he paid the bills. Oh how I appreciate it. These dear ones bought me clothing and something to carry them in and then the doctor came and took me to the train. He had found my people for me. I was on trains and boats for a long time and then one day, after he had arranged my visa for me to return to the US, he arranged for someone to travel with me at all times because I didn't know what to do or how to do anything for myself in the world. Home. One day as we traveled by train, they called the name of the town where my mother and daddy lived. And I remembered. I got off that train and ran all the way to their home, some 5 blocks in that little town. My daddy came to the door and I looked at his face and I didn't know him. I asked if he knew where my father lived. He asked who I was and what is your name. I gave him my family name as I remembered it and that man looked at me and then opened the door and asked me to come in because he didn't recognize me. My mother was a total invalid and he took me back to her bed. She didn't know me and I didn't know her but it was wonderful to be home. She was in the hospital for a while and then she passed on. My father paid all those bills and reimbursed all those ones who had helped me to get home, every one of them. Now, do you know what God did? I am a nurse and so I went to work in a hospital. One day a woman came into that particular hospital and I was sent into her room to prepare her for the surgical table. I became that woman's special nurse in the hospital and when she went home I went with her to tend her in her home. That woman, when she was well enough, asked if I would please go to church with her. I lived with her long enough to become her friend. I lived there long enough to read the Bible to her because I was her nurse and I did that which she requested of me. I had never read a Bible in all of my life and she would find the scriptures and then I would read them to her. As I read the word of God, and I could tell which were the true words of God, and it began to reach through and into my heart. Finally she asked me to go to church with her and I went with her. I sat there and heard the gospel for the first time in my life. I had never heard anything like that and it was so beautiful. All the while she was telling me about God and the Christ and the plan of salvation and how I needed God and I could see how I had been lied to and the hatred I still bore within my heart. Every night I would settle her comfortably and then I would take that Bible and go into the basement. I would lay that book on a chair and I would challenge God. I would ask if he heard what that preacher said. I would repeat everything that I could remember and I petitioned that if he were God and if he were a real God, I wanted what those people who knew him had. But if you are not God, then don't give me anything because I cannot bear any more. I refused to take anything that was not of God because I was too broken to bear it. I did that for several nights and I couldn't eat, either. I couldn't sleep and I was beginning to fail. But one night I was attending the service and right in the middle of that service I was pulled to my feet and I raised my hands and I ran down that aisle and I fell on that altar and I cried out my heart. God met me there and forgave me of every sin in my life and he allowed me to forgive myself and oh, how I praise him for it. Praise his wonderful name. God healed me and he took me in. I tell you now, I met the Christ and I met God and I would not give that up for anything in this world that you might have. He is the best friend, the most wonderful thing that I have ever known. My best friend. I can tell him anything I want to tell him and he will listen and he will tell no other of that which I told him. I can sit at his feet and I can say Jesus I love you and tell him every secret of my heart. I can pour it out to him and I don't have to worry about him telling what I told him. He is the best friend you can ever have. He is able to do anything and all things. He can set you free just by knowing him. He gives me the strength to do that which I must do now that I am out of the convent. Pray for me, please pray for me. I will be going places where it will be predominantly Roman Catholic and I'll have to suffer much. But I am willing to do that for Jesus because I know he suffered every pain I bore in that place of hell. I must tell everyone I can and in every place I can about my life and give my testimony. I must do what I can to free those little girls from those awful places of Satan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. From Revelations, and I saw the woman drenched with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her I wondered with great admiration. Who will come with me? Who will walk with me? Who will come that I do not walk alone? Please take my hand and come with me. I am Sananda. Chapter 13. Rec number 1 Hayton. Friday, April 27, 1990, 12 p.m. year 3 day 254. Haton present in the light of the Radiant One. Good day. Dharma, we will write for a little while this day and then I desire that you leave the keyboard. You need a break. We have had so many requests for further discussion regarding Jim Jones and Guyana that I believe we will spend time on it herein. It surely plays into the theme of religious lies, albeit more political in the definition of politics versus religion. We also awakened a great outcry regarding the Lucy's Trust. Dear one, we did not invent these things from thin air. The facts are for your research and scattered all about. Lucy's Trust. We have been through the satanic practices in Satan's drummers and now have projected the total likeness within the Roman Catholic convents. I'm sorry, Chalice, this is what your world has become and it is so very entangled that it is all but impossible to be in the sorting from all aspects which would bring you comfort. There is no comfort and it would appear there is no way in which to turn. Oh yes, there is back onto the laws of creation/creator. Stop playing of all of the games to escape and allowing the continuing of Satan's games and the path will become quite clear indeed. The one-worlders of the Lucy's Trust are worthy of special note here, because they include members of the American elite such as Robert McNamara, who not only served as Secretary of Defense during the Vietnam War, but later took over the post of World Bank head. In both roles, he undermined the foundations of America's Republican greatness. Further, it is filled with members which are currently in your attention and cannot help but be consciously known to you, whereby it is less hearsay. The Lucy's Trust originally called itself openly the Luciferian Trust. The name change came about for obvious reasons. Founded in the 1920s by Alice Bailey, it was an offshoot of the Theosophist movement. Bailey, an Episcopalian, became a leading disciple of the Russian Theosophist Madame Helena Blavatsky, who claimed to gain mystic instructions from great white chiefs located in Asia. These Luciferians are committed to advancing Madame Blavatsky's express doctrinal commitment to oppose the materialism of science and every form of dogmatic theology, especially the Christian, which the chiefs of the society regard as particularly pernicious. The society has a pagan pantheon whom they would substitute for God, which includes, besides Lucifer, an external hierarchy of ascended masters. Clearly, the Lucy's Trust is sympathetic to the ideology of the process church. Rightfully, many people have blamed Robert McNamara, as well as Henry Kissinger, for the dismal role of the United States in the Vietnam War. One of the most well-remembered horrible things McNamara did, was to introduce the notion of a body count in place of tactical military victories. Some Special Forces members were even asked to show the scalps of their victims as substantiation for the body count of the day. At the time, McNamara was a practicing occultist. And you once thought the Indians were uncivilized. Listen to this drivel. McNamara practiced Luciferian rituals such as bathing in the full moon on Roosevelt Island along the Potomac River. The Luciferians worship the sun in place of God, but practice lunar festivals because they can stare at the moon's reflected sunlight without being blinded. Do you see how closely the rituals follow the sacred reverence shown by the ancient natives? Only the natives, in their original godness, did not worship the sun instead of God. They remembered the god, Aten, through the symbol of the sun as oneness of central source. Lucifer's children worship in the night because they cannot bear the light of day, my Chalice. The Lucy's Trust now claims to prefer the figure of Satan to that of Lucifer. Its members have been among the most active proponents of every form of satanic cultural subversion, including forcing sex education curricula through the U.S. public school system right down through your first grades and kindergarten. These curricula treat homosexuality and promiscuity as acceptable alternate lifestyles to the traditional family. Therefore the babes go forth to seek and find fulfillment, and there is none to be found, for these practices do not work at any age. McNamara is an advocate of population reduction, and has used his position at the World Bank to impose these policies. We touched on some of this in prior writings and I shall cover them again, but I prefer to move on in this portion. The World Bank withholds funds from some of the starving countries and nature will do the rest, for man cannot live in the physical without food, and food requires money in your time and age. Shudder now. The Lucy's Trust affiliated German language magazine 2000, Magazine for New Consciousness, was so totally unbridled in its admiration for Mikhail Gorbachev that it called him a pathfinder for the new consciousness. In the same issue, it detailed a prophecy by the mystic, Edgar Cayce, who had written, "From Russia comes the hope of the world." Well, that simply is not what Cayce meant. Do you see how you can take a phrase out of sequence and context and change its meaning entirely? It happens every reading of these journals, also. Language, and especially written language, is impossible to ensure non-tampering with meaning and concept. This same magazine featured favorable coverage of Vladimir Lenin, whom it claimed was not only an occultist, but had participated in ecstatic dances held in the Occultist Center located in Ascona, Switzerland. Now how many of you would know whether or not that is truth? Do you see how easily lies and ideas can be perpetuated? That would hardly seem like the Vladimir I recognize, although by his very nature he would have to be called an occultist, for occult simply means beyond the knowing. Takes all the fun out of it, doesn't it? Oh, not good old Donald Keyes. There are many who will come into your attention which will hurt your feelings most deeply, Chalice, but it is simply the way it is, so don't get yourselves bent all out of shape. No one expected you to know the facts. That is why we are going through all of this work on these journals. The one labeled Donald Keyes will bring pain to many of you. Not that his intention was evil, but the works produce evil. He was very instrumental in the Lucy's Trust. You see, these ones are laying the groundwork for a new age Christ. Donald Keyes was very, very busy in networking and made a most provocative statement. Don't think for one moment that you can have a world government without a head. Now Sister Thedra was pretty well set up to produce one that could be sold to the masses, and there you have much of the difference in what Sister calls Dharmasananda and hers. It is, further, why Sister said, a couple of years ago, that she felt Gorbakov was one of us and stated that she really liked him. Well, at that time he was pressing harder for peace than were your leaders, but that does not make him a worker for the lighted Godhead. Donald Keyes was a former World Federalists representative to the United Nations, a founder of SANE, and co-founder of Planetary Citizens along with Norman Cousins. You have to begin to see how the threads begin to fill the tapestry. Now you of my little group who know Donald Keyes will remember a few things from his own lectures. He has always had unlimited access to UN leaders. He frequently writes speeches for its ambassadors. He was formerly employed by Lucy's Trust and is still very active. Yes, this is the same one who wrote the foreword to Sister's Book of Sananda. You see, at some point in trying to make everything right and okay, these ones are seduced by the evil plan itself and fall prey to the plan. The tragedy is not that there is a plan for world domination. What they fail to recognize is that the plan is for capture of their souls. Donald Keyes exercises no small degree of influence over the UN international body. He boasts of having started many a trend at the United Nations. As a gifted speechwriter, he composes speeches for UN ambassadors. He enjoys his boasting about his impressive influence. He once gave instructions as to how to start a trend. First you write a speech for one ambassador. And then you write a speech for a second ambassador praising the first ambassador for the speech he just gave. That's how you start a trend. Can't you just see old Daniel saying, "But he shall come in peaceably and obtain the kingdom by flatteries"? In all fairness, Chalice, the average peace demonstrator, etc., is not working with ulterior motives. People believe that which they are told, and if it sounds as if it is for the good of mankind, somehow, and doesn't require giving up anything carnal, let's have a go at it. One of the most important disarmament groups is SANE. Donald Keyes helped organize and lead it. Familiar inside out with the Alice Bailey writings, Donald Keyes once worked for Lucy's Trust as an arcane school administrator. His open contributions to that organization continue through his speeches and articles in their Beacon magazine. Another very important group of people in the Peace Network are the World Federalists. Donald Keyes represented them at the UN for many years and his influence continues. Disarmament relative to the plan. Well, now what good citizens could quarrel with the need to remove nuclear tensions from the world? Undoubtedly it has substantially contributed to the stress and anxiety of modern living and caused men's hearts to fail for fear looking after those things coming upon the earth. However, the little plans do not stop with mere disarmament. There is ever so much more to the plan. Occult initiates plugged into the plan also believe those nuclear weapons must be put into the hands of an international authority, the United Nations, or an equivalent agency. New Age children of light watch the magic hands for someone along the way turned off the light. The plan goes something like this, called the American Movement of World Government. It says, a world authority must control all nuclear weapons and materials and destroy all the nuclear weapons in the world. Among the advisory board in this matter are American Humanist Association President Isaac Asimov, also Planetary Citizens, Albert Szent-Györgyi, David Browder, President of Friends of the Earth, and Paul Ehrlich, a member of the Club of Rome. They happily said there was an international police as seen in Lebanon. But, they feel that is not enough. They continue, but clearly, it cannot function effectively for permanent peacekeeping if its presence depends on consent of the combatants. It needs authority to keep it in being and in place. It needs unified international control. Does this not sound ominously like Donald Keyes' declaration, "Don't let anyone think for a moment that you can run a planet without a head"? The group's admonitions and suggestions sound too good at first viewing peace in the world by force. They have published advertisements and international support has steadily grown, albeit not like wildfires. America and Russia have sustained such losses in world leadership mostly through their own follies and mistakes that the proposal for world peace institutions needs to come from powers that cannot be accused of imperialist ambitions. The Scandinavian countries, almost certainly, even now stand ready to propose a world constitutional assembly. They could be joined immediately by West Germany, Mexico, Japan, probably Canada, India, where there is a bill in parliament for it, Sri Lanka, France, Italy, and many others. At least 5 of these nations have appropriated money to study the problems of world authority. A protective world government could be created faster than half-hearted, haggling, warhead-counting disarmament treaties which have never yet endured, or prevented war. A world constitutional assembly could be convened within a few months. Say in Athens, where democratic government first began. With the world watching and pushing, a constitution could be ready in 6 months. Ratification could take only a preponderant majority of nations, and less than a year. The Bible prophesied it, Chalice, and indeed someday it will happen. But when it comes it will not be a peaceful solution. Both Bible prophecy and the Tibetans' boastings tell you it will instead be a final solution. Back at the Lucy's Trust. The Lucy's Trust works closely with the Cathedral of St. John the Divine. Bishop Moore was a patron of the notorious Jim Jones, while Jones was still in Indiana, and before Moore had taken up his bishopric in New York, with its seat at St. John the Divine. Once in New York City, Moore personally, in 1977, ordained as an Episcopal priest a militant lesbian, Ellen Marie Barrett. She was quoted in Your Time magazine flaunting her homosexuality, saying that her lesbian love affairs gave her the strength to serve God. I certainly hope I end up with a bunch of strengthless wonders, for I doubt God is helped much by any such affairs whatsoever. An aide to Moore, Canon Edward West, has been accused of having patronized some of New York City's most seedy sadomasochistic private clubs, such as the infamous Mineshaft, where police raiding the premises found the remains of human flesh. A dean of the cathedral, the Very Reverend Dean James Morton, as director of the United Nations Temple of Understanding, has been in the forefront in fostering Soviet-American relations. On April 11 to 15, 1989, the temple co-sponsored a global conference of spiritual and parliamentary leaders on human survival, which was held in Oxford, England, and was attended by Morton and Yevgeny Velikov, vice chairman of the Soviet Academy of Sciences, as well as 3 other Soviet Central Committee members. A return conference is planned for 1990 in Moscow. In February 1988, the Temple of Understanding hosted a 2-week fling at the Cathedral of St. John, where dozens of Soviet representatives were feted by the American liberal establishment. Father Louis Dolan, a Roman Catholic priest who is on the board of the temple, took charge of this. He is a recent traveler to the Soviet Union, and he is on the board of the Center for Soviet-American Dialogue, which also includes such New Age figures as Barbara Marx Hubbard. But that is for another day, please. Networking the global vision. The world was to be prepared for the new order, the new religion, and the new Messiah, in many ways mental as well as physical. Occult literature details this coming new world order or new order as a golden age. Conversely, the Bible describes it as a time of sorrow. Detailed preparation for that new world order is very much in progress. I'm sorry, Chalice, but things got hooked into the satanic workshops and he ruins everything he touches if it is allowed. Let us examine the possibility of this work being influenced by occultism, and further, we shall see that much demands an occultic worldview for its very acceptance. Club of Rome and Goals. Aurelio Pecchi and Alexander King co-founded this influential network of financiers, industrialists, and scholars in the late 1960s. Yes, it is hard to keep them separated in your minds, but it is the concept. Do not labor over separation at this time, for you will simply distract yourselves. Just read and it will begin to come clear if you refer back to prior journals on the subject. A capable executive, Pecchi served as chief executive officer for the Olivetti Corporation and for Fiat Automobiles. His writings clearly reflect an occult worldview. They also reflected biases against Orthodox Christianity. This, in itself, is often wise, but not in the manner in which he projected. The Club of Rome continues to work closely with a number of occult political action organizations, including Planetary Citizens, the International Center for Integrative Studies, ICIS, Lucy's Trust, and the Global Education Associates. Indeed, its Goals for Mankind reports United Nations goals were submitted by Donald Keyes himself. Keyes is an activist with Lucy's Trust and, remember, a former administrator of that organization. Let me point out how it works so visibly if you but look carefully to that which is being projected. The institutionalization of faith has not always had happy results. Certain points of doctrine have been magnified, provoking schisms, apostasy, and the denunciation of what are claimed to be heresies. The official truth has become impossible to question, and in order that it never should be questioned, ignorance and even superstitions have occasionally been encouraged. These structural inflexibilities and doctrinal introversions have helped to keep the major religion static, even when the winds of change blowing through society have made clear the need to move from one cultural epoch to another. As a result, it is difficult even for their most sensitive and profound theologians and scholars to break out of a system frozen into formulations, reflecting the past, a system that cannot adapt itself or its doctrines to modern life. Religions now run the risk of becoming a timid rearguard, detached from the problems and aspirations of a bewildered and troubled humanity. And yet humanity has a profound need for spirituality. The anguish within the churches, the call for a new ecumenism to free them from their narrow confines, the widespread interest in minor cults, and a return to a respect for nature and ecological respect this time are all symptoms for this need. They are encouraging symptoms, for without a sincere spiritual awakening the renaissance of our true humanity will be impossible. Okay, so far? It goes on. We may also ask whether it was perhaps to justify our immense aspirations in our own eyes that we were led to conceive God, and thus to attain the privilege alone among all forms of life of entering into communion with Him, and even to go so far as to assert that the Almighty had chosen to create us in His own image. Is not this anthropomorphism of the Creator, which is not exclusive to the Christian faith, in reality a form of deification of man? Of course, you get the point. It is confusion and gobbledygook all over the place. Mostly absolute truth and then a thrust at you for doing that which they do in disguise. While ultimate motives are impossible for anybody but God to really ascertain, it does seem ironic that the very planners who thrust arrows have no qualms about playing God themselves. One with the universe. You must be most careful indeed, or you will lose the overall intent, and that is for one world control via the plan. For as you look at the guidelines, they are perfection, i.e. 1. A world consciousness must be developed through which every individual realizes his role as a member of the world community. 2. A new ethic in the use of material resources must be developed, which will result in a style of life compatible with the coming age of scarcity. 3. An attitude toward nature must be developed based on harmony rather than conquest. Only in this way can man apply in practice what is already accepted in theory. This is, that man is an integral part of nature. 4. If the human species is to survive, man must develop a sense of the identification with future generations and be ready to trade benefits to the next generations for the benefits to himself. If each generation aims at the maximum good for itself, Homo sapiens are as good as doomed. The problems come, Chalice, with the forgetfulness to follow God's guidelines. Each projector has so much truth, and yet the plans all fall to splinters at the point of what to do about things. No one will give up his special little hang-up. Man refuses to take any of the plans and sit with each solution and measure it against the laws of God and the laws of the creation. He makes wondrous projections of ideologies and acts as he pleases. Further, he opens it up to everyone to be blessed and fulfilled by acting in any heinous manner if between consenting adults, etc. So be it, for it does not balance nor harmonize with God or creation. How can I make you understand that vision is necessary? The vision of becoming one again with God and creation. Not a global illusion set up on man's standards of behavior for the few. Another club was set up called the International Center for Integrative Studies, ICIS. It was founded in 1962. Donald Keyes once served as ICIS president, showing further the interlocking nature of many of these global-oriented organizations. So be it. I do not wish to bring one blade down after another, but you are going to find that all the nonsense only moves you faster and faster away from God and not toward Him. You cannot know in advance, at all times, that which will have wrought at the top and finally disallow you to move forward on the path to God. You simply have to keep your own goals in sight and your hand on the plow. I have used this example today because I had to show these ones why they have been so viciously attacked by ones who had claimed such grand support. The goals are different, beloved ones. Some walk in the veil of misled intent, influenced by familiarity and it sounds good and never an in-depth look beyond the facade. Do you now see why it would never be allowed to bring the journals through ASSK? Do those ones know? That is not for me to say, for that is not of our business. It is just that when the thrill of the truth first flowed, ones of high regard were contacted and the journals shared, and they were instantly recognized for the word they carry. I'm sorry to see your pain, Dharma, but you too must grow. It is that there are so many lies, and in so many sectors man has forgotten the simplicity of his relationship with God, and he seeks and plans and mismanages, and in his ego, he must drag along others into his trap with him. It is simply the way it is, nothing greater, nothing lesser. Aho. Let us close this, for it is too lengthy to include the Jim Jones happenings in this portion. The cover UPS shall come forth from the rotten wood with the termites who work in dark places. I make no objection to opinions unless man is unwilling to accept truth when it is proven unto him. Let us take the Holocaust, of which the Jews are this day reminding everyone to never forget. It simply is not the way it has been projected. Heinous. Indeed it was, and no war is remiss in heinous activities on either side. But how do ones explain such incidents as those who were claimed to have been gassed to death as victims of the Holocaust being very much alive and well and politically active? Example. Very well, let us consider just one, Simone Weil. After being officially dead for over 3 decades as a victim of the Holocaust and was gassed to death, somehow he was resurrected and presided over the European Parliament, quite alive and well in 1979, after being the French Minister of Health. Another, the picture of a young lad, being arrested, was circulated worldwide by Jewish propagandists, and still is, to generate sympathy. However, the ghetto boy, as he was labeled, was arrested for stealing and then released, unharmed, to his mother. Today that lad is a grown man, wealthy and successful, and resides in London. His name is Israel Izzy Rondel. To say horrors did not occur is absurd, but facts simply do not carry through with the stories of cover-up. Why, in one instance, a paper trying to have a sensational headline showed the picture of a man all but starved to death, a skeleton, but was he actually a Holocaust victim? Nay, he was a prisoner at Andersonville, liberated at the close of the war between the states. Union victories disrupted supplies to Confederate prison camps, causing mass starvation. How do you think the food supplies might have flowed smoothly in war-torn Europe during the war? Please, Chellis, I do not wish to have you abandon compassion, but I do intend to allow you to abandon absurdity. There were starving millions because there was no food. There were dying and cremated bodies because there was widespread disease, and typhus broke out in pandemic numbers. Do not be blinded by the lies, for if you are to heal your world you must look beyond and unto God with reason. You are continually distracted in order to gain sympathy while the elite and Zionists are achieving just what they have set forth to do: control your world. Global 2000. Go Dharma, and I shall move to stand by. You once shall be sustained through the shadow, so be it. Salut. Hayton to clear, please. Chapter 14. Rec number 2, Hayton. Monday, April 30th, 1990, 9:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 257. Hayton present in truth and radiance. Good morning. Today we shall outline the Guyana incident. It is placed within this journal because, on the surface of it, it appears to be a religious incident. It was not. I have not decided as to whether or not we shall cover, in depth, other religious incidents and personalities to any great extent, for so much has already been written about those evangelists' inappropriate activities, and it only consumes time of the readers who are in need of that which is not openly known. As with Jim Bakker, I would like to point out some of his open protestations regarding his actions, so that you once can place your own actions into relative discernment. Bakker compared himself to Christ. Why does everyone want to nail Jim Bakker to the cross, he asked, and blames Christ for his problems? Jesus, how could you let me make such dumb mistakes? God will always let you make stupid and dumb mistakes every time. In the physical plane you have the reins, my friends. The really troubling aspect of the PTL story is the complete inability of the Bakkers to question themselves. I suppose Jim might have a bit more time now to reflect on these matters, like a 45-year sentence for fraud and conspiracy. However, do not expect him to serve 45 years. He became one of the big boys, and when it is again appropriate, they will set him free to feast upon the unsuspecting again. And worse, you who will turn the other cheek in godness will be the prey. The great optimism preached by PTL became its downfall. The assumption was that if God didn't approve, they wouldn't have so much. Now apply that to the other TV evangelists and all hierarchy preachers. They simply marched, and march, triumphantly and totally transparently onward, and the masses feed the greed and enhance the plague of lies, praising the Lord and never doubting for a second that they are doing anything but the clearly revealed will of the Almighty. While, all the interim, they are preaching the list of man-made laws and commandments and rewriting the scriptures in interpretation to suit their own actions. They wrap it all up in a neat bundle by proclaiming that all actions of any kind are already paid for by the blood of Jesus, and therefore, whatever you have done or will do, is forgiven in total, with no repercussions based on that spilled blood from Calvary. Do you not see the foolishness? The real mystery herein is how one such as the Falwells, Backers, Swaggarts, and Crouches TBN and PTL could fool so many for so long. The Baptists. The Southern Baptist Convention is your nation's largest Protestant denomination with a view toward evangelization. But Southern Baptists have been rocked by internal disputes over the Bible content and interpretation, abortion, and the role of women in the churches. They are now losing more active members than they are gaining, and contributions have dropped, forcing some cutbacks. The above is a direct quote from a news press release, and then it is followed by an article which I will not bother to print. This group became totally merged at the top levels with Reagan politics and a push to carry their doctrine onto every person in the world by the year 2000. Not, you will note, the word of truth of God and the laws of God and creation, but rather, the reinterpreted commandments according to the Baptists. If ones of the staffs of these churches didn't agree, they were promptly purged. Well, who pushed such a thing? Sick, shame on you ones. 2 workers within the cartel fringes, seeking to get into the hierarchy of the cartel: Paul Pressler, a Texas state judge, and his ideological partner, Paige Patterson. What do Popeye and the Quakers have in common? This one is amusing indeed. Popeye the sailor man has hit some rough seas, it appears. For the new Quaker Oats man is none other than Popeye. The Friends, a traditional peace denomination, don't think their Quaker faith is being respected. Would companies use Popeye, the Catholic man, or Popeye, the Jewish man, ads to hawk their products? Well, once again, no mention of God or Christ. So be it. How about Jews, Greeks, Christians, and Jerusalem? Strange indeed. The Greek people detest and deplore the Jewish Israelites. And yet a Greek arrangement was what opened a Jewish settlement in the Christian quarter of Jerusalem, an arrangement with the Israeli government. Now, after the settlers are in and all but total war has broken forth, the Orthodox Church will set forth a protest in solidarity with churches in Jerusalem. The really strange point is that the holy places were closed for the first time in over 800 years for one day. My, we must not interrupt that tourist money by making a point in truth. Besides, everyone there knows that those are appointed shrines. All know that the Jesus Christ is not buried in that sepulchre as projected on the touring public. You also know that Jerusalem must come back into enough control of the Israel Zionists to get that temple built in a timely manner. But what of God and Christ? No mention whatsoever. Ecologist snags Religion Award Nobel Prize. Religion's Nobel Prize goes to an ecologist, Charles Birch, an Australian eco-philosopher. I knew all of you knew that. He is a co-winner of one of the world's biggest cash prizes, the Templeton Prize for Progress in Religion. To save the planet, says Professor Birch, people's perception of God and creation need to change. There's something wrong about the way we're operating in the world. Industrialization is despoiling the planet. We're annihilating 1,000 species a year. When you ask what is wrong, it comes down to there's something wrong about our values. As a maverick biologist, Birch was an early prophet of environmental degradation. His pioneer work, The Distribution and Abundance of Animals, outlined in 1954 the implications of unfettered population growth. He is touted as one of the 2 or 3 most distinguished ecologists in the world. He is the son of a Methodist minister and has a less trumpeted reputation as a radical Christian theologian. For almost as long as he has been a scientist, Birch has engaged in the adventurous reflection of questions relating to God and biological science. Oh my, no wonder you people have problems. Humanity's flawed values stem from a general view of the Earth as a material stage filled with objects created for man's comfort and advancement, is his projection, and so good so far. Ever since the rise of science in the 17th century, the model of the universe that people have tended to support is a very materialistic, mechanical model. The universe is seen as an object made in the past, out of material building blocks, now running itself, with God outside it. But modern science is starting to see that it can't reproduce our world with a building block model. There's something mental in existence in our life which we let slip through our fingers in the past. From protons to people, you have to look at them more as subjects rather than objects. Then you can see much more easily the relationship of God, not just human beings, but to all of creation. That is because God can be incarnate in life, but God cannot be incarnate in machinery. This perspective, it would seem, gives all life forms, not mankind alone, inherent worth. And while Birch welcomes the recent upsurge in public awareness of environmental issues, he chastens conservationists for continuing to campaign on the anthropocentric ethic: look after nature, then nature will look after us. I want them to be concerned for animals whether or not they're useful to us. They are subjects, not just objects. The $64,000 question is, where did subjectivity begin in the whole of cosmic evolution? Most biologists would say, oh, somewhere below mammals. Birds, maybe. Certainly not frogs. There's a big problem in that approach, because you're saying mind and consciousness and all the characteristics of life have come out of something which is totally non-living, totally non-mental. The alternative approach is to say in some form or another the mental or be sentient was right there from the beginning. That's a different perspective. I suppose it is a start, and I will leave it with you for further consideration. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Well, let us just go back to the native Indian tradition and all will be well, and we will abandon corruption and political manipulations. Something to ponder: if the evil invaders bought the Americas with a few beads and trinkets, does it not therefore stand to logical conclusion that someone sold it to the invaders for a handful of beads and trinkets? Also, we had best just return to that which will work, a return to the laws and balance of God, creator and creation. Will the real Guyana story please stand up? In your year 1976, the United States and Russia became embroiled in top-secret hostilities in preparation for World War III/Nuclear War I. It began in earnest during the summer of 1976 when the still-secret underwater missile crisis erupted. It then expanded into wholesale nuclear sabotage of the United States with weapons now planted at literally thousands of locations nationwide. We shall discuss this at a separate writing. These weapons ranged from mammoth hydrogen bombs ready to destroy your largest dams and reservoirs down to tiny nuclear devices called micronukes by the Russians. For some time the Russians had been detonating micronukes in a steady drumbeat of explosions all over America. Still feel safe and cozy and unwilling to rock the boat? In September of 1977 the secret war took a decisive new turn. In the still secret battle of the Harvest Moon in space, America's secret rulers lost their supposed ace in the hole for the coming planned war. In a shocking upset, Russia knocked out America's secret moonbeam weapons base in Copernicus crater. Oh yes, there was one. Since that time Russia had seized the dominant position militarily in space. Now let's review a little arithmetic from 1975 or so, to 1990 about 15 years maybe. What do you think they might have been doing all this while? We will cover all these subjects most carefully, but this Guyana was set up in a religious setting and it fits into this journal without distraction. Prior to this incident there were drastic changes taking place in the leadership of both Russia and the United States. In Russia the original ruling factions after 1917, the atheistic Bolsheviks, had been overthrown after a progressive struggle for over 6 decades. The Kremlin was now under the absolute control of a tough band of native Russians, a Christian sect who considered the Bolsheviks to be evil incarnate. As a result, the Bolsheviks were being expelled from Russia and they were flocking mostly to the United States. They were joining the many Bolsheviks already in powerful positions in the US in a sophisticated new Bolshevik revolution. In the process, they were gradually preempting much of the power that was once exercised by their secret allies, the third-generation Rockefeller brothers. As Bolshevik power became ever greater and greater in the United States, the satanic fruits of that power were and are becoming increasingly visible. In April 1978, the lives of over 100 unsuspecting civilians were deliberately put in great danger for the sake of an intelligence mission. This was the case of Korean Airlines Flight 902, which invaded super-sensitive Russian airspace and was shot down. There was nothing accidental about the Korean airliner episode, and the threat of death to all the innocent passengers was the key ingredient in the episode. It would have been far easier for the Russian fighters to blow the Boeing 707 out of the air in a ball of flame than to force it down with only a few casualties, as was done. As the time passed, the Bolshevik grip grew steadily greater in its hold on the United States, and human life was growing cheaper by the day. This time it would not be 100 but nearly 1,000 civilian lives, and this time it would be that they would die because nothing would be left to chance. The gruesome tragedy at Jonestown, Guyana, is only a pale shadow of what lies ahead for the entire United States if the cancer of Bolshevism, along with a few other cardinals, is not stopped. Those who are seized by the Bolshevik way of thinking are quite schizophrenic and satanic and unable to tell right from wrong, or at least practice in the guise of right. When these tendencies are allowed to go unchecked and the Bolsheviks acquire power, the consequences for society as a whole are tragic indeed. Both murderous and suicidal actions take place on a scale beyond comprehension. It happened 75 years ago in Russia as the Bolsheviks took over there, and now, as the Bolsheviks are efforting to take over in your territory, it is happening right in the good old US of A. Military purpose of Jonestown. Yes, I said military. And a bit later, I shall show you how Leo J. Ryan, congressman, was utilized. The setup for the Guyana tragedy was staged as early as 1974, with the revealing of the presence of a Guyana missile base in that place. It made radio news all across America but was promptly covered and snuffed. This was in June. In October it was again brought to public attention by daring speakers and again snuffed along with threats to cease and desist with such news items, or else. The news items ran something like the following: that according to reliable intelligence sources on the matter, the Republic of Guyana, next to Venezuela in South America, had been turned into another Cuba with atomic missiles aimed at the Gatun locks of the Panama Canal and at your cities in the United States. Of course your government, which dances to a tune called Dynasty, refused to even investigate the charges actually. Why would they? They set it up. The warnings were frequently represented and some of the public citizens did in fact effort to gather information, which inquiries were met with stonewall silence or double talk and denials. Many simply discounted the whole story, but some more insightful patrons came to realize that you couldn't believe your government. Well, guess who was right? Must go back to 1965 to lay the plot. The developments which were destined to culminate in tragedy at Jonestown began in 1965. Guyana was a newly independent country, the former British colony of British Guyana. At that time the secret Rockefeller-Soviet alliance was in full swing, and the long-range joint plans for a controlled nuclear war were moving right along. Both sides were looking ahead toward an eventual double cross, but that still lay far in the future at that time. The deliberate strengthening of Russia at America's expense was part of their joint plan for world government and conquest. The Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 threw a temporary monkey wrench into the program when President John F. Kennedy intervened personally and stopped the nuclear arming of Cuba, and for doing that, and other humane indiscretions, he lost his life in Dallas barely a year later. Kennedy's successor, Lyndon Johnson, made sure that he followed the script more carefully. In the wake of the Cuban crisis, the Russians needed a new forward base in the Caribbean area for strategic purposes until the heat was off in Cuba. To accommodate Russia, Guyana was selected for this purpose, and David Rockefeller saw to it that a Marxist named Forbes Burnham became prime minister. In return, the Chase Manhattan Bank became fiscal agent for Guyana, giving Rockefeller access to the gold produced in Guyana, and as a key factor in all this, then President Lyndon Johnson in 1965 turned over the American Air Base, Atkinson Field, to Guyana. America's right to retain control over the base for several more decades was simply thrown away without any excuses offered. Atkinson Field, which was then renamed Timmery Airfield, is south of Georgetown, the capital city. This is the airfield to which American helicopters carried bodies to be airlifted to America after the Jonestown disaster. When Johnson gave the Timmery Airfield to Marxist Guyana, he handed Russia a very large plum indeed. The Timmery Airfield is the largest in all of Latin America, larger even than New York's largest airport, the John F. Kennedy Airport, and its location makes it ideal for ferrying Cuban troops and supplies to Africa. As a result, Johnson's action on behalf of Rockefellers robbed the United States of an important logistic connection to Africa while opening the door for Cuban troops. Your later trouble with Cuban troops in Angola and elsewhere in Africa were partly the result. For a number of years, Russian military activity in Guyana was heavily concentrated around the vicinity of the Timmery Airfield. In 1974, they emplaced missiles in sites that ringed the airfield. Then the missiles were pulled out from those locations and moved to a separate missile complex west of Georgetown, over the following 2 years. In that new complex, the missiles were deployed at sites scattered over an area some 30 miles in diameter. In the approximate center was a command and control installation commanded by Russian personnel. And the plot began to thicken considerably. After the missile base relocation was completed, the missile complex was centered at a point about 70 miles northwest of Timmery Airfield, and roughly another 70 miles to the northwest lay the Jonestown People's Temple Complex, an Israeli-type kibbutz. So the missile base ended up about midway between the Jonestown Commune and Timmery Airfield. It was no accident, my friends, that the People's Temple kibbutz was located so close to the missile base. Origins of the People's Temple. The origins of the People's Temple in the 1950s had nothing to do with government intrigues. It was not until about 1970 that certain elements of the United States intelligence community began to infiltrate and subvert the People's Temple. The Rockefeller brothers have always had a standard practice of supporting not only the faction in power but also spies and opponents to that faction, and who doesn't want a little free funding and support money? In this manner they are always in a position, at least theoretically, to cut down anyone who tries to break free of their control. Heed this lesson well, lest ye be tempted by their guiles in our own work. In the case of Guyana, the Rockefellers wanted to have such a tool in Guyana as a check on Forbes Burnham, the prime minister, whom they had put in power with use of their money. Certain elements within the United States intelligence community under general coordination by the CIA were given the task of finding ways of accomplishing this. In the course of evaluating various options, it was concluded that the People's Temple would prove ideal. The psychological profile of the leader, Jim Jones, indicated that he could be converted into a powerful tool of the unseen rulers. Contrary to reports in the controlled major media, Jim Jones was born a Jew, and he already exhibited tendencies toward kibbutz-style organization that could be channeled into useful directions. This would be brought about through a combination of both conscious and unconscious factors. At the conscious level, money and powerful political support would be channeled in his direction. At the unconscious level, the technique of psychological programming, which we will discuss in more detail elsewhere, would be employed. Gradually, Jim Jones would lose control of his own personality and become what your unseen rulers wanted him to be. The process would inevitably create tremendous internal conflicts and turn Jim Jones into a troubled and dangerous man, and that, dear ones, is exactly that which came to pass. Changes in behavior. By 1973, changes in Jones' behavior began to be noticed by his friends and followers. His conversion into a semi-conscious agent of death and intrigue was underway in earnest by that time. That same year, the mushrooming funds of the People's Temple were used to launch the agricultural kibbutz at Jonestown, Guyana, though only a few people went there at that time. Guyana was a rigid Marxist police state, and no one could have launched a new enterprise like the Commune without its approval by Forbes Burnham, but David Rockefeller agents made sure that Burnham received all the assurances he needed that the Jones compound would fit neatly into the Marxist environment of Guyana. At the same time, Forbes Burnham had begun double-crossing David Rockefeller, exactly as had been feared. He was now playing ball politically, but he was hiding much of Guyana's gold production in caves in the mountains. David Rockefeller found this out sometime later, But by then the much bigger problem was developing from a double cross by Russia, so Burnham was left untouched in order to make way for bigger things. By summer 1974, the Rockefeller brothers were still soundly in bed with the Kremlin, and there were already ominous signs that something was happening in Russia which they did not understand, but they simply could not imagine that their old Kremlin allies, the Bolsheviks, were being overthrown. And so it goes, just as any mention of possible threat from Russia goes totally denied this day, so went denied the public warnings about Guyana missiles, and the government spokesman went right on lying and ridiculing those who dared speak out. The planned and programmed nuclear war was being blueprinted for the late 1970s, and they did not want the plan to be spoiled by public awareness, but 2 years later Russia's all-out military double cross of America began with the underwater missile crisis of 1976. Most of you know about that crisis, which the government kept silent about, but we shall talk about it again, later. Your unseen rulers were badly shaken by that surprise and initially tried to reinstate their secret alliance with the Kremlin rulers. After all, they had succeeded in doing so once before after President Kennedy broke the rules and made an issue of the Cuban missiles, but meanwhile they also began setting in motion contingency plans to gear up their possible real war. Dharma, this is enough for this portion since we had so many personal matters this morning. Please take a short rest and then we can continue. Thank you, Keela. I shall move to stand by and be prepared to resume when you are ready. Chapter 15. Rec number 3 Hayton. Monday, April 30th, 1990, 1:30 p.m. Year 3 Day 257. Major target. The Guyana missile base was one of the major targets of the revised planning. When this planning began more than 2 years prior, the space battle of the Harvest Moon still lay in the future. It seemed quite inconceivable that America could lose its secret beam weapons base, which was soon to be operational on the moon, and so long as they had this moon base to depend on, your unseen rulers thought they could not lose. But in light of the underwater missile double cross, they wanted to be able to pull as many of Russia's military teeth as possible. In this way, their destruction of Russia would be even more complete than originally planned. The planners of Operation Guyana were given a difficult problem to solve. The objective was to wipe out the Russian missile base in Guyana by removing the threat it posed to the Panama Canal and southern American cities, but this was to be a pre-war operation carried out covertly and with complete surprise. It had to be covered, because neither the United States nor Russia could afford to have it known that the base ever existed, and the surprise had to be complete, because with even the briefest warning the base could be reinforced and defended by Cuban troops. From these requirements it was concluded that a commando-style raid would be necessary, something like the Israeli raid at Entebbe Airport in Uganda in July 1976. Are the similarities and implications becoming a bit more clear to you readers? Any other kind of attack would have required your leaders to do what President Kennedy did in 1962, and that is, tell the American people what was afoot and ask for your support. At all cost, the one thing your unseen rulers were determined not to do was to tell you anything. The problem then arose how to get the joint attacking forces into Guyana in a force large enough and fast enough to do the job. Wiping out a base like that one in Guyana, after all, is no small task and it takes experience. It was then concluded that somehow some very sudden, massive, compelling excuse would have to be provided in order to enable the secret joint military forces to enter Guyana temporarily. The excuse, whatever it was, would have to be so visible as to tie Russians' hands so that Russia could not retaliate in Guyana without giving away what she had been up to there, and the excuse, whatever it was, would have to appear non-military yet require military expertise. Furthermore, some provision would have to be made for all casualties in the missile base attack to be removed from Guyana after the raid, otherwise their presence in Guyana could have been made the basis of an international incident trumped up around some different story unrelated to the secret missile base. For example, the government of Guyana, following Russian dictates, might have publicly displayed the bodies of the joint military forces killed in the attack and said they were killed in an attempted coup d'etat against Forbes Burnham. It was a very big order, but the Jonestown kibbutz proved to be the answer. All that was necessary was to arrange for many hundreds of American citizens to die suddenly in Guyana and under conditions guaranteeing instant massive publicity. The sheer enormity of the tragedy would require military involvement, and the location of Jonestown was made to order. Helicopters commuting between the Timoré airfield and Jonestown would naturally fly over the missile complex whose details were known in spite of expert camouflage. This meant that joint special armed forces could be set down near the perimeters of the missile base and later recovered, along with casualties, with relative ease. And as the reporters at the Timoré airfield watched helicopters leaving to the northwest and return from the same direction, they were led to assume that all were going to and from Jonestown some 150 miles away. They had no way of knowing that many of the flights were to and from the Russian missile base, which lay in the same direction but only half as far distant. In the beginning of the scheme, when it was decided to use mass deaths at Jonestown as a cover for the missile base attack, Jonestown was functioning only as an outpost of the People's Temple. There were not enough people there to provide a sufficiently major incident to serve the intended purpose, and so, through both direct and indirect means, Jim Jones was persuaded to go to the Guyana kibbutz himself, taking as many of his flock as would follow him. That turned out to be about 25% to 30%, and by following him they automatically identified themselves as the group most highly dependent upon Jones personally. They were also most susceptible to the combined influences of exhaustion, intimidation, and isolation from outside help, in other words, just right for thorough brainwashing. Ever since the days of the Korean War it had been known conclusively that brainwashing techniques can cause many peoples to do all kinds of things. Even hardened American GIs in Korea fell victim to brainwashing in surprising numbers because they did not understand what they were up against. But, of course, the Jonestown victims were anything but hardened soldiers. In August 1977, Jim Jones left for Guyana with his large sacrificial flock. That same month, United Nations Ambassador Andrew Young carried a message to Prime Minister Forbes Burnham of Guyana. He said that under certain conditions the United States and the World Bank would increase its aid to Guyana, that is, line Burnham's pocket by a factor of 10 times more than previous levels. And so the key disaster of Jonestown was set in motion in a day shortly before the Battle of the Harvest Moon. Poor Leo Ryan. To trigger the whole tragedy and in a blare of publicity, the interest of late Congressman Leo J. Ryan was developed and programmed. In a display of courage that is practically unknown today in the U.S. Congress, Ryan went to Guyana knowing that it might be dangerous. But what he did not know, of course, was that he had been lured into making a trip whose tragic outcome was planned well in advance. Congressman Ryan and those who died with him at Port Kaituma Airport were casualties in the secret war that was leading to Nuclear War I. And so were the hundreds of other American civilians who died in the so-called mass suicide at Jonestown, Guyana. As the time approached for Congressman Ryan to make his anticipated trip to Guyana, other activities were set in motion on the diplomatic and military stage. It was essential that Russia's attention be diverted away from Guyana until too late to take action to protect the missile base. Russia's prize in the Western Hemisphere, of course, is Cuba, and so in the final days before the Battle of Guyana on Thanksgiving Day 1978, the trumped-up MiG-23 crisis. Does anyone remember that one? Was used to divert Russian attention to Cuba. Oh, we have lots and lots of wondrous secrets to talk about, don't we? Only too late did the Kremlin discover that the real target was not Cuba but Guyana. The battle, Thanksgiving Day 1978. Close aides of the late Congressman Leo Ryan have reported publicly that his ill-fated decision to go to Guyana was triggered by a State Department report to him that he found totally unsatisfactory. This reaction of Ryan's had been correctly predicted and, in fact, deliberately encouraged. With elections coming up, Congressman Ryan decided to schedule the trip after the election during the congressional recess. This was a quite natural decision, and had also been anticipated by the planners behind the scenes. No politician would miss the opportunity to campaign right up to election day. As the time approached for his trip, the false issue of the Cuban MiG-23 crisis erupted. The Carter administration had learned nearly a year prior that the Russians were going to send the M1G-23s to Cuba and decided that it would be a perfect pretext for a fake crisis. The MiG-23 can carry certain types of nuclear weapons as claimed, but even in this role it is a tactical weapon best suited for support of ground or naval forces. The MiG-23 in and of itself does not threaten America in the same way that the 1962 Cuban missiles did, and so when the United States began playing up the MiG-23s, it was very obvious to the Kremlin that this was a deliberate effort to stir up public tension over Cuba. The question was, exactly what was the United States up to? Would the Carter administration be so crazy as to invade Cuba? Such a thing sounded irrational, but America's unseen rulers were behaving more and more irrationally. This, too, was partially deliberate and was intended to keep the chess players in the Kremlin off balance, but it was also partly a result of the increasing degree of control over America by those satanic schizophrenics, the Bolsheviks. Cuba was, after all, very important to Russia, for Russia was looking ahead to world domination after nuclear war and for that, Cuba is Russia's main beachhead in the Western Hemisphere. Even more urgently, Cuba was the unadmitted home of Russia's Caribbean submarine fleet, and that fleet had repeatedly moved into attack positions in the Gulf of Mexico over the prior 2 years and more during periods of tension. As if that were not enough, there were concentrations of nuclear weapons in at least 4 land locations in Cuba. One was near the north coast, roughly 10 miles inland southeast of Cardenas. This location is 150 miles due south of Cape Sable, Florida. A second site was about 150 miles to the east-southeast of that and about 10 miles inland from the north coast. 125 miles farther to the southeast was a third concentration 15 miles northeast of Marti, well inland. A fourth nuclear site was near the eastern tip of Cuba, 28 miles north-northwest of the United States Naval Base at Guantanamo Bay. With all this at stake, American publicity over the MiG-23s caused worry in the Kremlin. And in early November the tension increased when the United States began sending State Route 71 reconnaissance flights over Cuba shades of 1962. In response, massive formations from the Atlantic, Pacific, and Caribbean submarine fleets of the Russian Navy began fanning out along America's east, west, and Gulf coasts on November 6. They did not deploy into attack formations, but their sheer numbers signaled a clear warning to Washington. At that moment they were still on station, many with neutron weaponry. Then during the week immediately preceding the tragedies in Guyana, the MiG-23 pseudo-crisis built to a climax. Beginning on Tuesday, November 14, a huge combined American and British naval task force began heading toward Cuba. By midweek, Cuban defense forces were on full alert, and on Thursday, November 16, a group of 12 United States senators in Moscow supposedly to discuss the SALT talks met with Russia's Kosygin. There they pressed the alleged issue of the Cuban MiG-23 argument, calling it a false issue. As a former test pilot and America's first astronaut in orbit, Senator Glenn knew what he was talking about, but Kosygin's anger over the other comments about the MiGs provided the United States intelligence community with valuable proof that the decoy action toward Cuba was working. The next day, November 17, Russia publicly admitted sending MiG-23s to Cuba, calling them strictly defensive weapons. The same day, an editorial in the Washington Post typified the crescendo of media attention to the Cuban MiG-23s. It was titled, "A New Cuban Missile Crisis." The very next day, Saturday, November 18th, Congressman Leo Ryan, 3 newsmen, and a woman seeking to escape from Jonestown were slaughtered at the Port Kaituma airport. At least a dozen other people were also wounded, but there was no effort to destroy the airplane filled with terrified escapees from Jonestown. Instead, many witnesses were left alive, and a smaller plane managed to take off right after the airport massacre and report the attack in the capital, Georgetown. Immediately world attention was focused on Guyana, and meanwhile the mass murder at Jonestown, wrongly called a mass suicide, was underway. At this point, the elaborate decoy action toward Cuba was no longer needed, so the Pentagon announced that a routine naval exercise was in progress which would approach no closer to Cuba than 50 miles. Cuban defense forces relaxed, but the real action was only beginning in Guyana. The methodical executions of Congressman Ryan and 3 prominent newsmen had guaranteed that Jonestown would shortly be in the glare of publicity. Having guaranteed this publicity, Jim Jones then ordered the mass executions at the Jonestown kibbutz. Details of that massacre. The complete details of the Jonestown disaster may never be known publicly. I can promise you, however, that very, very few who died there, took their own lives, and that is, after all, what suicide is. Many were tricked, not realizing that the death rites were real. Many more resisted, but they were weak, helpless, and confronted with armed execution squads. So by various means, several hundred people were poisoned with potassium cyanide. However, there were many others who did try to escape and who resisted more effectively. Many of those people were herded off into the jungle and shot without mercy. Finally, when the mass murder was completed, the executionists performed their final task of stage managing the horrible death scene. In order to achieve the surprise needed in attacking the Russian missile base, it was critically important that the first reports from Jonestown described the scene as a mass suicide. Only in this way could its actual military significance be hidden long enough to fool the Russians. Therefore, all of the bodies free of gunshot wounds were carefully arranged in neat rows and other groupings, suggesting at first sight that everyone died willingly and deliberately. This was the scene that greeted Guyanese troops late the following day, Sunday, November 19th. It was more than 24 hours after the kibbutz victims died and the executioners, including the real Jim Jones, were long gone. I will return to the matter of Jones himself later, for I know you are curious as to why I keep telling you he ended up in Israel. Counters afraid of disease. The Guyanese troops were afraid of possible disease but counted the bodies as accurately as possible without close handling or moving the bodies. The total they reported was 409 on that Sunday night. The initial impression of a mass suicide was seized upon by the controlled major media of the United States. Without waiting for an investigation, the media drummed away at the suicide image of Jonestown as if it were a proven fact. After a few days, a few people did begin to raise questions, but by then the initial image of suicide had served its purpose of opening Guyana's doors to the United States. For example, on Tuesday, November 21st, Jim Jones' surviving son, Stephen, said in a Georgetown press conference, "There's no way it could have been mass suicide." And that same day, according to the Washington Star, a Guyanese source pointed out a serious medical discrepancy in the Jonestown kibbutz death scene. He said, "If you die of cyanide, which seems to have been the poison, your body goes into spasm and contortion death, but at Jonestown everyone looked totally relaxed." The reason for this discrepancy was that by the time the Guyanese troops arrived, all the bodies had been rearranged. They were also placed face down for the most part. This was so that the widely publicized news photos would not ruin the desired impression of calm by letting you see the victims' final expressions of agony. The nightmare continued. To continue the nightmare charade to fool the Russians, the United States at first publicly urged Guyana to collect and bury the hundreds of bodies. As arranged, Guyana replied in effect that it was America's problem and that America should take the bodies back to the United States just as planned. To facilitate this huge and hideous task, Guyana obligingly agreed to waive the usual Guyanese law that requires anybody to be autopsied before removal from the country. With this arrangement, the United States achieved the carte blanche military access to Guyana that was needed. Russian intelligence realized what was afoot by early Monday, November 20th, but it was already too late to stop it. Russia could hardly announce to the world that, "We have a secret nuclear missile base in Guyana and the United States is getting ready to destroy it." That would have rallied world opinion behind America, and, although Russian cosmospheres quickly converged over Guyana, they, too, were useless in the covered conditions of battle there. Their charged particle beam weapons could have made short work of the commando-style forces, but in the process they would have wiped out the Russian base itself. The Guyana missiles have become only a minor factor in Russia's military power since the Battle of the Harvest Moon the year prior. They were not valuable enough to Russia to declare open war on their account. And so under these conditions, Russia was powerless to act once the Jonestown tragedy had been staged. As Thanksgiving Day approached, huge American transports, helicopters, troops, and medical teams swarmed into Guyana. In a remote corner of the huge Timuri airfield a command post was established for the twin operations of Jonestown and at the Russian missile base. As some of the troops began the nauseating task of cleaning up the Jonestown kibbutz, other joint attack forces were taking up positions around the missile base in preparations for the surprise raid. Meanwhile, day after day the death count reported at Jonestown remained unchanged at 409. Then on Thanksgiving Day itself, the Battle of Guyana took place. Crack military forces experienced in jungle and surprise warfare moved in on the Russian complex, striking all the dispersed sites simultaneously. Like the Entebbe raid, the battle itself did not last long. It had to be over quickly to be successful. First, the small crews on site near each missile were overwhelmed, and then killed. The missiles themselves were quickly disabled. Next, the military forces converged on the missile command and control center, where a bloody pitched battle took place. When the smoke cleared, every single person manning the missile base had been killed, including the Russian commanders. When the battle was over, American helicopters from Timuri airfield began landing within the ruined missile complex and flying out the wounded. Then the remaining attackers were left with two more jobs before they could retire from the area. First, they were under strict orders to leave no bodies in the attacking forces on Guyanese soil, and so the entire area was scoured until every single member of the attacking force had been accounted for. Their bodies, like those of the victims at Jonestown, were sealed in Vietnam-type body bags and collected in clearings where helicopters could land to pick them up. Finally, the combined forces were under orders to remove the nuclear warheads from the missiles and take them back to Georgetown for airlift to the United States. Specially trained members of the attacking force had set to work on this task immediately after the initial attacks on the missile crews. By early Friday, November 24th, all the warheads had been removed. They, too, were placed in body bags, one per bag, with some jungle foliage stuffed in to give the bag a reasonable appearance. Of course, none of this was apparent to the reporters at Timuri airfield, whose access to the American command post there was carefully controlled. When wounded members of the attacking force were flown back to the airfield, after the Battle of Guyana on Thanksgiving afternoon, they were kept out of sight of the reporters. Otherwise, when reporters occasionally saw body bags being moved from place to place, they just naturally assumed that all contained victims from Jonestown. They had no way of knowing that some contained slain commandos and that others contained Russian nuclear warheads. The continual cargo of death from the Jonestown kibbutz made the perfect cover for the aftermath of the Battle of Guyana. Where could they take all those bodies? Many reporters were totally puzzled at the choice of Dover Air Force Base in Delaware for the Guyana airlift. Most of the Jonestown victims were from California, and there is a mortuary facility, similar to the Dover facility, at Oakland Air Force Base in California. Dover was chosen to facilitate transfer of the Russian nuclear warheads to the nearby Aberdeen Proving Ground and Arsenal. This was done by means of shallow flights from Dover to Phillips Air Force Base. Originally, the Guyanese count of 409 had been accepted as firm by United States officials in Guyana. That had raised questions as to where the rest of the 1,000 or so residents reported to be in Jonestown had gone. Finally, on Thanksgiving Day, with the body cleanup operation well underway, a military spokesman told reporters, "The evaluation that we have made is simply that there were not many more people in Jonestown at the time of the suicide." But even as he spoke, the Battle of Guyana was raging at the Russian missile base. By midday on Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, 485 body bags had already arrived at the Timuri airfield. The bodies of warheads from the Russian missile base were destined to raise the total far beyond the total of 409 bodies originally counted by the Guyanese at the kibbutz. It was a bad mistake, the kind of thing that happens in the heat of battle. Something had to be done, and quickly. So, on that Friday after Thanksgiving, a breathless and nervous Pentagon spokesman at the Timuri airfield made a stunning announcement over CBS television: "The original count of persons found dead at the Jonestown site has been found to be seriously in error. It now appears there may be as many as 780 bodies, total, found at the site. They were found simply buried under other bodies. There were larger adults that were grouped together, and under their bodies were found the bodies of smaller adults and children." Badgered by incredulous reporters, the government embellished the cover story later on. The Washington Star quoted the same spokesman as saying Friday night, "Near the center of the pile of bodies, near the assembly hall, they were 3 deep in some areas. They were in layers with blankets between them. Wasn't it just nice of all those people to fall over in well-orchestrated and neat rows?" This story was so unbelievable that within 2 days the United States government dismissed its own story about the blankets as a rumor. Still, the basic idea of bodies on top of bodies had to be maintained, so on Saturday, November 25th, another Air Force spokesman tried to make it all sound plausible in the following words: "From what I observed, the people, when they committed suicide, would line up in nice neat little circles, children in front of them, and as they died they folded into the interior of the circle. Do you wondrously blind people begin to see the absurdity of that which you believe? You swallow it hook, line, sinker and fish." The Guyana cover-up was worldwide in its dimensions. It had to be. In Guyana, Deputy Prime Minister Reid made the first public announcement to the Guyanese people about Jonestown on Friday afternoon, November 24th, in Parliament. Then he refused to answer questions, and rushed out to cries of shame, shame, and cover up from Parliament members. And there in the United States on Thanksgiving Day, FBI Director William Webster said that the FBI Disaster Squad had positively identified the body of James Warren Jones through fingerprint identification records. But this was not so, and at that very moment Jim Jones was making good his pre-planned escape from Guyana. And how did Jones manage to get out? The plans for removal of Jones were laid well in advance. An ocean-going boat, well stocked with supplies and money, was waiting for him near the river town of Bardika, 35 miles southwest of Georgetown. In order to make his way to Bardika from Jonestown, Jones had a safe conduct pass. In the early morning of Thanksgiving Day, as the Battle of Guyana was beginning, Jones headed downstream toward Georgetown. Shortly after noon Guyana time his boat left the mouth of Essequibo River into the Atlantic Ocean. From there Jones followed a complicated itinerary which was designed to prevent his being followed, but in spite of that, he was followed. From Guyana Jones headed due east for about 330 miles and then turned south, landing near La Mire, French Guiana, about 5:30 a.m. local time, November 27. From there he traveled by land to the capital of Cayenne, and took an airplane across the Atlantic Ocean to Freetown, Sierra Leone, in West Africa. From Freetown he headed north along the coast to Guinea-Bissau Airport, arriving there approximately 7 p.m. local time, November 28. There, less than 2 hours later, he boarded a DC-3 and took off. His route took him eastward to Tambacounda, Senegal, from there onward into Mali with stops at Ségou, Mopti, and Gao, then onward to Agadez, Niger, and Larjo, Chad. From there his plane continued to Etbara, Sudan, and then a short final hop to Port Sudan where he arrived shortly after 4 a.m., November 30, local time. When he arrived at Port Sudan, Jones found a turboprop executive transport waiting for him which was owned and operated by Israeli intelligence. Within 20 minutes the plane took off with Jones and headed up the middle of the Red Sea toward the Gulf of Aqaba. At 6:30 a.m. local time on November 30, Jones' plane landed briefly at Elath, the back door to Israel, then onto a private airport outside of Jerusalem, arriving at 7:20 a.m. local time. From there he headed to a nearby location for an intelligence debriefing. How could this happen to an evangelist? After being transformed gradually into a conscious agent of the intelligence community over the prior 6 years, Jones had taken part in a joint operation by American and Israeli intelligence in Guyana. The Israelis had contributed valuable expertise and even key lieutenants for Jones in showing how the Jonestown kibbutz could be set up and used for the intended purposes. One has only to check an encyclopedia to see that Jonestown was, in fact, a kibbutz. For example, the World Book Encyclopedia under the topic Israel, says, in a collective community, called a kibbutz, the farmers share all the property and combine their labor. The village administration provides all their needs. The adults eat together in a dining hall, but married couples and single persons have private sleeping quarters. All children are raised together in a separate home. Parents visit their children for an hour or two before supper. Let us look at the word commune as domesticated in America. It means living in a commune. There is no pure form of commune in the Israeli kibbutz. When a commune is run by persons with satanic and schizophrenic characteristics, like those of Jim Jones, murderous and suicidal behavior are forced upon the people, as happened at Jonestown. And when this example is expanded to include an entire nation, one has a nation in the grip of Bolshevism. It was happening to America then and you are still being led directly into national suicide. Let me show you the ridiculous cost of such actions. As things came to pass, the war which started between you and Russia began on that Thanksgiving Day. America lost that war in the Battle of the Harvest Moon. Of course the calculations don't work out properly because you have no notion as to what is happening nor in what order. We shall speak to these topics later. At that time the very rules of war were altered forever. Russia then tried to force America to surrender to SALT II disarmament, but your unseen rulers instead stepped up preparations for a suicidal nuclear war to be launched by the US. The Guyana happenings gave you a preview for the entire war. By the standards of those who planned it, the Battle of Guyana was a brilliant success and yet, at what cost? Many times more American lives were deliberately sacrificed than were lost by the enemy in the battle itself. In the same way, the plan still in operation will dwarf the numbers killed by the millions. The Battle of Guyana was an exercise in futility, a mere scratch on the arm for Russia. It was planned before the Battle of the Harvest Moon, which rendered the Guyana battle obsolete before it happened. Well, Jim Jones had a motto hanging over his throne in Jonestown: those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Now, would any of you care to do a dissertation on what the Guyana tragedy actually had to do with religion in any manner whatsoever? 'Tis sad indeed. And yet, you gullibly feast on the lies. So be it. Dharma, enough for this day. Let us close this portion. Thank you for your service. Hayton to stand by. Please think upon these things most diligently for we have a long, long way to go. Salut. Chapter 16. Rec number 2 Hayton. Thursday, May 3, 1990, 10:15 a.m. Year 3 Day 260. Hayton in light, to continue. Our subject material has brought forth an active effort to stop this scribe. I place notice that she will be protected. I feed well my words, for it comes now the time of truth. Jewish Temple in Jerusalem. Since our theme in this journal has dealt with religious aspects or misconceptions and facades, we will continue on with a similar format. I ask that this journal not be allowed to get too large, for these are magnificent subjects and need be handled in portions of chewable size. Yes, I shock you. Who else will tell you these things? And yet, you have only to go forth and you will find your confirmation of the truth of that which we bring unto you. Is it time now for a new Jewish temple in Jerusalem? Well, the traditionalist Jews hope to rebuild their sacred edifice now, but a mosque and a few centuries of enmity stand in the way, or do they? Every Orthodox Jewish prayer ends with, "May it be thy will that the temple be speedily rebuilt in our days." Why? Would God really care where a man worships? He certainly does not find much true godliness in the temples of any faith. So who wants that temple rebuilt? Also, God despised the temple when it was there. Why would he wish it rebuilt? Could it be a sign from thine evil brothers to unite and reaffirm allegiance unto Satan? The Christians are eagerly awaiting the temple, for it is a prophesied sign of the time of the coming of the Master. Do you see how thought projections bring things to pass in a predictable manner? What would happen if no temple were built? You might very likely tend of your world and bring some sanity back into your manifestations, but alas, 'tis not likely, is it? For to fulfill the prophecies, you must have that confounded temple, mustn't you? Well, a few centuries of misrepresentation and misconception bring it to your dooryard in a manner which you do not realize in general. It would appear that the mosque would need destruction, nay, according to the exacting measurements of layout, it can be built within 3 feet of the mosque and be on the holy ground. Furthermore, it is already under construction. But let us go back to that which you are being told and that which is presented unto the public. I shall ask reprinting of an article in Time magazine October 16, 1989 with appreciation to Richard N. Ostling. Time for a new temple? May it be thy will that the temple be speedily rebuilt in our days. That plea to God, recited 3 times a day in Jewish prayers, expresses a yearning that makes Jerusalem's Temple Mount potentially the most volatile 35 acres on earth. Though 19 centuries have passed since Roman troops obliterated Herod's gilded temple, the mount remains the object of intense Jewish reverence. But, for the past 13 centuries, the same trapezoidal tract has also been Islam's holiest site after Mecca and Medina. Its Al-Aqsa Mosque and Dome of the Rock honor the spot whence the Prophet Muhammad is said to have ascended to the 7th heaven. Christians, too, hold in awe this place where Jesus walked. Now a controversy has arisen over whether, and when, a new Jewish temple should be built. Temple reconstruction was no issue until 1967, when Israel captured the Mount and the Old City. Eager to preserve peace, Israel continues to allow Muslims to administer the site. They permit no Jew or Christian to pray openly on the holy ground, nor will they consider allowing even the simplest synagogue or church. The merest hint of rebuilding the temple is considered an outrage by the Prophet's followers, who, in the words of an official at Al-Aqsa, will defend the Islamic holy places to the last drop of their blood. Jewish sensitivities also hinder reconstruction. Israel's chief rabbis forbid Jews to set foot on the Mount lest they accidentally step on the site of the ancient Holy of Holies, where only the high priest entered, once a year. In addition, there are various views over how and when a new temple could or should be raised. The Babylonian Talmud offers conflicting opinions, but Rashi, the great medieval sage, insisted that the temple must descend directly from heaven when the Messiah comes. On the other hand, tradition holds that God's biblical command to build the temple is irrevocable, and the Jerusalem Talmud says Jews may construct an intermediate edifice before the Messianic era. A 1983 newspaper poll showed that a surprising 18.3% of Israelis thought it was time to rebuild, a mere 3% wanted to wait for the Messiah. Next week, Israel's Ministry of Religious Affairs will sponsor a first-ever conference of temple research to discuss whether contemporary Jews are obligated to rebuild. However, several small organizations in Jerusalem believe the question is settled. They are zealously making preparations for the new temple in spite of the doctrinal obstacles and the certainty of provoking Muslim fury. These groups eschew violence but offer no explanation of what should be done about the Muslim shrines that now occupy the holy ground. They point out that animal sacrifices and other aspects of temple worship are so ingrained in Judaism that they take up a third of the 613 biblical commandments, plus major portions of the Talmud and the daily ritual. Temple restoration is also a fixation for literal-minded Protestants, who deem a new temple the precondition for Christ's second coming. 2 Talmudic schools located near the western, Wailing, Wall are teaching nearly 200 students the elaborate details of temple service. Other groups are researching the family lines of Jewish priests who alone may conduct sacrifices. Next year an organizing convention will be held for those who believe themselves to be of priestly descent. Former Chief Rabbi Shlomo Goren, who heads another Temple Mount organization, believes his research has fixed the location of the ancient Holy of Holies so that Jews can enter the Mount without sacrilege. He insists, "I cannot leave this world without assuring that Jews will once again pray on the Mount." No group is more zealous than the Temple Institute, whose spiritual leader, 50-year-old Rabbi Israel Ariel, was one of the first Israeli paratroopers to reach the Mount in 1967. "Our task," states the Institute's American-born director, Zev Golan, "is to advance the cause of the temple and to prepare for its establishment, not just talk about it." During 6 years of research, the Institute has reconstructed 38 of the ritual implements that will be required when temple sacrifices are restored. It will complete the other 65 items as funds permit. A museum of the completed pieces has drawn 10,000 visitors during the current holy days. In addition to such items as trumpets, lyres and lots, the Institute is preparing vestments for the priests in waiting. According to scripture, the clothing must be painstakingly made with flax spun by hand into 6-stranded threads. One difficulty is the requirement, as in Numbers 19:1-10, that priests purify their bodies with the cremated ashes of an unblemished red heifer before they enter the temple. Following a go-ahead from the chief rabbinate, Institute operatives spent 2 weeks in August scouting Europe for heifer embryos that will shortly be implanted into cows at an Israeli cattle ranch. As for rebuilding, none of the groups are believed to be stockpiling limestone and marble just yet. However, a miniature temple model has lured tourists to Jerusalem's Holy Land Hotel, and the Institute is preparing blueprints for a more authentic replica that will cost $1 million. All money for the various projects will come from Jews. Christian well-wishers are not allowed to contribute. To rabbis like Jerusalem's Pesach Schindler, such efforts are historically interesting but spiritually superfluous. A member of Judaism's conservative branch, which shuns orthodox literalism regarding the temple, Schindler contends that religion evolves. We have respect for the past, but it has no operational significance. With the establishment of the State of Israel, we have all our spiritual centers within us. That is where the temples should be built. But historian David Solomon insists that a new temple is essential. It was the essence of our Jewish being, the unifying force of our people. The Temple Institute's goal and admits it may be a long time before the building rises. No one can say how, and no one wants to do it by force. But sooner or later, in a week or a century, it will be done. And we will be ready for it. He adds with quiet urgency, every day's delay is a stain on the nation. Reported by Mandel Levin/Jerusalem. Let us carefully look at the above document with objective intent as if we were little space aliens from the outer cosmos. What would you perceive? Blindness prevails. First of all, I can assure you that they would be quite positively assured that man has no idea of God or he deliberately perpetrates evil upon his fellow man. All of God's land is sanctified, so what of a little trapezoidal tract which must be under contention? Further, why couldn't everyone just go within that lovely edifice already there and open their minds unto God? Worse yet, man kills man for that little worthless spot of earth, and in 1967 the bloodier of the two captured the mount and the old city. But they are so nice they continue to allow Muslims to administer the site. It must be from the goodness from within the hearts of those masters. Oops, well, generosity has limits. They allow no Jew or Christian to pray openly on the holy ground, nor will they allow a little synagogue or church. They won't let them in the mosque either, so what's a soul to do? Dare we suggest you walk outside or go within thine closet and pray? Oh, I see, you have to have a priest, or sacrifice, or special kneeling pads or something. To reach God. God is within. How can you find God in one of those places which limit God to a few men's beliefs? Oh, I see, men made a few rules as they went along so they could lay down the law and enslave the rest of their brothers. So be it, it comes more clear now. But a quandary, please. You say that Jewish sensitivities also hinder reconstruction. Israel's chief rabbis forbid Jews to set foot on the mount lest they accidentally step on the site of the ancient Holy of Holies, where only the high priest entered, once a year. How do they intend to build the temple if no one can walk on the grounds? Will the rabbi build it all by himself? Oh, I see, they will sacrifice some sheep or something and then they will appoint purified workers and then they can walk on the ground. Oh, I see, rabbis don't work, they only pray and sacrifice a bunch of animals for the rest of the people. Some people think that we are going to bring it already built. I don't think so, at least they have never told me as much. Well, safe again, I see that some expert godly one says the Jews may construct an intermediate edifice. I thought we were going to have to bring the confounded thing. IS 18.3% a Democratic majority. Now, look at this 18.3% of Israelis think it is time to rebuild, a mere 3% want to wait for the Messiah. Why? So he can pour a bit more of his sacred blood on their salvation? I think not, he got a bit angry the last time. Well, now that it has had Democratic vote, it is apparent that the 18.3% one for the next paragraph says they are zealously making preparations, even though the doctrines are not even worked out. I guess the rabbi does it because in the whole document they don't really refer to God at all. Sounds just like all the other churches on that little planet, to me. Boy, they can't wait to start slaughtering and murdering animals in behalf of the sins of people. What could a little lamb possibly do to save a murderer of his sins? It is hard to understand. Perhaps I should get Satan to explain it to me. God all but throws up when I ask him about it. Yes, I very definitely will have to ask Satan about it. Well, we see that time has passed since someone wrote this silly document, and all the artifacts are in place and waiting, but what of the stockpile of stone they speak of? Oh, yes, now I see. They plan to take over the mosque, build much of the plan to suit that which is there, and the remainder of the building material is already in place waiting within the walls of other buildings of temporary structure. The stuff will simply have a few dead animals' blood and a few human martyrs' blood smeared on it, and it will purify and sanctify it all. Very good, great, convenient thinking. Those temple builders are pretty smart in the long run. After all, the foolish people of the world are all but ruled by them. That Global 2000 plan is totally infiltrated by those Zionists, for they are a clever bit of people. Probably, just as soon as all the Temple Mount organizations get their act together, they can get on with sanctifying these things and getting those other stingy, non-allowing aliens out of that mosque. By the way, I heard that they now have that spotless heifer, whatever a dead cow has to do with God. Sure is hard on the cow, I mean, to be burned to ashes for that rock building. Boy, I am really glad I'm not a heifer with no blemishes. It seems all of God's perfect creatures are slaughtered by human. Gosh, here is another problem. Who is going to make sure that all those priests' clothes are structured of 6-stranded threads? Thank goodness, there are no buttons, because someone might err and sew a lost button on with a 5-stranded thread. God allows us to manifest our own. How did those men get in the way and make all those earth people to do their work, and furnish their things and build their thrones and temples? God makes us do our own work and manifesting. There is something awfully unfair here, it seems to me. All these things belong to the preachings of that dude God threw out of heaven, that one called Lucifer. You know what, I don't even want to go visit that place of crazy, insane, and hostile sleepwalkers. They kill anything and everything just for the greed of it. They even kill each other. Well, I guess it is serious because Mr. Golan says that every day's delay is a stain on the nation. I guess it must be law because he wrote it. It is sad that they blame all of this on God, though, for they must certainly have a different God than does the Cosmic Brotherhood. Zionists, or man. Oh, look, it isn't just the Zionists I guess those Catholics know how to teach an unruly nun what her duties are. They just torture the poor little girls and boys and spill their blood, but they leave the chickens and cows alone. There must be something really special about the way they intermingle, for there is nothing they won't do to have what they call sex, and the dirtier the better, somehow. We were taught that emotion is within and an energy of the soul. There must be something we do not understand. Well, I can see it is totally encompassing, for here are the Protestants all fighting over sex and money too. The Baptists are at it, and then there are those wondrous preachers of God's and Christ's messages. Seems we have never heard those messages from God or Christ. The only one I ever hear, project sexual misbehavior and money greed, is Satan. Could it be that Satan is the god of earth people? Could it be that Satan is the god of earth people? Could it be that the whole of mankind in physical format on planet Earth, save a very few, say, less than 1 million, well, perhaps less than 200,000, are in the service of Satan God? Could it be? God gave forth quite a nice list of commands, and they were most fair indeed, and then, there were the laws of the creation of nature and balance. Man has rewritten all of them, and he is in perishment. Could that old original God have been so wrong? Apparently man thinks so, for every one of those laws has been rewritten and none of them are followed anymore. Happiness. I wonder why man is not happy. He has rewritten all the laws to suit himself and takes his pleasure anywhere and wherever he chooses, and somehow he thinks he will never be troubled by anything going wrong. Why isn't he happy? He should be happy, for he has learned to live without compassion and allows his fellow humans to starve or die of disease. He just takes whatever he wants. Why is there no peace, love, or happiness in the human? Ah yes, 'tis sad indeed. Those are the very things old Lucifer taught and got sent away to earth because of. I wonder why God bothers. Oh, yes, I remember now. God created those nasty little creatures in the beginning and he loves them. They have forgotten that we were and are all the same, and I love them, too, because they are so misled. But boy, they sure don't want to hear the truth, and they desire to do something about it, even less. They always want something called the government to change things, and it does, boy, does it ever. Well, I'm just a little space alien, and unfortunately I do understand. When will man understand? So be it, and Sela. Where is the Antichrist now? Will the Antichrist stand up? Please, will the Antichrist stand forth? Well, how else are we going to know who that dastardly Antichrist is so we can annihilate him? You won't until it is too late. For you still quibble over who wrote what in a document first. You do not want to follow the rules of God and the creation, for you have been convinced that all the wondrous fun things are right. Where is your joy, peace, and happiness, earth friend? Where does your light shine, friend? Is it possible that you have been people of the light for so long you have no way to remember? That, dear ones, is why we come forth to help you remember, and then, it is solely up to you, that which you will do. No one is going to come snatch you off and into utopia. You are going to meet your God face to face and do a little judging of your actions. No chicken blood, lamb's blood, or Christ's blood is going to cloud your vision on that day, brothers. Oh, you want Haton to shut up and just speak about evacuation and spaceships and transitions, etc. All right, I'll just give you the same speech on the subject of transition that I gave the third meeting of the conclave. It may vary a bit in language, I hope not too much. From the conclave. What do I perceive? What do I have to do with anything? Well, I won't cover all that to tedium, for all of you should know me by the reading of this journal. I have been honored and recognized within the fleet as a statistician, and I have greatly enjoyed that role. I am, however, in charge of a great many things. The major transition of your placement is one of them. I welcome the opportunity to speak at this time of transition regarding the process from the period of the first massive infusions to a period of calmness and rest. We speak of energy infusions, and beyond the 5-year cycle of this particular infusion, I see a culmination for you upon your planet. You are experiencing the ending cycles of a very powerful time, and you seem to march blindly along with whatever prophecies you perceive must be followed. There shall continue to be magnificent confusion within the masses, for you have entered into the era of total chaos in this particular closing cycle. Man will more and more find himself stumbling around in total states of confusion and shock. Man, in addition to experiencing his fear component, shall go through a mistrust, a competitiveness, and an isolation, for he shall reach a point where he can trust no one. I speak herein about the collective that is mankind. Even as ones come together to assist in crises, it is difficult for most ones upon the planet to envision the crisis, the lies residing, and the enslavement in their own dooryards. Each still thinks that the government must send aid unto this or that area of problem. You have forgotten that you are the government. You send the aid. 'Tis only the government has taken that which is yours from you through use of total force and police action. They have utilized your own wealth to enslave and imprison you. Funny thing, soon there won't be any governments who have monies to send aid anywhere. It will be up to you ones in their own areas to assist one another, and how many of you are prepared to do such. This is the lesson the collective of mankind must learn. You who speak out in daring confrontation of the lie will be the leaders who must bring forth this knowledge. The question of evacuation is upon the lips of each of you. Will you please give us date and time? No. Not even the Son of Man knows the time. Why would you expect more? Yes, simply desire to wait for your proof and refuse to move thine duffs until the final moment. Nay, little sleepy heads, ye will be in making of your choices before that moment, or your decision will be considered made. Further, I shall not speak of the evacuation process herein, for indeed there is another more qualified than I to do so. Most of you don't believe he exists, either, and so be it. I will speak a bit on the subject of groups. This is not to be accepted as specific nor unchangeable, for with man there is always possibility of probability change. The lighted forces. Let us speak of those which we can refer to as in the service of the lighted forces God. First, there will be a group who will remain with the planet during the change process, the ones who will be the leaders and share in their knowledge and their expertise to help others to come into a balance. These are ones who have volunteered to experience through this changing process. They will be directed during the next months, if they have not already been directed, to areas of safety, of relocation, or given peace in the placement wherein they are now located. These will be the ones who will guide in putting in food stores, who have cut away the excess baggage most Earthmen carry. They are ones who are prepared, who have been as quiet ones to assume quiet roles. Some of them have been placed at the outskirts or in the fringe areas of some larger cities in metropolitan areas. Indeed, many of them do not know their counterpart who might be on the other side of the city. It is not necessary to have this conscious knowing at this time, and indeed, is quite hazardous in many instances. Ones are being placed in specific areas whereby it is most unwise to know details. However, as the first, let us call it, meteor, strikes the planet, there shall be an instant telepathic communication reactivated or activated among the workers. So, dear brothers and sisters, have no fear you will be isolated and not know what to do. You will know. It is important that each of you maintain a balance within yourselves, and allow for a free flow of energy and vibration so that you recognize the communications when they are present. The messengers. Another group are ones who will be there on planet Earth until the major of impact of the meteors. No, I may not explain these meteors in greater detail. The ones in this group have not a role to build communities, as such, or to work during the transition period from the Earth plane. Rather, theirs is the role of ones who have been messengers, who have been counselors, who have been guides. I guess you would roughly classify them as spiritual leaders. This does not mean that groups will not overlap. Do not set limits upon God, dear ones. But these are ones who have placed themselves on the line that others might receive information and guidance, in other words, come out of the lie and into truth. These ones will be beamed up and taken aboard the ships to serve as liaisons, to serve as teachers, to have short R&R, and to play any number of various roles. Once the dust has settled, so to speak, there will be survivors upon the planet. Then will come forth many to assist in the rebuilding and the anchoring of the very spiritual foundation that is the Earth plane. Many of the forerunners who have laid the foundation and shared the information with all workers of the light shall be as ones to remain with the ships to share their knowledge and their wisdom, for they have gained the expertise to do so. There will be many ones who will lose their physical form. There will be great numbers of these. These are souls on conscious levels who are bound most closely to the Earth plane, who have not chosen to grow in their own enlightenment and choose to remain blinded and follow flocks of other unsighted ones. These ones will be placed in other placements more suitable and more compatible to their energies than the new Earth shall be. While Mother washes her face, there will be a period of probable need for total evacuation of all workers as topography changes and Mother washes her face. This will be done and is well planned. Children will be taken first, for they are your future however you perceive it to be. Any who have served and are infirm, shall go next so they can be put into care without confusion. The ones who are of a serving capacity, who are the remnant of the workers, will be brought up last. Recognize each is already given location and each will be brought to specific placement in well-disciplined order. There will be open communication between and among all of the various ships. Parents will find the ones they call children, etc., and adjustments will be made as the initial confusion is abated. The children will become changed immediately as the things of childhood are gone, and they will gain what you call maturity. You will be given to always have identification, so do not concern about these trivial matters. I touch on these matters simply to again set you at rest, as we have covered these things quite thoroughly in prior journals, but you forget and agitate about them. We understand this need of men to wonder and concern. You must work diligently to maintain open mind circuits and take the information given forth for your use and then use it. God never asks that you walk alone nor without reason. He does ask that you use your reasoning ability to see truth and not justify continuation of the ridiculous lies thrust about you by ones who would enslave you. I hold each of you in love. I hold each of you in a cloak of respect, for I recognize of the trust that you carry, of the work that you do, that you have gone to do on planet Earth. From the totality that I am, I salute you and am greatly honored to be allowed to serve with this brotherhood. Dharma, I would like now, to give you rest. We will take up a bit of historical data when we return so that you can get the players a bit better outline for the following portions and journals. I am going to hit the Zionist participation within your government a bit heavily, for it is most critical in your present living circumstance. They are extremely actively involved in the immediate Panamanian matter, which, you will note, has been hushed completely. Brothers, beware, for it is upon you. Salut. I am Hayton to clear, please. Chapter 17. Rec number 3, Hayton. Thursday, May 3, 1990, 3:15 p.m. Year 3, Day 260. Hayton present in light. We will attempt to outline some thoughts regarding religious interpretations which might have eluded some of you. Let us first consider a quotation from your Bible which we can then look at a bit more closely. 20 And when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh. 21 Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains, and let them which are in the midst of it depart out, and let not them that are in the countries enter thereinto. 22 For these be the days of vengeance, and all things which are written may be fulfilled. 23 But woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. For there shall be great distress in the land, and wrath upon this people. 24 And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive unto all nations, and Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles, until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. 25 And there shall be signs in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars, and upon the earth, distress of nations, with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring. 26 Men's hearts failing them for fear and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth, for the powers of heaven shall be shaken. 27 And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. Do you believe those verses? Do you believe the Bible? Do you believe the Old Testament, the New Testament? Do you not believe any of the projections? If you claim to believe none of it, why do you continue to measure your cycles against the prophecies? Did the above come from the time before Nebuchadnezzar or Titus, or does it matter in the least? So be it. When you find one who proclaims loud and clearly that he believes every word in the Bible, cover to cover, along with the cover what have you? Well, first of all, you have a fool. You have one who has no discernment for that which is translated is by the thought and hand of men even if it is totally correct in concept. As example, this very week in the US of A is released a new, updated version of the King James Version of the Bible. For instance, in view of the term of intoxication of present day, meaning intoxicated or under the influence of drugs, the scholars have changed those verses which read I was stoned to other verbalizations which mean they cast stones upon me. To follow blindly without thought is a fool's game and Satan's tools. God gave you a discerning mind and, further, expects you to utilize it. Many Christians in the world insist that they are fundamentalists, whatever that might mean, and claim loudly to believe the Bible, but you know what, they teach exactly the opposite of what the Bible teaches about Israel. Obviously then, unless they are total hypocrites, they do not know what the Bible says about Israel. Destruction of Israel. I take no stand on validity here and I simply am going to outline a few things from your Bible. The Bible, your King James Holy Bible, teaches in no uncertain terms that the present state of Israel is headed for complete and ignominious destruction. The Bible teaches that the city of Jerusalem, which was sacked by the armies of Nebuchadnezzar, and again by the armies of Titus, will once more be besieged and left desolate. The Bible teaches that, once more, there is going to be worldwide dispersion of Jews among all nations. In sounding these warnings, God graciously makes clear to Jews everywhere that they will not find peace or safety in Jerusalem. Thus, prophetic biblical truth implies a compassionate invitation from God to Jews, as well as to non-Jews, to accept the Lord Jesus Christ, who alone can make any man safe from the wrath to come. Now, some space cadet comes along and tells you right off the top that is false. It is false, for at the time of the giving of the letter Jesus was not called Jesus. Further, the word given was to accept the Christ and the teachings and laws of God and the creation. Oh, I see, the intent was the same. No, Chelis, the intent was not the same. It works out, in this instance, to suffice as the same, but it is not the same. Now, for a stranger fact. The scripture was from Luke, 21st chapter. And yet, it is an amazing and deplorable fact that, in your present day, few Christians are willing to share these very scriptures and truths as taught, with Jews. At the very head of the ranks of Christians who refuse to share these biblical pronouncements to Jews are men and women who solemnly insist that they are dedicated to blessing Israel. Come now, obviously any Christian who imagines that he can bless anybody by misrepresenting what the Bible says is deluded and or a liar. Even a person who has never been to formal seminary, grown, or who has never opened a Bible, can, in one reading of Luke 21:20-27, know for a surety what the Bible says about present-day Israel. Such an individual may not believe the Bible, but nevertheless, in a few minutes, he can know the Bible says that Jerusalem will again be besieged. It will be left desolate. All things which are written, both testaments, will be fulfilled. There will be distress, no peace in the land of Israel. There will be wrath upon the people that live there. There will be a worldwide dispersion of its inhabitants. For a season, Jerusalem will again be in non-Jewish hands. Inasmuch as the testimony of the Bible is so clear, how can so many people who claim to believe the Bible from cover to cover dare to deny what it says about Israel? Well, they certainly do. Well, that must be old stuff. No, pretty new stuff. The Bible speaks specifically about the future of the present state of Israel from the Old Testament forward. It clearly foretells that it is a bit of a gloomy outlook. When the Lord Jesus Christ was on earth, he spoke categorically to his disciples about the sad future of the political entity that today is called Israel. Now let us assume, for simplicity, that the scriptures are true. What would you have? Well, let us ponder a bit. You would have Israel being invaded by foreign armies. Jerusalem would be left desolate. Immigration and tourist trips to Israel would cease. All things that have been written by the Old Testament prophets would be fulfilled. Israel would enter an awful time of wrath. Israeli armies would not be victorious. There would be a new, worldwide dispersion of Jews. For a season, the non-Jews would rule over Jerusalem, and these days of horror for Israel and the subjugation of Jerusalem to the non-Jews would continue until the Christ returns. Come now, I only project that which is in your own books, the Christians and the Jews. I am from Pleiades as I speak herein. I have no opinion as to the meaning of the words, and I choose to make no value judgment upon the facts outlay, just the words as projected, please. It suffices, for man works diligently to fulfill in full measure these projections, so they may as well be considered factual, for you will make them factual. Oh, some refutations. We are fair, this time I said fair, not just, so we will project a few spurious refutations for consideration. You see, there are always a few who don't like the majority democratic system of death pronouncements. The biblical messages seem to be clear beyond argument as laid forth. Why then do so many prominent Christian ministers and evangelists fail to preach it? And why do they go further still and seek to deny this clear message? There are at least 3 different ways by which many Christian leaders seek to repudiate the important truths contained in Luke's writings. The main one is to never tread upon the toes of anyone or anything, especially Satan's, if he be within hearing distance. Many a man simply turns his back upon the passage and refuses to examine it or listen to it. In so doing, he follows an example that Israel set in Zechariah's day. The Lord gave him a message for Israel, but they refused to hearken, and pulled away the shoulder, and stopped their ears, that they should not hear. Well, what is different about that response? It would seem I see that response constantly from all ones, not just Jews. Many are men who profess to be teaching God's word but who adamantly refuse to listen to what the Bible says in this regard, as to Israel. Christian leaders may use the stratagem of asserting, the prophecies which you are quoting were fulfilled a long time ago. Oh, how so might that be? The Christos fulfilled one of the prophecies, but that is not of current Israel. Hence it is not uncommon for them to declare that all was fulfilled under the Roman Emperor, Titus. Do you actually believe you can hide behind such pretense of ignorance? Those scriptures are repeated many times in the New Testament long after Titus bowed out of the picture in that format. Another stratagem to which some Christian leaders stoop in an attempt to deny the prophecies is to brand the person who teaches them as anti-Semitic. Sick, so let us just write a new version and then we can claim to believe every word in that Bible, also. It's your choice, so do as you wish. Those who try to use this ridiculous stratagem reveal that they have a very shallow understanding of the Bible as it has been proffered unto you. If it is anti-Semitism, which, of course, it is not, faithfully to proclaim that which the Bible actually says about Israel, then all of the Old Testament prophets and likewise John, Peter, Paul, Stephen, and Jesus Christ himself, were anti-Semites. They were all Jewish, so how could that be wrapped up so neatly? Therefore their teachings should be preached against in every pulpit, inasmuch as anti-Semitism in any form is incorrect. It is no wonder so many Christians blindly support a political state that God has promised to destroy. Hosts of Christian leaders refuse to tell their flocks what the Bible says about Israel. Those same leaders vehemently oppose anybody who urges others to go straight to the Bible for instruction. How can you have one and not the other? Well, let me give you a secret. The Zionist Jews believe it, and that is why they are establishing other Israels about the globe, including the whole of the US of A. They will further somehow convince the religious God-fearing Jewish people that the rules are now different and those in Jerusalem and current Israel will live happily ever afterwards. Satan fully intends to change those scriptures, dear friends, to suit his own purposes of world control, and he will sacrifice every living being to accomplish that feat. Who will be blamed the day Jerusalem folds and Armageddon occurs? Of course, I knew you knew it will be God. The same God who warned everyone as to where to put his little body. Satan never takes the blame, my friends, when things go wrong, and neither do humans. Always blame God. The catch-all. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee. 12 ch Genesis. This one has been made all things to all ones. Especially since 1948, this verse has been misquoted, used, or misused by preacher after preacher intent on reminding his Christian flock of its holy responsibility to stand behind the new Zionist state, which was created by the fiat of the United Nations, which in turn was created by such men as Vyacheslav Mihailovich Molotov-Skyreban of Russia and convicted communist spy, Alger Hiss. I take no note of valid or invalid, that is who created the thing. Congregation after congregation was informed that these words from Holy Writ bound all Christians, under penalty of a curse if they refused to obey, to support and bless the state of Israel. My, what a wondrous prophet that guy who wrote Genesis must have been. He knew exactly what they were going to bring forth in the UN in 1948, obviously. Funny thing, everyone got on a bandwagon at once. Christian magazines, Christian books, Bible conference speakers, Christian radio and television preachers took up the cry. In due time, just about everybody in the Christian world, above all, everybody who was anybody, knew that the chief calling of every believer in the Lord Jesus Christ was to bless Israel or to bless the Jews. Conspicuous by their absence from these floods of bless Israel teachings were the words or the logic of the Apostle Peter, who, in his post-Pentecostal message to the leaders of the Israel of his day, declared, "Unto you first God, having raised up his Son, sent him to bless you, in turning away every one of you from his iniquities." So be it, Peter was a born troublemaker from the start, undoubtedly. Well, God will undoubtedly see to it that that soul pays his penance one of these days for telling it like it was. Man doesn't like it told as it is. Righteousness or iniquities, virtue or sins, right deeds or wrong deeds held no place in the prevailing, post-1948 Christian theology about the state of Israel. Does this say anti-Jewish? For goodness sakes, it says state of Israel. I will bless them that bless thee and curse him that curseth thee. Back in the Garden of Eden might well have meant the apple tree versus the pear tree or something. Well, it certainly covered everything that anyone coming afterward could use in their own behalf. Israel happened to get first swing at it in this generation. No one asked the Palestinians how they liked this new arrangement, or the Arabs, or the Lebanese. A nice Russian and American set it all up nicely in conjunction with some dandy Zionists in the UN, and wham, bam, Israel. And furthermore, you will bless them or be cursed. Who said? God didn't say, man said. Well, someone said Falwell. Graham. The Pope. Buddha. Baba. I know, it must have been Mathreya or Dinkelfizz or Backer, Tammy, who said it? Come on, you ones who denounce old Hayton as being unreal or of dark energy of little grey men, come on, who said it? It became the law, anyway. Just like all cover UPS, you sleepyheads believe all that is fed unto you if by someone who pronounces himself an authority, expert, prints it or gets government backing or police force. At first you don't even notice, for it is hidden from you until it can be pronounced as if a known fact. You shake your head and say, oh well, I guess I must have been watching Hill Street Blues instead of CNN that night. Pigs is pigs and laws is laws, and never the twain shall merge. Could it be universal blindness? Do not look at that word blindly as a sarcastic aspersion. It was a logical consequence of the virtually universal, though false, assumption that the of I will bless them that bless thee and curse him that curseth thee referred to the state of Israel when the Spirit of God caused it to be recorded in the first book of Moses in the Old Testament, namely in Genesis. Was God's word somehow more valid spoken to Moses than to ones who pen today? How so? Has God changed? No. And what is worse, man hasn't changed much either for the better. These words in point were never addressed to the state of Israel. They were not even addressed to a nation of Israel. Long before there was a nation of Israel, those words were spoken by God to one individual, to a man named Abraham, a heathen dwelling in idolatrous Ur of the Chaldees. Any impartial judge can quickly determine the truth of the foregoing statement simply by reading the one scripture passage, Genesis 12:1-3, in which the now famous quotation occurs. 1 Now the Lord had said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will shew thee. 2 And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. 3 And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee, and in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. Just a little secret in here: God does not curse ones. God is a creator, Satan curses and destroys. Where might that have come from to end up right off the bat in your good book? Note carefully what God had commanded Abram to do: to leave his country, to leave his relatives, to leave his father's house, and to go to an unknown land. 4 conditions for Abram to fulfill. Then note what God said he would do provided Abram obeyed him, as he eventually theoretically did. He would make of him a great nation, he did. He would bless him, he did. He would make his name great, he did. He would make him a blessing, he did. He would bless them that blessed him. He did. He would curse them that cursed him. Oops, the assumption is that he did. Nay, if you follow on, the curse fell onto another's back, and so it goes and goes and goes. He also somehow said he would make him a blessing to all the families of the earth. But now, how did man go about interpreting that little verse? He went forth, and out of Abram's loins, according to the flesh, descended the Lord Jesus Christ, who died for the sins of all his creatures upon the cross, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. John 3:16. Golly and oops again, how that can be? Someone said Jesus was born of a virgin, and now you tell us it is from Abram? Hanky-panky or what? Could it be that man found fleshly pleasure and lust a great assistant for procreating all the masses to overpopulate your world, and fed you a line of baloney along the way? Well, perhaps it is only old Hayton who has confusion. But the arguments to me are that every word in the Bible is true. Well, whichever was the point, it was spoken to one named Abram thousands of years ago, and one has naught to do with the other. He got his blessings, and I assume he garnered a few curses along the way, also. At the least you have all been warned by whatever you call the great messenger. He that believeth not the Christ word shall not see life, but the wrath of God abideth on him. Wrath. Well, I have seen him a bit ticked off from time to time, and he often is these days. However, the wrath is waged upon self again. Quit blaming God for your own nonsense and misbehavior. As an example, and not to be harsh, stop blaming God for AIDS. AIDS is spread and nurtured by man, not God. God, however, might just heal you if you have it, if you turn from your misbehavior and into the laws as laid forth. Try it. Countless Christian preachers have been preaching a satanic message by suggesting that Israel can continue to reject God's laws and still be blessed. Simultaneously, these same Christian preachers have actually been a curse to those whom they were determined to bless, because they have insisted that Genesis 12:3 is a promise to the state of Israel, and it clearly is not. They have failed to make clear that the solemn warning applies not only to every non-Jew but also to every Jew. John 12:3. So be it. Dharma, it has been far too long a day. Let us now close this portion, for we cannot have time to finish the thought pattern, and therefore we shall break of it herewith. Go in peace and find rest, that we might continue in our work. Good evening and blessings upon you ones. Salut, Hayton to clear, please. Chapter 18. Rec number 1, Hayton. Sunday, May 6, 1990, 9 a.m. Year 3, Day 263. I come in the light of the Radiant One. I am Haton to write. You have great numbers of questions which I will ask you to stop and make note, please, for I wish to have this journal finished by the 15th. I request that once compiling the segments be in the remembering to place the express material from the express, dealing with this subject, in the appropriate sequence. This is a premature reminder, but I do not wish to take the scribe's time in repetition. It will be regarding the buying of Congress by the Zionists. Please see Chapter 4. Let us now continue with our subject matter from Friday. We did not write yesterday, but I again urge you ones who receive me in gracious presence, please transcribe those tapes, for great segments must go forth in the journals and / or express, for most urgent and timely information comes forth in those personal counsels. I will not allow Dharma to do those transcriptions, for I need her elsewhere. Further, they must be done in a timely manner, i.e., the one in waiting is holding up urgent and imperative information which needs to go to Dr. Sutton. I care not who does of the actual transcription, but these things must be done in timely manner. For instance, that taped information is already untimely. There are things which must be covered and contacts and information which must be made and integrated prior to what you will refer to as success, so whoever becomes impatient in their present situation and circumstance, might do well to reread this paragraph. Thank you. A rule of thumb, a salesman is rewarded by his sales results, not by how much time he meditates or studies on the subject. Salut. Back to Zion. Who declares what? Jeremiah 7:28. This is a nation that obeyeth not the voice of the Lord their God, nor receiveth correction, truth is perished, and is cut off from their mouth. The above quoted words might well be applicable to any nation on your earth in this day. However, in the first instance, they contain the message that God commissioned Jeremiah to preach to the inhabitants of Jerusalem in about 600 BC, so you can't blame the one called Christ for failure to fulfill a job. It is not an easy commission to fulfill at any measurement. Yet, and here I shall undoubtedly hurt your feelings, for 40 stormy years, Jeremiah faithfully informed Judah that she did not obey God's voice, that she refused to be corrected, and that she had become a bunch of liars. Sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it? 40 years and the cover UPS and evil still continue. Are all ones evil in intent? Dharma, I hit you with 2 wet noodles, of course not. Only the elite and highest conspirators are of full intent. Ones who work toward a global one-world government diligently and faultlessly believe it to be the best for the people. Of course, they do make sure they remain among the elite ones of the controlling groups. It is a good way to measure intent. What power, control, or wealth does the perpetrator evidence? You see, in these instances the ego has become so blinded and self-oriented and spoiled that the evil protrudes like a cancer. The one involved truly believes he is the best leader and that what he believes is the best for all. Here is also where your democratic vote is heinous, indeed. The big boy can beg, borrow, or steal the majority vote from the little man and decide his fate without turning an evil finger on his own. The laws of man are vile, only the laws of God and the creation are just. At the king's command, Jeremiah's writings were burned. A good way to keep things from the masses: burn documents, shred documents, and erase tapes. That is why we have several sets of all scattered at unknown sale places. If you are not current with this, dear ones, let the hint be a reminder. Yes, I know that one such placement proved to be enemies and used our work most heinously out of context and to publicly denounce you. Is that negative for you? Think about it. As truth comes forth in fullness, who is damaged? Who betrayed whom? Know that that very betrayal only serves the highest good in the end. Know it and release it to its own journey, for that which is projected forth shall always recycle to its source. Always it is only a matter of time. He who jumps on the bandwagon of the untruthful projection against another of truthful output shall reap of his own weary stalling of his journeys. Purpose because of his distraction. Man will someday quit blindly following the words of man and the projections of man and look within at the projections and listen to God for his guidance of discernment. I ask that the projection be measured in God's presence for truth. I ask no man's opinion. I care not about any man's opinion. If a man agrees with my projections, I thank him and bless him. If he disagrees, I thank him and bless him and ask that he be very careful in final pronouncements until he holds all in his open mind, lest he prematurely place egg all over his countenance. Those who have judged the truth of the journals have done so with no foundation upon which to base their projections of damnation nor even of ridicule. How do I know? Because the most urgent and important portions are yet to be brought forth. Ponder it. Jeremiah was cast into a dungeon, where he sank in the mire. Other prophets were found, who preached that peace was coming. Jeremiah's warnings of impending doom unless the nation left her sinful ways and returned to God were ridiculed. And what does the public do to the ones who come forth and tell you truth today? Well, with this little grandmother the laws are being twisted and the Constitution being thrust down to take her very home away. The rulers have removed all credit availability, ridiculed, pronounced her energies as evil and dark and false, and have tried to electrocute her, shoot her, poison her and wipe her out with elves. And what do others do, who are touting the uncovering of secrets unto you the masses? They denounce her work and sue her and usurp radio programs to denounce this truth. Well, hang in there, little receivers of truth and these journals. Your day of realization that these words are truth are upon you, whether or not you like of it, for this work will not be stopped, for it is decreed by God. If you stop this scribe, you only spread the truth faster, and now others will take the chair and keyboard. God's message will not be stopped. It is only in the counting of time that bears question in the slightest measure. So be it. Note, Jeremiah's dire prophecies were all fulfilled, down to the smallest detail. Right to the smallest detail, regarding what would happen to the nation of that day. The Babylonian hordes came. They laid Jerusalem waste. They led away captive Judah's king and most of her inhabitants. Dharma a prophet. It matters not, I am a prophet coming in advance to prepare the way for the coming of age and fulfillment of the prophecies we of the hosts of heaven and the bird tribes, whatever you wish to label you as, are come to prepare the way for God. Ye who wish to discount and ridicule are blessed and free to do that whichever ye choose, no more and no less. God forces not anyone or anything. I care not how many people vote for evil, it makes it not right. Yet they spared Jeremiah, and treated him with honor and respect that had never been shown to him by his own people. Even a heathen can discern the difference between a true prophet of God and a moneymaker, can you? In the year 1990, the message God once preached about Jerusalem is very similar to the message he gave some 2,600 years ago. He is looking for Jeremiahs who will tell of the story of truth. Jeremiah, from the Hebrew Yermaiah, means whom God has appointed. I did not say anointed, I said appointed. To be appointed by God is considerably different from being self-appointed or hired. Today there are hundreds of thousands who are quite willing to preach some totally unbiblical message about Jerusalem and everything else concerning the laws of God. Yes, these are the same ones that require the congregation to declare belief in every word of that holy book. They, too, claim belief in every word, so they interpret according to their own received insight or instructions from a higher church elder or man pronounced authority. It has naught to do with God. There are a few Jeremiahs telling the world what God says. Many is the unbiblical message for which one can receive a very high honorarium or the receipt of cards and letters and contribution by the bushel full. But any Jeremiah who dares to preach truth that both Old Testament and New Testament Bible prophecies foretell that Jerusalem will again be destroyed or that man has changed the word of God to suit himself, etc., are assigned ridicule and the dungeon filled with mire of Zionist Christian hatred and scorn, not to mention the New Age and other doctrines who have written their own from a set of cards on voted upon new commandments and sanctioned behaviors. I insist not that you change from your fun journeys. I am sent forth to tell you the truth of how it is, and you are free to do whatever in this journey that you desire to do. You who denounce on the basis of earth journey being all and that there is no past or future for the being, or choose up whatever story you desire, ponder this: you were birthed upon this placement and given the breath of life from Creator, you experience some average years of 75 in counting, and you depart through death of body. What does that mean to you? Does it not mean that you came from somewhere and you go to somewhere? Could it be you simply have been told so many lies that you cannot remember the truth of it? Is it possible? Is it probable? Are you so dead already that it matters not to you? Have you lost your very passion for the experience? Answer carefully, my friends, for it certainly matters not to me. It might matter a great deal unto you. There is one great difference between God's 600 BC message and God's AD 1990 message for Jerusalem, in particular. In his 600 BC message, there was an offer of deliverance for the nation if the whole nation would turn back to him. I find no such clause in the 1990 message, but only that man shall come into knowledge of truth. According to the prophecies of ancient projections, the city of Jerusalem is doomed, and who will change of the scenario? Is the Zionist group moving back unto God, or are they preparing to return to satanic rituals of bloodletting and slaughter of lambs to appease a God of their own making? God creates the lamb. He certainly does not sanction man killing his own creation instead of turning from his own sinful path and into goodness and integrity. Therefore, it might be wise to look most carefully at that wondrous city of Jerusalem, for it speaks a message to all mankind. That is the way the Lord Jesus Christ, looking down through the centuries to that day when it will be devastated again, gave crisp, succinct, authoritative and life-saving projections for believing Jews of that day. Then, flee into the mountains. Oh, you say, well, yes, but we good Jews don't accept that one Jesus. All right, let us go right to Zechariah. Behold, the day of the Lord cometh, and thy spoil shall be divided in the midst of thee. For I will gather all nations against Jerusalem to battle, and the city shall be taken, and the houses rifled, and the women ravished. Oops, worse yet, the Luke passage, the Zechariah prophecy, and a funny little prophecy found in Revelation all harmonize perfectly. Let me just pronounce the latest, from Revelation: and there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood, saying, Rise, and measure the temple of God, and the altar, and them that worship therein. But the court which is without the temple leave out, and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles, and the holy city shall they tread under foot 42 months. It would seem, even in cosmic arithmetic, that 42 months, even at loose counting, would be approximately some 3.5 years, give or take a little for error or calendar discrepancies. It would seem probable, therefore, that the non-Jews will again be the military master of Jerusalem, and it will be the worst of the heathen. Good old prophet Ezekiel warned, 7:24. Oh, you ask, would that be the same Ezekiel that saw the will within the will of fire and radiance? That thing from which he claimed to hear the word of God? Yep, same old one. Who then, might you ask, is making Jerusalem a safe place for the Jews if by their own prophecies, Jerusalem is not safe? Indeed, a very good question, is it not? The godly Jewish have integrated into the peoples of the globe and have become your neighbor and your friend and good brethren to one another. They live at peace among their brothers in godly manner or ungodly as any other group. So who misleads and sets up for destruction his own blooded people? Oh, indeed you must ponder it most carefully. And who of the so-called Christian brotherhood does that trusting Jewish brother a favor by your preachments? Why then the tidal waves of joy flowing from Christian pulpits? Because God's people are again back in their land. There are at least three possibilities. Those who exude such joy do not know a thing about what they preach, not a thing about that which the Bible actually says will come to be. They know not what the Bible they tout says is coming to pass soon in your days of counting, or they don't believe it, or they know what the Bible says and are afraid to preach it. Both Jerusalem and the state of Israel are headed for complete destruction if they continue upon the plotted pathway. That is not prophecy, my friends, that is simple observation in total human logic. Would not the Christian who pronounces his non-judgmental friendship upon his Jewish brother perhaps point this little matter out unto his attention? God created all men equal. How stupid a lie. God created all men each to be unique unto himself. They are only equally cherished by God Creator. It goes beyond cherishment even, God treats all men equally in justness. Not even what you perceive fairness. God is just. When individual returns unto God within God's self, he, too, becomes total justice. Think upon these words. I can only present them unto you, I cannot think upon them for you. Think upon that also. Will true believers be blessed? To be a bit trite, but not disrespectful, you must note personally that which you consider to be blessed. A blessing unto one might seem a curse unto another. But you desire to hear from the great book, so I shall effort to use that which you cling unto. Let us take your old book of Amos. Let us overview chapter 9 verse 8, Behold, the eyes of the Lord God are upon the sinful kingdom, and I will destroy it from off the face of the earth, saving that I will not utterly destroy the house of Jacob, saith the Lord. You might as well believe that the above refers directly to the present state of Israel. This one projection will totally enrage countless Christian pastors and evangelists who for years have been unable to lavish anything but praise upon the man-created state in the Near East. Remember that place created and pronounced as Israel by the U.N., whose deeds promise to, and according to your own Bible, will involve the entire world in a massive war. However, such ministers cannot deny that this prophecy is in the Bible, your own proclaimed every word to be true Bible. Nor can they suggest that it relates to some other nation, inasmuch as it is the climactic statement in a passage that begins, The end is come upon my people of Israel, Amos 8:2. Hey, don't blame me, I am writing this journal. Who wrote your Bible? You have asked me to prove myself through that which you claim to understand your truth according to the scriptures of your religious books of laws and teachings. I do, however, think you may have missed a few pertinent facts from your own projections. So be it. Of course you can dabble about for a while and insist that good old Amos prophecy was fulfilled centuries ago. Oops, that is patently dishonest, because the Bible states specifically that, in the day when Amos 9:8 is fulfilled, God will effect 4 miracles that men could never perform. The 4 miracles are nowhere to be seen. So obviously Amos 9:8 still awaits fulfillment. Now, it might be noted that Amos 9:8 harmonizes with Luke 21:20-27 and Zechariah 14:1,2 and good old UFO spotter Ezekiel 7. The present state of Israel is heading for ignominious destruction on the path being trodden. You go study the word, for I grow impatient, but I will look with you at Amos 9:8-15. Behold, the eyes of the Lord God are upon the sinful kingdom, and I will destroy it from off the face of the earth, saving that I will not utterly destroy the house of Jacob, saith the Lord. For, lo, I will command, and I will sift the house of Israel among all nations, like as corn is sifted in a sieve, yet shall not the least grain fall upon the earth. All the sinners of my people shall die by the sword, which say, The evil shall not overtake nor prevent us. In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof, and I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old, that they may possess the remnant of Edom, and of all the heathen, which are called by my name, saith the Lord that doth this. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that the plowman shall overtake the reaper, and the treader of grapes him that soweth seed, and the mountains shall drop sweet wine, and again the captivity of my people of Israel, and they shall build the waste cities, and inhabit them, and they shall plant vineyards, and drink the wine thereof, they shall also make gardens, and eat the fruit of them. And I will plant them upon their land, and they shall no more be pulled up out of their land which I have given them, saith the Lord thy God. Note the 4 miracles that God will effect after he has destroyed the sinful kingdom. There will be a divine restoration of the Davidic capital. There will be harmonious relations between Jews and believing non-Jews. The Jews will be the believing remnant who refuse to be part of the sinful kingdom. There will be unheard of blessings on agricultural pursuits. The millennium will have dawned, and the curse will have been removed from the earth. How interesting. Israel, again the believing remnant, not the Satan-worshipping members of the sinful kingdom of Zionists, will dwell in the land and never again be scattered. Believe the word of God, not on the word of men. Now why would you believe that Amos really wrote those things in the first place? Because everyone wants to discount them and say his prophecies have already happened and reinterpret his message to suit the times. I believe you call it modernization of the Bible. Out of the thousands of years just since your Bible might be considered historical, how many prophecies do you think might have been projected which never made it into print? You are experiencing zillions coming forth every year in your own lands in your own perceived time. This is a point worth also pondering. Now a biggie, it is said also that, before these things happen, Jesus Christ will return in the air for all who have trusted him as Savior. You had better be making pretty sure you know what you really believe, my friends. You might well be checking into your own resources for truth instead of simply attending groups who pronounce their version and interpretation upon your heads and you follow blindly along. You might well find yourself on the ground instead of those clouds with Christ. Right now you might well remove your heads from the clouds where you already have placed them and look beyond flat land into reality. Why am I hitting Israel? Because I am getting ready to tell you some very important stories and you need the background to have anywhere near factual perception. It is the time of awakening, not further hiding while destruction falls upon your sleepy beings. Interesting prediction from Ezekiel. Ezekiel 7:24. I will bring the worst of the heathen, and they shall possess their houses. Now look carefully, for anyone who studies the 7th chapter of that which you label Ezekiel carefully and believingly will discover that it contains many important facts about the coming ignominious end of the present state of Israel. Israel apologists, ministers and evangelists at the head of the ranks, and not a few of them men who, in order to reach their conclusions, have gone not to the word of God but to the state of Israel to be instructed by the Israeli government, will be quick to tell you the old story that Ezekiel 7 was fulfilled a long time ago. But that is not what the context of the passage reveals. Ezekiel 7:2 states most specifically, an end, the end is come upon the four corners of the land. Oh my, how many Israels and four corners might there be? Haton just picked up another mighty horde of enemies. Why? How is it that you blame Haton or the scribe for that which you have projected? Still believe every word? I only want you to pay attention and pull off your dark glasses and remove the swimming plugs from the ears lest you not hear the ship bearing down upon you. The land of Israel has had many an end, for she has been invaded repeatedly through the centuries, but the end will occur, according to the Bible, in the soon coming Great Tribulation, a 3.5-year period of unprecedented turbulence, which is described both in the Old Testament and in the New Testament. That Ezekiel 7, though foreshadowed by various Babylonian invasions, indeed relates to the still coming Great Tribulation is further confirmed by Ezekiel 7:19, wherein the statement is made, their silver and their gold shall not be able to deliver them in the day of the wrath of the Lord. Day of wrath. The day of the wrath of the Lord is a term used throughout Scripture to describe the Great Tribulation. To further suggest that the fulfillment of Ezekiel 7 lies in the future, let us note some important teachings in 7:24, I will bring the worst of the heathen, and they shall possess their houses. Observe carefully who it is that is going to bring the worst of the heathen upon Israel. I suppose if you believe the Bible in fullness, it is God speaking, Jehovah, the Lord God, the Lord Jesus Christ. Hence, though contemporary Israel will be destroyed by the wrath of men, this will occur according to the wise and infallible will of God. Observe secondly whom it is that the Lord will use to destroy Israel, the worst of the heathen. The Hebrew word used here is goyim, which, throughout the Old Testament, refers to the Gentiles, or the nations. In short, to those who did not belong to the commonwealth of Israel. It was to Israel that God entrusted his word, the revelation of himself. It was to Israel that God came in person, when he took on human flesh in that geographical location of the earth. Yet when he came unto his own and his own received him not. So far from God had the nation wandered upon which the nations were dependent for the sharing of his revelation. Having rejected its reminder messenger redeemer, the nation, from that point on, headed toward the end promised in Ezekiel 7:2. As a nation, Israel has, of course, disbelieved or ignored God's revelation that this end is coming. Big splashy hullabaloo and hoopla. Many, but far from all, of her people worked furiously and connived to bring the state of Israel into existence in 1948. Most God-trusting Jewish brothers were settled in their own homelands and were mightily content among their brethren in their birthright countries, wherever they might have been geographically located. Being Jewish does not automatically make you an Israeli any more than being black makes you African or being white make of you an Englishman. That hullabaloo was connived thereby to create a glorious future for Israel. Much squawking and rattling, with countless Christian ministers serving as the chief squawk leaders, followed the creation of the state of Israel, also decades of bloodshed and increasing world tension. And the end will be a global war in which the nation, singular of goyim, will be pitted against the nations. The nations will win. God himself, if correctly projected, will bring the cruelest, scummiest, and most degraded heathen to trample Jerusalem under their feet. Well, maybe just a few humans will get themselves a bit involved. Thereby, he will show that an Israel that rejects his son and keeps the world in continual turmoil is not in the will of God. Oh dear. Now let we humans get off the hot seat for that which we are about to do in the name of God. Then, as related in Zechariah 14:12, by special plagues he will destroy the wicked heathen whom he used to effect his will. Boy, you sure have conjured up some loving, just and giving God. Could this possibly be a scenario which might just prove God's placement within man? No God, unattached to human, would even think up such heinous revenge. But so be it. The prophecies are laid forth and man will probably make sure he fulfills them to the last drop of blood and then proclaim it God's final and wondrous work. Believe anything you desire, my friends, just do not be stupid enough to state you believe every word in the Bible and then discount one item which I have laid forth herein, for it is all right out of your holy books. God dwells within each of you. You are the temple of God. Therefore, in every action which you commit, are you proud to have holy God a participant? Are you proud to take holy God within the places of darkness and evil to force his sharing of your evil? Does God really bear the sword and spill the blood of his other creations, or does perhaps man hold and swing that sword and claim it to be in the name and service of God? Did the hand of God write and then move on? Truly. Or did man write and project his own interpretations upon others? Is it possible that other men now read into the words their own interpretations and thrust those, also, upon you, and you blindly take them unto self as truthful law? Is it possible that all is colored by the revenge, hate and greed which ravages in the hearts of human and has very little to do with the holy God which you continually blame? Everything in your conscious world marches directly toward fulfilling those prophecies regardless of any input. You as the mass of humans believe it and therefore it will most probably come to be exactly as you have set it forth. We see thusly the story of what lies ahead for Israel is a very simple story, so simple that a child can understand it. Another false statement: it is so simple that even a partially adult can understand it. Children only understand truth, they immediately recognize the lies and therefore they must be taught evil. At any rate, the story is simple indeed and will, in all probability, come to pass exactly as written, for we who have exceptional probability scanners and data systems see no effort whatsoever to change of the track. Another point: how many of you have heard the prior story? How many of your children? What do you tell your children? Do you simply allow them to learn their stories through the video box run by Zionists? Also, toes are cramped? Sorry about that. Why have not all the children come into this knowledge? Because there are so few grown men who study and preach the true word of God, but so many who instead are willing to help spread the lie and the propaganda in the name of the word of the Bible, which in fact, is exactly the opposite of that which is written in that same book. Perhaps it is time to reevaluate your own stance and attitudes, especially prior to throwing another rock at the scribe who simply sits in the light and shares truth. Why do you think the native Indians are referred to as pagans and heathens? Because their oral teachings are total truth and the evil of the world will hide it, destroy it, and those who speak it, in any manner possible to discredit source, just as they will do to the scribe to silence the word. God is the word. Dharma, enough for this mouthful. Let us leave it for the chewing, for I must point out a few uncomfortable facts of current actions which pertain to these things under discussion. There are some words which are so mutually exclusive as to have no reference one to another except as opposites, and yet they are continually used in conjunction to mislead you. For instance, there is no little bit pregnant. A woman is pregnant or she is not. Neither is there a little bit enslaved or a little bit free. You are either enslaved or you are free. Every action and / or thought either moves you toward God or away from God. I am sorry, beloved ones, there is no remaining in the middle, for the point in the middle is not big enough to hold you. You are on one side or the other regardless of your projected claims. Which is it? 'Tis not my business. I know which side I am on. It is up to you as to which side you serve. I know who I am. Who might you be? Salut. I am Hayton, to clear, please. Thank you. Chapter 19. Rec number 1. Hayton. Monday, May 7, 1990, 8 a.m. Year 3, Day 264. Proverbs 29:18 says, "Where there is no vision, the people perish." Hayton present in the light of radiance. May we share a bit more vision so that the way becomes more lighted. Thank you. Because it's not how you think it is. Why do I implore you to look at the ugly instead of as the New Age movement would have you look? Because they pronounce falseness unto you, and if the vision is incorrect or there is no vision in truth, man shall perish. No more and no less. You must awaken unto the truth of your existence and know the players in the game of control, and you must do so before it becomes too late to longer matter. Hazars. Prior to unfolding more of the story as pertains to Israel and the Zionists, you must realize that I am speaking not of the beloved Jewish people of your world, any more than I would have you believe all Catholic priests and nuns practice, or even know of, the activities within the walls of a cloistered convent. For instance, we have one with us who served as a Catholic priest for more than 30 years with a parish of some 10-15,000 parishioners. He was only in a cloistered convent on one occasion, and that was for a white veil ceremony. Of course you ones know not these things. That is precisely why I am telling you these tales of unpleasant and seemingly paranoid circumstances. If you do not know what it is you need to correct, how can you be in the correcting of it? You cannot begin to understand world circumstance in any segment of geographical location without some knowledge about the past 7 decades of struggle or control of the Kremlin. But that struggle, in turn, is a portion of an even bigger historical picture. You are still witnessing in full flower the ongoing and climaxing of a war of more than a millennium between the two most bitter enemies on earth. It is the war between Russia and the Hazars. And, dear ones, how many of you have even the vaguest notion of who or what are Hazars? The kingdom of the Hazars vanished from the map of the world many centuries ago, but their impact is greater this day than in any prior time segment. Today most people have never even heard of them or their lands, so you need not bow your head in embarrassment. If you do not continue and then follow up with a bit of research to prove my words unto self, then bow your head in embarrassment before God, who would delight in seeing you of his creations come into truth. In its day the Hazar kingdom was a very major power indeed, holding sway over a large empire of subjugated peoples. It had to be reckoned with by the two neighboring superpowers of that day. To the south and west of Hazaria, the Byzantine Empire was in full flower with its Eastern Orthodox Christian civilization. To the southeast, the Hazar kingdom bordered on the expanding Muslim empire of the Arab caliphs. The Hazars influenced the histories of both of these other empires, but, far more importantly, the Hazar kingdom occupied what was later to become a southern portion of Russia between the Black and Caspian Seas. As a result, the historical destinies of the Russians and the Hazars became intertwined in ways which have persisted down to the present day. I suggest that if you have trouble with this information and also in locating information regarding these people, you should get a book by a British writer/historian about the Hazars. Arthur Kessler, The 13th Tribe, the Hazar Empire and its Heritage. No, Dharma, do not get it, for I shall give you all you need know about it. But for others, let me see, yes, Random House New York should be a source. The Khazars were derived from a mixture of Finns, Turks, and Mongols. This latter is important when considering the projections of one, Nostradamus, as to the Antichrist. As early as the 3rd century AD, they were identifiable in constant warfare in the areas of Persia and Armenia. Later, in the 5th century, the Khazars were among the devastating hordes of Attila, the Hun. Around 550 AD, the nomadic Khazars began settling themselves in the area around the northern Caucasus between the Black and Caspian Seas. The Khazar capital of Idil was established at the mouth of the Volga River, where it emptied into the Caspian, in order to control the river traffic. The Khazars then extracted a toll of 10% on any and all cargo which passed Idil on the river. Ah yes, tax weighs all the way to the 5th century. Anyone who refused to pay the tax, toll, was immediately attacked and slaughtered, not greatly different from today. With their kingdom firmly established in the Caucasus, the Khazars gradually began to create an empire of subjugated peoples. Other tribes, who were comparatively peaceful, were promptly attacked and conquered. They then became attached as portions of the Khazar Empire, required to pay tribute continually to the Khazar kingdom and to the Khazar coffers. This is not different in concept, for all conquered peoples have had to give tribute to the conquering empire, but I assure you, not in the manner of the Khazars. The so-called great empires of the world always gave something in return for the tribute they extracted. Rome, for example, made citizens of those they conquered, and in return for the taxes they levied, they brought civilization, order, and protection against attack from would-be invaders. Not so in the Khazar Empire. The peoples who were subject to the Khazars received only one thing in return for their payments of tribute, and that was only one thin and shaky promise that the Khazars would refrain from further attacks and pillage so long as the tributes were paid. The subjects of the Khazar Empire, therefore, were simply nothing more than victims of a giant mafia-type protection racket. The Khazar overlords were therefore resented universally and bitterly throughout their domain, but they were also feared because of the merciless way in which they dealt with anyone who stood up to them. And so the Khazar Empire expanded until it occupied large areas of what is now Russia and southeastern Europe. By the 8th century, the Khazar Empire extended northward to Kiev and westward to include the Magyars, the ancestors of modern Hungary. Then a stunning event took place in the mid-700s AD. The Khazars had been under continual pressure from their Byzantine and Muslim neighbors to adopt either Christianity or Islam, but the Khazar ruler, called the Khakan, had heard of a third religion called Judaism. Apparently for political reasons of independence, the Khakan announced that the Khazars were adopting Judaism as their authorized religion. Overnight an entirely new group of people, the warlike Khazars, suddenly proclaimed themselves to be Jews, adoptive Jews, and formed their tribe straight away. The Khazar kingdom began to be described as the kingdom of the Jews by historians of the day. Succeeding Khazar rulers took Jewish names, and during the late 9th century the Khazar kingdom became a haven for Jews from other lands. Meanwhile, the brutal Khazar domination over other peoples continued quite unchanged. But then a new factor appeared on the scene. During the 8th century they came coursing down the great rivers, the Dnieper, the Don, the Volga. They were the eastern branch of the Vikings. They were known as the Varangians, or as the Rus. Like other Vikings, the Rus were bold adventurers and fierce fighters, but when they tangled with the Khazars, the Rus often ended up paying tribute like everyone else. When two titans meet, it is always interesting, for the probabilities change moment by moment. Now, isn't all this history fascinating? You started your journey of hate and confrontation and enslavement so far back, it, too, is forgotten. About 862 a Rus leader named Rurik founded the city of Novgorod, and the Russian nation was born. The Rus Vikings settled among the Slavonic tribes under Khazar domination, and the struggle between Vikings and Khazars changed in character. It then became a struggle by the emerging nation of Russia for independence from Khazar oppression. Over a century after the founding of Russia's first city, another momentous event took place. Russia's leader, Prince Vladimir of Kiev, accepted baptism as a Christian in the year 989, and a big to-do was made of it, of course. He then actively promoted Christianity in Russia, and his memory is revered by Russians today as Saint Vladimir, and so, over 1,000 years ago, Russia's tradition as a Christian nation began. How many of you know this? How many of you children realize that Russia is a Christian nation? You all teach and proffer that the Russians are atheistic. Those are the Soviets, my friends, who are preaching the no-God theories. Vladimir's conversion also brought Russia into alliance with Byzantium. The Byzantine rulers had always feared the Khazars, and the Russians were still struggling to free themselves. And so, in the year 1016, combined Russian and Byzantine forces attacked the Khazar kingdom. The Khazar Empire was shattered, and the kingdom of the Khazars itself fell into decline. Eventually most of the Khazar Jews migrated to other areas. Many of them wound up in Eastern Europe, where they mingled and intermarried with other Jews. Like the Semitic Jews some 1,000 years earlier, the Khazar Jews became dispersed. The kingdom of the Khazars was no more. As they moved and lived among the Jewish people, the Khazar Jews passed on a distinct heritage in a militant form known as Zionism. You thought I wasn't going to get there, didn't you? This was passed on from generation to generation and became more and more militant and reached out in every direction in its efforts to consume and control. This particular group all but consumed Germany in the early third of the century of your counting. In the view of Khazar Jews, the land occupied by ancient Israel is to be retaken not by miracle but by armed force. This is what is meant by Zionism today, and this is the force that created the nation which today calls itself Israel. The other major ingredient of the Khazar Jew heritage is total hatred for Christianity, and for the Russian people as the champions of the Christian faith. Christianity is viewed as the force which caused the ancient so-called kingdom of the Jews, the Khazar kingdom, to collapse. Having once dominated much of what is present-day Russia, the Khazar Jews still want to re-establish that domination, and for a millennium they have been trying continually to do just that. In 1917 the Khazar Jews passed a major milestone toward the creation of their own state in Palestine. That same year they also created the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, financed by some very familiar foundations out of America. Be patient and you shall begin to see the linkage of the secret societies and money changers. There, of course, followed a Christian Holocaust, the likes of which the world has never seen. The Khazar Jews were once again in control of Russia after more than 900 years, and they set about the task of destroying Christianity by destroying Christians. Over 100 million of them, almost makes the projections from Germany look feeble, does it not? Worse, and in addition godly Jews everywhere take note, at the same time over 20 million religious Jews also died at the hands of their own proclaimed people, the Khazar Jews. This is what, my friends, the Russian Christians were up against in their half-century-plus struggle to overthrow the atheistic Bolsheviks, but they finally succeeded in their overthrow program, and now the 1,000-year-old war between the Russian Christians and Khazar Zionist Jews is reaching a climax. The majority of those displaced Bolsheviks relocated immediately to America. At stake is not only the future of Russia, and of Christianity, albeit totally corrupted in any event, but also of the Jewish people as a whole, and the Jewish people as a whole haven't the vaguest idea that this is happening to them. They follow along thinking that someday soon they will have their nation back. Oh no, you godly Jews of the tribes of Abraham will be sacrificed as never seen before upon your placement. It will be the Jews who will pay the ultimate price at the hands of the Zionists, and they will kill you while you stand in protection of them. There was a leader of the Jewish people that we would give tribute now, Rabbi Joel Teitelbaum, who died in New York in 1979. Interestingly enough, he died in the morning, and was buried the same afternoon. Yet, over 100,000 Jewish men arrived in time for the funeral. It is hard to imagine how many more would have come if time had been longer. The services were pushed ahead to prevent the crowds and the investigation into the cause of death. A tribute was later given in the New York Times, and clearly it spoke for myriads of Jewish people. Among the words within the tribute was a phrase I would share: he was the undisputed leader of all Jews everywhere who had not been infected by Zionism, and also, quote, with a courage all too rare in our time, he called the Zionist state a work of Satan, a sacrilege, and a blasphemy. The shedding of blood for the sake of the Zionist state was abhorrent to him. He was also removed, for he was a troublemaker, and troublemakers and bringers of truth are taken out. Hence my scribe's nervous indigestion. Well, God wants no more martyrs. The time for the impact of martyrs is finished. God wants alert, thinking, and living people. That tribute, however, was given, and the words were spoken by Orthodox Jews mourning for their fallen leader. And the new Christian rulers of Russia would agree, for they, too, regard the Zionist state of Israel as a counterfeit, a cruel and dangerous hoax for Christian and Jew alike. The Khazar state, called the Kingdom of the Jews over 1,000 years ago, was a total, deadly parasite, living on the tribute from conquered peoples. Likewise today, Israel depends for its survival on a never-ending flow of support from outside. Guess where almost all of it comes from? Left unchecked, the Russians believe that the Khazar Jews will destroy Christianity by means of Zionism, and Russia through Bolshevism, so Russia's Christian rulers are on the offensive against their enemies of over 1,000 years, the Zionist Khazars. Americans, who call yourselves Christians, have not cared enough to open your eyes to effort at saving your own country, or to defend your faith. You just walk out on it rather than repair and come back into the Christness. So now your land has become the battleground of the Christian Russians and their deadly enemies, the Bolsheviks and the Zionists. Like it or not, dear ones, you are caught in a total all-holds-open war. This, Oberly, is why the war this time will be in your hemisphere. America is the new crown jewel in the global Zion. Khazars in Colombia? Does it not make sense why the cosmospheres are sitting above Panama and why Israeli arms have ended up in Colombia? Oh dear people of the lies, please hear our call before it is too late to make impact. If you do not, 'tis important that you do know why it has come upon you. No, dear ones, I do not jest Dharma, please copy the article from yesterday's paper. Israeli arms shipment ends up in Colombia, New York. Times. May 5, 1990. A supply of Uzi machine guns and other weapons, approved by the Israeli government last year for shipment to the eastern Caribbean island of Antigua, wound up instead in the hands of one of Colombia's most notorious drug traffickers. Hayton, remember the Israeli Mossad trains those cartel fighters. The Colombian authorities discovered the Israeli-made weapons and hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition when they searched the ranch of Jose Rodriguez Gacha 3 months ago, after he was ambushed and killed by Colombian police. The mystery of how they made their way there has set off a number of investigations, roiled the ruling family of Antigua, and posed a sensitive diplomatic problem for Washington and Jerusalem, U.S. officials say. Israel has said only that it approved the arms for sale to the Antiguan government. Antiguan officials say they neither ordered nor received the arms. Evidence recently uncovered by a government investigation there traced the shipment to 2 former Israeli army officers, U.S. and Antiguan officials say. One of the 2, officials say, is wanted in Colombia on charges that he imported arms illegally and trained narcotics traffickers in armed tactics. The other is being sought by the United States because his produce company in Antigua defaulted on $1.3 million in loans from the United States. And so the time bomb ticks. Dharma, allow us a break please, because I desire that the protocols of the meetings of the Zionist men of wisdom and the comparative US of A secret new constitution summary be in a separate segment. I hear your frustration, Keela, as to how we can get all this timely information integrated and out to the people. Yes, it would appear that everything needs to be in a daily express. Perhaps we'll have to move to a book of the month club. We will do that which we can and retain your sanity, dear one. You ask how some other information was given to mysterious ones prior to now from me. From Jesus Ananda. And from God, specifically and exactly as you receive it directly as you write it, you are not alone. It all checks out in earth material, so rest easy and gently, dear ones. It would be good to note herein, however, that ones prior had need of ego to utilize their own identities, and it was costly indeed. In the beginning of our contacts and work it seems innocuous indeed, and choices are not always heard clearly as to outcome. So be it. All the information checks out in very physical manifestation, and therefore, ones know the truth of the writings, and then it moves beyond dangerous in scope. Your work is indeed important. I hold you most closely in my shield, in that you might not walk in constant terror, but do not lose thy caution unto carelessness, for yet two are given into free will choices. Be ever in the remembering, and we will manage. I again caution all of you who walk in this space to take care and do not become careless in this placement, for the camaraderie often overshines the degree of caution necessary. And keep off that telephone. This is but a reminder to pay attention, for Dharma lives in 2 dimensions and is at total risk. Her work is no more important than another's, but it must come first in sequence, so she is at first and prior risk. So be it, always, a word to the wise should be sufficient. We must effort to remove some of the pressures of life from her, for she is emotionally failing. We desire no robots. Let us please work diligently at the projects, for this dwelling is again at immediately impending legal risk, and the distraction is too costly to our work. To have to even temporarily relocate the scribe is unthinkable. Salut. I stand aside while you close out this portion. Hayton to clear, please. Chapter 20. Rec number 1, Hayton. Tuesday, May 8, 1990, 8 a.m. Year 3, Day 265. Good morning in radiance. Hayton to resume our work. It comes to my attention that there are some denominations and doctrines which I have not offended. I find the approach less than attractive. My intent is not to offend any being living or dead. My intent is to tell truth which is hidden from all but the very highest elitist handful of people. Further, I find no group of perfection enough to be left out of the former category. The Mormon sect comes to my attention by means of the 2x4. Oh, Chelis, you must turn from the biting and inner wars, or you shall not ever find unity enough to solve your problems as a nation or global brotherhood. I did not say global control, I said global brotherhood. The Mormons are blessed people, also victims of lies. They are not one iota different from any other church. The truth is so pervading, and ones join because of good within and then are swept along into the control and secrecy after it is basically too late. A man and family can often simply take the good and remain untampered, a nation cannot. The Mormon church is based on secrecy that tells it all right there in a nutshell. Secrecy and sanctioning of man's laws. If I told Dharma, for instance, that it is fine to have sexual activities with 20 partners a night, it would change not one iota of the laws of God. It would not be all right. I would simply have told you a lie, and she might well have interpreted it wrongly. He who goes forth and practices that which was just given, is the one bearing the most burden, for he should know the laws of God for himself. If you help, assist, and offer yourself up for imprisonment, so be it, you will be shackled. God hides not, nor does he require man to spread his truth. Man has simply stopped listening to God within and fails to live by the laws of God and creation. He chooses to practice the fleshly ways of man's projection. In the Mormon church, for instance, all revelations may be valid from anyone, but until the president pronounces them law, they are not sanctioned. Any law sanctioned by human is usually tainted, if not by intent then surely through ignorance, if it be other than those commandments handed forth from God, by God, and from the God within. How do I know this to be true? I look about your world at 6 billion people in terrible circumstance by following the laws of all except God. I have not space in this journal to further discuss each segmented doctrine, nor do I actually intend to do so except in excerpts, etc. I will attempt to point out various and sundry dangerous practices which may lead to thought. I ask that mankind think and see. I have no wish to pound or barrage anyone. We are bringing forth truth and force no man to partake. It should be noted herein, however, that the Mormons are also referred to as Zionists. I make no comment other than to say that that which is immediately coming refers to the Zionist Jewish order. At the top level of control, I do not, however, find difference. I find man controlling and condemning and enslaving man just like all others set up and run by elitists. If a man turns over his power unto another, he has forsaken his own God power which God gave unto him as birthright. Do not give thine power from God unto any other, not even unto God. He gave it unto thee and he is grateful. If you give back unto him thine will never your power of God's self. Do not grovel unto church proclaimed, man, leaders. God is thine creator, not human. Further, you can discern by what the laws given down from man are. They deal with fleshly gain and manifested control of one sort or another. They will always break at least one portion of the laws of God and creation. Always. We shall cover these things in another volume, for this one is now becoming too large for thorough digesting, and we wish the journals to be frequent and not so impossibly lengthy. Perhaps we can label this subject journal as Volume I or something which denotes further input. It matters not, for we shall be returning to these things in further outlay as we move along. Herein, we are setting the stage in that you can understand from whence comes your deadly enemies. I suggest, in fact, that we close the final chapters of this journal this morning so that overload is minimal. I wish to return to our original subject, please. The following is taken from the Protocols of the Meetings of the Zionist Men of Wisdom, from a book published in 1920 by Small, Maynard & Co., using the protocols from Nilus which first appeared around 1884. Frightening, is it not? The plan has been working in perfection before and since. The word protocol was used to signify a flyleaf pasted at the top of an official document, bearing either the opening formula or a summary of the contents for convenient reference. The word came to mean also the minutes of the proceedings. In this instance, the protocols mean the draft of the plan of action of the Jewish leaders. There have been many such drafts in Jewish history since the dispersion, but few of them have come into general circulation as have these, and been followed as the law. In all, the principles and morality are as old as the tribe. By the way of illustration, we give an instance which occurred in the 15th century. Quote from the book, please. In 1492, Kemmerer, chief rabbi of Spain, wrote to the Grand Sanhedrin, which had its seat in Constantinople, for advice when a Spanish law threatened expulsion. This was the reply. Beloved brethren in Moses, we have received your letter in which you tell us of the anxieties and misfortunes which you are enduring. We are pierced by as great pain to hear it as yourselves. The advice of the grand satraps and rabbis is the following. 1. As for what you say that the king of Spain obliges you to become Christians, do it, since you cannot do otherwise. 2. As for what you say about the command to despoil you of your property, make your sons merchants that they may despoil, little by little, the Christians of theirs. 3. As for what you say about making attempts on your lives, make your sons doctors and apothecaries, that they may take away Christians' lives. 4. As for what you say of their destroying your synagogues, make your sons canons and clerics in order that they may destroy their churches. 5. As for the many other vexations you complain of, arrange that your sons become advocates and lawyers, and see that they always mix affairs of state, that by putting Christians under your yoke you may dominate the world and be avenged on them. 6. Do not swerve from this order that we give you, because you will find by experience that, humiliated as you are, you will reach the actuality of power. Signed, Prince of the Jews of Constantinople. The protocols given to the world by Nilus are only the latest known edition of the Jewish Leaders Program. The Protocols of the Meetings of the Zionist Men of Wisdom. Excerpts from published material. Protocol No. I. Let us put aside phraseology and discuss the inner meaning of every thought. By comparison and deductions, let us illuminate the situation. In this way I will describe our system both from our own point of view and from that of the Goys, Gentiles. It must be remembered that people with base instincts are more numerous than those with noble ones, therefore, the best results in governing are achieved through violence and intimidation and not through academic discussion. In the early stages of social life they submitted to brute and blind force, afterwards to the law, which is the same force but disguised. I deduce from this that according to the laws of nature, right lies in might. Political freedom is not a fact but an idea. One must know how to employ this idea. In our day the power of gold has replaced liberal rulers. There was a time when faith ruled. The idea of freedom cannot be realized because no one knows how to make reasonable use of it. The despotism of capital, which is entirely in our hands, holds out to it a straw which the state must grasp, although against its will, or otherwise fall into the abyss. Politics have nothing in common with morals. He who desires to rule must resort to cunning and hypocrisy. The great popular qualities honesty and frankness become vices in politics. These qualities must be the attributes of Goy countries, but we by no means should be guided by them. Our right lies in might. The word right is an abstract idea, unsusceptible of proof. This word means nothing more than, give me what I desire so that I may have evidence that I am stronger than you. With the present instability of all authority our power will be more unassailable than any other, because it will be invisible until it is so well rooted that no cunning can undermine it. The end justifies the means. In laying our plans we must turn our attention not so much to the good and moral as to the necessary and useful. Before us lies a plan in which a strategic line is shown, from which we must not deviate on pain of risking the collapse of many centuries of work. Only a person prepared from childhood to autocracy can understand the words which are formed by political letters. Only an autocrat can outline great and clear plans which allocate in an orderly manner all the parts of the mechanism of the government machinery. Look at those beasts, steeped in alcohol, stupefied by wine, the unlimited use of which is granted by liberty. Surely you cannot allow our own people to come to this. The people of the Goys are stupefied by spirituous liquors, their youth is driven insane through excessive study of the classics, and vice to which they have been instigated by our agents, tutors, valets, governesses in rich houses, by clerks, and so forth, and by our women in the pleasure places of the Goys. Our motto is power and hypocrisy. Only power can conquer in politics. Violence must be the principle, hypocrisy and cunning the rule of those governments which do not wish to lay down their crowns at the feet of the agents of some new power. This evil is the sole means of attaining the goal of good. For this reason we must not hesitate at bribery, fraud, and treason when these can help us to reach our end. In politics it is necessary to seize the property of others without hesitation if in so doing we attain submission and power. We must follow a program of violence and hypocrisy, not only for the sake of profit, but also as a duty and for the sake of victory. Even in olden times we shouted among the people the words liberty, equality, and fraternity. These words have been repeated so many times since by unconscious parrots, which, flocking from all sides to the bait, have ruined the prosperity of the world and true individual freedom. On the ruins of natural and hereditary aristocracy we built an aristocracy of our intellectual class, the money aristocracy. We have established this new aristocracy on the qualification of wealth, which is dependent upon us, and also upon science, which is promoted by our wise men. We always played upon the most sensitive chords of the human mind, namely, greed, and the insatiable selfish desires of man. The fact that the representatives of the nation can be deposed, delivers them into our power and practically places their appointment in our hands. Protocol No. 2. It is necessary for us that wars, whenever possible, should bring no territorial advantages. This will shift war to an economic basis and force nations to realize the strength of our predominance. Such a situation will put both sides at the mercy of our millionite international agency, which will be unhampered by any frontiers. Then our international rights will do away with national rights. The administrators chosen by us from among the people in accordance with their capacity for servility will not be experienced in the art of government, and consequently they will easily become pawns in our game, in the hands of our scientists and wise counselors, specialists trained from early childhood for governing the world. The Goys are not guided by the practice of impartial historical observation. Therefore, we need give them no consideration. Until the time comes let them amuse themselves, or live in the hope of new amusements or in the memories of those past. Intelligent Goys will boast of their knowledge, and verifying it logically, they will put into practice all scientific information compiled by our agents for the purpose of educating their minds in the direction which we require. Do not think that our assertions are without foundation. The successes of Darwinism, Marxism, and Nietzscheism were engineered by us. The demoralizing effects of these doctrines upon the minds of the Goys should be already obvious to us. There is one great force in the hands of modern states which arouses thought movements among the people. That is the press, but governments were unable to profit by this power and it has fallen into our hands. Through it we have attained influence, while remaining in the background. Thanks to the press, we have gathered gold in our hands, although we had to take it from rivers of blood and tears. But it cost us the sacrifice of many of our own people. Every sacrifice on our part is worth 8,000 GOYS before God. Protocol No. 3. Today I can tell you that our goal is close at hand. Only a small distance remains, and the cycle of the symbolic serpent, the symbol of our people, will be complete. When this circle is completed, then all the European states will be closed in it as in strong claws. To induce all lovers of authority to abuse their power, we have placed all the forces in opposition to each other. We have armed all the parties, we have opened the arenas in different states, where revolts are now occurring, and disorders and bankruptcy will shortly appear everywhere. People are shackled by poverty to heavy labor more surely than they were by slavery and serfdom. They could liberate themselves from those in one way or another, whereas they cannot free themselves from misery. We have included in constitutions rights, which for the people are fictitious and are not actual rights. All the so-called rights of the people can exist only in the abstract and can never be realized in practice. What difference does it make to the toiling proletarian, bent double by heavy toil, oppressed by his fate, that the babblers receive the right to talk, journalists the right to mix nonsense with reason in their writings, if the proletariat has no other gain from the Constitution than the miserable crumbs which we throw from our table in return for his vote to elect our agents? Republican rights are bitter irony to the poor man, for the necessity of almost daily labor prevents him from using them. We will present ourselves in the guise of saviors of the workers from this oppression. The aristocracy which benefited by the labor of the people by right have interest that the workers should be well fed, healthy, and strong. We, on the contrary, are concerned in the opposite, in the degeneration of the Goys. Our power lies in the chronic malnutrition and in the weakness of the worker, because through this he falls under our power and is unable to find either strength or energy to combat it. When the time comes for our universal ruler to be crowned, the same hands will sweep away everything which may be an obstacle in our way. The Goys are no longer accustomed to thinking without our scientific advice. Consequently, they do not see the imperative need of upholding that which we will sustain by all means, when our kingdom is established, namely, the teaching in the schools of the only true science, the first of all sciences, the science of the construction of human life, of social existence, which requires the division of labor and, consequently, the separation of people into classes and castes. It is necessary that all should know that equality cannot exist, owing to the different nature of various kinds of work, that there cannot be equal responsibility before the law. Occupation and labor must be differentiated so as not to cause human suffering by the discrepancy between education and work. The people, in their ignorance, blindly believing the printed word, and owing to the misconceptions which have been fostered by us, feel a hatred towards all classes whom they consider superior to themselves, since they do not understand the importance of each caste. This hatred will be still more accentuated by the economic crisis, which will stop financial transactions and all industrial life. Having organized a general economic crisis by all possible underhand means, and with the help of gold which is all in our hands, we will throw great crowds of workmen into the street, simultaneously, in all countries in Europe. These crowds will gladly shed the blood of those of whom they, in the simplicity of their ignorance, have been jealous since childhood and whose property they will then be able to loot. They will not harm our people because we will know of the time of the attack and we will take measures to protect them. Remember the French Revolution. The secrets of its preparation are well known to us, for it was the work of our hands. Since then we have carried the masses from one disappointment to another, so that they will renounce even us in favor of a despot sovereign of Zionist blood, whom we are preparing for the world. At present, as an international force, we are invulnerable. Of course, they are not told that this unification will be achieved only under our rule. Thus, the people condemn the just and acquit the unjust, more and more convinced that they can do what they please. Owing to this, the people destroy all stability and create disorder on every occasion. The word liberty brings all societies into conflict with all authority, be it that of God or nature. This why, at the moment of our enthronement, we shall strike this word from the dictionary. Protocol No. 4. Who and what can overthrow an unseen power? For such is the character of our power. External masonry acts as a screen for it and its aims, but the plan of action of this power, and its very headquarters, will always remain unknown to the people. It is for this reason that we must undermine faith, tearing from the minds of the Goys the very principle of God and soul, and substituting mathematical formulas and material needs. In order that the minds of the Goys may have no time to think and notice things, it is necessary to divert them in the direction of industry and commerce. Thus all nations will seek their own profit, and while engaged in the struggle, they will not notice their common enemy. The intense struggle for supremacy, the shocks to economic life, will create, moreover have already created, disappointed disgust for high politics and religion. Their only guide will be calculation, i.e. gold, for which they will have a real cult because of the material delights which it can supply. It will be at that stage that the lower classes of the Goys, not for the sake of doing good, nor even for the sake of wealth, but solely because of their hatred towards the privileged, will follow us against our competitors for power, the intelligent Goys. Protocol No. V. What form of government can be given to societies in which bribery has penetrated everywhere, where riches are obtained only by clever trick and semi-fraudulent means, where corruption reigns, where morality is sustained by punitive measures and where cosmopolitan convictions have eliminated patriotic feelings and religion? What form of government can be given to such societies other than a despotism such as I shall describe? We will mechanically regulate all the functions of political life of our subjects by new laws. These laws will gradually eliminate all the concessions and liberties permitted by the Goys. Our kingdom will be crowned by such a majestic despotism that it will be able, at all times and in all places, to crush both antagonistic and discontented Goys. At the time when people considered rulers as an incarnation of the will of God, they subjected themselves without murmur to the autocracy of the sovereigns. When we deprived them of their belief in God, then authority was thrown into the street. All, is it not the same to the world who will be its master, whether it be the head of Catholicism or our despot of Zionist blood? To us, however, the chosen people, it is by no means a matter of indifference. Temporarily, a world coalition of the Goys would be able to hold us in check, but we are insured against this by roots of dissension so deep among them that they cannot now be extracted. We have set at variance the personal and national interests of the Goys, we have incited religious and race hatred, nurtured by us in their hearts for 20 centuries. Owing to all this, no state will obtain the help it asks for from any side because each of them shall think that a coalition against us will be disadvantageous to it. We are too powerful, we must be taken into consideration. No country can reach even an insignificant private understanding without our being a secret party to it. The prophets have told us that we were chosen by God Himself to reign over the world. God endowed us with genius to enable us to cope with the problem. Were there a genius in the opposing camp, he would struggle against us, but a newcomer is not equal to an old inhabitant. The struggle between us would be of such a merciless nature as the world has never seen before, moreover their genius would be too late. All the wheels of government mechanism move by the action of the motor which is in our hands, and that motor is gold. The most important problem of our government is to weaken the popular mind by criticism, to disaccustom it to thought, which creates opposition, to deflect the power of thought into mere empty eloquence. At all times both peoples and individuals have mistaken words for deeds. We will appropriate to ourselves all shades of opinion, and we will provide our orators with the same aspect, and they will talk so much that they will exhaust the people by their speeches and cause them to turn away from orators in disgust. To control public opinion it is necessary to perplex it by the expression of numerous contradictory opinions until the Goys get lost in the labyrinth, and come to understand that it is best to have no opinion on political questions. Such questions are not intended to be understood by the people, since only he who rules knows them. This is the first secret. The second secret necessary for the success of governing consists in so multiplying popular failings, habits, passions, and conventional laws that no one will be able to disentangle himself in the chaos, and consequently, people will cease to understand each other. This measure would help us to sow dissension within all parties, to disintegrate all those collective forces which still do not wish to subjugate themselves to us, to discourage all individual initiative which might in any degree hamper our work. There is nothing more dangerous than individual initiative. If it has a touch of genius it can accomplish more than 1 million people among whom we have sown dissensions. We must direct the education of the Goy society so that their arms will drop hopelessly when they face every task where initiative is required. We will so tire the Goys by all this that we will force them to offer us an international power, which by its position will enable us conveniently to absorb, without destroying, all governmental forces of the world and thus to form a monster which will be called the supergovernmental administration. Its hands will be stretched out like pincers in every direction so that this colossal organization cannot fail to conquer all the peoples. Protocol No. 6. We will soon begin to establish great monopolies, reservoirs of huge wealth, upon which even the large fortunes of the Goys will depend to such an extent that they will be drowned, together with the governmental credits, on the day following the political catastrophe. The aristocracy of the Goys as a political force is dead. We do not need to take it into consideration, but as landowners they are harmful to us because they can be independent in their resources of life. For this reason we must deprive them of their land at any cost. It is necessary that industry should suck out of the land both labor and capital and through speculation deliver into our hands all the money of the world, thus throwing all the Goys into the ranks of the proletarians. Then the Goys will bow before us in order to obtain the mere right of existence. To destroy Goy industry we will create among the Goys, as an aid to speculation, the strong demand for boundless luxury which we have already developed. Let us raise wages, which, however, will be of no benefit to the workers, for we will simultaneously cause the rise in prices of first necessity under the pretext that this is due to the decadence of agriculture, and of the cattle industry. We will also artfully and deeply undermine the sources of production by teaching the workmen anarchy and the use of alcohol, at the same time taking measures to expel all the intelligent Goys from the land. That the true situation should not be noticed by the Goys until the proper time, we will mask it by a pretended desire to help the working classes, and great economic principles, an active propaganda of which principles is being carried on through the dissemination of our economic theories. Protocol No. 7. The intensification of armament and the increase of the police force are essential to the realization of the above mentioned plans. It is necessary that there should be, besides ourselves, in all countries only the mass of the proletariat, a few millionaires devoted to us, policemen, and soldiers. We must create unrest, dissensions, and hatred throughout Europe and through European affiliations, also on other continents. They will realize that we have the power to create disorder or to restore order whenever we wish. We will entangle by intrigues all the threads stretched by us into all the governmental bodies by means of politics, economic treaties, or financial obligations. In this way the peoples and the governments of the Goys, taught by us to regard only the surface of that which we show them, will look upon us as benefactors and saviors of mankind. We must be able to overcome all opposition by provoking a war by the neighbors of that country which dares to oppose us. Should, however, those neighbors, in their turn, decide to unite against us we must respond by a world war. In short, to sum up our system of shackling the Goy governments of Europe, we will show our power to one of them by assassination and terrorism, and would there be a possibility of all of them rising against us, we will answer them with American, Chinese or Japanese guns. Protocol No. 8. Our government must be surrounded with publicists, experienced lawyers, administrators, diplomats and, finally, people educated along special lines in our special advanced schools. These people will be familiar with the reverse side of human nature, with all its sensitive chords, upon which they must know how to play. These chords are the structure of the intellects of the Goys, their tendencies, their failings, their vices, and their virtues, the peculiarities of classes and castes. It is for this reason that economics is the chief science taught by the Jews. We will be surrounded by a crowd of bankers, traders, capitalists, and most important of all, by millionaires, because in essence everything will be decided by a question of figures. Protocol No. 9. Because their anti-Semitism is necessary to enable us to control our smaller brothers. I will not further explain this, as it has already been the object of numerous discussions. In reality, there are no obstacles before us. Our supergovernment exists under such extra-legal conditions that it is common to designate it by an energetic and strong word, a dictatorship. I can honestly state that, at the present time, we are lawmakers, we are the judges and inflict punishment, we execute and pardon, we as the chief of all our armies, ride the leader's horse. We possess boundless ambition, burning greed for merciless revenge, and bitter hatred. From us emanates an all-embracing terror. People of all opinions and of all doctrines are in our service, people who desire to restore monarchies, demagogues, socialists, communists, and other utopians. All the governments have been tortured by this procedure, they beg for peace, and for the sake of peace are prepared to make any sacrifice, but we will not give them peace until they recognize our international supergovernment openly and with submission. The division into parties has delivered all of them to us, because in order to conduct a party struggle money is required, and we have it all. We have effected legal procedure, electoral law, the press, personal freedom, and, most important, the cornerstone of free existence. We have misled, corrupted, fooled, and demoralized the youth of the Goys by education along principles and theories known by us to be false, but which we ourselves have inspired. You may say that there will be an armed rising against us if our plans are discovered prematurely, but in anticipation of this we have such a terrorizing maneuver in the West that even the bravest soul will shudder. Underground passages will be established by that time in all capitals, from where they can be exploded, together with all their institutions and national documents. Protocol No. X. I beg you to remember that the government and the masses are satisfied with visible results in politics. It is important to know one detail in our policy. It will help us in discussing division of authority, freedom of speech, of the press, of religion, faith, the right of assembly, equality before the law, inviolability of property and of the home, indirect taxes, and the retrospective force of law. All such questions should never be directly and openly discussed before the masses. When it becomes necessary for us to discuss them, they should not be elaborated but merely mentioned, without going into details, pointing out that modern legal principles are being accepted by us. The significance of this reticence lies in the fact that a principle which has not been openly declared gives us freedom of action to exclude, unnoticed, one point or another, whereas if elaborated the principle becomes as good as established. When we accomplish our coup d'état, we will say to the peoples, everything went badly, all of you have suffered. We will abolish the cause of your sufferings, that is to say, nationalities, frontiers, and national currencies. Of course you are free to condemn us, but would your judgment be just if you were to pronounce it before giving a trial to what we will give you? Thereafter they will exalt us with a sentiment of unanimous delight and hope. The voting system which we have used as a tool for our enthronement, and to which we have accustomed even the prearranged agreements, will have performed its last service and will make its last appearance in the expression of a unanimous desire to become more closely acquainted with us before having pronounced a judgment. To attain this we must force all to vote, without class discrimination, to establish the autocracy of the majority, which cannot be obtained from the intellectual classes alone. We will not allow the formation of individual minds. We will thus create such a blind power that it will be unable to move without the guidance of our agents, sent by us to replace their leaders. The masses will submit to this regime because they will know that their earnings, perquisites, and other benefits depend upon these leaders. The plan of government must emanate already formed from one head. Consequently, the inspired work of our leader must not be thrown to the mercy of the mob or even of a limited group. These plans will not immediately upset contemporary institutions. They will only alter their organization. It is not the institutions that are important, but their functions. When we injected the poison of liberalism into the state organism, its entire political complexion changed. The states became infected with a mortal disease, namely, the decomposition of the blood. It is only necessary to await the end of their agony. The Constitution, as you well know, is nothing more than a school for dispute, discussion, disagreement, fruitless party agitation, dissension, party tendencies, in other words, a school for everything which weakens the efficiency of government. A president chosen from the mob, from among our creatures, our slaves. To accomplish our plan, we will engineer the election of presidents whose past record contains some hidden scandal, some Panama. Then they will be faithful executors of our orders from fear of exposure, and from the natural desire of every man who has reached authority to retain the privileges, advantages, and dignity connected with the position of president. The Chamber of Deputies will elect, protect, and screen president, but we will deprive it of the right of initiating laws or of amending them, for this right will be granted by us to the responsible president, a puppet in our hands. We will justify this prerogative under the pretext that the president, as chief of the national army, must control it in order to protect the new republican constitution, which he, as a responsible representative of this constitution, is bound to defend. The keys to the shrine will be in our hands. We will also take away from the chamber, with the introduction of the new republican constitution, the right of interpellation, questioning, in regard to governmental measures, under the pretext that political secrets must be preserved. With the aid of this new constitution we will reduce the number of representatives to the minimum, thus also reducing to the same extent political passions and passion for politics. Moreover, the president, as chief executive, will have the right to convene or dissolve parliament, and in the case of dissolution, defer the appointment of a new parliament. Under our guidance the president will interpret in ambiguous ways such existing laws as it is possible to so interpret. Moreover, he will annul them when the need is pointed out to him by us. He will also have the right to propose temporary laws and even modification in the constitutional work of the government, alleging as the motive for so doing, the exigencies of the welfare of the country. By such measures we will be able to destroy gradually, step by step, everything that, upon entering into our rights, we were obliged to introduce into government constitutions as a transition to the imperceptible abolition of all constitutions, when the time comes to convert all governments into our autocracy. But you know well that to render such a universal expression of desire possible, it is necessary continuously to disturb the relationship between the people and the government in all countries, and so to exhaust everybody by the dissension, inoculation of diseases and misery, and to make the GOYS see no other solution than an appeal to our money and complete rule. Should we give the people a rest, however, the longed-for moment will probably never arrive. Chapter 21. Rec number 2 Hayton. Tuesday, May 8, 1990, 3:27 p.m. Year 3 Day 265. Protocol No. 11. By these measures, I mean the freedom of the press, the right of assembly, religious freedom, electoral rights, and many other things which must disappear from the human repertoire, or must be fundamentally altered on the day following the declaration of the new Constitution. It is necessary for us that, from the first moment of its proclamation, when the people are still dumbfounded by the accomplished revolution and are in a state of terror and surprise, they should realize we are so strong, so invulnerable, and so mighty that we shall in no case pay attention to them, and not only will we ignore their opinions and desires, but be ready to and capable of suppressing at any moment or place any sign of opposition with indisputable authority. We shall want the people to realize that we have taken at once everything we wanted, and that we shall under no circumstances share our power with them. Then they will close their eyes to everything out of fear and will await further developments. The Goys are like a flock of sheep, we are wolves. Do you know what happens to sheep when wolves get into the fold? They will also close their eyes to everything because we will promise to return to them all their liberties after the enemies of peace have been subjugated and all the parties pacified. Is it necessary to say how long they would have to wait for the return of their liberties? Why have we conceived and inspired this policy for the Goys without giving them an opportunity to examine its inner meaning, if not for the purpose of attaining by a circuitous method what is unattainable for our scattered race by a direct road? This constituted a base for our organization of secret masonry which is not known to and whose aims are not even suspected by these cattle, the Goys. They have been decoyed by us into our numerous ostensible organizations, which appear to be Masonic lodges, so as to divert the attention of their co-religionists. God has given us, his chosen people, the power to scatter, and what to all appears to be our weakness, has proved to be our strength, and has now brought us to the threshold of universal rule. Little remains to be built on these foundations. Protocol No. 12. Not one notice will be made public without our control. This is already being done by us, since the news from all parts of the world is received through several agencies in which it is centralized. We have already managed to subjugate the minds of the Goys to such an extent that almost all of them see world events through colored glasses which we put over their eyes. All our newspapers will represent different tendencies, namely, aristocratic, republican, revolutionary, even anarchistic, so long of course as the Constitution lasts. Like the Indian god Vishnu, these periodicals will have 100 arms, each of which will reach the pulse of every group of public opinion. When the pulse beats faster, these arms will guide opinion toward our aims, since the excited person loses the power of reasoning and is easily led. Those fools who believe that they repeat the opinion expressed by the newspapers of their party will be repeating our opinions or those which we desire them to have. Imagining that they are following the press of their party, they will follow the flag which we will fly for them. These attacks against us will also seem to convince the people that complete liberty of the press still exists, and it will give our agents the opportunity to declare that the papers opposing us are mere windbags, since they are unable to find any real ground to refute our orders. With such measures, thought will become an educational instrument in the hands of our government, which will not allow the people to be led astray into realms of fancy and dreams about beneficent progress. We will surely conquer our enemies, because they will not have the press at their disposal in which to express themselves in full. Moreover, with the above-mentioned plans against the press, we will not even need to refute them seriously. Protocol No. 13. The need of daily bread forces the Goys to silence and compels them to remain our obedient servants. To prevent them from reaching any independent decisions, we will divert their minds by amusements, games, pastimes, passions, and cultural centers for the public. We will soon begin to offer prize contests. Such attractions will definitely deflect the mind from problems over which we would otherwise have to fight with the people. By losing more and more the custom of independent thought, they will begin to talk in unison with us, because we alone will provide new lines of thought through persons with whom, of course, we will presumably have no connection. The role of liberal utopians will be definitely terminated when our government is recognized. For it was by the word progress that we have successfully turned the brains of the stupid Goys. There are no brains among the Goys to realize that this word is but a cover for digression from the truth, unless it is applied to material inventions, since there is but one truth and there is no room for progress. When our kingdom is established, our orators will discuss the great problems which have stirred humanity for the purpose of bringing it finally under our blessed rule. Who will then suspect that all these problems were instigated by us, according to a political plan which has not been disclosed by anyone during so many centuries? Protocol No. 14. When we become rulers, we will not tolerate the existence of any other religion except our own, which proclaims one God, with whom our fate is bound up because we are the chosen people, and our fate has determined the fate of the world. For this reason we must destroy all other religions. The benefits of peace, although attained through centuries of unrest, will serve to demonstrate the beneficial character of our rule. The useless changes of government, to which we ourselves prompted the Goys, when we were undermining their governmental apparatus, will become such a nuisance to the people by that time, that they will prefer to endure anything from us rather than risk a repetition of former unrest and hardships. Our philosophers will discuss all the shortcomings of the Goy religion, but nobody will ever discuss our religion in the light of its true aspect, and nobody will ever thoroughly understand it, except our own people, who will never dare to disclose its secrets. Protocol No. 15. When we finally become rulers by means of revolutions, which will he arranged so that they shall take place simultaneously in all countries and immediately after all existing governments shall have been officially pronounced as incapable, which may not happen soon, perhaps not before a whole century, we will see to it that no plots are hatched against us. To effect this, we will kill heartlessly all who take up arms against the establishment of our rule. The establishment of any new secret society will be met by the death penalty, and those societies which now exist and are known to us and either work or have worked for us, will be disbanded and their members exiled to continents far removed from Europe. We will deal in the same manner with those masons among the Goys who know too much. This is only obtained by its majestic and unshakable power, which will convey the impression that it is inviolable because of its mystical nature, namely, because chosen by God. Such, until recently has been the Russian autocracy, our only dangerous enemy throughout the world, with the exception of the Pope. Meanwhile, until our rule is established, we, on the contrary, will organize and multiply Freemasonic lodges in all the countries of the world. We will attract to them all those who are and who may become public-spirited, because in these lodges will be the chief source of information and from them will emanate our influence. These lodges will be administered by our wise men. You have no idea how easy it is to bring even the most intelligent goys to a state of unconscious credulity. To the same extent as our people ignore success for the sake of carrying out their plans, so are the goys ready to sacrifice all their plans for the sake of success. Their psychology makes the problem of direction easier for us. Those tigers in appearance have the souls of sheep and nonsense filters through their heads. As a hobby we have given them the dream of submerging human individualism through the symbolic idea of collectivism. They have not yet discovered and will not discover that this hobby is a clear infringement on the principal law of nature, which, from the beginning of the world, created a being unlike all others, precisely for the sake of expressing his individuality. If we were able to lead them to such insane and blind beliefs, does it not obviously prove the low level of development of the goy mind as compared to our mind? It is precisely the thing which guarantees our success. How far-sighted were our wise men of old when they said that to attain a serious object one must not stop at the means, nor should one count the victims sacrificed to the cause. We have not counted the victims from among the goys, those seeds of cattle. Although we have sacrificed many of our own peoples, we have already given them in return a formerly undreamed of position on earth. The comparatively few victims from among our own people have saved our race from destruction. Death is the unavoidable end of all. It would be better to accelerate this end for those who interfere with our cause than for our people or for us, ourselves, the creators of this cause, to die. We kill Masons in such a way that none but the brothers suspect, not even the victims. They all die when it is necessary, apparently from a natural death. The purely animal mind of the goys is incapable of analysis and observation. It is through this difference in the process of reasoning between us and the goys that it becomes possible clearly to demonstrate the stamp of God's elect as compared to the instinctive and bestial mentality of the goys. They see, but they cannot foresee, and they cannot invent anything except material things. It is clear, therefore, that nature herself intended us to rule and guide the world. Our laws will be short, clear, irrevocable, and requiring no interpretation, so that everybody will be able to know them thoroughly. The chief point emphasized in them will be a highly developed obedience to authority, which will eliminate all abuses, for all without exception will be responsible before the supreme power vested in the highest authority. For instance, our judges will know that by attempting to show stupid mercy, they overstep the law of justice, which was created solely for exemplary punishment of crimes and not for the manifestation of moral qualities on the part of the judge. Such qualities are commendable in private, but not in public life, which constitutes the educational forum of human life. All the world's money will be concentrated in our hands, consequently, our government need not fear expense. Our autocracy will be consistent in every respect, and consequently every manifestation of our great power will be respected and unconditionally obeyed. Thus, they will become imbued with the idea that it is impossible for them to do without this guardian and guide if they wish to live in a world of peace and quiet. They will recognize the autocracy of our sovereign, whom they will respect and almost deify. With regard to the secrets of our political plans, both the masses and their administration are like little children. It is the right of the strong to utilize his power in order to lead humanity towards a social order established by the law of nature, namely, obedience. Consequently, let us be the strongest for the common good. We must sacrifice without hesitation those individuals who violate the existing order, for in exemplary punishment of evil there lies a great educational process. When the king of Israel places the crown offered to him by Europe on his sacred head, he will become the patriarch of the world. The necessary sacrifices made by him will never equal the number of victims sacrificed to the mania of greatness during the centuries of rivalry between the goy governments. Our sovereign will be in constant communication with the people, delivering from tribunes addresses which will be spread to all parts of the world. Protocol No. 16. It was necessary for us to infiltrate into their educational system such principles as have successfully broken down their social order. We will obliterate from the memory of the people all those facts pertaining to former centuries which are not to our advantage, leaving only those which emphasize the mistakes of the goy governments. The study of practical life, of obligatory social order, of the interrelationship of human beings, the avoidance of evil, egotistical examples that plant the seed of evil, and other questions of a pedagogical nature, will head the educational program. This program will differ for each caste, never allowing education to be of a uniform character. Such a system is of special importance. Each caste must be educated with strict limitations according to its particular occupation and the nature of the work. Accidental genius has always been able and always will be able to rise to a higher caste, but, for the sake of this rare exception, to open the door to the inefficient, and to admit them to higher castes or ranks, enabling them to occupy positions of others born and trained to fill them is absolute insanity. You, yourself, know what happened to the goys when they yielded to this nonsense. Teachers will read supposedly unbiased lectures on problems of human relationship, on the law of imitation, on the cruelty of unrestricted competition, and finally, on new philosophical theories which have not yet been disclosed to the world. In short, knowing from the experience of many centuries that men live and are guided by ideas, that these ideas are imbued only by means of education given to persons of all ages. We will absorb and appropriate to our own advantage the last traces of independent thought, which for a long time have been directed to the goal and to the ideas necessary to us. The system of enslaving thought is already in action through so-called visual education. This system tends to turn the GOYS into thoughtless, obedient animals, expecting to see in order to understand. In France, one of our best agents, Bourgeois, has already announced a new program of visual education. Protocol No. 17. Lawyers will receive a salary, regardless of whether the defense has been successful or not. It is only a question of a few years before the complete collapse of Christendom. It will be still easier to deal with other religions, but it is too early to discuss this problem. When the moment comes to annihilate the Vatican completely, an invisible hand, pointing towards this court, will guide the masses in their assault. The King of Israel will become the real Pope of the universe, the Patriarch of the International Church. According to our program, 1/3 of our subjects will watch the others from a pure sense of duty, as volunteers for the government. Then it will not be considered disgraceful to be a spy and an informer. On the contrary, it will be regarded as praiseworthy. Unfounded reports, however, will be severely punished to prevent abuse of this privilege. Protocol No. 18. We have forced the rulers to admit their own weakness by adopting open measure of police protection, and thereby we have ruined the prestige of their authority. To guard the sovereign openly is equivalent to an admission of the weakness of his governmental organization. We will arrest criminals upon the first more or less well-founded suspicion. Protocol No. 19. Sedition is nothing but the barking of a lapdog at an elephant. From the point of view of the government, which is well organized, not from the police standpoint but with regards to its social basis, the lapdog barks at the elephant because he does not realize his strength. It is only necessary for the elephant to show his strength once and the dog barks no more. He begins to wag his tail the moment he sees the elephant. Protocol No. XX. The result of our actions is measured in figures. In our government, the sovereign will have the legal fiction of owning everything in his kingdom, which is easily put into practice, and can resort to legal confiscation of all money in order to regulate its circulation throughout the country. Consequently, the best method of taxation is the levying of a progressive tax on property. Progressive taxation, assessed according to the amount of capital, will produce a much greater revenue than the present system of taxing everyone at an equal rate, which is useful to us now only as a means of exciting revolt and discontent among the GOYS. The power of our sovereign will rest mainly in equilibrium and in guarantees of peace. Public needs must be met by those who can best afford to do so and by those from whom there is something to take. Such a measure will eliminate the hatred of the poor towards the rich. Even small sums in excess of a certain definite and broadly calculated fund should not be allowed to be kept in the state treasury, because money is intended to circulate, and every impediment to circulation is detrimental to the governmental mechanism, which the money lubricates. The congestion of lubricating substances can stop the proper functioning of the mechanism. The economic crises were created by US for the GOYS only by the withdrawal of money from circulation. Huge amounts of capital were kept idle and were taken away from the nations, which were thus compelled to apply to us for loans. Payment of interest on these loans burdened the state finances and made the state subservient to capital. The concentration of industry, having taken production out of the hands of the artisan and put it into the hands of capitalists, sucked all the power out of the people and also out of the state. Since we took as much gold as possible out of circulation, the budget of revenues and the budget of expenditures will be placed side by side, in order that they may always be compared with each other. The period of loans followed and brought all the GOY states to bankruptcy. You can well understand that such a management of financial affairs as we induced the GOYs to pursue cannot be adopted by us. Indeed, what is a loan, especially a foreign loan, if not a leech? So long as the loans were domestic, the GOYS only shifted the money from the pockets of the poor into those of the rich, but when we bribed the proper persons to make the loans foreign, then the national riches poured into our hands and all the GOYS began to pay us the tribute of subjects. Has forced their countries into debt to our banks to such an extent that they can never pay off their debts. It should be realized, however, that we have gone to great pains in order to bring about such a state of affairs. This proves the genius of our distinguished mind, for we were able to present the question of loans to them in such a light that they saw in loans an advantage for themselves. It is impossible to govern without a definite plan. Protocol No. XXI. We will also destroy all stock exchanges, for we will not allow the prestige of our authority to be shaken by the shifting of the prices of our securities. We will fix the full price of their value legally without any possibility of its fluctuation. A rise leads to a fall, and this was precisely what we did to the GOY stocks and bonds at the beginning. We will replace the stock exchanges by great government credit institutions. These institutions will be in a position to throw daily on the market 500 million shares of industrial stocks, or to buy up a like amount. Thus all industrial enterprises will become dependent upon us. You can well imagine what power that will give us. Protocol No. XXII. In all that I have hitherto reported to you, I have carefully tried to show you a true picture of the mystery of present events, as also of those of the past, which all flow into the stream of great events, the results of which will be seen in the near future. I have exposed our secret plans which govern our relations with the GOYs, as well as our financial policy. There remains but little to add. We hold in our hands the greatest modern power, gold. In the course of 2 days we can get it from our treasuries in any desired quantity. Is there any more need for us to prove that our rule is decreed by God? Do we not prove by such wealth that all the evil which we were forced to do during so many centuries has served in the end to true happiness, to the restoration of order? We will be able to prove that we are benefactors, who have brought true welfare and individual freedom to the tortured world, ensuring at the same time the possibility of enjoying peace, quiet, and dignity of relationships, upon the sole condition, of course, that obedience to the laws established by us is practiced. Our power will be glorious because it will be mighty, it will rule and guide, and not helplessly crawl after leaders and orators, shouting insane words which they call great principles, and which in reality are simply utopian. Our power will lead to order, which, in turn brings happiness to the people. The prestige of this power will excite mystical adoration, and the peoples will bow before it. True power does not yield to any right, even be it that of God. None will dare approach it in order to deprive it even of an atom of its might. Protocol No XXIII. To teach the people obedience they must be taught modesty, and to accomplish this the production of luxuries must be limited. We will restore handicraft, which will undermine the private capital of manufacturers. Big manufacturers often influence the thoughts of the people against the government. A people, practicing handicraft, does not know what unemployment means, and this makes them cling to existing conditions and consequently to the power of authority. Unemployment is most dangerous for a government. It will have finished its work for us as soon as authority falls into our hands. Drunkenness will also be forbidden by law and will be punishable as a crime against human decency, for man becomes bestial under the influence of alcohol. The sovereign who will replace the present existing governments, must destroy such a society, if necessary drown it in its own blood, in order to resurrect it as a well-organized army, which consciously struggles against the infection of any anarchy affecting the state organism. He, God's elect, is chosen from above for the purpose of crushing the insane forces that are moved by instinct and not by intellect, by bestiality and not by humanitarianism. Then we will say to the peoples, pray to God and bow before him who hears the mark of predestination, to whom God himself showed his star, so that none but he himself should free you from all sinful forces and from evil. Protocol No. XXIV. A few members of the seed of David will train the sovereigns and their successors, who will be selected not by right of inheritance, but according to their personal ability. Only those of an undoubtedly able and firm, even cruel character, will receive the reins of government from our wise men. Only the sovereign and his 3 sponsors will know the future. Nobody will know the aims of the sovereign when he issues his orders, and thus nobody will dare oppose him. Naturally, the mental capacity of the sovereign must be equal to the plan of rule herein contained. For this reason he will not mount the throne before a test of his mind is made by the above-mentioned wise men. The king of Israel must not be influenced by his passions, especially by sensuality. No particular element of his nature must have the upper hand and rule over his mind. Sensuality, more than anything else, upsets mental ability and clearness of vision by deflecting thought to the worst and most bestial side of human nature. The pillar of the universe in the person of the world ruler, sprung from the sacred seed of David, must sacrifice all personal desires for the benefit of his people. Our sovereign must be irreproachable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Now you who are in shocking disbelief, bear with me a bit longer. The entire text is over 63 pages in length, and that is just the summary of the main, detailed document which has not been seen outside the privileged circles. Dharma asks, but what of the Jewish people who live and work and dwell in all ways among us? So be it, Kila. Did you know all of this information? Neither do they. The ordinary Jewish person will be sacrificed in the most outrageous manner. The Zionist Jews have more hatred for the Jew than all other beings on your placement placed in one lump anywhere or at any time. They are the tools of the teachings. Who are goys? Again I repeat for your memory prompting, they are all except the Zionists. Frightening. I should certainly hope so, beloved Chelis. It is a good time to use your earthly phrase. If you aren't in a panic, you don't understand the situation. Dharma, please close this portion and print it. Let us then check on the time and desires of the group, and we may or may not finish with the secret new constitution summary today. It has been far too long a work period, so we will look carefully at timing. Chapter 22. Rec number 2 Hayton. Thursday, May 10, 1990, 11:47 a.m. Year 3 Day 267. Hayton in light to continue, please. This is to emphasize the fact that you ones are told very little about the interworkings of your world elite. I wish to insert this portion simply because it is timely, May 9, 90, and reported only in the Wall Street Journal thus far. I am not going to quote the article, for I do not wish to spend that much time at this particular insertion. It is, however, mandatory that you ones begin to see the connection of the Zionists with all facets of your world and how they are set up to take over global control. They have infiltrated every nook and cranny of your planet, ally and enemy alike, and you haven't even realized they are within your midst. I will name Mr. Yair Klein, for this discussion is predominantly about this man from Israel. He operates out of 5 Lunt Street, Tel Aviv. He is wanted in Colombia on charges of running a training school for cocaine cartel hitmen and is facing prosecution at home for breaking Israeli law on exporting defense know-how. Now if you believe they really are after him, you deserve to be rationed to bread and water. It is absolutely business as usual right out of his old address, and has been ever since he was spirited back into safety from Colombia some 9 months past. There has been a non-interrupted running of what Klein brags is the best team in Israel for small wars, anti-terror units, and commando operations. There has been no effort to interrupt him, and now it is proven he was up to his ears in weapon sales of weapons discovered at the ranch of Colombia's most infamous drug barons. Ho-ha-um. How does this ring keep operating? Well, Mr. Klein is part of a worldwide trade in military arms and expertise that brings Israel big money, along with innumerable scandals. The nation needs international sales to prop up its arms industry, and prosecuting him could open a window that Israel prefers to keep shut. Israel has shown willingness to do arms business with any government friend or foe, for you see, their plans are far beyond neighboring quarrels. Just this day, May 10, 90, please take note, if it appears on your media accidents, the Israeli banks are in serious trouble and bankers are being pulled out like flies for corrupt dealings. This is today's topic of the hour in Israel. You see, they cover up the truth, also, and hide behind currently arranged distractors to keep the populace from discovering the overall plan. The nice little Israeli citizen has no more notion what is going on than does the nice little grandmother from Oklahoma. The expendables are never allowed to intentionally know truth. Arms are the biggest business in Israel. At least 1 out of every 10 workers is involved in the arms trade, from cottage industry consultancies operated out of seedy Tel Aviv apartments, to industrial giants such as Israel Aircraft Industries Limited, the state's largest exporter, whose foreign military sales, last year alone, exceeded $800 million. It operates as a corporation doing business all over the world under different labels, so this only touches the very tiny tip of the iceberg. Do you still discount the value of corporations? According to official, not to be confused with the real figures, military sales to more than 60 countries brought Israel $1.4 billion last year, not to even mention the money gleaned unofficially. And where, brother American, do you think they get the weapons to sell? I knew you knew if you just thought a minute real hard. Now there are only 4.4 million Israelis. You do the arithmetic. That most certainly puts Israel forth as a very large arms exporter indeed. Of course, this does not include the training schools which are utilizing trainers from the Mossad and elite assassins. Officially, over 40% of Israel's sales are to the US and Europe. But even a partial list of other past and current clients reveals the bizarre nature and the global reach of Israel's arms trade or pass-through dealings for places such as the US. Murky dealings in Latin America long predate Mr. Klein's adventures. And remember, the ambassadors from both Peru and Colombia both told your Congressional Committee on Drugs, etc., that the automatic assault weapons and all drug war weapons were originally produced in the United States of America and were shipped in both directly and through routes through other nations such as Israel. Israel has openly supplied arms and training to the military juntas of Chile, Guatemala, and Argentina. It aided Nicaragua's Anastasio Somoza until his fall, then aided the Contra rebels. A top advisor to Panama's Manuel Noriega, Michael Harari, was former head of clandestine operations for Mossad, Israel's intelligence service, remember? The late Ayatollah Khomeini got Israeli arms. And of course you know the Iran-Contra story, so spare us the time of repeating. And then, in 1988 a middleman got caught in Hong Kong and exposed the details of a long-denied arms supply relationship with China. The song goes round and it come out here. Now comes one claim in defense of such dastardly dealings: the arms are necessary for protection for regimes that have large or vulnerable Jewish communities, such as Ethiopia, Chile, Argentina, Morocco, and South Africa. Why would those particular countries have such vulnerable Jewish communities? Now hear the party line regarding Ethiopia and arms. Well, whatever we did in Ethiopia was to ensure freedom for emigration to Israel, of the 17,000 known Jews located there. Why? Israel is demanding from you some $1 billion for tending the influx of Jews from the European crises. Could it be to ensure takeover of the Palestinian real estate? A Mr. Pillage, a retired Israeli officer who is a major general in the reserves, last year founded his own company, Crossbow Limited, to develop and market arms. A confidential private placement memorandum details the company's aim to produce products for use by military and paramilitary combat units at the low tactical echelons - or, as Mr. Pillage puts it, to get some of the glitter of high-tech weaponry into the hands of ordinary fighters. Mr. Pillage's decision to turn his distinguished military career to use in business isn't unusual in Israel, where army service is universal. You take a guy who grows up on a farm and goes into the army, says Aharon Kleiman, a professor of politics at Tel Aviv University. When he comes out, he knows two things: how to grow tomatoes and how to make war. And there's a lot more money in war. Of course you also know of the lie regarding Uzis and other weapons which were to have been ordered for and delivered to Antigua and ended up with the drug kings of Colombia. Well, that was approved by Israel and acknowledged by Barak Bina, a spokesman for the Israeli Foreign Ministry. Well, another interesting TID bit. It isn't time to tell the full story, says the most involved person, Mr. Klein, but it will be a blockbuster when it comes forth, he elaborates. It most certainly will, little Chelis, it most certainly will. And just wait until you hear about Panama and these past 3 weeks. Mr. Eitan, a member of the Israeli parliament and a former army chief of staff, says the following: someday, perhaps, if it's decided that the stories can be told, you'll see that the state has been involved in acts which are 1,000 times more dirty than anything going on in Colombia, he told the Jerusalem Post. These things were decided by the government, in cabinet meetings. As long as the government decides to do something that the national interest demands, then it is legitimate. These things are worked out behind closed doors in top secret with top nations of the world. So be it. Like to hear of some of the toys you can pick up on the open market? I knew you would, so right from the horse's mouth, in the Israel Defense Sales Directory, full-color, glossy sales brochures, low-cost terminal guidance kits for general-purpose bombs, you're in the right place. Bugs for telephone, telex, and computer monitoring, the unique high-tech riot control vehicles with colored tear gas jets. And then there are others, consultancies offering expert personnel in certain military fields of activity and offering their services to help develop ground and air forces. Oh, by the way, Mr. Klein personally saw to the procurement of belts, helmets, and personal gear for the Phalange Christian militia, the group responsible for the massacre of Palestinians in the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps. Brothers, if you still think you are not in trouble and Hayton is just a doom and gloom cadet, please read on. Is it going to matter whether or not I am Darmas Hayton or John Doe? You have a whole kit bag full of troubles and you had best be looking at them most carefully. The base in Peru set up by your government, which Mr. Bush refused to talk about in his recent press conference, is operated and supplied through the Israeli Mossad. Rest well tonight. Salut. Chapter 23. Rec number 1 Hayton. Friday, May 11, 1990, 8 a.m. Year 3 Day 268. Hayton here in the light of radiance. This will be a continuation of section 2 of yesterday. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Israel murders Americans. Dharma, in respect and honor to the spotlight, we will copy a lead article and give honor to Warren Hoff and James Hara for their superb investigative writing and daring disclosures. We will also do that which we can to spread the word which ones of that journal have given their lives to do for the world's citizens. We will spread the listing of the trilateral membership and give it further audience both in protection of the ones who managed to unearth it from its secret hiding, confuse the enemy and further its uncovering. We will not, however, do so in this journal, for it should reside with the constitutional information we will bring through in the upcoming journal. We will do so within the next week or so. You of the daring publications must do all possible in unison and protection of resources. I name these two authors for they now come under protection of our lighted forces. Will you please copy the article as presented? Quote, The Spotlight, Volume 16, Number 20, May 14, 1990. U.S. government too meek to protest. When Dr. Gerald V. Bull, 60, a key Pentagon scientist, was found murdered recently, FBI investigators on the case made a startling discovery. Surveillance teams of the Mossad, Israel's Secret Service, had tracked the world-renowned American physicist from Washington to New York and then aboard a transatlantic flight to Brussels, Belgium, where a Mossad hitman shot Bull dead with a silenced 9mm pistol. Bull was just the latest victim on a list of as many as a dozen Americans terminated by Mossad operatives because their activities were thought to threaten Israel's interests, the Spotlight has learned exclusively from a senior Justice Department official in Washington. Following up this lead, a team of reporters for this populist newspaper encountered a long-suppressed sense of outrage among law enforcement and intelligence experts over what one source called the Mossad's mob tactics. You can bet no one will be indicted for killing Dr. Bull, asserted a veteran Pentagon investigator. When the Mossad eliminates an adversary, it can count on the protection of the most powerful fixers in Washington. As long as this cover-up continues, the murders will go on, too. There will be more victims. Soundproof curtain. Other sources confirmed that two leading alien interest pressure groups, the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, and the World Zionist Organization, WZO, have lowered a soundproof curtain over Israel's covert operations, as media historian Arthur Godoy put it. The WZO and the ADL supply more than well-orchestrated public relations for the Mossad, explained the Pentagon investigator. They provide financing, contacts, and protected bases for Israeli operatives in the U.S. even if their mission violates our laws. When Colonel Robert Bayard, a retired U.S. Army officer, was shot to death in Atlanta, Georgia in 1977, the official explanation was that some vagrants had done it, recalled an Atlanta lawyer who was an assistant district attorney at the time. This knowledgeable source agreed to talk to a Spotlight reporter on condition that he would not be quoted by name. Hayton, we know who this person is, Dark Brothers, and we put you on notice to back away for he is under our protection. But our investigation revealed that while on active duty, Colonel Bayard had been detailed to the CIA and assigned to the Middle East, where he worked with Arab governments and became known as a critic and adversary of Israel's expansionist tactics, he said. Retired early, reportedly at the insistence of the Israel lobby in Washington, Bayard became an executive with an international armaments and security firm. I guess the Mossad thought Bayard was still a threat to their interests, related the Atlanta attorney, and they decided to terminate him. That was the real finding of our investigation. But of course we were not allowed to say it publicly. Barry Seal had no interest in politics or strategy when he ran afoul of the Mossad's U.S. network in the mid-1980s, he was a drug pilot. When Seal was shot dead in New Orleans in 1988 by unknown assailants, the official account cited Seal's secret links to the Drug Enforcement Administration he had turned informer and blamed his murder on the cocaine cartel. But privately, federal investigators say that Seal had been informing on the so-called Harari network, the group of Mossad operatives based in Panama who made millions of dollars smuggling narcotics and weapons under the command of Mike Harari, a veteran Israeli official known as an assassination specialist. Seal was the key snitch in a major undercover drug investigation of this Mossad team's drug deals, and afterward he was scheduled to testify before a Senate committee, says a longtime congressional investigator. There is no question he was hit by the Mossad. Off the record, that's the finding of the federal agencies who looked into his killing. Unlike Bayard and Seal, whose lives had secret compartments, Bull was a brilliant, widely respected U.S. defense scientist who has been credited with pioneering work in the field of long-range artillery. In the 1960s he developed an exceptionally accurate 16-inch cannon that is still in use on some U.S. battleships. Eventually Bull was named director of the Defense Department's highly classified high-altitude research project where he worked on long-range nuclear cannon prototypes. One of them, fired experimentally in the Caribbean, hurled an atomic shell the size of a compact car a record 112 miles into space. In the late 1970s, Bull and a group of business associates set up the Space Research Corp, which began to market some of the artillery technology developed by the noted scientist. Marked as a threat. Federal investigators say the Israeli government, which had in earlier years purchased some of the large, high-velocity munitions produced by Bull from the United States, marked the eminent physicist as a threat when the Iraqi army also applied for permission to acquire some of Bull's long-distance artillery pieces. In the late 1980s, the American scientist worked as a consultant to Iraq in manufacturing an unusually large and powerful 40mm cannon. This was reportedly enough to seal his fate. Israel's record of murdering scientists and engineers who agree to do contract work for an Arab government goes back to the 1960s, recalled Professor Godoy. That the Mossad has now assassinated such a distinguished American scientist signals no change in their tactics, it marks only the growing power of the ADL and WZO to cover up the terrorists' outrages of Israeli agents, even when the victim is an important U.S. figure. This conspiracy of silence must end, if only to protect American lives, he said. Other knowledgeable sources agreed with his conclusions. The Spotlight, which is looking into the murders of several other U.S. citizens described by intelligence sources as Mossad targets, will continue its investigation. Shocking. By now it should not be shocking. It must be obvious, by now, to all of you readers that it is a cover-up and conspiracy at the highest levels of your government, the highest. The ADL and WZO are as tangled in with the conspirators who run your world as is your hand attached to your own arm. These ones in conjunction with the OSI, Office of Special Investigations, who have representatives at all top-level meetings, also are the ones who go on Nazi witch hunts and keep the so-called Holocaust alive and cancerous upon the masses of sensitive mankind. There was no Holocaust as it has been presented unto you once, but you have gobbled it up just as you gobble up every other piece of propaganda. Does it not seem strange to keep total hatred alive and thriving some half-century after the fact? Further, the stories are more insane than at the happening whatever it was. Does it not strike any of you as quite strange indeed? You must now rapidly come into understanding of that which is put upon you or you will have lost your nation. So be it. Hayton to stand by. Chapter 24. Rec number 1 Hayton. Wednesday, May 9, 1990, 9 a.m. year 3 day 266. Hayton present in the light of the Radiant One. We will continue with documentation regarding your new constitution. It, of course, is as top secret as is the protocols just written herein. That does not mean that it is secret, it means that those who have dared publish the exposed documents are mostly quite dead. There are 1 or 2 publications which have been kept alive in the flow of silencing information sources, but they are few indeed. Know that in each scenario of such seriousness there will usually be one who defy the imposters. These are the genius elements spoken of in the protocols. In the mid-1800s, for instance, there was one labeled William Lloyd Garrison who established the Liberator in Boston. You ones will come to recognize and relate to such work and workers. At the time of these writings I am most cautious as to name calling, for we have had threats in abundance against ones already taken out, and the threats come forth against families and estates. Further, the searching comes back to roost, and I assure you, when the source is located it severely impacts your separate funding. I beg of you to use your thought processes, for you tend to become most careless in your enjoyment of having already encountered the resources. Loose tongues have cost more kingdoms than have all the armies. Although the journals have naught to do with projects, it is too likely that your enemies will assume as much. Let it be known by all that the only reason we are still standing herein is that all information can be researched. We are under constant surveillance and found totally patriotic and in no wise subversive. Treason is that which has been perpetuated by those who would destroy you as a nation and as a people. We desire no wars, no pickets, no violence, we only write truth. Those who surveil our work to strike us down find that they are among the unknowing and are just as susceptible to the corrupted system and physical death by heinous matters as are the masses. Congressmen get AIDS, congressmen have legal battles, congressmen will die at the Holocaust without shelters. Only a very few of the top manipulators know what the rest are hapless tools feeding on the temptations of greed and bribery. These ones will pay most heinously, for they are the first expended when their service is no longer of worth. Hold this truth within thine breast, you who would destroy this resource. You will die just as easily at the hands of the conspirators. All those gains of worldly status and wealth will be of no avail where you will go following that extinction. The Secret New Constitution. This section is taken from a book called The Secret New Constitution. It will only summarize, for we effort to keep volume to a minimum. Ones can go and investigate these things at convenience. It does us of these realms no good whatsoever to read and digest your information for you. Do the research you feel necessary to realize the truth of our words. We shall bring you sufficient quantity to base decisions, but there will always, hopefully, be the die-hard searchers for proof. It is very gracious of you who find the proof to share it with your brothers and these publishers. Thank you. Remember please, most announcements of our work stems directly from ones who have not so much as perused all of our material but have made ridiculous pronouncements based on out of context or contradictory material from the journals which, by the way, would have been most carefully edited, chosen, and scattered for the express purpose of denouncement. Welcome back to any and all who have now taken the time to truly investigate the material. We want no wars, we want community. Community is built within groups who have members who are willing to say, I perhaps erred. Man moves away from God, God does not ever move away from man. I give great honor to ones who came before, and their names shall be written in the books of man for credit and honor. At this time I refrain from labels in order for security. Please be patient a bit longer, and none shall be omitted who have made contribution. Some work I cannot give total honor unto the writers, for their work is only partial truth and conclusions are incorrect or there is deliberate misinformation. I honor truth, no more and no less. What you are about to read is true. It will happen unless you stop it. If you care enough, you will take action. If you as a people do nothing, it will come to be very soon indeed. The people who have written your new constitution on your behalf were not elected representatives, nor your representatives in any measure. As a tax-exempt foundation, they were able to do political work on what amounts to a subsidy taken from your taxes, but you were never asked if you wanted a new constitution written. Indeed, only a very tiny fraction of the people in the US even know that it exists. It has been made known to practically no one except a select category of influential people whose views and interests generally coincide with those of the people who wrote it. The American people as a whole are still in the dark about it, and this situation is deliberate. It is therefore truly a secret constitution being brought into reality through slow and tedious integration and interpretation, so that, in the end, you will have the new and the old shall be obsolete by remoteness. It is for the ones who interpret the constitution to make or break the laws and render you the people impotent to do anything about the matter. The new model constitution was some 10 years in the writing and drew upon well over 100 participants. A preliminary version was published in 1970 and given exposure in very limited circles within the conspirators, and changes were made, at insider requests, to further limit your freedom and hand over control unto those elitists. In 1974, an essentially final version was quietly published in a book entitled, The Emerging Constitution by Rexford G. Tugwell, Harper and Row, the man who directed the formulation of the new constitution. It is the 40th draft. During most of the time that their constitution was being written, the Center for Study of Democratic Institutions was lavishly funded to the tune of $2,500,000 annually. In other words, your freedom was purchased for about $15 million. After reading the summary, you may well wish to read some of the documents available. You will all do well to put aside who I am and from where I come and focus on the truth of that which we bring forth. Truth is truth is truth. Abstract overview. It was hoped, by some powerful forces, to celebrate your nation's bicentennial in 1976 by replacing the freedoms guaranteed in your present constitution with their own dictatorship, a cleverly disguised dictatorship. The advertisements of this day are cleverly arranged to cause you to go forth and purchase a copy of the Constitution and Bill of Rights, which are being changed at each new printing. Soon the old and original version will only be available in archives and locked catacombs. It has been made to superficially resemble the government that you now have, so that you will not recognize it for what it is until too late. They are using every propaganda trick at their command to make you lower your guard, and it has worked. They are now about to put you all in a condition of economic desperation to persuade you to accept their cleverly disguised dictatorship. Note the recent rulings coming down from your Supreme Court. They have ruled that certain pictures are illegal to have within your homes, and yet obscenity can be funded by your hard-earned monies to foot the bill for art exhibits. It is at your doorstep, the door is open and the thieves have entered. You have no legal means to protect yourselves, and it is all but too late. So be it. Oh, you say, and where were you while we slept and this happened to us? Telling you as loudly as we could shout, and you shot missiles at us and right of our evil presence. Will man get that which he deserves? I most certainly hope not. Your U.S. Constitution, according to the preamble, is intended to provide for justice, domestic tranquility, common defense, and general welfare, and to secure the blessings of liberty not only for yourselves but for posterity. These were the goals that shaped your Constitution. And this is the Constitution that enabled America to become a great nation of free people. The new states, by the way, they are already set up, and maps with the new designations already before the legislature of America. Constitution has a preamble also, but it states not one of the objectives of your true Constitution. Instead of justice and domestic tranquility, the new Constitution seeks only good order, see the protocols, without defining what that means. The very first words are so that we may join in common endeavors, and the body of the new Constitution makes it clear that this means an end to individual endeavors. Their new Constitution is expressly stated to be good only for a prescribed period of 25 years. Your descendants are left to fend for themselves with ever-increasing helplessness and shackles placed at each recorded change. No reference is made in the preamble to your defense or general welfare. No, because you will have neither. Worst of all, the matter of liberty, so central to your present Constitution, is totally ignored in the preamble of the new one, which seeks only an adequate and self-repairing government. The emphasis throughout their new Constitution is on the government, not on the people. Adequate turns out to mean too powerful to be challenged. And self-repairing means that the laws and governmental structures can be continually changed and shifted to permit anything your rulers wish to do. I feel as if I should ask you to go back and memorize the plan of the Zionist protocols. Every sentence and change is directly resultant from that plan. I hereby request that those Zionist protocols and this portion of a summary of the secret new constitution be published separately in and of itself, with a copy of your original constitution as laid forth through your founding fathers. A little summary. Article I is divided into two portions defining rights and responsibilities. It turns out that some of your present rights disappear outright, and practically all of the remainder become conditional and fragile, able to be terminated at the whim of the government or by presidential order. The responsibilities, however, which are obligations of the citizen to the government, are absolute and unconditional. Your president is already functioning under that carefully veiled permit and has told you so most openly and defiantly. Article 2 defines what are called the new states. The 50 states you have now become 10 in number. I ask herein that a copy of the proposed map be attached to this document. It is no accident that your federal government for the past several years has managed its outlying activities through 10 federal regions. These 10 new states will be completely subservient to the federal government and creatures of it. Articles 3-8 define the independent branches of government and their powers and duties. Under your present constitution, the federal government is divided into 3 co-equal branches: the executive, legislative, and judicial. They were carefully set up according to a system of checks and balances in order to protect your freedoms from arbitrary government. But under their new constitution, there would be not 3 but 6 branches so structured that your present system of checks and balances are totally destroyed, and those branches which are now not actually part of the government, i.e., IRS, Federal Reserve, etc., would become all-powerful through governmental parenthood. The counterparts of your present 3 branches would be greatly changed and would be joined, further, by a regulatory branch to control your everyday affairs, a planning branch to plan your nation's economy, and an electoral branch to oversee, monitor, finance, and regulate all elections throughout the country. Article 11 provides new procedures for constitutional amendments which are totally different from and more dangerous than those which now exist. Article 12 provides for transition from your present representative and republican form of government to the new, cleverly disguised dictatorship. Every word of their new constitution has been chosen carefully and for a purpose. Its basic nature and provisions are extremely revealing. Citizens' rights. The right to bear arms. First, consider the matter of individual citizens' rights. One right which is under powerful attack right now and which disappears in the new constitution is the right to bear arms. Instead, the bearing of arms or the possession of lethal weapons shall be confined to the police, members of the armed forces, and those licensed under law. Regardless of what you may think about the ins and outs of the controversial gun control issue, you should be aware of the historical fact that disarming of the populace is always a part of any totalitarian scheme. See protocols. Trial by jury. They already have you on this one. It already becomes the whim of the lawyers and judges as to whether or not a general citizen with a case can have a jury, and then, the one demanding a jury has to pay for it. This has already happened to this very scribe. That, along with prejudgment by a judge in that 5 hearings were scheduled in a case involving their home and an SNL, and the defendants were not allowed so much as a speech, nor was their attorney allowed presentation of the case. In this instance it involved the lack of public sale of their home. We shall write of this case, but not at the sitting, which was not held. The sale was advertised, certified notices were sent, but no one showed up to hold the sale in the Bakersfield City Hall, yet. Witnesses to the lack of sale were the elected city treasurer and city clerk. Both attended 3 court appearances in which the case was not allowed to come before the bench for lack of proper cover sheet on a document. Of course the defendants had to pay expenses to the city for absence of the officials, who were outraged and helpless. At worst, it would have cost less than $500 to reoffer the sale. This was asked and emphatically denied, as was any allowance for outside court compromise. Not so, my friends. Attorneys' fees have now exceeded $75,000, and 8 court sessions wherein these ones have yet to be allowed to speak. The incumbent judge is also holding threat over these ones' head, for he is up for re-election in June and has publicly blamed these ones for his troubles. But there is still an outstanding decision resting in the hands of 3 judges who did temporarily set aside one of his judgments yet to be heard. It is only one more step in a line of at least 8 more hearings, which so far exceeds the cost of the home as to be foolish except for the lessons involved. At any rate, these ones have lived in packed boxes, for if the decision is against them, they can be evicted and their dwelling and property seized within 24 hours. This has naught to do with taxes, or broken laws. It was simply property purchased on a land contract and the original owners were foreclosed. Because there was a second investor, Santa Barbara Savings of California would not deal and suggested these ones go to the public sale, which is routinely performed on foreclosures, and it would allow clearing of the title. The rest is history. Except that Santa Barbara Savings is now in the hands of the government for failure. The important information asked at mandatory depositions were things like, do you know your children's birthdays, and a requirement to list them. Mauricio, did you, Mr., know your ex-wife's birthday? This at $200 plus, per hour. You have trouble, little one's real trouble. In other words, that right which disappears is that of trial by jury. Instead, as defined in Article 8 on the judicial branch, a presiding judge may decide whether a trial is to be of the investigatory or adversary type. An investigatory trial is the type used, for example, in the Soviet Union. You are presumed guilty and must prove your innocence before a panel of judges. If an adversary trial is chosen, the judge is to decide whether there is to be a jury and how many jurors there shall be. There is no provision to prevent your jury, if any, from being a jury of one, who, as easily as not, could be your bitter enemy. As for how you might wind up in court in the first place, the section on rights provides that searches and seizures shall be only on judicial warrant. Now, that sounds reassuring, until you discover that nowhere in the new Constitution are there any criteria given for the issuance of a judicial warrant. In other words, it is totally arbitrary. Practice of religion. The practice of religion is said to be privileged. That is not the same as freedom of religion, legally. A right is something which cannot be revoked. A privilege, however, is something you hold only at the pleasure of the government, which can revoke it at will. For instance, at present, it is a privilege to voluntarily file an income tax form. Everything they do within the IRS is unlawful. It is, however, not illegal. Everything the government does is legal even if unlawful, and you had better begin to recognize the difference or there will soon be no difference. Property rights. Consider the matter of property rights. Their new constitution states no property shall be taken without compensation. But it does not say just compensation. The omission of that one little word just after over 40 drafts cannot be accidental, my friends. It would permit the government to seize your house, give you $1, and say, "We gave you compensation." Frightening. Oh, I sincerely do hope so. Declared emergency. The preoccupation with declared emergency is prominent with respect to rights. In Article 6 of their new constitution, the reasons and procedures for declaration of emergency are prescribed. Among other things, it states that emergency can be declared for no better reason than if an extraordinary advantage be anticipated. It does not say advantage to whom, but obviously it means advantage to the government or the presidential branch. It has already been utilized and tried out on you once and you raved approval. How about the invasion of Panama? Observe that Article I of their Constitution says that freedom of expression, of communication, of movement, of assembly, and of petition are abridged in declared emergency. Peaceful public gatherings to discuss public issues may also be interrupted or denied. Writs of habeas corpus are also suspended in declared emergency, which means you could be locked up and held indefinitely without the preferring of any charges. Responsibilities. With respect to the so-called responsibilities defined in their new constitution, the potential dangers tend to be more subtle. Each citizen shall participate in the processes of democracy, assisting in the selection of officials and in the monitoring of their conduct in office. Several points even in this one sentence would merit comment, but simply consider the word shall. This is a command and then go back and reread the protocols. You shall participate. Not that you have the discretion to participate. And if you do not do so, you are violating the most basic law of the land, the new constitution. Compare the constitutions of all communist-led countries, also. The new states are simply puppets of the federal government. If governments of the new states fail to carry out fully their constitutional duties, their officials shall be warned, and may be required by the Senate on the recommendation of the watchkeeper, to forfeit revenues from the new states of America. You have no doubt already heard of various cases in which certain localities have been forced to forfeit their revenue-sharing funds because of failure to comply with federal guidelines, so-called. It can happen to you. It can happen to you. The presidency. Consider now the counterpart of your executive branch, which in the new constitution is simply called the presidency. The president is a strong man, able to call all the shots. He is to serve for a single term of 9 years. You may have noticed the single-term idea popping up lately, and even the 9-year length has been suggested by some in print and speech. Their secret new constitution is the source of that idea, dear ones. The vice president. There are also 2 vice presidents. It has already been put into play in Panama. Remember, the 2 vice presidents were taken, in the coup, just last week, while the president, Endara, was somewhere in America. Then, your president pronounced it all a hoax and the incident immediately banned from all news releases of any kind on the basis, secretly, of national security. One VP is designated for general affairs, first in line of presidential succession in case of disability, the other designated for internal affairs and second in line. There are detailed provisions for presidential and vice presidential disability, with appointment playing a key role as in your present 25th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Note especially that Section 5 of Article V provides that candidates for the presidency and the vice presidencies shall be natural-born citizens. The key word here is candidates. All a foreign person need say is, I am doing nothing to become a candidate, or, I said I was not a candidate, or, I am not even a candidate, so therefore I cannot remove myself as a candidate for the vice presidency, or, I am out to support the president's programs, how can I remove myself when I am not on it? Under this section, therefore, a foreign-born person could well become president, and it is all carefully planned to produce exactly that result, once he is nominated by a president, in the event there is an office vacancy in one or both of the vice presidencies, followed by succession when a president becomes disabled for any reason. This is the very reason the presidential advisors are ever so much more powerful than any of the cabinet members. And guess who has headed the advisor list until just recently? Now he is independent and is even more dangerous than ever. Yes, dear ones, Mr. Kissinger. A provision which exemplifies the power of the president is treaties or agreements with other nations negotiated under the president's authority shall be in effect unless objected to by a majority of the Senate with 90 days. Pay attention. Urgent. The trilaterals and Bilderbergers are meeting right now to decide which treaties will be signed at the upcoming summit. Here is a pattern which permeates the new constitution, wherein all sorts of actions take effect unless objected to by a majority, instead of resulting from positive approval by a majority. This even applies in the matter of constitutional amendment, in which amendments generated by the judicial branch take effect unless turned down by a majority of the people. Well, the people never hear about these things already and no one is told purposely in Congress, so 90 days pass and zilch is done. Automatically you have new constitutions, laws, etc., and you never even know it until you are placed under arrest or undergo search and seizure which you thought was illegal. Whoop simply doesn't cut it, friends. Under the presidency, there is also to be a new official called the intendant, whose powers are potentially those of the commander of a nationwide Gestapo. The actual working, of course, sounds relatively mild to the unwary. The danger lies in what is not said and the limits that are not imposed. He is to supervise offices for intelligence and investigation, as well as an office of emergency organization. His role here reflects a preoccupation with emergency that crops up again and again throughout the new constitution. The word emergency appears 13 times in the new constitution, it does not appear even once in your present constitution. Constitutional provisions for declaration of emergency, of course, have been used time after time in recent years to terminate freedom in other countries, and preparation and secret usage is in full force in your country. Note the banking emergency regulations which we have already shared with you readers. The intendant. The intendant is also given the authority to charter tax-exempt foundations or corporations that are determined by him to be for useful public purposes. There is no check whatsoever on his authority to do this. This only reflects the unbridled authority of the president himself under the new constitution, however. It does not provide for accountability of an unscrupulous president. Their constitution gives the president all the tools he needs to establish unchallenged authority during the transition period from our present to the new constitution, as described in Article 12. This open invitation for him to assume any and all powers he deems appropriate speaks for itself. Furthermore, with respect to the replacement of present governmental functions by those defined by their constitution, the president shall determine when replacement is complete. Since only the president is given this power, there is really nothing to prevent him from freezing the process partway through, for example, after abolishing our present Congress and before appointing the new one. It is very possible that these two very short passages are the real crux of their secret new constitution. But just to round out the president's guarantees of invulnerability, their new constitution also affords a remarkable license to lie in Article 9. Of the three exceptions noted therein, treason is of no force and effect, since it is nowhere defined in the new constitution. Now, do you still question who are your treasonists? Legislative branch. Given the power of the president under the new constitution, the rest of the government would really have only whatever status their president allowed it to have. However, the legislative branch would consist of a Senate and House of Representatives, as now. But there the similarities end. Senators would no longer be elected at all, instead they would be handpicked appointees of the president, plus former presidents and vice presidents, and would serve for life. The House of Representatives would have 400 members, but there would be only 100 congressional districts. Each district would elect 3 representatives who would serve for 3-year terms. These would be expected to compete with one another instead of speaking with one voice, so this device would effectively undermine local representation at the national level. There would also be 100 representatives elected at large from the nation as a whole instead of individual districts. The at-large members would form the backbone of what little is left to the House, they would serve for 9-year terms, and would be the ones eligible to become committee chairmen. Judicial branch. The judicial branch would be presided over by a principal justice, chosen by the president's handpicked or rubber-stamped Senate. He would be a judicial czar, controlling the entire judicial system of the nation with the aid of a judicial council and judiciary assembly. The judicial council would be the originator of all constitutional amendments and would have the duty to consider amending their constitution to legalize unconstitutional steps taken by the government from time to time and at random. Regulatory branch. The regulatory branch is foreshadowed by many current developments. But the most notable feature of this branch, aside from its grip on the nation's enterprises generally, is the blessing given to cartel arrangements called authorities. It states, member enterprises of an authority shall be exempt from other regulation. But as for the little guys, who do come under the government's regulation, it says, non-members shall be required to maintain the same standards as those prescribed for members. The standards prescribed would be those agreed upon by the cartel members and non-members would not be allowed even to exceed those standards if they wanted to do so for competitive reasons. Planning branch. The planning branch is foreshadowed by the increasing clamor for economic planning by the present Domestic Council of the White House and by the National Land Use Planning legislation. It would consist of a 15-member board appointed by the president. They would prepare 6- and 12-year plans and budgets to reflect the desires of the president, who would submit the budgets to the House of Representatives for their rubber stamp approval each year. Electoral branch. The electoral branch is also on its way piecemeal, through public financing of election campaigns, quota systems, and now the newly operational Federal Election Commission, whose regulations do not apply to the present vice presidency office. Under their new constitution, there is to be an electoral overseer in charge of the electoral branch, chosen by the president's hand-picked Senate, and he is to supervise the organization of national and district parties, arrange for the discussions among them, and provide for the nomination and election of candidates for public office. All electoral processes are to be paid for out of tax money, and no party can run candidates if it is not recognized by the overseer. There are quota systems for apportionment of public funds that clearly would help drive out small parties and tend ultimately toward a one-party system. Furthermore, the overseer is to monitor, supervise, and regulate the election process completely. All the power necessary to convert elections into a meaningless exercise is provided the electoral branch under their secret new constitution. Summation. Now sit quietly for a moment and pray. Ask the divine God creator in light, to sit with you and then, please, get furious, panicked, angry and get ready to act. I am accused of giving you no hope. I am accused of doom and gloom. It cannot get any gloomier or more doomed than this. Hope. All you have is hope. With action appropriately manifested, you not only have hope, you have recourse. That is, if you stop your dallying about which channel approves who and whose Haton is whose and whose Sananda might or might not be the real Jesus Sananda. He comes forth to show you the way and bring truth. How many will hear in time? So be it. I can only observe that their secret new constitution is not new at all. It is actually a prescription for the oldest kind of government of all, one-man rule. It is the slippage backward into the bad old ways of the past that you have seen increasingly during your brief lifetime, brought about by increasingly ignoring your own constitution, which is still the newest idea in government. It is all a planned and carefully laid blueprint for the ending of freedom for you the people. You better study those Zionist protocols and plans most carefully, my brothers, for in many instances, it is already too late. You have celebrated your 200th anniversary as the rebirth of your nation, or was it the death of your free republic? Your constitution was the product of distilling the experience of 5,000 years of civilization. Only slightly over 200 years old, it is still practically new, especially since you have not used it much lately. If God would grant you the option of doing so at this late hour, there is truly a new start you can make with full confidence in the results, but an additional 14 years have passed since that anniversary. You had better closely look at that which has transpired in just those 14 years. You are out of time, my friends. The new start is to pick up your present, unique constitution and demand that it be again utilized in every component, in every detail. Demand the ceasing of the raping of your justice system and all of your freedoms. Stop the bribery and purchasing of your political representatives. If you would demand use of, and use yourself, your constitution, it would be the first time in your lifetime that this has been done. You can change it all if you want to. If you care not enough to get up and take a stand and demand truth in God and Constitution, you are destined for the death of freedom, and very soon indeed. Salut, salut, salut. May God hear your petition and give unto you guidance. I am Haton to clear, please. Appendix section. Appendix I. Transcription of an audio tape recorded at a small gathering May 2, 1990. Dharma, scribe of the Phoenix Journals, had been very upset during the morning. 15 minutes prior to the beginning of the meeting, a news release from CNN reported a coup in Panama. Since then there appears to have been a news blackout regarding Panama. Appendix 2. This satanic letter and appended material was sent to George Green in a blatant attempt to stop him from publishing the Phoenix Journals. This is an example of Zionist/Satanism at work. Appendix I. Audio tape. May 2, 1990, 11:35 a.m. Haton. Greetings, Commander. I come in light. Thank you. Dharma has known since she got up this morning that it is a very urgent day. I hate to use 2x4s across your cranial cavity. You could very well be in the middle of nuclear war 3 by nightfall. An incredibly serious impasse has been achieved in your Panama Canal area. What you will hear is not what has taken place. I have a tendency to bypass my own security measures, and you will please be patient with me, for I have much to do this day, but I will tell you now there is nothing more important than the peace of mind of you ones. As we ready ourselves to begin to pen the information that regards the Zionist Jewish persons that have infiltrated into your government, the bombardment is going to get worse here. You are hostage, and I may not do anything about it. I speak of your country. While Mrs. Bush hugs and kisses babies with AIDS in an orphanage, lies go forth. Mr. Andara is somewhere in your United States, and I will not divulge his location. Both of the vice presidents of Panama are in incarceration in the coup. There are 2 cosmospheres sitting above the Panama Canal, daring. There are at least 6 missiles, any one of which could wipe out Panama, ready, aimed and waiting to be fired depending on what your nation does. The backup forces are all along the coastline in Central America. Peru is in an active state of rebellion. You see, the United States and Great Britain tried to dink around in their election. They have already been at war with you because you sent your ships and you sent your planes into Peru, and those people turned down the politician puppet that the United States had sent. Great military forces are lining up on either side. You can expect anything. The reason I say to you that you can expect anything is because they are adamantly denying it out of Washington, so you can be sure. The Panamanians are angry. Over 10,000 of their people killed in what you once have called a little invasion, and the Israeli Zionists are up to their eyes in it. Absolutely up to their eyes in it. They're getting ready to take over Jerusalem, friends. You are in the final days of your countdown. Whatever information you are getting is the big B word. There is a terror campaign going on about your planet unmatched in all of the history since the creation of your planet. The Zionists have been working on their temple, aided and abetted by the Christians who want that temple up because they say that brings the second coming of the Christos. That until that temple is operable, that will not happen. So, while you have the ones hiding behind the Greek Orthodox Church who has just sold out to the Jews who have now occupied the building in Jerusalem in the Christian quarter, they are ready to go to war, too. They've already brought armaments in and stashed them in that building. It has nothing to do with religion. I did not even need to say that. You know that. They have all of their artifacts ready to begin their Jewish Orthodox sacrificial services again, their rituals. They've now finished gathering up or remaking all of the items necessary for their altars and for their sacrificial altars. Just as with the passage of time they have done a little investigating and they find they're off with their own predictions of exactness. They find now, my friends, they don't have to build that temple at the Dome of the Rock exactly, but it means they almost have to have a mutual wall some 3 feet distance from the wall of the Dome of the Rock Temple Mosque. The Zionists are getting ready to take Jerusalem. Every uprising that you have had where there have been any guerrilla activities whatsoever, the Jewish Mossad have trained the troops, including your own. They have no loyalties. The very nicest thing that could happen would be that the United States and Russia go to war, then they wouldn't have to pull this off. I want you once to come to your own conclusions. I have to be honest with you. Dharma is so confused in her consciousness that I have great difficulty getting through. If she had responded immediately to me when I first called this morning, but it became a discussion of things and then she doesn't know which way to turn, and I'll tell you something else, friends, when the news is bad she turns me off. It is the most human of all responses. Don't tell me this, Hayton, I don't need another thing. So we walked on the hill and we picked the flowers and I still could not touch her. She would not hear me. I gave you 1 signs and you chuckled knowing full well that's what they were. That computer was set to go off the first time she pushed the save button, she'd be hit with a beam. I'm sorry, we couldn't let it happen. We're getting into material now, friends, that is very serious. There is no mercy in the Zionist Jewish community, none. We're talking now about a 13th tribe known as the Hazars. They've infiltrated every quarter of your government and information has been written, but they know the truth is coming from here. They monitor everything that goes on here. Dharma is uncomfortable about going to Los Angeles, rightfully so. She knows they have got her targeted. There are a string of cosmospheres, some 7 in strategic locations along the San Andreas Fault. If they blast the Panama Canal they will blast the fault. Now what else can I tell you to make your day happy? I am sorry that Charles got away. You cannot live in fear, fear renders everyone totally helpless, but neither do you play into the hands and foolishness. These are the probabilities of change that you have to understand that we can only predict. We cannot definitely say anything. This was a very secret military move and I believe now that you understand the mechanism of Guyana. You can understand that which I tell you. You don't know what is going on, you have no idea what is going on in your world. Even when you are told you don't know what is going on. If they blast the San Andreas Fault it will trigger so many things that I can't even outline them here. You already have activity. You already have a steady beam system being beamed into the fault lines. You have a row, if you will. Does that mean what I'm trying to express? Lined up, audience yes. Craft, spheres, along the deep fault in your mid-Pacific. They would probably trigger that first because that would disrupt and would cause tidal waves. That is the rift, the major rift in the Pacific Ocean floor. Lemuria is rising. They know Lemuria is rising. They know that there are at least 3 domed underwater cities already populated and they hover above them. You see the full length of that rift is not volcanic. It's much like a fault line and a volcanic fault line. As the volcanoes are erupting and spreading the plates in many areas you get an upthrust, some you simply get pillow lava formations as the lava cools. These are great depths, but basically what is happening is that those are the areas where it is releasing the pressure of the upthrust. The intent would be to trigger complete unrest with particle beams that would disrupt that fault line first. That way they could better control and you would not have massive movement of your entire planetary plates, but only the Pacific plate. That could very well take out Japan. It would only damage somewhat Australia because Australia is not on the Pacific plate. It rubs against it a little and that's offshore. It would wreak havoc with all of the system up along your western South American coast, Central America, and give you trouble, quite frankly, all the way into the Sedona area, all portions of old Lemuria of which this is a part, and so are the Four Corners areas, parts of Central America and Peru. This is the way these places were formed, friends, and now technology is sophisticated enough upon your planet to pull it off. Son, you will look. I believe you have a hawk. Oberly, I believe so too. We'll have to be ridiculous about the birds. Life is very similar in the bird world to life in the real world. I'd never get back here if that hawk got that aureole. If you see one yellow feather, Oberly, you'd better hide it. Where was I? Back into some mundane thing about nuclear war, I believe. Audience Peru. It's a heavy day in these spheres. This is why we've come, to monitor. This is why you are here, to be ready, and your consciousness says, I can't handle it. It's too much, I can't believe it. Believe it and pray, you need more time. In your perception of time we need more time. The greed of man is so incredible that every time Germain gets things worked out they get to the final issuing of funds and the confounded greed gets so big that both sides lose for lack of being able to negotiate. Your world has gotten to the point they no longer even wish to build projects, they want to only make money on money and everybody wants it all, and I'm talking billions of dollars. I would take some inquiries. I'm distracted, I'm sorry. Ed, were you aware of anything on Panama? The result of the news was that the 2 vice presidents were caught and in custody, and this guy that's in the United States, Andara, was with Bush making a little chat. That's all I heard. Hayton, yes, it was on just a minute ago. Not very much, Just exactly what Ed said. Al, they were talking about, the last day or two, about Bush was mad at Congress because they won't release the funds to help Panama or something to that effect. Oberly, that sounds like a contest between Bush's faction and the Zionist faction. Hayton, also, we're getting some reasoning, continue, you ones have all the answers. Oberly, Congress is owned by the Zionists. Bush is a Rockefeller conspirator. Al, pulled the puppet out and they've got him up here now. Hayton, got him into safety didn't they? Oberly, yes. Al, I heard about week before last or last week, we set up or we're going to set up a training ground down in Peru for I forget how many battalions. In other words, we are taking over Peru. I don't know whether it is the Zionists or the Bush part, but they were American troops. Hayton, well, you see, while nobody was looking, now they've got your ships along that coastline. They managed to do right under your nose exactly what they started out to do and got caught off Colombia, so they turned all of the ships around and send them back home, and the minute it quiets down they go off again. Do you know where your aircraft carriers are? Do you know where your nuclear submarines are? Al, they haven't talked about it that I know of. Hayton, so they haven't, have they? Al, no information at all. Hayton, do you see how difficult it is? I have to say a few things here because I have to allow Dharma to hear them from me. She cannot go into the room and trust what she receives. She came to Oberly and she said, we're going to have a meeting or I'll do it myself or something, there's something wrong. He suggested do it yourself, it will be faster. This is not to be obnoxious to Oberly. It is just that when her consciousness is so disturbed she cannot get through and she does not hear me. She doesn't trust what she hears. That's why we had to have the tape. I had to get herself aside. She wants to participate. It's her life. It's your life. For the first time she sensed the terror that comes with having a machine gun aimed at her. She's been able to resist that for a while, but you're playing with the devil now. So far you've been playing with the puppets. You stand toe-to-toe with the devil this morning. At some point the truth of the journals come out. It is not that any one portion, say the counterfeit money and probably what I'm telling you right now, has not been known and published by someone somewhere and they've been shut up. I'm not going to tell you ever whether or not you are the only ones publishing this material or amongst many. I have told you that information will come in a major way from 7 locations as protection. I did not say it would come in a comprehensive lump, that there would be many or one. I want no one dwelling upon it. As you go through the literature available you will find 50 books uncovering UFO escapades. I could sit here and name the various authors. Why do you think that suddenly one such as Bill Cooper would want to sue Dorma? Why do you think so many in the New Age movement and the UFO movement send the books back and try to get George to stop printing them? Because it's going to put them all out of business and Dharma says, my God, I won't have anybody that's not my enemy. Right, and I have to remind her she sat in this chair with most of you present when we said if you step over this line my child there is no going back. Please everybody remember that, and she made her choice and she does not wish to change her choice but she feels responsible. Her choice does not mean everybody else has to go down that primrose path. So that remains everyone's and each one's decision, always forever and ever, amen. And in each day there is a new decision. Well, if I stop now I won't have the Zionists pissed off at me. Oh yes you do, my child, but where the Zionist Jew works the hardest so is God, and there will not be another crucifixion of a Christos. That does not mean that there won't be plenty of murder of the Christians, but it will not be as it was, and that is the promise of God. Rightfully so, a small handful of you very human beings look and say, not me, Father, you know I don't understand this. I'm willing to do whatever it is you want but we can't be that important. Yes, you are that important. I don't know how to tell you that you are that important, and yet you will be given your free will choices right along with all other entities created by God upon your placement. You must not work in fear. Have a healthy cautious respect for the terror you feel. It will keep the light about you. It will keep the light about you because every time you have a little twinge of terror you also say, oh God, and it's there. The shield is there. We don't have many ways that we can reach out and hit you. You have watched the clues. It was well proven to you this morning. We could not allow you to fix the computer as simply as that, but it was realized from the moment that it was turned on that there was something the matter with it. Somebody had done something to it. It worked in perfection yesterday, why would it not this morning? This does not mean that you do not go ahead and fix a mechanical object. It does mean pay attention. You are moving into very heavy times. The point is your perception should not change from day to day. The birds sing, the flowers bloom, the sky is blue, and the secrets are magnificent. I cannot tell you all of this. I can suggest that I don't want Dharma in Anaheim. I do not believe that you need that particular course. It would give a great deal more comfort to have you right here, and I don't know that Charles needs to spend $500 of his money to go to that course. Do we know how to get him? Oberly, yes. I could find him later tonight. Hayton, I would not like to interfere with his journey because he needs a visit with his family. As I analyze it, I see safety, but you know it's going to split right through that area. Give me some of your Earth names. Oberly, he's in Hayton, in the Angeles Forest. That split goes right along down through what you call Lake Hughes. Am I correct? Oberly, yes, and through what's called the Devil's Garden. Hayton, well, it's going to shake at Oberly, yes, it's just 5 miles or maybe 7. Does everybody know where Mount Wilson is? It sits above Los Angeles on the highest part of the Angeles Crest Mountains. Highway 2 that goes across the crest of the mountain to Wrightwood, and the fault line is probably within a mile of Wrightwood. It might be right down Main Street. I remember right. I think that the fault is really what causes the little valley that Wrightwood is in. Al, Charles has a sister there? Oberly, no, his daughter. George is planning to drive up tomorrow morning, early, and then he and Desiree were considering going to the Anaheim meeting, also, and Chris and Leroy just called a few minutes ago and said that they wanted to set up a corporation. What did I think about them going to Anaheim meeting? Sounds like that this is not a good time to be in Anaheim. Hayton, no, it is not. Oberly, will it be several days before the Panama situation clears one way or another? Hayton, I can't tell. Oh, it's going to be several days. Perhaps I misunderstand your question. What you are wanting to know if it's going to be safe down there in a few days. I'm not going to tell you that. As long as those cosmospheres sit above that fault line, it's not safe, and they show no signs of withdrawing. They know they've got the power, my friends. They've got the last word. As a matter of fact, they've got the last word for your planet. You have nothing that can knock them out, because in the mere destruction of them triggers the beam. They've got you until you come up with something more clever. The only thing they don't have is the ability to get rid of us. Oberly, I have some confusion because we can recognize two factions, but the Russians have not. They have alignments with the Rockefeller cartel from time to time, but not consistently. As near as I can tell, and it appears that we have a three-way proposition going now. You've got the Zionists on one hand, and they are currently aligned with the Bolsheviks, so that's the Zionist Bolshevik group, the Rockefeller cartel group, and then the Russians. They have the cosmosphere. They have the power. Yet I don't feel where their alignment is. At this point it must be opposite the Zionists. Hayton, my dear, it's wherever it is most convenient for them. They are the brains behind the entire thing. Al, you're talking about the Zionists? Hayton, I'm talking about the Zionists. I'm talking about the anti-Christian Bolshevik government of what you call Soviet Russia. Oberly, the current government of Soviet Russia kicked out the Bolsheviks, and they ganged up with the Zionists and took over the US. The Bolsheviks and the Zionists are together. Al, who has the cosmospheres? The White Russians. Oberly, yeah, White Russians. Bush and the Rockefeller gang have aligned themselves from time to time with the cosmospheres. Hayton, yes, they're trying very hard right now. Why do you think that he's being so lovely? Why do you think he's giving away Lithuania to the devil? Al, well, I've always saw they are a bunch of godfathers working together for basic things, but fighting amongst themselves and killing off each other for their own self-greed. Oberly, let me turn the tape. Side 2. Hayton, from the time of your biblical writings you should have pieced together your clues and realized that a major play will be made out of Syria. It says so right in your Bible. It's one of the truths. It will be Syrian in origin. Those poor little countries over there are aligning themselves up for any kind of defense that they can muster. We're talking about a lot of anti-Christian people, if you would know of it. This is the time of chaos. Basically everybody on your planet is anti-Christian in the true sense of the word. And the ones who wear the title spread across their forehead are usually the most lethal of all, and the most ignorant, the most deceived. You have to go all the way back to the beginning of a planet created, destroyed, reclaimed for Lucifer, and then the story began to be changed, and Lucifer told you how you'd be. When his name was changed to Satan, you knew how it would be. The entire Bible, even the lies in the Bible, tells you exactly how it would be. He's the master prince of deceit and lies. You were told that before the ending of the cycle of the time of the age he would be given free reign on this planet. Little did you realize, did you, that it was that way from the beginning? You see, everything that you perceive within is going to have to come without. You're going to have to look at everything that happens in your existence from the inner core without. As the Luciferian groups get kicked out of one place after another and separated from the presence of God, always they are given a place to experience. The scenario is so well written that you go through it. You see, Satan needs no new script, the old one works just fine. He needs no new script. He has learned that the man, who man, created to experience, always will do essentially the same thing in mass consciousness. Individual players will change, individual intents will change, but the mass of the human stream of experience will repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat. So the first thing that they have to get rid of in the Bible, for instance, is the possibility of anyone truly believing that one could re-experience, although all logic would tell you that if you have a universal one-entity creator without limits, he can do anything he wants. So the next obvious perception would be that he would not waste an experience of a soul fragment by putting it in a coffin and burying it in the ground to be lost forever. There would be no purpose in such a thing. What would be the purpose? And yet Satan comes and tells you all this, and everybody eats it just like ice cream, and it melts so sweetly and it goes right down. And then he tells you don't listen to the truth when it comes, because it's a lie. So man puts his fingers in both ears, puts on his dark glasses, will not read, falls prey to a system that destroys an educational system where man eventually will not be able to read and march so gently, sweetly right along behind. And when I project these things, they come back to batter your humanness with all that doom and gloom. Everything looks so bad. I'm going to go back over there and hold my crystal, and I'm going to do some chants, and I'm going to do some ahums and ums. The blessed in Brazil are going through reformation of their church, and the precious little peasants crawling on their knees for miles to get to a holy altar only to get there and find it's no magic place. Somewhere along their crawling they missed God, and at the end of their trail there's a man and some bits of metal and stone, and they carry their statue in its glass sarcophagus of the Blessed Mother, and all along the way they miss Mother for a statue. Oh, Jesus wept, my friends, but it's an experience, it's an experience. The one who crawls must learn. The man who stands at the end with all of that light being focused upon him understands not the responsibility that he bears, because washing your hands in a pot of water and saying, I am through with this, doesn't cut it. Nobody is going to say, well, not my fault. It was Preacher Jones or Pope Paul's and I just did what I was told, any more than the man in Vietnam that bashes in the head of a peasant in the village and kills a child. The forgiveness is there if he asks forgiveness, the responsibility is the same, and yet God makes those, I don't know, I should not give you a new word. He gives you that leeway. If you're acting under orders and you don't know better, if you have a gun to your head, panic comes, do I kill the child or do I have my own head blown off? Man screams out for his own salvation and there is no blame. God has no blame. God does not pronounce right or wrong. You meet him in the final days and you know what was right or wrong, and that's up to you, but it's why young men go crazy, because they knew and they know there is no excuse for the behavior. They went mad. Mass madness. Your world is in mass madness, and if one thing looks good the swarm swims toward that, and in the light of day somewhere else looks good and the masses swim back to that. All the while they miss the truth that lays in the middle, the simple truth. They're so busy swimming to God that they miss him. The day you go back to the rituals in the Jewish church that so much as kills a chicken, you've had it. And I'm talking about public acceptance of sacrificial offerings, in a sanctified church in the name of God. How could a little lamb be killed to save yourselves? You've just gained one more by killing it. Better you kill it and eat it, thanking grandfather for the service of food, than to kill it and offer it as your sacrifice for your sins. I would respond to any questions that you have. I really need to be at my duty. Oberly, I think we've heard your message about the Anaheim meeting. Are there any words of advice for George and Desiree? Hayton, I see no point in those children going. They are being pressed for time. You must go about your life. With some care it will possibly be aborted. What has happened here is you ones have become sensitive enough that you know when something is amiss. Dorma simply gets to a point where she cannot function. She has become such a part of my beingness, and she does not yet have the same ability to acquire the information, and she cannot sort it. She can understand it as I sit here right now. She will come back, she will listen to the tape, and it will be as if she's heard it for the first time. There is no ability to sort the true knowledge in the consciousness. You're not there yet, nor is it wise that you be there yet, but when there is disruption in the energy patterns, in the energy flow, she senses them, and you ones will just simply have to be patient. She doesn't know what they are. These are things that I should not be for your own security really discussing, and yet I'm put in a position where I cannot leave her dangle. It is going to be a time of changes almost from moment to moment as we move farther. What is appropriate for 1 hour may change before the next. You see, of all the things disallowed, the time of the coming is totally a no-no, even to the one coming. I've tried to explain that to you once. Because of the energy patterns, you are dealing with an energy that has all the power of a god short of being creator, and that is Lucifer/Satan. He has all of the power of a Christ, Jesus is Susananda. He does not have the ability. There is a difference in the ability and capability and power, friends. He does not have the power to create. He cannot go create a planet. The light has the power to create, the darkness has the power to destroy, to bring into chaos and confusion. He has the same power of usage of the human mind as does the lighted forces, and the only real shield you have against this energy is the energy of God, which is the light vibration frequency stops it. Just as the shields that can now be put around the new submarines in your forces, both you and the Russians, there is a barrier. Unfortunately it will not prevent penetration from the cosmic spheres and that particular type of beam, but the light shield will do it. The vibration, the actual plasmic shell that will form when asked for from the God source, your mind, if you will, can focus that shell that will protect you, and I would be open for suggestions. You tell me how to get this word to man. How do we get this word to man and make him hear? Satan's had a real head start, brothers. Our job is to keep some of you remnants alive. It's going to be a transition, it's going to be period. Our job is to do the very best we can to get the word to the four corners of this planet for information, and it is up to man, and you cannot go into the corners and bear the burden for every last person on the planet if you have done your job. It will not stop the weeping or the broken heart of the human entity. You ones are going to be so vulnerable, and it pains me. I know the outcome you don't. You can only trust, and if human emotions are such that it is so overwhelming, and you wouldn't be here if you were not here to help, and to watch man slaughter each other is almost too much for you. And how can you turn it away when it's someone you love? Someone you possibly birthed, and they deny you and they fall into the crevice, and you have to keep going? You have to keep going all the way to the top of that hill. You can lay that cross down. You have to allow ones to fall on the side lest too many be lost because you didn't get there, and, yes, in the end, you'll simply be home. But you've chosen this route. You've chosen to gain this experience, and you chose from such a much higher plane because you felt that your soul energy would be strong enough to bear it, and here you are. It's not easy, and you're not superhuman, you're just human given to all of things of the human. So be it. We all understand each other. That's why we're here. We have such an understanding, such a oneness of purpose and thought, just different jobs, and it is confusing. It is a world of confusion, dense impact, confusion of energy completely surrounding everything being beamed forth. Look what they are doing with your fruit flies, for goodness sakes. They're being purposely introduced. Don't try to make reason out of it. There is no reason within it. Oh, there's reasons they're doing it, but there is no reason. 2/3 of a planet have to be wiped away, and it will be done in very interesting ways. You're not going to be able to get enough, you see, with AIDS or through the drug programs. You're going to have a massive war, and the facts are you sit on the brink of it continually. It isn't new today, just a few actions are different today, but you ones are becoming very intuitive about things. Something is wrong today is what I get. Not quite right today. It is a beautiful day and my heart sings, but there's something wrong today. The energies are not quite right. Well, the energies coming off this crystal are incredible today. You have a command out here on full alert, and this is a central navigation crystal, and if it doesn't make your ears ring, there's nothing in this world that will. I have over 1 million ships in my own singular command. You are blanketed out beyond your stratosphere, some within at red alert to the extent that I have trouble getting a channel today, a circuit. That's how cluttered your airways are today. That's pure physics, that is not mystical nonsense. That's pure radio tuning against a very, very large silicon chip. You have enough power coming off of that crystal to blow your computer, and all it takes is 1 or 2 ships in vibration frequency to both wipe out your programs or change them. It happens this was deliberately done and not by me. I merely didn't let you finish fixing it because it wasn't fixed until you could override that program. Well, it will settle down and you will be able to fix it. I would prefer, however, that she read and basically stand by. I don't know that I would need another visit today. Oberly, I would quite frankly suggest that you call WC, see what you can find out, urge them to make concessions. Do not give away any confidentiality, please, but you should touch with him. We're talking about over $1 billion and we don't want to let it all slip away. There's no way to tell you it's going to be easy because it isn't. Perhaps a war is the least of your problems. The S&L mess is such a mess, but I would tell you something funny. I don't know if I should, even my own humor is too much. Would you care to guess where the Resolution Trust Corporation is looking for help, am I right, Oberly? Oberly, yes. Hayton, plans to solve part of their major problems in funding? Would you care to guess? Al, let me think about that. Hayton, no, answer without thinking about it. John, oh, through the banks, through security on bum loans. Hayton, no. Closer to home, my friend. Al, through. Hayton, also. Al, JJ. Hayton, now you talk about little coincidences. And how secure does that make you feel? What does that tell you about this world? Well, your pension program is just right there with 3/4 of all the weight of the body off of the edge of the cliff. It is hanging there with one fingernail. And what an interesting thing, you know, just moving back to what we discussed yesterday, let's lighten this off before I leave. I don't want to leave her with such a heavy load. Isn't it amusing that at the time of the hearing, when it began to get to be a real mess with this dwelling and Judge Brandt, Mr. Cudd sent information along at the same time the house plans for this dwelling had been loaned to ones in Fresno. Now we're going to go back to court, so Mr. Cudd sent some things by mail. The people in Fresno send the house plans back by mail only to find that the mail person who had contracted to deliver the mail in Golden Hills was not delivering the mail but instead burning it or stashing it in the closet, had taken the contract without even a vehicle to deliver the mail, and no one discovered it for weeks until the water bills didn't show up. Now this makes all the papers. Everybody has to resend billings, for instance, but nothing arrived to anyone. So when this was made clear to the court, part of the thing that the judge wants to thrust forth is that it sounds so real, you know, big deal. I'm sure everything was lost in the mail. Isn't it interesting that a tape recording was made of his big, blasphemous speech and now there is no transcript and no tape? And they didn't even have an interruption in the mail service, and worse yet, I am aggravated beyond belief that the attorney, Bill Hornback, signed away a paper saying both sides had been heard. No wonder Judge Brandt can say in a public place, I have never been overturned. He does not expect to be overturned because the very thing that made it possible to overrule has now been taken away. So we're going to have a whole total collapse of the Santa Barbara savings mess, or those judges will go along with Jason Brandt. That's why it's important it gets into the paper. You have no justice system. You have no truthful religious system. You have no truthful governmental system. You have no truthful medical system. It is truly murder by injection, rape of a justice system. You have been taken over by satanic law, and I believe that I would go on that note. Call me if you wish to communicate with me further. Salut. Yes, I am going to go. Let me spend a minute with her. Just continue about your day. Appendix 2. Clint D. Jedediah Shalom Nix. P.O. Box 520 * 2396 High 93 Victor MT USA 59875. George Green. P.O. Box 4280. Lucadia, CA USA 92024 Shalom George. 4 Adar 42 Satan March 1st, 90. I heard you on the Billy Goodman show. You are patsy for some goddamned witch. These demons this woman is talking about and to are the beast. It's the height to stupidity to believe somebody wants to be kidnapped and implanted. You're just another false prophet. If you have a channel to these bastards, then you channel my material to them. You're so worried about nuclear radiation, you've got to ask yourself why. It doesn't hurt the planet. Plants are healthier and it doesn't hurt pure people. Only mongrels are affected. I am writing you to tell you what I have discovered, that will soon take place. The UN headed up by the USA and USSR will wage war with the UFOs. They will fight with the ones who made a treaty with. There are 4 groups: Nath Shah the Dragon, head of all Japanese; Ephraim, head of all Christians; Uri, head of all Jews; Asher, head of all Muslims. The world powers have got it in their heads they can win in an armed struggle with these UFOs. They have a very unrealistic notion of the law Torah that rules the universe. As long as their UFOs are in the Creator's service, they will only do what they can get away with, no more. When they are terminated from the Creator's service, they will not be restrained, and they will do just as they have been instructing their followers to do. We all know what they taught. Jesus taught cannibalism: take my body and eat it, and drink my blood. You must do this on Easter every year, or you have no part with me. This is in direct conflict with Torah. You might say this proves nothing. This is not the only time. There are many occasions where Jesus directs the people to eat blood and break the Torah. Just like all black magicians worship Jesus. Who do you think drinks the blood, and why don't they ever get caught? The answer is simple: they are in charge. Why aren't they thrown out by the Creator, you ask? Because they do not bother the pure people, and they make sure no one is able to prove their existence. By whatever means possible, they protect their identity. When they are discovered, the Creator will not allow them to exist without observance of Torah. And they will be under the control of Satan. The 1290 days of Daniel end on Yom Kippurim, 10 Tishrei 43 Satan, September 28, 90. This will be the day of nuclear war. It will last for 3 days. From that day forward, the pure people will be resurrected and given a new status, a new body not attached to the earth. While all those who have consumed blood will be banished from the face of the earth. They will exist under the earth in holes, caves and fallout shelters. The earth will be made radioactive, so they will be forced off of the face of the earth. This is what's meant by separation. Nuclear radiation will only have a detrimental effect on those who worship the beast and his image. These hostilities can start any time after 1 Aviv 43 Satan, March 27, 90. Only those males who have made Passover sacrifice will be resurrected to a God state. P.S. I curse you, George Green, and all your associates. Including the Polydons. Satan the Antichrist. Clint P. Jedediah Shalom Nix. P.O. Box 520, * 2396, Highway 93 Victor MT, USA, 59875. United Mongrels Against Torah. UN Secretary General Javier Perez de Cuellar, United Nations Plaza. New York, USA 10017. 10 Shabbat, 42 Satan, December 5, 90. Copyright. Shalom, Secretary General Javier Perez de Cuellar. Satan is my name because my father is Seth. Antichrist is my title because I oppose Jesus the Cursed. I promote the blood sacrifice of clean animals for the atonement of sin, i.e. transgression of Torah. I am totally opposed to Jesus the Cursed. Not only is he not anointed, he, Jesus, is the 666 beast. 666 in Torah is YWW, pronounced Jesus in Spanish. Jesus was the king of beasts, the head Jew. Jew worship known as Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. This double speak that uses the name of Satan in the place of Judah. Judah is the wild beast, and a curse is upon all those who take my father's name, Seth, or my name, Satan, in vain. Judah worshippers are the false prophets, and the wicked beast, Jesus the Cursed of Judah, are the dark-skinned red-eyed beasts. No one from Judah can ever be anointed. From this day forth, anyone cursing me, Satan or Seth, my father or family, will have that curse applied to their own family and person. If you mean Judah, then say Judah when talking about the beast. The Bible is used to perpetrate Jewish myth. The word Bible in Torah means in total darkness, or you might say to obscure the truth. The Bible starts out as though man had just been created, and that first man's name was Adam, and that his wife's name was Evil. And that this man, Adam, was thrown out of a luscious garden for eating the wrong type of apple. After a while, God caused a flood to come and deluge the earth with actual water, and a man named Noah built a boat for himself and a zoo, and they floated around for nearly a year. After some time, the God came down, crawled inside a woman named Mary, and popped out like a holy jack in the box. Now God was a man and killed on a cross for merely being God. This is Jewish mythology. The truth of the matter is the Creator made the universe, and he also made a group of spiritual beings in his own likeness. He made these beings as companions and friends. Since they were the first, he called their name Adam, which translated from Torah would mean first and greatest, and it would be used to describe the genetic makeup of these beings. These beings did not occupy time and space as we know it, but yet they were physical. They were allowed the complete universe as their house, not restricted to crawl on the ground like the other beasts. The head of the Adamites, who became very greedy and wanted to be like the Creator, was influenced by the dragon, translated from Torah Naksha, to mingle the divine gift of the likeness of the Creator with that of the baboon. By doing this, create a race of super slaves, and then Adam, the man, would be a god as powerful as the Creator whom he despised. That is, in fact, what Eve means in Torah, beast. Now this man Adam had wives which were particularly suited to him, and he was able to take wives from any other family except the Kaf, sometimes translated monkey, which in Torah means from the center of the earth, literally covered with darkness like dirt. He already had an inheritor by the name of Abel. Abel in Torah meaning, he was next in line to represent man before the Creator. But old Adam couldn't stay away from that dark stuff, and he had sex with the beast, Eve, and created Cain. Cain in Torah means likeness of the Creator given. This results in the spiritual death of Adam. He took the Creator's name in vain. Cain, like all jungle bunnies, was very jealous of those in the creator's own image who had been given blue eyes and white skin, and they were referred to as Semites because they resembled the blue of heaven and the brightness of day, while the baboon resembled darkness of night. Well, Cain killed Abel and then he mongrelized Abel's wife by having sex. Page 2. With her. This results in the people we call Japheth. Japheth today is known as the Japanese, at least one part of them. Abel's wife cried out to the creator to have mercy, and the creator made a promise to Abel's widow that her son would become ruler over all the beasts. He would never ever be again allowed to rule over white-skinned blue-eyed people who are called Semites. So it is today. Japan is being put in the position as ruler over all beasts and having the title of Naksha or dragon, as this was the desire of Abel's father, Adam. That is where Japan is today. Now when the man Adam of the tribe of the same name, the Adamites, disobeyed the creator, he was effectively taken out of position, and the high priest, next person in line, will be given his crown. And when he had a son, they called his name Seth, meaning justice will come in the end. This is where the term Satan comes from. The beast, just like Cain, wants to kill all those who are in the creator's own image. I'm talking about the Semites, those with blue eyes and white skin. Now the creator has a law known as the Torah. The basic premise of this law is whatever you do to others, will be done to you except in cases of divine intervention which only come about through blood sacrifice of clean animals. When the creator saw Adam, the one with the baboons, he was doing what all mongrelizers do. He was hiding under leaves. Adam was a doper. These weren't fig leaves, they were marijuana leaves and cocoa leaves. The creator passed judgment. There would be 7 days and 7 nights, and there would be no rest until the 7th day. Translated into English, this means that there would be 7 Semites and 7 Canaanites, but always for 6 of these periods of these ruling men there would be no rest for the white-skinned blue-eyed Semites, as they would be under the rule of the beast during these 7 periods of purification. During this time those who are of good seed would be separated from all those who hated the creator and wanted to be like the beast. Now the law also calls for cleansing after the 3rd period. It was at the time of the 1st period when all the Adamites were made to go on the ground like the beast. In other words, gravity overcame us and we were prisoners on the ground. Now this planet became totally overrun with the beast until there was no one left with the exception of Noah and his 3 sons, which represented all the life on the planet. Noah constructed an ark like the creator told him to. It was round like a ball and resembled a gopher hole. Today we would call it a terrarium, as it was self-contained even up to the point where it had 2 of all the unclean animals and 7 of all the clean animals. It only had 1 entrance. When the creator called for Noah and all the life to go into the sphere, actually the word in Torah is called kashe, Noah and his family and all the animals and beasts entered, and the creator shut the door and he floated it up out of the atmosphere by installing inside it a power source that created gravity, and at the same time the creator extinguished the power source inside of the planet, and the planet's gravity began to disappear, and some of the dirt from the planet attached itself to the ark which Noah had made. And the ark which Noah had made collected all the water from the dead planet onto its surface until there was no water left on the old planet. The water was completely encompassing the ark which Noah had made. The creator brought it on a journey across the universe until it came to the planet Earth. When the ark came into the atmosphere of the planet Earth, the creator turned off the power supply in the ark and allowed all the water surrounding the ark to flood the surface of Earth and cleanse it. Many ancient civilizations were covered up as the result of the deluge created when the water was released from the surface of Noah's ark, as life mainly exists close to water's edge. One example might be Atlantis. Noah and his family departed the ark along with all the other beasts and animals. Noah was given complete control over the earth with no interference from sorcerers. Sorcerers had to have Noah's permission. It wasn't long Noah planted a vineyard and harvested the wine, and Noah's offspring, Ham, who was the father of all the Hamites. You may be more familiar with the term humans, but Ham simply means animal with no soul. Now Ham, just like all animals, used the opportunity to take wine to the wife of Noah and seduce her. That's right. The animal had sex with Noah's wife. How's that for gratitude? Noah was not impressed. He cursed Cain, as that's what the son of Ham is called. Cain means the likeness of the creator given to the beast. Noah's curse on Cain, the heir of Ham, states Cain will be the slave of the pure people indefinitely, and that he will not live among the pure people. He will be segregated. Canaanites, which we know today as Jews, using alcohol to seduce the wives and daughters of the pure people. That's why they're called the wild beasts. Also today they have changed the law of Torah and the law that Noah made and made themselves equal and in many cases superior to the pure people, those with blue eyes and white skin that we call Semites. Now, what I didn't mention was that these evil Cainites had discovered all the secret technologies and they wanted to become like the creator, so they had built saucers to traverse the universe. Even today they are referred to as sorcerers because they are their own gods. They obscure the creator through their magic known as medicine and technology and sciences, etc. Anyway, these sorcerers run up and down the universe as the Nephilim that they are, and they want company in their hatred of the creator, so they invent creatures like Rosh and Jesus. These so-called aliens who are sorcerers and haters of the Torah created Jesus through their genetic engineering and manipulation through the Jews by use of the Bible that these sorcerers designed and wrote to deceive all those who secretly hate the creator. They use these mythical characters mingled with truth to deceive those who are weak and secretly hate the creator and his laws of purity. Enough about these saucers, so-called flying discs, UFOs, aliens, beings from other worlds. This is the mythology that has built up around these haters of Torah. Anyway, when they got to planet Earth, they were here as well, and the creator had to run them away, leaving only their baboons and other jungle bunnies, but they were not allowed to return without permission from each individual or individual's family head. The Creator told Noah that he would put the ark in the sky for all to see and make it an intricate part of the covenant, and all their days they would see it, and it would be a reminder that the Creator would rescue those who fear his law. We all know the ark of Noah as the moon. But it is really a man-made object, and the man's name who made it is Noah. Now the time has come when the beast totally rules the world. Everywhere you look there are dark faces and dead eyes, while white-skinned blue-eyed people are running amok. They despise the Creator and they are attracted to the beast. We again have come to the time of the end. I am the son of Seth, that makes me Satan and the enemy of the destroyer. However, I have come to the end of my struggle. We're in the year of release, and on Passover this year will be the beginning of peace and justice. At that time I will be ruler of the universe, and the beast will be thrown down to the ground. That's why we worship the seventh day, Shabbat, meaning that in the seventh ruler would come a white-skinned blue-eyed person, a Semite, who would again rule the universe and would not be under the great dragon, Naksha. As of right now, my being the head of Seth making me Satan, I ask that all who want to be part of a new covenant which I will make with you to do the following. You must take for yourself a lamb without blemish, and on the 14th day of the first month in the 43rd year of Satan, you must slay the lamb at dusk, taking some of the blood with clean straw mark the entrance to your houses and your yards. Then roast the lamb in one piece over a fire with all of its entrails, only the skin may be removed. Be careful not to break any of its bones. Eat as much as you like, making sure all the participants are circumcised. Do not leave any of the roast lamb until morning. If there is any left, burn it as a burnt offering. I realize that the Babylonians you live around will find this practice hideous, and they may even try to burn you, but the Creator whom I serve will protect you from all those who live in Baboon and Babylon. For the next week following the Passover you must only eat pure foods. This means foods not containing yeast and clean, not containing blood or other genetic material. This means you will not be able to eat any fermented or leavened products, and many other products use yeast or fungus as preservatives. The yeasts or fungus represent the baboons and how they creep into the pure white-skinned blue-eyed people and destroy them. All those who remain pure by eating only pure foods at the end of the seventh day will live, while those who hate the Creator and eat products containing yeasts of all varieties will be put to death, as they are worthless like the baboons they have become. After this there is a matter of 10 articles of the contract that you will be required to agree to. After this, you will be required to learn Torah and to teach it to your children without fail. Failure to do any of these things will mean expulsion from the pure people, and you will again be under the domination of the beast, Naksha, who at this time is Japan, as the Creator has kept his promise that he made to the wife of Abel, and now Japheth, known as Japan, will have total control over all the beast, according to Torah. Japan will however not be able to own land, nor will they be able to take wives from the pure people for themselves, as they have become judge over the wild beast and separate. The beast also will not be able to own land or to mongrelize the wives of the pure people. Failure to keep this law will result in the death of the beast physically. They'll only be subservient to the pure people. Now here is the covenant that I offer. It is the covenant of purity. The same contract my father offered to me. Covenant, i.e. 10 commandments. I worship only the Creator and do not worship Rosh or Jesus, Ham, humans, Jews, Canaan, or any other beast as the Creator. 2. Do not make museums or shrines for gods elected in democracies, republics, or communism, ideologies, and to only accept those whom the Creator has chosen to represent him. 3. The Creator will love all those who respect his Torah, and the Creator will destroy all those who violate his Torah along with their families. 4. The Creator will kill all those who take his name in vain. Anyone mixing with niggers, Jews, or other dark-skinned red-eyed beasts will be dead. This is the Creator's name and nature, YHVH, meaning separating the blue-eyed pure people from the Kaf, those from the center of the earth. V. There are 5 times each year you must observe 7 different holy days set aside in reverence of the Creator. 6. The 6th article is to do all your work in 6 days. 7. To observe total rest on the 7th day, Shabbat. Do not work for any earthly needs, nor allow anyone in your control to work on the 7th day. 8. Is to honor your parents. To procreate after your own kind, therefore keeping your parents alive, as you're only an extension of your parents. 9. Protect your women. Your women are your property, and if you have no control over your women, you have no control over your own life, and you're fit only to be a beast. X. You must not allow a false prophet to exist in your borders. If any dark-skinned people come, you must stone them and burn them, as they come only to mongrelize, like all Canaanites or Humanites. I, Satan, am Yom Shabbat, the 7th day. And with me I bring true justice. What this means is, for the last 6 days and nights, justice has been carried out in a vacuum by allowing those who violate the Creator's Torah to be mongrelized by the Canaanites and the wild beasts, therefore giving us no rest wondering whether our wives and daughters would be mongrelized by the Jews and niggers. I am Clint D. Jedediah Shalom Nisek of Seth. Translated into English: Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Eternal Father, Prince of Peace, and of my rule there will be no end. This means that peace has come. Peace in Torah is Shalom. It does not mean conqueror, rather it means adherence to the Creator's Torah. And without doubt there will be peace. We will accomplish this first by making sure that everyone who is not already spiritually dead is taught Torah. To know Torah is to know life. Spiritual life that I speak of is not that of blood and guts that animals possess. Many of the people are caught in the middle between heaven and animals. They haven't completely lost their desire or likeness of the Creator, but they do not possess it at this time. We would say their light has been put out, as their eyes have been turned to red while their skin still remains white, and in Esau's case red. It is my task to separate those who are already dead spiritually from those who are alive. After this process is complete, judgment, that is, all of those who contain spiritual life will be resurrected to being Shemites. They will have blue eyes and white skin as their ancestors did. None will be lost. By following the laws of the Torah, the Tzedakah, i.e. righteous people, will be purified by the resurrection process called for in Torah. Resurrection will take place of all who are found to be written in the Lamb's Book of Life. The following will be required: a pure diet containing no genetic material or dung. An environment that contains no wild beasts, i.e. niggers, Jews, etc. All educational and entertainment material must conform to the purity of Torah. Torah simply means separating the beast from the pure people at the end, i.e. the beginning from the end. There is a gap in the middle between those who have retained heaven and those who are covered with dung. It is my job to eliminate everything in the middle. If you want to be a wild beast, then that's what you will be. If you want to be a Shemite and you still are alive, that's what you will be. But we do not need niggers and Jews and other mongrelizers to judge us by default any longer. That judging will be done by me, and I will be assisted by Japheth, whose job it is to make sure that all wild beasts conform to laws of Torah. I wish to make it quite clear that there will be no prisons. There will, however, be slavery and corporal punishment and restitution. If a person has committed a crime that calls for the death penalty, then he will be killed, stoned and burned. And the sun will not set on a condemned man unless it happens on Shabbat. There will be no judgment on the Sabbath day. Whatever happens will be put off until Yom Rashi, Sunday. If a person steals, he will be made to pay restitution plus. Most of these laws are easily recognizable in the 5 books that Moses wrote that are contained in a Bible. Of course, Bible meaning in total darkness, really means that about 90% of it's true and the rest is the exact opposite. It's not exactly totally wrong, it's just written in half-truths. Which in Torah the word for truth is AMX. This means the beginning, the middle, and the end. It takes all 3 to be true. I have no idea what less than that is except a lie. The court system will be open to all. There is no difference between criminal and civil. And lawyers will not be allowed. The reason that the system will work so completely is that all judges must pass before the Creator each year. If they are found to be liars and false judges, the Creator will kill them. This is divine justice. No one will be put to death except on the testimony of 2 pure people. They too will be required to parade in front of the Creator each and every year. If they are found to be liars, they will be put to death. Wild beasts, Jews, niggers, etc. have no rights and cannot bring charges against the pure people. They are slaves or less. To the Creator, these wild beasts represent the killers of those in the Creator's own likeness. They are nothing but dung. The medical community, including all sorcerers, must be put to death. This is a curse. This modern-day medicine is the religion of the beast. They allow mongrelizers whom the Creator has condemned to death, to live. They do not live spiritually. They only possess animal life. There will be no peace until these sorcerers are eliminated. They are the gods of the Jews and niggers, etc. A curse in Torah is the word kol, or Paul is the English translation, and the word means that the Creator will inspect that person by bringing them up close to the Creator. If that person has nothing to hide, they will be justified. If that person is found to be a liar, a deceiver, or in any violation of Torah, that person will be put to death. So when you speak of a curse in Torah, it is merely an indictment. The Creator does the destroying through his destroying angels or other beasts. For me to be a judge does not make me executioner. My belief in divine justice enables me to rule the universe with no army. Health and the physical body are the representation of the spiritual status. In other words, the physical body represents or is an extension of your spirit. Whatever you do as a spirit, is written on your body. If a person's face is disfigured in whatever manner, or if they have lost limbs or hair or have scars, this all tells a story. This is the study of Torah. Anyone who doesn't understand this is ignorant and knows nothing. Neo-Judaism separates the physical from the spiritual, cannot be separated. We are genetic beings. Our genes are our book, and our book contains every transgression of Torah, complete with our encounters with the beast, the eating of blood, and even the hatred of our brother. So when you walk down the street, you are an open book to anyone who understands Torah. This is why you must learn Torah and not be ignorant like the beast wishes you were. Money is a mere representation of the spiritual health of its users. If you use pure money, which is a means of exchange not unlike barter, where your money would be made up of pure gold and silver and other commodities, the state of the spirit would be very good, especially if it was used in a manner which allowed each individual to mint his own. This decentralized society would be a pure society. The other extreme is when that group of mongrels unite together and they print paper and call it money through a highly centralized banking system. Then that society is a mud race. We would call it Kaf, at the center of the mud. No free people can exist with a highly centralized banking system or even a central banking system. Free people can only exist when money is true and pure and reflects their honest life. Anytime you have mongrels, they wish to centralize everything for great control. It's easy for a few wild beasts to control masses of people if they can control the land and the money. Then they need very little outside force to control their prisoners. This is what democracies and theocracies and republics and communism and dictatorships all have in common. They take the place of the Creator and his Torah. All free people must arm themselves in order to protect their family from the wild beast. To kill a wild beast is not a transgression of the law of Torah. Only when you kill a person with blue eyes and white skin would it be murder. Everything less is less restrictive. To kill niggers or Jews is no different than killing any other unclean animal. I know in the society we live in they have been placed higher than the pure people, but his will not remain. Now this covenant I will make with all the descendants of Abraham. Abraham found favor in the Creator's eyes, and Abraham, father of all beasts, was promised that his descendants would be numerous as the grains of sand, and that is true. Abraham's descendant is Esau. We call him China today. All the red-skinned people are the descendants of Abraham. Abraham is the father of all the Arabs, and Abraham is the father of all the white-skinned people who do not possess blue eyes. These are the three groups of people that Abraham fathered. Plus the fact by the use of the Torah he saved my father, Seth, from extinction. And of course, those who look upon the Creator's Torah with favor are always rewarded. Abraham's reward will be that these three groups will be resurrected and to again possess blue eyes and white skin. They will again be Shemites as this process nears its completion, the gap between the dark-skinned and white-skinned peoples until it becomes very wide. Eventually these three tribes will be resurrected and we will again not occupy time and space nor go on our bellies like a snake. But the universe being the way it is, the beast will become less and less or more negative as we become more positive. Then the end of the universe will come and it will be thrust into a black Armageddon. The last best war begins 1 ABIB 43 Satan March 27, 90. You are about to meet your maker. The Creator's angels are those in UFOs, you know, the flying saucers that the governments of the world say don't exist. They obviously do exist. Not only that, but they have an agreement with the governments of the world, but the governments of the world have decided to unilaterally break their treaty with these angels, UFOs, and to fight them in order to form a unified one world government. This plan does not take into account that the Creator is in total control. This world that we know of is only a test to see who will and who won't keep the Creator's Torah, the law of purity that controls the universe. This physical world we live in is the ultimate test of loyalty. Every spirit claimed truth, yet now I can only find handful who even know what I am talking about. The people who worship the animal life are due for their own destruction. Doctors are their gods, anything to prolong their animal life. They do not know or care that all disease and injury to their body is designed to make them obey the Torah. There are no accidents, cause and effect, yes. Sorcerers known as doctors only can prolong animal life and in the process kill the spirit. Many of those who have been saved by sorcerers now have a demon in their body. The sign of this is facial features distorted. The eyes are not the same, they are unlevel, one higher than the other. These people cannot keep their head held up straight. They have to look at you sideways and they move their heads from side to side but never straight up. Another sign is they speak out of the side of their mouth and their face is distorted, one side does not match the other. These are signs of warning to you, they are not accidents. All disease is warning to get back to Torah. All sorcerers must be eliminated. Drugs seem to be on everyone's mind today. The government here in the United States has used the drug hysteria to declare martial law. Drugs do not perpetuate themselves. The cause for drug abuse is that people are desperately trying to escape their own reality. Escapism is only the symptom of a deeper problem. The problem is that these people have lost their soul through fornication with the beast and continued on the other side. Their conscience tells them this over and over and over again, that they have lost their purity and are doomed to live as niggers on the earth. George Bush helps these boys and girls even back as far as 1969 through Zapata Oil Company. George Bush was importing drugs onto the oil platforms in the Gulf of Mexico and then onto the mainland avoiding customs. George Bush knows a lot about the war on drugs, but one cannot catch oneself. Aren't you proud of George Bush helping boys and girls obtain drugs to suppress their conscience? He is a real patriotic American. The religion of the United Nations, which includes the United States, is Mitzrayim Egypt, meaning both upper pure people, i.e. blue eyes and white-skinned Semites, and lower mongrels, i.e. animal cross with pure, i.e. Hamites or human, are equal. This is the abomination that causes desolation. This is the first of 10 commandments. Violators of this commandment deserve death. For all the pure people you have destroyed through the mocking, i.e. democracy of Torah, the Creator's law that rules the universe. We now have come to a time when the world governments have given themselves 1 year to destroy the few pure people that are left. There are just 1 or 2 scattered here or there, with the exception of South Africa. South Africa is the last stronghold of the pure people. All the rest of the pure people in the world are in slavery, but South Africa is the last of the pure people that provide a united front against bestiality. However, their position isn't very good. They are surrounded by niggers and the niggers are being armed by the United Nations, both economically and physically. However, one prophet did predict that a large group of pure people would come out of Africa as a great memorial to YHVH the Creator. 1 ABIB 43 Satan will find a great change in the universe. The beast, Jesus with the number 666, will be flushed out of the sky from where he has been ruling the earth for the last 2,000 years. He and his angels have come accustomed to eating blood. They will swoop down in their flying saucers and gobble up all the might men, the great men, the sorcerers, the mongrelizers, the moneymongers, all those who do not have the seal of the living God. This will go on until 10 Tishri 43 Satan September 28, 1990. The 1,290 days of Daniel, which began on March 31, 1987, will be complete on September 28, 1990. At that time there will be nuclear war, and all those who eat blood and other genetic material, which is also called blood, will have the A.I.D.S virus, and they will all be destroyed by their own immune system, as nuclear radiation places extra stress on mongrels. Add another 45 days to make a total of 1,335 will be completed the 1 of November 1990. I prophesied about this nuclear war a year ago, not realizing the Christian calendar jumped a year. That's right. The calendar is a lie, just like Christianity is a lie. The UFO people created Jesus and they're responsible for all the mongrels, so if you put your hopes in the beast, keep looking up cause they're coming for lunch. This is the most exciting thing I've ever witnessed. The united mongrels of the earth making war with the fallen angles, their buddies. The greatest thing you can hope for is that neither one have distinct advantage and they completely devour each other. We all know what Jesus taught. Jesus taught cannibalism, take my body and eat it and drink my blood. You must do this every Easter or you will have no part with me. This is a direct order from Jesus. He also said, when I return, we will have a great feast. Of course, he was talking about his enemies. He also directed his followers to eat blood and flesh with blood in it on many other occasions. This is in direct opposition to Torah. What happens when you start eating eggs or drinking milk or cheese? You develop a desire for these blood products. Next comes blood-eating animals, then it's a small step to cannibalism. We know from the facts that the creatures on board the UFOs eat people. There have been many documented cases of cannibalism and the drinking of blood and blood products. Who knows how many animals these UFOs have consumed? But the prize feast is the human. As I heard one cannibal say from Africa, people taste even better than pigs, more tender. Who would have thought it, the great connoisseurs of Christianity?